Chapter 1 The Crown Prince is actually a woman. In the Tianlong Empire, within the Crown Prince's residence, Xiao Fan reclined in the Sunai allocated courtyard. The Crown Prince has arrived. The eunuch's harpand resonant voice echoed, prompting Xiao Fan to rise hastily. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Before the Crown Prince had even entered, Xiao Fan hurriedly bowed. "Everyone, step back," commanded the Crown Prince, dismissing the ears. "Understood." The remaining Gath-10 dance retreated. The Crown Prince had up in chant for poetry, and Xiao Fan served as the Crown Prince reader, with weekly meetings for literary exchange. "Xiao Fan, it has been 3 years since you entered the Crown Prince's residence, has it not?" The Crown Prince, Qin Xian, took a seat and inquired. Xiao Fan nodded. "Your Highness, upon reflection, it has indeed been precisely 3 years since he entered." "Are you suggesting the tide part?" Qin Zuan shook his head. "Your mastery of poetry has taught me much. What would I wish to send you away?" Xiao Fan to talk quiet say of relief. As a transmigrator in this world of cultivation, where the strong sered through Heskis, Haramain Damar immortal, finding safety within the Crown Prince's residence. Therein Yinjim Perer Hadan Leon Shield, alleviating Ghana fierce off power struggles. "Xiao Fan, there is a matter in which I seek your assistance," Qin Zuan spoke after a lengthy pause. Xiao Fan promptly replied, "Your Highness, please command." A treasure appeared in Qin Zuan's hand, and as she activated, a translucent and powerful barrier enveloped them. Xiao Fan found it peculiar that such formality was necessary. Qin Zuan spoke solemnly. "Xiao Fan, in 2 months I shall marry Zhang Yuli, the Grand Daughter of the National General's son, as me consort. Are you aware of this?" Xiao Fan nodded. Of course, he was aware. The new chivalry spread throughout the Tianlong Empire. The granddaughter of General Jiang Qin Weisiatoriak Yingtin Yether Butan Talon Fatal Redi made her name known across the capital, making her an excellent choice for the Crown Princess. "Xiao Fan, you will be bringing her here. Ofana you must cultivate a bond with her, and when the time comes, you shall consummate the marriage in my behalf." Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically as she stammered, "Your Highness, I have never even met Zhang Yuli. There is absolutely no personal connection. The day of being instructed to consummate with the future Crown Princess was terrifying. One misstep could lead to direct consequences." Qin Zuan frowned. "Xiao Fan, it did not imply Hadio Havi and Aromatis involvement due to special circumstances. I cannot consummate the marriage myself. Due to not, it may lead to chaos across Tirome." Xiao Fan's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that Qin Zuan was suitable in that regard? Qin Zuan was a rapid cultivator, currently at Xiandan level. It was not impossible for his West to arise. "Your Highness, this is unacceptable." Xiao Fan shooked vigorously. "If you were to go through with these, what would happen if Qin Zuan's issue were resolved it, even if there were persistent issues, could it tolerate the dishonor to his Crown Princess?" "Your Highness, it would be perfectly acceptable to delay consummation for a few years. You need not worry, as neither the Crown Princess nor Reino Nielso would have a tokno." Qin Zuan's brow furrowed. "I fondly it were that simple. Such matters cannot be concealed from top-tier cultivators." Xiao Fan insisted, "Your Highness, even if there are any nor complications no, I believe a few years delay would not be a problem. I wish to live a little longer." A buzzing sensation filletished. If fear fused, would Qin Zuan resort to silencing? Qin Zuan took a deep breath. In an instant, her appearance transformed, and within months, Qin Zuan becoming unparalleled beauty. Hiss! Xiao Fan gasped in astonishment. The Crown Prince was, in fact, a woman. Undane exceptionally beautiful on that. Qin Zuan's beauty couldn't be described as breathtaking. "Mitro and Mis Qin Xian," she declared, extending her delicate finger to inscribe her name in the air. The characters formed from often golden energy were powerful and vigorous, though they contrasted somewhat with Qin Zuan's delicate appearance. "You must understand no Hianidio Mifither Hasnozen, and it must be the Crown Prince to maintain stability in the empire. Miden to Tim must remain undisputed." Qin Zuan spoke calmly. Xiao Fan couldn't manage a bitter smile. He comprehended the gravity of key situation the emperor's face and ways indeed a monumental issue, but hui had such a bulsing fallen upon him? Wo die Basilin seat afterward? Your Highness, Wime. Xiao Fan inquired directly. Qin Zuan replied, you possess a pleasing appearance and commendable talent, moreover, you are an orphan with no cultivation. Xiao Fang grimaced, Your Highness, will you eliminate him afterwards? Qin Zuan shook her head. You need not worry about. However, there must be consummation even on otherwise, it will surely be discovered. For you, the cisnatabid thing don't wear such a grime expression. Xiao Fanel to silence of relief. Will Miss Jiang have any objections? Qin Zuan replied, it will do me utmost to persuade her its stability of teen your empire is at stake, a Sisher family safe to she must accept. If the empire were ready to stabilize, it would affect 3 billion lives. The Tianlong Empire spanned vast territory, covering approximately 100 million square kilometers, with a population of 30 billion. Within the entire Holy Spirit continent, the Tianlong Empire was remarkably powerful. Yet, it faced numerous streets of truth of Crown Prince being a woman Wartalik, internal and external conflicts could erupt simultaneously. In such scenario, Fedef could soar into the millions. Your Highness, may I refuse? And what do you think? Qin Zuan's beautiful buri into Xiao Fan, her voice cold. She held a certain admiration for him, yet if you were at Orpheus, should have an akos but to eliminate him the secret must not reach their soft hewn initiated. Your Highness, I am but an ordinary person could others not search my sultan cover the truth? Xiao Fan questioned. Qin Zuan replied coolly, soul searching is not so simple. If I agree, I will immediately inform my father how I'll perform a soul suggestion on you, preventing others from employing mind control techniques to extract the secret. Xiao Fan nodded. Your Highness, I agree. Excellent. Qin Zuan nodded, you should strive to cultivate a bond with Zhang Yulisha has a fondness for poetry, so you may focus your efforts there. With that, Qin Zuan sent a message out. The Crown Princess residence was not far from the palace and thus a Shandong level cultivator with formidable treasuries, she had no trouble relaying the message. Xian. A deep voice serenaded. Admittedly Gidmanina dragon robe swift materialized beside Xiao Fan and Xian. I pay my respects to your majesty. Xiao Fan quickly bowed. His heart raced. This Midali Gidmanin dragon robes was undoubtedly the emperor of Tianlong Empire, Qin Zhentian. Qin Zhentian weighs a superlative a master of martial emperor level, theso virigna 30 billion subjects. Having been in the Crown Princess residence for 3 years, this was Xiao Fan's first encounter with Qin Zhentian. Detecting Gage superlative a master in this world, activating system. Activation complete. Supreme sign-in system is in line and the beginner gift pack is released. Congratulations, host, you over received thesis level title Survival King as long as you survive, you shall receive additional benefits from sinons. Survival King special attribute your cultivation will remain undetected as long as you do not take action. A strange voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan surged with joy. The system had finally arrived. Thought the title Survival King sounded somewhat awkward, the attributes were certainly promising. Chapter 2 The system, you have finally arrived. 20 years, and the system has finally come. Xiao Fan felt an exhilarating rush within. Thought he had been lengthy, it was no less gratifying. He was originally a freshly graduate university student from Earth, major in Chinese language, who had transmigrated to his world Tuata Katasago. Upon his arrival, his soul had occupied Thebadaya fast stillborn infant, and tragically, his parents in this world had passed away in after theater during his childhood. This realm was one of cultivation where he aspired to become a powerful being soaring through Heskey's, Butila's, his innate talent was fully inadequate. Left with no choice, he turned to literature. Fortunately, the Tianlong Empire valued poetry and literature, albeit to a lesser degree, and by the age 13 he had already become a Xiaozi. At 16, he had passed the imperial examination, and by 17 he was recognized as a Gongshur. Following the normal trajectory, he should have participated in the police examination, and even if he could not become the top scholar, he was confident they could place on Tito pranks. However, his impressive poetic talent caught heat in Shanath Crown Prince, leading to his position as Crown Prince reader. Xiaofan, there is no need to be overly anxious. Though my father is formidable, he does not engage in arbitrary slaughter. Qin Zuan reassured him. Xiaofan, momentarily lost in thought, was misunderstood by Qin Zuan as being nervous. A tease. Qin Zenshin spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiaofan replied respectfully. With his scholarly credentials, he was no trackward Tokniel, yet understood the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor in the presence of Emperor Qingjintian. Qin Zuinternet to Qingjintian, father, Xiaofan is the only Havkasan heist the most suitable candidate within the entire Crown Prince's residence. It is necessary for to impose a sole restriction to prevent an leaks off the secret. Qin Zenshin nodded. Suddenly, Xiaofan realized a troubling thought. Would Qin Zenshan discover his true identity? System, please help me. Will me identity as a transmigrator be exposed? Xiaofan urgently communicated within his mind. The system replied softly. Rest assured, host withedly of survival king, others will not be able to control you. At that moment, Qin Zenshin turned this gaze towards Xiaofan. In his eyes, a peculiar light flickered, and in an instant, he controlled Xiaofan. At least from Qin Zenshin's perspective, it seemed that way. Xiaofan's expression turned wooden, mirroring that oft he others were under control. However, a fragment of clarity lingered deep within his soul. Who would not divulge a secret she wished to keep hidden? Xiaofan briefly countier past, Qin Zenshin commanded in a grave tone. Thelikeli Hudov Xiaofan entering the prince's residence without issues was minimal, yet given the gravity of the matter, Qin Zenshin felt compelled to inquire. Xiaofan began to speak. 2 minutes elapsed without Qin Zenshin and the others detecting any anomalies. Father, given Xiaofan's talent, he could very well have been the top scholar. Being appointed as a princess reader seems somewhat beneath him, Qin Zuan interjected. Qin Zenshin replied calmly, although the position of princess reader ranks in lieth the 9th tier, itis in Nord hath a mayon de service closely advisor of the emperor. With this all binding restrictions placed by father, his memories will remain intact, yet will never disclose the secret. Qin Zuan dead in agreement. Before long, Qin Zenshin completed the binding. As a top tier expert at martial emperor level, controlling an ordinary individual weighs a trivial task. Yet, unbeknownst to Qin Zenshin, his arrival had awakened Xiaofan's system. He had naturally exerted control over him. Xianxian have beauty of hardship, Qin Zenshin remarked with a soft say shegazed at Qinshan. Whereas a prince, beauty princess instead, she could relish alifophiacy being the princio face per empire is no simple task. Qin Zuangantly shook her head. Father, I do not find it difficulty. Have grown accustomed to it over the years, and he will fulfill my duty as the prince. Qin Zenshin nodded. Endure for another 2 years and see what 10th martial king level, it will become easier. The ulterior cultivation, fellas likely others will notice. Father, you will strive to cultivate diligently, she assured him. In the Holy Spirit continent, the cultivation realm seri as follows: Qi gathering, essence condensation, earthly barrier, heavenly barrier, spiritual sea, profound pill, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign. Qin Zuan possesses extraordinary talent, and with formidable cultivation resources, she has already reached the level of profound pill at the age of 20. In the martial world, those at heavenly barrier level are already capable of dominating Garajan, while the at spiritual sea level possess sufficient divine ability as to establish their own sex. Father, have there been an update as regarding your ancestor? Qin Zuan inquired. Qin Zenshin's great-grandfather's son Ply still alive. Heist the royal family's ancestor who went to Red Secret Trayon 6 years ago and has yet to return. Should his ancestor merge, the situation would improve significantly. Ash possesses the full cultivation level of a martial emperor. However, if there were a concrete news of his demise within the Triome, the Tianlong Empire would likely plunge into turmoil. Not yet, Qin Zenshin shook his head. Na news can be considered news in a few more years. My cultivation will reach the later stages of martial emperor. Every realm is divided into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. With top-tier treasuries at his disposal, should this cultivation reach the later stages of martial emperor, he would then possess the strength of a perfected martial emperor, thus stabilizing the empire considerably. "Father, let us work hard together," Qin Zuan said, a playful smile gracing her face. Xiao Fan, standing nearby, observed keenly it in his current state of control. His expression remained unchanged. How charming when Qin Zuan isn't smiling, her beauty is still breathtaking when she smiles, Harry Uriah Softhirts. If Zhang Yule possess a Devenhofer beauty, I would be grateful, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Rumor is it that Zhang Yule is exceptionally beautiful and talented. Yet, those merely rumors while older claim that the granddaughter of National General is unattractive? General Jiang Qian, the martial emperor at the perfected oval, would have his granddaughter's mediocre looks elevated to a stunning degree. Xian, you must manage the relationship between Xiaofan and Jianjiali while if Jianjiali harbors disdain for Xiaofan, you should know what to handle, Qin Zenshan instructed. Qin Zuan nodded. "Father, you understand." Xiao Fan chart sank if Zhang Yule dispvisited him, he will be Gravedanger, even if he managed to escape at the prince's residence. Even with the Awakening Gothas system, he had done lie acquire it the tight-leaf survival king, with combat prowess currently nearing 0. "Father is leaving no. Xiao Fan will awaken in 5 breaths," Qin Zenshan declared before he vanishing in an instant. Before long, Xiao Fan felt this control of his body returning. Xiao Fan contemplated carefully what to have told you in a phase. "I will bring Zhang Yule to media," Qin Zuan said softly, reverting to her usual demeanor. Qin Zuan's ambiguous vibrant and robust while suspect that this prince was, in fact, an enchanting beauty? "Yes, your highness," Xiao Fan replied, nodding. Qin Zuan dispelled the barrier and quickly departed, taking the servants outside with her, leaving the courtyard to regain its previous tranquility. Yet Xiao Fan could not find peace. His system had awakened, and had uncovered astonishing secrets. System, why did it one sooner? Xiao Fan queried within his mind. Herr Klein done the rocking chair in the courtyard. The system replied, one of the conditions for awakening the system is to come into contact with a top-tier powerhouse of this world. The previous conditions were not met. Why not notify him? If I had known, I would have sought out a martial emperor level expert long ago rather than waiting so long, Xiao Fan insolently complained. The system remained unresponsive. System, Izatakan Tosainian mechanism? What benefits can be obtained from Siningen? How often must an Izignan? Xiao Fan inquired mentally.
Chapter 3, The Supreme Sign-In Technique. The system spoke. Host, I am the Supreme Sign-In system, capable of signing in at any time or signing in 10,000 times a day poses no issue. The longer the interval between sign-ins, the higher the probability of receiving valuable items. Should the interval be brief, one may only receive something trivial like a lollipop. A faint smile graced Xiao Fan's face. This arrangement was rather pleasing as he need not concern himself with the timing of sign-ins, allowing him a sense of freedom. In special locations, the chances of obtaining valuable items are enhanced. The rewards from sign-ins are not limited to mere items. They encompass martial skills, cultivation levels, even longevity, or a formidable battle pet. Xiao Fan pondered in his mind. System, is it possible to sign in and acquire another system? The system replied, Host, are you dissatisfied with this system? Xiao Fan hurriedly clarified, System, I was merely inquiring. You claim to be the supreme system. I wish to ascertain the extent of your capabilities. The system responded, Host, acquiring another system through sign-in is indeed a possibility. One might even sign in to obtain an entire universe, however, the probability cannot exceed 1 in a quintillion. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. Though the odds were low, the very possibility of obtaining such a reward indicated that this system was indeed powerful. With seemingly boundless potential, please continue. System. The system elaborated, the type of treasures you can obtain via sign-in is also influenced by your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation, the greater the likelihood of receiving valuable items. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, appreciating this aspect. It would be rather disheartening if, upon achieving higher cultivation, he continued to receive worthless items. The system must adapt to the times. Is that all? After a prolonged silence from the system, Xiao Fan inquired. That is all, Xiao Fan said. System, is there no system space or anything of the sort? Aside from the title King of Survival, have you nothing else to offer? The system replied, host. You need to sign in to obtain system space. Whether you can acquire it depends on your character and luck. Xiao Fan pouted. Everything had to be obtained through sign-in. What a miserly system. This courtyard of mine, does it count as part of the prince's residence? Xiao Fan mused. Indeed, this courtyard connected to the prince's residence, which served as the main estate, linking various smaller courtyards. As a mere reader for the prince. Xiao Fan's quarters were naturally not opulent, but they were certainly far superior to the small room he had rented after graduation. The Tianlong Empire's territory was vast, with housing being rather grand. The entire prince's residence spanned over 1,000 acres. Xiao Fan's courtyard occupied an area of 500 to 600 square meters, which, in his past life, would have been valued at no less than 30 million. System, I will sign in, he declared. This is my first sign-in. Surely, there will be additional benefits, considering I have waited an eternity, the system announced. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the top-tier technique, Chaos Shen Gong. Considering your current strength is too low to bear the complete technique. This system will first impart the initial level of the technique to you. Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming excitement. To have signed in and received such a high-level technique was indeed remarkable. It seemed this first sign-in truly counted as an infinite duration. However, soon after, Xiao Fan lost consciousness. Even the first level of the technique, coupled with the system's protection, contained information too vast for him to comprehend at that moment. Half an hour passed before Xiao Fan awoke, feeling a throbbing in his head. Host, you need to dedicate time to fully comprehend the technique you have received. As it is a transmission, your understanding will accelerate exponentially. Otherwise, with your talent, it would take a century with no effect, the system reminded him. Xiao Fan closed his eyes, quietly contemplating the Chaos Shen Gong encapsulated supreme truth, yet he could grasp it at this moment. As he delved deeper into his understanding, both his body and soul began to transform. After a considerable time, he felt the throbbing in his head diminish. Within the depths of his soul, a nebulous mass appeared, within which seemed to grow a small tree. With the manifestation of the Chaos Nebula, the primordial world tree emerges. I shall now begin my practice of the Chaos Shen Gong, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Feeling a tinge of disbelief, the Chaos Shen Gong was of an exceptionally high caliber. Even the top talents of the Honghuang era would require 300 to 500 years to merely touch upon its threshold. Host, do not rejoice too soon. While you possess the realm, your actual strength remains exceedingly feeble, the system cautioned. Xiao Fan inquired, System, how many levels does the Chaos Shen Gong have in total? At what level does one equate to a martial emperor in this world? The system replied, the Chaos Shen Gong consists of a total of 13 levels, with the fourth level reaching perfection equivalent to the martial emperor's perfection in this world. Xiao Fan marveled at the formidable nature of the technique. However, he lamented that despite its strength, achieving perfection at each level would not be an easy feat. System, let me sign in again and see what I can obtain. He thought, harboring a hint of anticipation. What if he could sign in for something extraordinary once more? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of mineral water. Would you like to retrieve it? If you choose not to, the reward can be cancelled. Xiao Fan exclaimed, the first sign-in yielded such an impressive technique, allowing me to cultivate the Chaos Shen Gong, through which I can ultimately become a top-tier sage, and this second sign-in yields what? System, is there truly no system space? None. Xiao Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Without system space, he could not accept physical rewards for the time being. What if a powerful figure were watching? I will not retrieve it. He decided. He was not in a desert. A bottle of water held no value for him. Host, items not retrieved can be used to enhance the probability of obtaining designated types of items. Would you like to specify a particular type? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Waste can still be utilized. The system's vision appears to have expanded. System, before I designate anything else, let all such items be used to increase the chances of acquiring system space. Understood. Host. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan's life continued as usual, yet he spent much of his time secretly cultivating the chaos Shen Gong. He could distinctly feel his strength growing. However, with the title of King of Survival, he could perfectly conceal his power, remaining undetected even by those at the peak of martial emperor perfection. System sign in. Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. Over the course of these 3 days, he had signed in nearly 800 times, if not 1,000. He had accumulated a plethora of miscellaneous items, such as toothpaste, buns, apples, and nail clippers. He sacrificed all these items. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 cubic meter of system space. The system space can contain all things and is absolutely secure. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. Ha! A look of delight sparkled in Xiao Fan's eyes. He truly hit the jackpot. While 1 cubic meter of system space was not vast, it could still hold a considerable amount. A 24-inch suitcase has a capacity of less than 70 liters. System, can the system space contain living beings? Yes, but only those living beings obtained through sign-in. Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. The practicality of the system space being able to hold living creatures was immensely advantageous. He would undoubtedly sign in to acquire battle pets in the future. 2 more days passed. The prince has arrived. The voice of Eunuch Su echoed outside the courtyard. Xiao Fan's heart raced. Prince Qin Xian had come, and Jiang Yuli should be with him. His future wife belonged to another. Yet he must fulfill his duty. Chapter 4. The first meeting with Jiang Yuli. Xiao Fan silently prayed that Jiang Yuli would not be too unattractive. Entering into a union with her was for the greater good of the Tianlong Empire and the common people. However, if Jiang Yuli were excessively plain, how would he manage to consummate the marriage? Welcome, Your Highness. Xiao Fan hurried outside to greet them. A crowd had gathered outside the courtyard. Qin Xian stood there, next to a sedan chair, which undoubtedly housed Jiang Yuli. No need for excessive formalities. Qin Xian spoke in a gentle tone. Xiao Fan, I spoke with Miss Yuli today and mentioned some of the poetry you composed. She expressed considerable interest. With nothing else to do, I brought her here to meet you. Do put on a good display. She is quite the talented young lady. A soft voice emanated from within the sedan chair. Your Highness, you flatter me. My knowledge of poetry is but a mere dabble. Xiao Fan's heart steadied. The voice was melodious. Even if Jiang Yuli were not conventionally beautiful, she likely would not be overly unattractive. If worse came to worst, they could always wait until nightfall. Miss, be careful. One of the handmaidens beside the sedan chair lifted the curtain, revealing a slender, delicate hand emerging from within. Soon, Jiang Yuli stepped outside, adorned with a pure white veil, preventing Xiao Fan from seeing her features just yet. However, with brows like crescent moons and eyes like autumn waters, her beauty was unlikely to be lacking. Additionally, her tall stature and graceful figure were evident, despite being obscured by her skirt. Greetings, Miss Jiang, Xiao Fan said, bowing respectfully. Young Master Xiao, there is no need for such formality, Jiang Yuli replied, returning the gesture. I have a fondness for poetry, and I must say, all of your compositions are exquisite. I hope you do not mind my intrusion today. Xiao Fan smiled, saying, it is my honor to engage and learn from Miss Yuli. Your Highness, Miss Yuli, please come this way. Qin Xian nodded. Jiang Yuli turned to Qin Xian and asked, Your Highness, may I request that no one else enter? My skills are certainly inferior to young Master Zhao's. If others are present, he may hold back to spare me, and I would not witness his true level. Qin Xian chuckled. Of course, you have heard Miss Yuli's words. All of you remain outside the courtyard. Understood. The attendants of both Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli responded in unison. Soon, Xiao Fan and the other two arrived at the villa. In Qin Xian's hand appeared the previously mentioned treasure, a powerful barrier enveloping the entire estate, rendering the outside world inaudible. Your Highness, Miss Jiang, I shall fetch you some tea, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Before long, he reemerged with a tea tray, and Jiang Yuli had already removed her veil, allowing Xiao Fan to finally behold her visage. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Jiang Yuli possessed an extraordinary beauty. In both past and present lives, Xiao Fan had encountered numerous stunning women, yet only Qin Xian could rival Jiang Yuli's allure. Albeit by a hair's breadth. If beauty were to be scored out of 100, Xiao Fan would rate Qin Xian a 99 and Jiang Yuli a 98. Xiao Fan, compose a poem to describe Yuli. Qin Xian suggested, aware that Jiang Yuli now recognized him as a woman, thus allowing her to be addressed directly. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. If I am not mistaken, Miss Yuli, your family hails from the north. Having only recently arrived in Shengjing City, Jiang Yuli nodded slightly. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and then recited, in the northern land dwells a beauty unparalleled and solitary. One glance captivates a city. A second beguiles a nation. A faint blush graced Jiang Yuli's cheeks as she replied, young Master Xiao, you flatter me. Before His Highness, I am but insignificant. Qin Xian furrowed his brow, cautioning, Yuli, tread carefully with your words. Speaking freely is one thing, but should others learn of this, it could lead to grave complications. As I have previously explained, for the sake of the empire and your family, sacrifices must be made. Xiao Fan has been meticulously chosen for you. I trust you will find common ground. Jiang Yuli nodded gently. If Qin Xian were a man pushing her towards another man, Jiang Yuli would undoubtedly resist. Viewing it as an affront, however, as she was also a woman, her options were limited. Even if Qin Xian wished to consummate their union, it would be unfeasible. The Jiang family was dependent on the imperial lineage. Should the royal family fall, their demise would surely follow. War would bring untold suffering and countless civilian casualties. Xiao Fan was a fine specimen, well versed in literature, making him an admirable choice. Though Jiang Yuli felt a slight disappointment at his lack of cultivation, he was merely an ordinary person. Her grandfather was a revered general, a war god of the empire, and her own talents were formidable, having reached the spirit sea level before turning 18. Xiao Fan, should this situation become public, your life may be in jeopardy. Yet, should you find yourself sharing a bed with Yuli, it could be deemed your fortune. Could you encapsulate this fortune in a line of poetry? Qin Xian spoke softly, striving to create an opportunity for Xiao Fan to connect with Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli flashed slightly. Your Highness, is this how you typically pose such casual challenges? This may prove difficult. Qin Xian laughed. I certainly cannot conjure anything of merit. I lack that ability, but Xiao Fan has yet to be stamped by poetry. Xiao Fan, you have 10 breaths to respond. Xiao Fan turned to Jiang Yuli. Miss Yuli, what do you think of this line? A century's cultivation grants passage on the same boat. A millennium's endeavor allows us to share the same bed. Jiang Yuli was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she silently repeated the lines twice. This couplet was indeed exquisite. Qin Xian marveled inwardly, impressed that Xiao Fan could craft such timeless verses in a mere instant. Xiao Fan, could you not ponder a moment longer? Your swiftness makes it seem as if I colluded with you to cheat, Qin Xian said with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Yuli quickly interjected. Your Highness, how could I ever suspect you of cheating? You have no need for such subterfuge. As the Crown Prince, even if he insisted that Jiang Yuli and Xiao Fan consummate their relationship, she would not dare defy his command. Qin Xian waved his hand. Yuli, why not pose a question to test Xiao Fan? My talents pale in comparison to yours, and many of my challenges have failed to stamp him. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yuli said, young Master Xiao, I shall not ask for a poem but rather propose a couplet for you to complete. How does that sound? Xiao Fan smiled. Miss Yuli, I shall give it a try. If I fail to match it, I hope you will not take offense. Jiang Yuli nodded slightly. My first line is, the silkworm weaves its cocoon and draws silk, crafting satin to warm the world. Both Xiao Fan and Qin Xian pondered deeply. After half a minute, Xiao Fan declared, Miss Yuli, might this suffice? The wolf's pen writes with fervor, crafting splendid literary works to be shared across the realm. Jiang Yuli's eyes brightened. Young Master Shao, you possess great talent. Qin Xian chuckled. Yuli, Shao Fan's prowess in poetry and couplets is indeed remarkable. Continue your exchange, I shall take a moment to rest. With that, Qin Xian reclined on a chair in the courtyard. Half an hour passed, then Shao Fan and Jiang Yuli found much common ground in their conversation. Jiang Yuli's reputation as a talented woman was well deserved. And Shao Fan was no slouch either. In his past life, he had witnessed the flourishing of ancient poetry in Huaguo, and as a top student in the Chinese department, he had encountered countless classical poems. Many of those poems had slipped from his memory, but with the cultivation of the chaotic profound art, his recollection had markedly improved. We shall conclude for today, Qin Xian announced, rising to his feet. As the crown prince, his daily affairs were numerous and his time was limited. Young Master Shao, I have learned much from our conversation. Thank you. Jiang Yuli stood and bowed respectfully. Miss Yuli, you are always welcome to return. Shao Fan replied with a smile. Chapter 5 of Achieving Full Circle in Cultivation. After Qin Xian's departure, Shao Fan felt a surge of joy. He had never anticipated Jiang Yuli's beauty to be so exceptional. Her stunning appearance, coupled with her noble lineage and formidable cultivation, made her utterly flawless. With over 50 days remaining until the wedding, Shao Fan resolved to elevate his strength as much as possible during that time. Jiang Yuli was impeccable in every regard, but her future role as the crown princess added a layer of complexity. Any misstep could spell disaster for him. Should danger arise, an enhanced cultivation level would afford him some means of defense, preventing him from being entirely helpless. With the system space at his disposal, he decided to endure for a few more days, then focus on his training, hoping to acquire valuable rewards in due course. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Qin Xian neither visited Shao Fan nor did Shao Fan leave the villa. Meals were consistently delivered to him. As a prince's scholar, he enjoyed a decent standard of living, with provisions provided and a generous monthly stipend. After 10 days, Jiang Yuli and Qin Xian found themselves in another part of the prince's residence. Once the others had departed, only Jiang Yuli and Qin Xian remained. Yuli, what are your thoughts on Shao Fan? Qin Xian inquired. If you find him unsatisfactory, do not feel compelled. I can persuade my father to intervene and have him forget all of this. In truth, if Jiang Yuli were dissatisfied, Qin Zhentian would likely opt for a more severe solution, potentially leading to Shao Fan's covert execution. Given Qin Zhentian's strength, erasing memories would pose little difficulty. However, death would be a far more effective means of ensuring secrecy. Your Highness, I believe young Master Shao is quite admirable, Jiang Yuli replied. Does young Master Shao truly lack any talent for cultivation? If he does, living beyond 100 years would be a challenge. Jiang Yuli spoke, already possessing spirit sea-level cultivation, granting her a lifespan of 200 years, with the potential for even greater heights in the future. At the Shenzhen level, one could live 300 years, a martial king could reach 500, while a martial emperor might achieve a millennium. A martial emperor could boast a lifespan of 2000 years. Indeed, Qin Xian nodded slightly. I once dedicated myself to cultivation and received decent techniques upon entering the prince's residence, yet I have made little progress. Last year, I had someone assess my condition, and it was determined that my physique is unsuitable for cultivation. At this point, Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Why Yuli, as you are to become my crown princess, you must not allow yourself to develop feelings for him. Jiang Yuli hurriedly replied, Your Highness, I understand. Qin Xian nodded. It is good that you recognize this. Should you develop feelings for him, your gaze may betray you. The prince's residence undoubtedly housed powerful forces with spies embedded within. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will never allow myself to feel for him, Jiang Yuli promised. Qin Xian spoke solemnly. Regarding my circumstances, you must not share anything with your parents, it would only serve to distress them. Understood, Jiang Yuli affirmed. The more individuals who are aware of such matters, the greater the risk of exposure. Allow me to escort you from the estate. Do not visit too frequently, once every 10 days should suffice. Before the wedding you may meet with Xiao Fan 4 or 5 times. Your Highness, I believe it unnecessary to meet that often. Too many encounters might raise suspicion, Jiang Yuli countered. Qin Xian chuckled lightly. Yuli, it seems you are quite pleased with Xiao Fan considering that you do not require additional meetings for clarity. Jiang Yuli's expression turned bittersweet as she shook her head. I once thought I would become your crown princess and bear your children. But given the current circumstances I have little to complain about. I do not harbor any dislike towards young Master Xiao, let it be as it is. Qin Xian remained silent for a moment. Then spoke Yulik. Your designation as crown princess is a debt owed by both my father and me. Once you assume that role, you will receive all the proper treatment that accompanies it. Your Highness, should your situation be revealed one day, our Jiang family will undoubtedly face a storm of turmoil. I hope you will protect us, Jiang Yuli implored. Qin Xian replied gravely, if such a day were to come, it would not only be your family facing turmoil, the entire nation would be in peril. We must do everything in our power to avert such a scenario. Jiang Yuli nodded, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I take my leave. I and the Dragon Empire, the currency in circulation is not gold or silver, but rather the dragon coin, which contains a special metal known as star gold. Star gold is the essential material for crafting exceptional weapons and possesses considerable intrinsic value. With varying concentrations in coins of different denominations. As the Crown Prince's attendant Xiao Fan receives a monthly stipend of 3,000 dragon coins, equivalent in purchasing power to 15,000 Hua Yuan from his previous life. In the bustling city of Shengjing, a monthly salary of 3,000 dragon coins is not particularly high. However, the prince's residence provides all meals and lodging, allowing Xiao Fan to save all his earnings. He has already accumulated a deposit of 100,000 dragon coins. Previously, Xiao Fan's plan was to save more money, leave Shengjing, and settle down in a small town to marry and raise a family. However, with the awakening of the system and the tasks assigned by the Crown Prince, his original plan was rendered obsolete. Yet Xiao Fan finds himself relishing this change, after all, having traversed to another world. Could he truly lead a mundane existence? System sign in, Xiao Fan thought to himself, having just finished bathing and changing. It had been 10 days since his last sign-in, surely he would receive something valuable this time. A sense of nervous anticipation gripped him. If after waiting 10 days he were to receive something worthless, it would be disheartening. Soon, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 years of foundational cultivation. After some digestion, your cultivation will reach the peak of Qi gathering. Xiao Fan felt a powerful force surge into his body, rapidly flowing into the nebula within his mind. The world tree exuded a tremendous, swiftly absorbing much of the power. System is a decade of cultivation only sufficient to reach the peak of Qi gathering? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. Qin Xian is 20 years old and already possesses the cultivation level of Xian Dan. She has only cultivated for 20 years at most, the system explained. Host, do you believe that an ordinary person and Qin Xian would achieve the same results after a year of cultivation? Qin Xian possesses extraordinary talent and abundant resources. Her 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to several decades for an average person. The 10 years of foundational cultivation corresponds to the progress of an ordinary cultivator over a decade. It is a unit of measurement akin to meters, kilograms, or milliliters. Realization dawned on Xiao Fan. IC system, how was my luck with this sign-in? Xiao Fan asked. The system responded coolly, host, your luck this time is average. Xiao Fan exhaled in relief. That was acceptable. He had feared the system might declare his luck extraordinarily good. Having gained 10 years of cultivation in 10 days means he cultivates at a pace far surpassing that of Qin Xian. As my cultivation improves, the benefits I receive will only increase, Xiao Fan mused inwardly, a faint smile gracing his face. Chapter 6, The Valiant General of the Empire System. If I were to receive some worthless items, Could I sacrifice them to gain specific benefits? How significant is the difference between direct sign-ins and sacrifices? Xiao Fan asked in his mind. The system replied, host, if you sacrifice 10 items, the chance of receiving a specified type of benefit will be approximately 30%. It is not recommended unless the items are truly unnecessary. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. While 30% was on the lower side, it still provided an opportunity to obtain targeted benefits. If I endure for 3 to 5 years, I will undoubtedly reach the level of a martial emperor, at which point I may have no rivals across the Holy Spirit continent. Xiao Fan reflected contentedly. System, I possess the title of King of Endurance, which provides additional bonuses. Have these sign-ins contributed to my enhancements? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The system responded, host, there is indeed an enhancement. However, the duration of your endurance at the start was brief, resulting in a minimal increase. The longer you endure, the greater the enhancement. Xiao Fan remarked, system, as long as I refrain from taking action, does that count as enduring? I am not required to remain cooped up in the prince's residence. That is correct. Xiao Fan felt a sense of relief. Although he could endure a year or so within the prince's residence, he occasionally yearned to stroll through the bustling streets outside. He is the crown prince's attendant, not a prisoner, and can leave the palace. Steamed buns, large and fragrant steamed buns, high-quality beast hides for sale at a bargain price. Freshly made elixirs, one can equate to a month's worth of cultivation time. If you don't buy, your enemies might. Upon reaching the bustling streets, Xiao Fan was greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The capital of the Dragon Empire, Shengjing, is one of the most prosperous cities on the Holy Spirit continent. Boasting a staggering population of 30 million. Shengjing is fortified by a formidable city defense array, deterring even martial emperor-level experts from causing trouble there. System, if I consume these elixirs, will they enhance my cultivation? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The system cautioned, host, it is not advisable to casually purchase and consume elixirs from outside. Some may contain significant levels of elixir toxins. Such toxins can harm potential and affect lifespan. Theoretically, a top-tier martial emperors can live for up to 2,000 years, yet in reality, very few live past a millennium. One reason is that battles inflict injuries, and even after recovery, these wounds can impact longevity. The influence of elixir toxins is also considerable. Xiao Fan asked in his mind, are the elixirs obtained through sign-ins free of toxins? Indeed, the elixirs received from sign-ins are of perfect quality. As long as they are not consumed indiscriminately, there will be no adverse effects. A faint smile spread across Xiao Fan's face. This is quite promising. It seems my system is reliable. Waiter, please brew a cup of spirit bud. Xiao Fan entered a reputable tea house. He had visited this establishment before, albeit infrequently, and previously opted for more ordinary tea leaves. A cup of spirit bud costs 100 dragon coins, which most cannot afford. Xiao Fan indulged slightly today due to his good spirits. Coming right up, esteemed guest, the waiter replied with enthusiasm. Soon, a large cup of tea was served, the ceramic cup appearing far more elegant than the glass cups of his past life. The delicate tea leaves swirled in the water, releasing a faint hint of spiritual energy. Spirit bud is a low-grade spiritual tea, and consuming it offers minimal benefits to cultivators. Xiao Fan had heard of exceptional spiritual teas, such as enlightenment tea, which significantly increases the chance of breaking through bottlenecks. However, even the crown prince cannot casually drink enlightenment tea. It is reserved for moments of substantial hindrance in cultivation. Esteemed guests, today I shall recount the tale of the valiant general of the empire, an elderly storyteller proclaimed from the high platform in the tea house. Yes, I love hearing stories about the general of the empire. Miss Yuli will soon become the crown princess. This is a fitting topic. Numerous patrons chimed in. Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze from the window. He would soon be sharing a bed with Jiang Yuli. So learning about the valiant general of the empire seemed prudent. The storyteller began his tale, having honed his craft over decades, his delivery marked by a rhythmic cadence that captivated even those familiar with the story. Jiang Laotai is indeed formidable, Xiao Fan mused. While the storyteller may have exaggerated slightly, it likely wasn't too far from the truth. Jiang Yuli's grandfather was undoubtedly a legendary general. Jiang Yuli's grandfather, Jiang Qian, had attained great fortune on a spiritual mountain, entering seclusion there for 200 years. Upon emerging, he was already a late-stage martial emperor. 80 years ago, the northern borders of the Dragon Empire faced threats from the demon clan. Jiang Qian wielded a silver spear and charged into the north, penetrating the northern demon ridge 7 times. The corpses of the demons he slaughtered could form a small mountain. 60 years ago, chaos erupted in the western regions, leading to the deaths of many merchants from the Dragon Empire. Jiang Qian led 100,000 elite soldiers to sweep through the entire west. He decapitated hundreds of emperors, chieftains, and clan leaders, ensuring that the trade routes to the west remained unobstructed. 53 years ago, Emperor Qin Zhentian passed away. At that time, Qin Zhentian had not yet attained the level of martial emperor, and the empire was unstable. It was Jiang Qian who quelled the rebellion. It is said that Miss Yuli is incredibly beautiful. She and the crown prince are a perfect match. The fortune of the Dragon Empire is flourishing. Miss Yuli has already reached the level of the Spirit Sea. Her talent is remarkable and she may become a martial emperor in the future. We hope she conceives an imperial grandson soon after marrying the crown prince, further solidifying the Dragon Empire's stability. Many patrons engaged in lively discussions. Xiao Fan pondered. It seems unlikely that Jiang Yuli and the crown prince will conceive an imperial grandson. If Qin Zhentian cannot recover and have another son, perhaps only Qin Xian will become the empress. To prevent the emperor from becoming power-hungry, the Dragon Empire's emperors are limited to a maximum reign of 60 years. Qin Zhentian has ruled for 53 years. Xiao Fan considered internally. 53 years is already quite long, although the limit is 60 years. A few emperors in the Dragon Empire serve a full term, with the majority not exceeding 55 years. Thus, Qin Zhentian has only 7 years left. Given the long duration without another child, it seems improbable to conceive in such a short time. Wait, deducting the pregnancy period leaves only 6 years. Xiao Fan mused. The likelihood of Qin Xian becoming empress is quite high. He speculated that by then it is very likely Qin Xian will ascend to the throne, postponing matters until Qin Zhentian recovers to have another son. This plan seems promising, yet if the news of Qin Xian being a woman were to leak, the entire scheme would fall apart. The royal family is not solely comprised of the Qin Zhentian line. Once the news is out, it is certain that more than one prince will vie for the throne. Regardless of who seizes power, they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Qin Zhentian, denying him any chance of a comeback. If Qin Zhentian were to die, so too would Qin Xian. The entirety of the prince's residence would surely face annihilation. Chapter 7 The Effects of Enlightenment. After finishing his tea and purchasing some daily necessities, Xiao Fan returned to the courtyard. Xiao Shidu, you are finally back. His Highness is calling for you. One of Qin Xian's personal guards exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Fan set down his belongings and inquired, Lu Gu, how long have you been here? The urgent voice of his personal guard, Xiao Shidu, interrupted. You needn't ask such questions. Hurry up, Miss Yuli is on her way, and you mustn't keep His Highness waiting. This guard, known as Lu Ping, had visited numerous times before. Xiao Fan nodded, and shortly thereafter he arrived outside the Shuxiong Pavilion, which served as Qin Xian's study. Having previously met Xiao Fan here, Qin Xian's voice called out from within, come in. Upon entering, Xiao Fan was greeted by Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli. Your Highness. Miss Yuli. Xiao Fan performed a respectful bow. Qin Xian nodded slightly, while Jiang Yuli rose to return the gesture. Qin Xian explained, the Shuxiong Pavilion is fortified with a powerful array. It is now active, ensuring that no sounds from within can be heard outside. Yuli, weren't you supposed to present some challenging couplets to stump Xiao Fan? You two may converse. I have numerous account books to review. The desk before Qin Xian was piled high with thick ledgers. If he were to examine them meticulously, it would take him a month to finish. Fortunately, his formidable abilities allowed him to scan through them swiftly under the veil of his powerful divine sense. However, discerning issues within them would prove to be a different matter entirely. Young Master Shao, I assure you, I do not intend to trouble you. I simply find myself at a loss for some couplets and seek your guidance. Jiang Yuli said. Shao Fan smiled and replied, Miss Yuli, I may not have the answers, but let us engage in a mutual exchange of knowledge. Please, go ahead. Qin Xian waved his hand. You may converse over there. The Shuxiang Pavilion was not merely a single room. They moved to an adjacent tea chamber where a faint, fragrant aroma greeted them. Young Master Shao, this is without tea. Drink plenty, it may aid your cultivation. Jiang Yuli offered, pouring a cup for him. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. He seldom indulged in without tea himself, only brewing a pot when Jiang Yuli was present. Shao Fan, an ordinary man, felt as if he were savoring a delicacy. Thank you, he said, taking a small sip. As the tea entered his system, Shao Fan immediately sensed the stirrings of the nebula in his mind, including the primordial tree within it. He felt his ability to digest the chaos profound technique significantly enhanced. If his prior speed was a mere 1, then after a sip of without tea, his rate soared to 100. The synergy between technique and cultivation was evident. Possessing a technique without the corresponding cultivation was futile, and vice versa. Young Master Shao, how does it taste? Jiang Yuli inquired. Delicious, Shao Fan replied, consuming the entirety of the tea in his cup. Alas, Jiang Yuli sighed inwardly. If Shao Fan possessed even a modicum of talent for cultivation, the tea would elicit some response, such as a noticeable acceleration in his absorption of spiritual energy. However, Shao Fan exhibited no such reaction. What Jiang Yuli could not know was that Shao Fan bore the title of Survivor King, and even a martial emperor-level expert would be unable to detect any anomaly in his presence. Young Master Shao, if you find it agreeable, do indulge further, Jiang Yuli encouraged. I have a couplet for you to try. As time passed, Shao Fan successfully crafted several couplets from Jiang Yuli's offerings. Consuming nearly half the pot of tea, Your Highness, what troubles you? Is there anything we can assist with? Shao Fan and Jiang Yuli returned to the room where Qin Xian was situated. Having finished the tea, Shao Fan prepared to take his leave. Qin Xian rubbed his temples, stating, I have an unsettling feeling regarding these account books. They seem off, yet they have been meticulously crafted to hide any discrepancies. I have scrutinized them twice and found nothing amiss. Shao Fan expressed his surprise. Your Highness, is it truly your duty to investigate such matters? Surely there are dedicated individuals for this task. Qin Xian frowned and replied, Indeed there are, but if I remain uninformed, it becomes all too easy for those below me to deceive me. The treasury's income is limited, and in a nation of this size, the need for funds is vast, making it impossible to accommodate too many parasites. If I am vigilant, even occasionally checking, those beneath me will be less audacious, and the number of parasites will dwindle significantly. Shao Fan gestured toward the account books. Your Highness, may I take a look? Qin Xian nodded. Please do. Shao Fan picked up a ledger, observing the densely packed entries, with income and expenditure muddled together, employing complex figures that resembled a chaotic mess. Even equipped with divine sense and a quick mind, he felt overwhelmed by the multitude of such ledgers. It was all too easy to conceal problematic accounts within such a tangle. Your Highness, I believe we could first revise the accounting method. I have a simpler counting technique in mind, Shao Fan suggested. Qin Xian's eyes brightened. Do tell. Shao Fan proceeded to teach Qin Xian and the others the Arabic numeral system, explaining addition, subtraction, multiplication, and the multiplication table. Your Highness, for instance, the number 100,864 can be inscribed as 108643. Wouldn't that make it immediately discernible? Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli exchanged astonished glances. Recognizing the immense value of Xiao Fan's straightforward method of counting, they were both well-educated, capable of appreciating the significance of this approach. Should it spread, Xiao Fan's name would be immortalized in history. Your Highness, with this simplified counting method, you can segregate all income on one side and all expenditures on the other. Any deficits will be immediately apparent. Qin Xian solemnly remarked. Xiao Fan, this is exceptional. It is enough to secure your place in history, but it will also attract envy. For now, it cannot be publicly disseminated. I can offer you other rewards. What would you like? Xiao Fan smiled. Your Highness, the tea I just enjoyed was delightful. Could I have a little more? I would like to brew some for myself. Certainly. Qin Xian nodded. Though Wudao tea was precious, it paled in comparison to the value of the counting method Xiao Fan had shared. While the method could not be widely circulated yet, Qin Xian could impart it to trusted confidants, allowing him to root out numerous corrupt officials. This is 1 or 2 portions of Wudao tea. You can brew 2 or 3 dozen cups from it. Though Wudao tea is rare, you may wish to use a little less each time. Qin Xian presented Xiao Fan with a small tea box. This amount of Wudao tea could easily fetch 100,000 Tianlong coins. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Fan, with the tea box in hand, quickly departed. Your Highness, you have struck gold. Jiang Yuli remarked with a smile. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a significant gain. Why has no one thought of such a simple method? Jiang Yuli responded. Many concepts are straightforward once elucidated. Yet without that clarity, one might ponder endlessly without resolution. That is true, Qin Xian considered. It appears Xiao Fan possesses a greater depth than I initially realized. It will be easier for you to accept him. Chapter 8. Minister of Works Xiao Chong. Upon returning to his private residence, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. Him. The Arabic numeral system seemed merely adequate, yet exchanging it for a portion or 2 of Wudao tea was well worth the trade. As the tea would facilitate his understanding of techniques more rapidly, elevating his strength sooner would enhance his safety. Days slipped by, and 10 more passed. Xiao Fan, aside from occasionally strolling through the market, refrained from stirring up trouble, intent on biding his time for a year and a half. As long as his cultivation advanced, the lifespan of a martial emperor could reach 2,000 years. There was no need for him to rush about. System sign in. Xiao Fan instructed mentally after bathing and changing. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of perfect grade Guiyuan pills. Consuming one will enhance your cultivation by 1 year. Effects will diminish for quantities exceeding 10. Pills have been stored in the system space. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Fan's consciousness delved into the system space, where he quickly spotted the bottle of pills, containing a total of 20. Consuming them all would grant him a total of 15 years of cultivation, quite a decent reward, better than the last time. Xiao Fan mused to himself, not expecting to hit the jackpot after only 2 or 3 serious attempts at drawing. System, how does this differ from drawing for cultivation directly? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The system replied, directly receiving cultivation can elevate it in a very short time. Such pills can only be consumed 1 per day. Additionally, direct cultivation rewards are exclusively for your use. The pills you obtain can be given to others. Xiao Fan nodded in understanding. In urgent situations, direct cultivation rewards would be preferable, however, given his current circumstances within the prince's residence, danger was not readily apparent, and no one had yet suspected the crown prince of any wrongdoing. Qin Xian wielded potent artifacts, and his acting skills were formidable. Xiao Fan had spent 3 years at the prince's residence without a hint of suspicion. Foolishness. Inside the prince's residence, Qin Xian's expression darkened. He had taught 2 trusted aides the Arabic numeral system and the new accounting method, and within just 10 days, they had uncovered several corrupt officials, one of whom held a high-ranking position in the court. Father, I have something to report. Qin Xian entered the palace to meet his father, Qin Zhentian. Xian, what has you so agitated? Qin Zhentian smiled. In his presence, Qin Xian transformed back to his true form. Father, Xiao Fan has taught me a new counting method. Qin Xian explained the method to Qin Zhentian. I had several trusted aides examine some ledgers, and I discovered that a few individuals have embezzled significant sums, with Minister of Works Zhao Chong being particularly egregious. As he spoke, he produced a dossier from his special artifact. Father, please take a look. Qin Zhentian reviewed the documents, his brow furrowing in concern. He was aware of Minister of Works Zhao Chang's corruption, but he was utterly unprepared for the severity of Zhao's malfeasance. Shen Xian, are you absolutely certain? Qin Zhentian inquired in a grave tone. Qin Xian nodded affirmatively. Father, considering that Zhao Chong holds the position of Minister of Works, I feared there might be an error, so I personally conducted a thorough investigation. He has embezzled over 80 million Tianlong coins. Qin Zhentian's expression darkened. 80 million is merely what has been uncovered. Undoubtedly, there is much more that remains hidden. Zhao Chang's total embezzlement may well reach several hundred million Tianlong coins. Further, if Zhao Chang is capable of such extensive corruption, how much more has been siphoned off by other corrupt officials in our Tianlong Empire? Qin Xian expressed her indignation. While the Tianlong Empire was undeniably powerful, its treasury was far from abundant, and many issues lacked adequate funding for resolution. If there were fewer parasites, or if they were to be eradicated, the situation of the Tianlong Empire would be significantly improved, and the treasury would flourish. Shen Xian, I had no idea that Xiao Fan possessed such talents. Once you ascend to the throne, you may consider employing him. For now, it is best for him to remain discreet. Qin Zhentian advised. Qin Xian nodded. Father, my intention is to keep Xiao Fan's simplified accounting method confidential for the time being. We shall discreetly audit the accounts and eliminate some corrupt officials. Qin Zhentian slightly nodded. Shen Xian, let us first conduct our investigations in secrecy. For now, we shall refrain from taking action against Zhao Chang and prioritize your upcoming marriage. Indeed, Qin Xian concurred. With just over a month until her wedding to Jiang Yuli, time was of the essence, and it was not the appropriate moment for upheaval. As Minister of Works, Zhao Chang's corruption was bound to have wide-ranging implications, and a political earthquake at this juncture could jeopardize her nuptials. Is Jiang Yuli particularly averse to this situation? Qin Zhentian inquired. Qin Xian shook her head. She is quite pragmatic and does not seem overly opposed. Besides, Xiao Fan's conduct has been commendable. Shen Xian, you must urgently familiarize yourself with various state affairs. Your time is limited, Qin Zhentian remarked solemnly. Qin Xian gazed at her father in surprise. Father, why do you say that? A hint of worry flickered in Qin Zhentian's eyes. Lately, I have felt an unsettling restlessness. I must retreat into seclusion soon to strive for the later stages of martial emperor. After your marriage, you will need to formally manage state affairs. In a year or so, I will hand the throne over to you. As I aim to reach the later stages of martial emperor within 2 years, Qin Xian felt a surge of anxiety. Father, is the situation truly that urgent? I had anticipated you would remain on the throne for another 6 or 7 years. Certainly 3 to 5 years should be manageable, yet it seems only a year or so remains. Many aspire to become emperor, but Qin Xian harbored no such desires. Qin Zhentian's brow furrowed deeply. Our ancestor has been in the primordial secret realm for 6 years. The longer one remains, the greater the danger. It is likely that something has transpired with our ancestor. Qin Xian attempted to reassure him. Father, do not be overly concerned. Our royal family boasts numerous formidable experts. We are not solely reliant on our ancestor. Indeed, Qin Zhentian replied with a slight nod. As long as no issues arise on your end, and your identity remains concealed, the stability within the royal family can be maintained and the situation remains manageable. I understand, Father. At Xiao Chang's residence, the 3 chief stewards approached him respectfully. Master, one of them, Jiang Jingwu, addressed Zhao Cheng, who was immersed in his cultivation and disliked being disturbed. There is indeed a matter to discuss, Jiang Jingwu continued. Zhao Cheng did not immediately rise, continuing his practice as a colossal fire serpentine dragon coiled around him. Merging with his Bing.as, the Minister of Works Zhao Cheng was also a formidable martial sovereign, just a step away from becoming a martial emperor. Unfortunately, that step could be taken swiftly with good fortune. Or it might take hundreds of years with ill fate. What is it? Zhao Cheng inquired after concluding his practice. Jiang Jingwu replied, Master, the Crown Prince has been auditing accounts and has traced matters back to you. Seemingly employing a new accounting method. Zhao Cheng's eyes narrowed. The Crown Prince visited the palace today, Jiang Jingwu added. Zhao Cheng's eyes gleamed with intensity. The Crown Prince's visit to the palace at this time suggested he had uncovered something significant. Where did he acquire this new accounting method? Zhao Cheng asked. Master Shonan mentioned that it was provided by the Crown Prince's tutor, Shao Fan. Jiang Jingwu disclosed. Zhao Cheng scoffed. That mere tutor of the Crown Prince is courting death. Jiang Jingwu inquired, Master, shall we deal with him? Zhao Cheng frowned. There is no immediate rush, given that he proposed the method just before this incident. His Majesty and the Crown Prince will undoubtedly suspect me. And Shonan may also become exposed. Jiang Jingwu nodded. Master, shall I continue to investigate? Indeed, with the Crown Prince's wedding just over a month away, His Majesty is unlikely to take action against me at this moment. Ensure you ascertain the full details, Zhao Cheng instructed. Jiang Jingwu respectfully affirmed, Yes, Master. I will undoubtedly clarify the situation and seek an opportune moment to eliminate Shao Fan. Zhao Cheng waved him off, and Jiang Jingwu promptly took his leave. Zhao Cheng consumed a precious pill, one he could scarcely afford without extensive embezzlement. As days passed, the Crown Prince's wedding approached, and the city of Shengjing grew increasingly lively, drawing visitors from across the nation and even from foreign lands. As the sole son of Qin Zhentian, Prince Qin Xian's ascension to the throne was a foregone conclusion, and his marriage was a momentous event for the entire Holy Spirit continent. Young Master, you are truly a paragon of excellence. I admire the culture of the Tianlong Empire and hold its men in high regard. Might I have the pleasure of engaging in intimate conversation with you? A foreign maiden approached Shao Fan boldly, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Upon catching a whiff of it, Shao Fan felt an impulsive urge welling up within him. At that moment, a tremor ran through the primordial tree of the cosmos within his mind, and his urge was swiftly suppressed. System, is there something amiss with that fragrance? Shao Fan inquired mentally. The system's voice responded coolly, not only is the fragrance problematic, but the individual herself is also a concern. Engaging with her intimately would surely result in your demise. Shao Fan's heart raced with alarm. So, all the talk of admiring the Tianlong Empire's culture is merely a ruse. She is likely an assassin with the intent to kill me. The likelihood that the Crown Prince or Jiang Yuli had orchestrated this was slim. With less than a month until Qin Xian's wedding, it would be challenging to find a more suitable target for assassination at such short notice. Furthermore, would the Crown Prince resort to such despicable means to eliminate him? I regret to inform you that I am not interested. Please seek someone else for your nocturnal discussions, Shao Fan replied coldly before turning to leave. The bustling streets reassured him. He was not concerned that the woman would attack him outright, as any sudden movement would surely draw the attention of nearby powerful individuals. Upon returning to the Crown Prince's residence, Shao Fan exhaled in relief. How could someone possibly attempt to assassinate me? He pondered, frowning. He had not provoked anyone, and, as the Crown Prince's tutor, others would hardly dare to harm him. Killing a mere tutor of the Crown Prince, or even a dog within the Crown Prince's estate, could easily lead to a decade of imprisonment if discovered. Could it be related to the simplified accounting method? Shao Fan speculated. The matter concerning Jiang Yuli was a closely guarded secret, and at present no one should be aware of it, as the likelihood of her wishing him harm was low. Beyond that, he could only surmise that the revelation of his accounting method had likely alerted some individuals. There might be spies from other factions within the Crown Prince's residence system. Initiate the sign-in, Shao Fan commanded within his mind. It had been 9 days since his last sign-in, and he anticipated receiving something worthwhile. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the physique of immunity to poisons, rendering most poisons ineffective against you. Even the most potent toxins will only affect you for a limited time. This reward is accompanied by 5 years of cultivation. The system's voice echoed in Shao Fan's mind. Almost immediately, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, as every cell underwent a significant transformation, and the cosmic tree within his mind eagerly absorbed the power of cultivation. Is this latest sign-in better than usual? Shao Fan mused. Indeed, host, you have won a rare jackpot this time. The physique of immunity to poisons is quite exceptional, the system replied. How does this reward compare in terms of cultivation years? Shao Fan inquired. Approximately 100 years, the system answered. Shao Fan felt a surge of excitement. This reward was indeed substantial, and the prospect of signing in for 100 years of cultivation in the future seemed entirely feasible. With such a physique, does that mean I have grown stronger? Will the chances of receiving good rewards from future sign-ins improve? Host, the results of sign-ins are correlated with your cultivation level. This particular reward does not significantly enhance your strength. Nor does it have a substantial impact, the system clarified. Shao Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. Given that I have been targeted for assassination, I must inform the Crown Prince, but if I go to him immediately, it may arouse suspicion. He contemplated. He decided to wait until the following day to seek an audience with Qin Xian. Speak freely. I assure you, there are no ears to overhear us, Qin Xian said while writing. His calligraphy strong and impressive. Shao Fan harbored a tinge of envy in this regard. Having practiced calligraphy since his youth, he found his skills to be vastly inferior when compared to Qin Xian. On one hand, there was the matter of innate talent, and on the other, Qin Xian had the advantage of a top-tier instructor, while he could only rely on self-study, making it exceedingly difficult to attain such proficiency in calligraphy. Your Highness, a rather peculiar situation has arisen. Yesterday, a woman approached me on the street. Shao Fan recounted the events of the previous day. Qin Xian furrowed her brow as she set down her brush. Do you suspect she was targeting you? Our Tianlong Empire is quite formidable. Occurrences of this nature are not uncommon, Shao Fan replied. Your Highness, if that woman posed a threat, it would indicate that there may be spies from other factions within the prince's residence. I have never encountered such a situation before. Qin Xian spoke calmly. Shao Fan, you may be overly anxious with my impending wedding. There are indeed more visitors from foreign lands, while it is prudent to exercise caution. There is no need for excessive worry. For safety's sake, you should refrain from leaving the prince's residence for the time being. Shao Fan nodded in agreement. Qin Xian smiled. I have written a poem for you. Do take a look and see if I have made any errors. Shao Fan approached Qin Xian. System sign-in, he thought to himself. It had been a day since his last sign-in, and he wished to test the efficacy of signing in at the Book Fragrance Pavilion. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level calligraphy, the system's voice echoed in his mind. A wealth of information surged into Shao Fan's consciousness, which he absorbed at a rapid pace. He felt his understanding of calligraphy had increased tenfold or more. System, does the environment or the people around affect the sign-in results? Shao Fan inquired. Host, 2 or more factors will have an impact, the system responded. What factors influenced this sign-in? Shao Fan asks. The first influencing factor is that you are in the Book Fragrance Pavilion, where there are numerous works of renowned calligraphy displayed on the walls. The second factor is Qin Xian. Her cultivation level and status are considerable, and her calligraphy skills are commendable as well. Shao Fan continued. What is the standard of master-level calligraphy? Master-level calligraphy is already quite impressive. Qin Xian herself is at the master level, the system replied. System, I feel as though my calligraphy has surpassed hers. Xiao Fan asserted, host, you have attained a certain skill, reaching a perfect standard directly, you are now at the master level of completion, while Qin Xian barely reaches the master level, thus your calligraphy is indeed superior. Chapter 10, Master Level Calligraphy. Your Highness, your calligraphy is truly exquisite, Xiao Fan praised. With his calligraphy now reaching the master level of completion, he could appreciate Qin Xian's work with greater clarity. Her skills were indeed impressive, far surpassing his previous attempts, which would have never allowed him to reach master level through mere trial and error. Xiao Fan, can you discern the good from the bad? Your poetry is remarkable, but your calligraphy is rather average. In the future I shall find you a teacher so you may practice diligently. Qin Xian jested lightly, confident in her own skills. She noted that achieving master-level calligraphy by the age of 20 was a rarity within the Tianlong Empire. Xiao Fan felt a surge of inspiration and replied, Your Highness, my calligraphy is quite decent. I am merely creating a new script. I have not dedicated much time to practicing the current characters. The official script of the Tianlong Empire bore some resemblance to the characters of ancient Huogua, yet significant differences existed. If he could popularize the ancient Huogua script within the Tianlong Empire, he would feel a profound sense of familiarity in this distant foreign land. Creating a new script, Qin Xian gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. The Tianlong Empire had specialized academies for this purpose, but they could only make gradual improvements to the existing characters. Indeed, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. The vast territories of the Tianlong Empire had disparate scripts, and rivalry existed between regions. Qin Xian acknowledged certain areas were once part of different nations and ethnic groups, each with their own writing systems. Even after their incorporation into the Tianlong Empire, unifying the script remains a formidable challenge. Xiao Fan mused, what if there were an entirely new and superior script? If all transitioned to it, they would have no grounds for resistance. In fact, to seize the initiative, they might even fully advocate for it. Qin Xian contemplated for a moment. Ultimately, it boils down to issues of interest. If they were required to adopt the official script, it would be detrimental to them. However, if a new script were introduced, everyone would start from the same baseline, and many would indeed welcome it. Yet, creating a new script is no simple feat. There have been past attempts by nations in this regard, all of which ended in failure. Writing is a vessel of culture, not something that can be conjured at will. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. The fact that the Tianlong Empire had previously attempted such endeavors indicated that his aspirations were indeed attainable. Your Highness, may I write a few characters for you to see? Xiao Fan smiled. Qin Xian made space for him. Please proceed. I have provided the finest wolf hair brush, exquisite tribute paper, and top-tier spiritual ink. Having reached the master level of completion in calligraphy, Xiao Fan approached the threshold of artistic conception. He took the brush and meditated for a while before writing. The heavens move vigorously, a gentleman strives unceasingly, the earth is vast, a gentleman carries virtue. Xiao Fan quickly penned the lines, and a magnificent aura soared skyward. He felt as if he had pierced through a veil. His comprehension of calligraphy and artistic conception deepened significantly. Qin Xian stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. As a master-level calligrapher herself, she could discern that Xiao Fan's calligraphy had transcended the master level upon completing these lines. Calligraphy Grandmaster, Qin Xian could hardly believe her eyes. She had always perceived Xiao Fan's skills as mediocre, yet now, in her presence, his calligraphy had evidently reached the realm of the Grandmaster. Knowing Xiao Fan was merely half a year her senior, she found it surreal that a 20-year-old could attain such mastery in calligraphy. Immersed in the euphoria of his breakthrough, Xiao Fan took a moment to gather himself. Your Highness, I did not expect to achieve this breakthrough at such a moment. I apologize for my rudeness, he hastily said. Qin Xian shook her head. To witness a calligraphy master ascend to the level of Grandmaster is a remarkable experience for me as well. While I cannot comprehend the meaning of your writing, I can sense a profound and righteous aura. your words carry the essence of truth. I and the Tianlong Empire literature serves as a vehicle for conveying the Tao, encompassing not just reason but also the ability of words to embody the principles of heaven and earth. Show me the character for kill. Qin Xian commanded. Xiao Fan had just written a sentence and she wished to see if a single character could encapsulate such profound meaning. Xiao Fan contemplated briefly before swiftly writing the traditional character for kill. Having achieved Grandmaster level calligraphy, he was able to integrate artistic conception more effectively into the character. Upon seeing this character, Qin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Excellent, very good. Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. The characters created by some individuals from the Tianlong Empire in the past failed to convey such a powerful essence, yet yours has accomplished it. Moreover, the character is well proportioned and aesthetically pleasing. How many characters have you created? Qin Xian inquired. Xiao Fan replied with a smile, Your Highness, I have already created the majority of them, within a year and a half at most, or 3 to 5 years at the slowest. I should be able to complete the rest. Qin Xian gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. She had assumed he had only created a few characters and would require considerable time, yet it appeared he had already completed the majority. Xiao Fan, if I were to become emperor in the future, I would promote the characters you have created nationwide should I find them worthy. Qin Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. The unification of the written language across the entire nation would be an immense achievement for her. Ensuring her name would be gloriously recorded in history, with a unified script, communication across regions would become more convenient, accelerating the integration of various ethnic groups, ultimately fostering a more cohesive nation. The benefits of this were too numerous to elaborate. Thank you, Your Highness, Xiao Fan replied calmly. He had no need to create the characters, as he could write them all out now, but he was determined not to reveal his full capabilities until he had bolstered his strength. This was a safeguard. While Qin Xian treated him fairly well, he shared a bed with the crown princess, thus he had to retain some leverage in case she ever sought to eliminate him. Xiao Fan, what do those 2 lines mean? Qin Xian directed her gaze towards the lines he had written earlier. Xiao Fan recited them aloud. Qin Xian silently repeated them twice, and her eyes widened in astonishment. These lines possessed the potential to be immortalized through the ages. Xiao Fan, how about I assign you 2 guards? They can ensure your safety when you leave the prince's residence, Qin Xian suggested. If Xiao Fan's talents were purely in poetry, she would not have felt it necessary to take such precautions. However, given his earlier demonstration of a simplified counting method and now the creation of a new script, she recognized the potential significance of his abilities. Your Highness, let us discuss this after your wedding. If I were to have guards now, it would draw too much attention to me, Xiao Fan replied. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Then you shall remain within the prince's residence for the time being, and please write out all the characters you have created thus far along with their corresponding official script. Xiao Fan had not yet written many characters, and Qin Xian was eager to see more. Furthermore, documenting them would ensure that if anything were to happen to Xiao Fan, his creations would not be lost, which could prove crucial for the Tianlong Empire. Understood, Your Highness, Xiao Fan acknowledged, departing. At just 20 years old, possessing Grandmaster level calligraphy, excelling in poetry, and capable of creating a new script, could this young man truly be the reincarnation of the literary star? Qin Xian mused to herself, shaking her head. As she gazed at Xiao Fan's writing, she felt a pang of disappointment. Once proud of her own skills, she now found her master-level calligraphy to pale in comparison to Xiao Fan's grandmaster-level work. Chapter 11, finally reaching the Vortex Realm. Upon returning from Qin Xian's side, Xiao Fan brewed himself a cup of enlightenment tea. For several days now, he had been consuming a cup of enlightenment tea and a perfect grade returning yuan pill each day. A total of 20 Gu yuan pills, when consumed entirely, would yield 15 years of cultivation, coupled with the additional 5 years of cultivation from the body that is immune to all poisons. I would ultimately attain 30 years of cultivation, Shaofan mused internally. System, how many years of cultivation are required to reach the pinnacle of? The system responded, host, 10 years of cultivation culminates in the completion of 30 years leads to the pinnacle, and 90 years results in perfection. A faint smile graced Shaofan's countenance as he consumed the final few Gu Yuan pills. With this, his cultivation would reach the pinnacle of, and he might even achieve the initial stage of. After all, he was also engaged in his own cultivation, possessing the chaos profound art as his cultivation method, combined with having consumed the Enlightenment tea. His rate of advancement would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary practitioners. Initially, his dream was to become a martial emperor-level powerhouse, but gradually, his aspirations had been tempered. Martial sovereign, martial king, Shen, then spirit seeker Tian Gang, and now he had not lowered his expectations any further. If one could not even reach the realm, what was the point of traversing the martial world? It would be wiser to live the life of an ordinary person. The realm requires over 30 years of cultivation. With perseverance, an ordinary practitioner can indeed attain this level. Knock, knock. The courtyard door was rapped upon, prompting Shaofan to rise and open it. Standing outside was Lu Ping. Shao Shidu, His Highness has bestowed upon you a wolf hairbrush, a piece of spiritual ink, as well as some tribute paper. Congratulations, Shao Shidu, Lu Ping announced as he handed a large wooden box to Shaofan. He felt a twinge of envy. Qin Xian would one day be the emperor, and the fact that Qin Xian would grant such gifts to Shaofan indicated his regard for him. The future indeed holds limitless potential. Lu Gu, I must trouble you to make this trip, Shaofan replied with a smile as he accepted the wooden box. Lu Ping hastily replied, Shao Shidu, running errands for His Highness is merely my duty. I shall return to report. With that, Lu Ping departed and Shaofan closed the courtyard door. Opening the wooden box, inside lay a thick stack of tribute paper, accompanied by the spiritual ink and wolf hair brush. The combined value of these items was substantial. A high-quality wolf hair brush could easily be worth 10,000 Tianlong coins, while the spiritual ink was even more expensive, often costing tens of thousands of coins per piece. As for the tribute paper, it was simply unavailable for purchase in the market. Have they sent these supplies to ensure I do not slack off? Shaofan mused, for the sake of his own well-being. He would certainly not slack off initially, but after completing 2,000 words, he would undoubtedly indulge in idleness. The heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman strives incessantly. The earth is vast, and a gentleman bears great virtue. Qin Zhentian softly recited, his gaze fixed upon the characters inscribed by Qin Xian. These words could resonate through the ages. Qin Zhentian remarked. Qin Xian, now in feminine form, retrieved another sheet of paper from her special treasure. Father, please take a look at this one as well. Qin Zhentian unfurled the paper. He did not recognize any of the characters, but he could sense from their aura that the content was likely similar. Father, Shaofan claims he is creating an entirely new script and has completed a significant portion. What do you think of this script? Qin Xian inquired, presenting the character that Shaofan had crafted. Literature carries the Dao. Qin Zhentian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If all the characters he created possessed such caliber, perhaps he could unify the written language. Qin Xian nodded. He said it would take a year and a half at best, or 3 to 5 years at worst. I urged him to write out the characters he has already created, Qin Zhentian solemnly stated, while the simplified counting method may be a mere flash of inspiration. The creation of a script necessitates great wisdom. A talent of such magnitude is immensely valuable to the nation. If utilized well, its impact would rival that of the most elite martial emperor-level powerhouses. Qin Xian remarked, Father, I somewhat regret allowing him to share a chamber with Jiang Yuli. Qin Zhentian's expression shifted. Xian, you don't harbor feelings for him, do you? Qin Xian hastily replied, Of course not, I merely believe the situation carries considerable risk. Should anything happen to him, it would be a loss for the nation. Qin Zhentian stated, if your identity were exposed, even his prodigious talents would be of no avail. Do not dwell on this matter further. With only 20 days until your wedding, it is impossible to change partners. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Given the current circumstances, even if they were to change partners, it would not be feasible to eliminate Xiao Fan. Initially, only Xiao Fan was privy to this matter. Adding another person to the mix would be inconsequential. Furthermore, Jiang Yuli had already agreed to the arrangement. How would she feel if they were to change partners? Once you are wed to Jiang Yuli, allow Xiao Fan to showcase more of his talents. It will naturally lead to you placing greater importance on him, Qin Zhentian reflected after a moment. Qin Xian stated, I shall arrange for 2 guards to accompany him. Qin Zhentian nodded. Once he has written out the characters he has created, bring them to me, so we do not rejoice too early. Yes, father. Days swiftly passed, and as the date of Qin Xian's wedding approached, only half a month remained. Having consumed all the Guyuan pills, Xiao Fan's cultivation had reached the initial stage of a system sign-in. Xiao Fan commanded within his mind. With his cultivation now at the off, he had gained more time to bide his existence. If fortune favored him, he might obtain something valuable through signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring master-level chess skills. The system's voice faded, and a torrent of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, swiftly assimilated with the system's assistance. System, how did I acquire this? Through signing in? I wish to increase my cultivation, to augment my combat prowess, Xiao Fan expressed in his mind. Master-level chess skills were something that others might toil their entire lives to attain, yet for Xiao Fan, enhancing his cultivation was of paramount importance. The system explained. Host, the rewards you receive from signing in are random. If utilized skillfully, skills such as calligraphy and chess may expand your network or yield unexpected benefits. Xiao Fan pondered this. The system did make a valid point. With his cultivation now at the of, even a slight increase would not command any respect from others. No one would be the wiser. However, master-level chess skills were different. Even master-level calligraphy could earn a glance of admiration from Qin Xian, and being a young prodigy with master-level chess skills was indeed remarkable. Master-level calligraphy at the level, and master-level chess skills at completion. This was the rhythm of becoming a polymath, Xiao Fan mused to himself. He suspected he would eventually sign in for skills in music, painting, and more. He might very well become proficient in all 4 arts. With these skills, it would be much easier for him to navigate his life, Xiao Fan thought to himself. The crown prince has arrived. As evening fell, a sharp, resonant voice rang out. Xiao Fan hurried outside the guest house to welcome them. I pay my respects to His Highness. I have met Lady Yuli. Xiao Fan bowed respectfully as the crown prince and Jiang Yuli approached. Qin Xian smiled and said, no need for formalities. Have you prepared the items I requested? Chapter 12, The Brazen Bandit. Xiao Fan nodded. Your Highness Lady Yuli, please. Soon, Qin Xian and his companions entered the guest house, and as before, the others remained quietly waiting outside. They enjoyed the respite. As the crown prince, Qin Xian's presence necessitated that they maintain decorum within the guest house, making their time outside much more relaxed. Your Highness, the items are here. Xiao Fan retrieved a stack of tribute paper from the room. Each sheet bore around 100 characters, 50 of which were ancient Huan, with the corresponding official script on the other 50. Your Highness, there are over 5,000 characters created in total, encompassing most of the commonly used ones. Xiao Fan stated with a smile. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli each drew a sheet from the stack. Upon seeing the calligraphy, Jiang Yuli's eyes widened in astonishment, although Qin Xian had already mentioned it to her. Witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. She excelled in poetry, but her calligraphy did not match Qin Xian's, as she had not yet reached the master level, let alone the master level. Your Highness, these characters seem more elegant than the official script. Furthermore, the same characters appear to carry a stronger essence of the Tao, Jiang Yuli remarked. Qin Xian nodded, examining one sheet before picking up another, his astonishment growing as he reviewed 10 sheets in succession. Xiao Fan had indeed completed a substantial portion. if only the commonly used characters were considered, he had accounted for 8 to 9% of them. Shaofan, with this, your name shall surely be etched in history. Qin Xian declared earnestly. Shaofan smiled faintly, recognizing that this was not solely his creation but the wisdom of generations of the ancient Huawan. He was merely a conduit for it. However, he found no need to explain himself. As a Huawan individual, basking in the glory of Huawan culture seemed only natural. Young Master Shao, could you compose a poem using these characters for me? Jiang Yuli could no longer contain her curiosity. She admired Shaofan's master-level calligraphy, cherished his poetry, and was captivated by his more elegant script compared to the official one. Qin Xian chuckled. Shaofan, write a love poem. Jiang Yuli's cheeks flushed, yet she offered no objection. A hint of peculiarity filled Shaofan's heart. In just over 10 days, Qin Xian was to wed Jiang Yuli, and here was the groom requesting a love poem for his bride, even knowing that Qin Xian was a woman. It still felt a touch odd. Am I to be the brazen bandit in this scenario? Shaofan mused internally. Please wait a moment. He retreated to the room and quickly set to writing. The osprey's call on the riverbank. A graceful lady, a gentleman's desire, the water lilies drifting left and right. A graceful lady, sought in dreams. Before long, Shaofan had completed the poem. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli enveloped the tribute papers in their consciousness. Effortlessly memorizing every word, the maiden Yuli, please. As Shaofan stepped outside, he handed the poem he had just completed to Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli silently read through it, her heartbeat quickening slightly. The words employed in this poem were all derived from that collection of approximately 5,000 characters. And she could comprehend its essence. The poem possessed considerable impact. Qin Xian let out a quiet sigh. Had he inadvertently committed a foolish act? He had hoped to enhance the relationship between Jiang Yuli and Shaofan. Yet he had not anticipated that the love poem Shaofan presented would be so potent. It seemed he had perhaps exerted himself too much. The poem is quite good, Shaofan. You should save it for the lady you truly admire in the future. Qin Xian remarked in a subdued tone. Jiang Yuli was momentarily taken aback, her gaze dimming slightly. Qin Xian was subtly reminding her that she and Shaofan were not meant to be. Shaofan chuckled lightly. Your Highness, such poems can be crafted quite casually. Shall I compose one for you as well? Impertinent. Qin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Shaofan quickly clarified. Your Highness, I was merely jesting. I meant to express that writing a love poem does not carry any particular significance. Qin Xian huffed softly. Given your recent commendable contributions, I shall overlook this instance, but should there be a next time, you shall not escape unscathed. Yuli, let us depart. Soon, Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli left, taking with them the manuscripts Shaofan had presented, as he needed to show them to his father, the emperor. Yuli, I reiterate, you must not develop feelings for Shaofan. Your status will soon be that of the crown princess, and this is something you must always bear in mind. Qin Xian conveyed telepathically. Your Highness, I understand, Jiang Yuli replied. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yuli, Qin Xian made his way to the imperial palace. Qin Zhantian awaited him in the queen's resplendent palace. Upon arriving, Qin Xian respectfully bowed before his father and mother. My son, you have arrived just in time. We are about to dine. You may join us here with your mother, the queen said with a smile. Yes, mother. Qin Xian nodded. After dismissing the attendants, Qin Xian reverted to his true appearance. As the queen, being his biological mother, was well aware of his circumstances, father, I have obtained the writings of Shaofan, Qin Xian announced, presenting a stack of manuscripts. Both Qin Zhantian and the queen scrutinized a page closely. The queen's eyes widening in astonishment. Qin Zhantian, equally taken aback, maintained a composed demeanor. Xian, who exactly is this Shaofan? Is he creating characters? These writings seem far superior to the official script of our Tianlong Empire. The queen remarked, impressed by her own proficiency in calligraphy. Shaofan is my tutor. He possesses remarkable talent in poetry and calligraphy. Qin Xian explained, Father, I believe these characters could be promulgated throughout the nation. Qin Zhentian's consciousness swiftly scanned the writings. He nodded in delight. I had not anticipated that the additional characters created by Xiao Fan would be equally impressive. With some refinement, they could indeed be disseminated nationwide. Should our Tianlong Empire survive this trial, we may emerge even stronger. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Standardizing the written language across the country would yield tremendous benefits, Your Majesty. Such a talent should be utilized to its fullest potential. The position of Crown Prince's tutor seems insufficient, the Queen interjected, though as the Queen she should not meddle in such matters. Her eagerness for talent drove her to speak. Xiao Fan's situation is somewhat unique, and this matter must remain strictly confidential, Qin Zhentian replied after a brief cough. Once Xianxian ascends to the throne, he shall be appointed appropriately. The Queen nodded slightly. That seems reasonable. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Yuli entered her chamber. From her special ring she retrieved the poem Xiao Fan had composed for her. It is unfortunate that the Crown Prince is a woman, yet her choice of the esteemed Xiao is a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Jiang Yuli mused inwardly. In their 3 encounters, Xiao Fan had consistently surprised her. The first time, he exhibited remarkable poetic talent, swiftly responding to her couplet. The second time, he introduced a simplified counting method. The third time, he showcased master-level calligraphy and even created new characters that could potentially be spread across the nation. With only half a month remaining until their wedding, she could not venture out again. Her next meeting with Xiao Fan would likely be on their wedding night. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuli covered her face, feeling a gentle warmth flash across her cheeks. Chapter 13, Qin Xian's doubt regarding Xiao Fan. As the days passed, the Crown Prince's wedding approached, and the entire city of Shenjing buzzed with excitement. However, Xiao Fan remained oblivious to it all. After their last encounter with an assassin, it seemed those intent on his demise had not given up. He would wait until after the Crown Prince's wedding to venture out again. Qin Xian had previously mentioned that he would arrange for guards to accompany him, providing a formidable layer of protection when he finally stepped outside. The Crown Prince has arrived, a sharp voice rang out from beyond the courtyard. Xiao Fan was taken aback. With only 3 days remaining until the wedding, was Jiang Yuli truly coming to see him now? Soon, he stepped outside, only to find Qin Xian approaching, with Jiang Yuli absent. I pay my respects to your highness, Xiao Fan said hurriedly, bowing. Qin Xian nodded slightly and entered Xiao Fan's residence, while others waited outside as usual. With a thought, Qin Xian activated a barrier using a treasure. Xiao Fan, there has been a thorough investigation in the palace recently, and several individuals have been found wanting, including one of my trusted aides. Qin Xian said, his brow furrowed. Xiao Fan's expression shifted slightly. He is unaware of the simplified counting method, but he has knowledge of the investigation concerning Minister Zhao Cheng. Qin Xian continued, he leaked this information. You mentioned the possibility of encountering an assassin, did you not? This is indeed the case. My people have traced the assassin. Has the assassin been dealt with? Xiao Fan inquired anxiously. Qin Xian shook his head. To avoid alerting them, we have not yet resolved the matter. We shall address it after my wedding. This assassin possesses considerable skill and even employed last dragon fragrance. I cannot believe you withstood its effects. Your Highness, is this last dragon fragrance particularly potent? Xiao Fan asked. It is not extraordinarily powerful, yet the vast majority of ordinary men would find it nearly impossible to resist its allure, Qin Xian replied. Though he understated the potency, perhaps 1 in 1,000 ordinary men could withstand it. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. So, Your Highness, you suspect I am not an ordinary man. I must confess, I am indeed a peak martial emperor. Qin Xian retorted, whether or not you are an ordinary man is known to both me and the emperor. You are as defenseless as a chick. What I suspect is that you may not be an ordinary male. Xiao Fan blinked in surprise. Is there a distinction? Qin Xian replied coolly. Reflect on it carefully. After contemplating Qin Xian's words, Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Your Highness, I assure you I am an entirely normal man, normal to the utmost degree. I must verify this. If there are any deficiencies in that regard, you will be unable to fulfill your duty. This concerns national security as well as Yuli's virtue. If Xiao Fan were to have any shortcomings, would they simply switch partners halfway through with Jiang Yuli? That would surely be unbearable for her. Xiao Fan's face darkened. Your Highness, even if you are the crown prince, you cannot question my capabilities in this regard. A small vial appeared in Qin Xian's hand. Open this vial and take a whiff, Your Highness. This is last dragon fragrance. The assassin you encountered only had a trace of it on them, which you may not have detected. Inhale deeply. Rest assured, while it may amplify your desires, it will not harm your body in the slightest. Xiao Fan hesitated. Must I check my reactions in front of you? A woman? That feels rather inappropriate, Your Highness. I cannot very well smell last dragon fragrance in your presence. Perhaps we should have someone else come in, Xiao Fan suggested awkwardly. Qin Xian frowned. Who else could I summon for such trivial matters? Would I trouble the emperor for this? Hurry up and stop dawdling. Xiao Fan uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply. The scent was indeed the same, though more intense. It incites a certain urge, he admitted. But the consciousness of the primordial tree within his mind surged forth, quelling the impulse almost instantly. Goodness, Xiao Fan muttered, somewhat stunned. Qin Xian's expression grew grave. If Xiao Fan displayed no reaction to the last dragon fragrance, it suggested a potential underlying ailment. Take another deep breath, Qin Xian instructed. Xiao Fan inhaled twice more, yet the unusual urge persisted, only to be suppressed once again by the primordial tree in his mind. Xiao Fan, if you are concealing an ailment, I can understand, but you must consider the circumstances. This is of utmost importance, and you should have disclosed it sooner, with merely 3 days until the wedding. What do you expect me to do now? Qin Xian voiced his frustration. Had Xiao Fan not been exceptionally talented, had he not rendered significant contributions, Qin Xian would have had him executed on the spot. Your Highness, I assure you, I have no issues. It may simply be that last dragon fragrance does not affect me. Perhaps you could change back and wear something more revealing. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Fan felt a pang of regret. Why had he blurted that out in haste? Qin Xian was the crown prince, then such disrespect could cost him his life. What did you just say? Qin Xian glared at Xiao Fan with a displeased expression. Having already spoken, Xiao Fan decided to fully embrace the situation. Your Highness, you were the one who first accused me of not being a man. If you possess any spring chamber illustrations, feel free to present one. How could I possibly have such materials? Qin Xian retorted coldly, a strong urge to strike Xiao Fan coursing through him. After a moment of silence, Qin Xian reverted to his true appearance. Jiang Yuli had sacrificed so much, and this was not an issue of consequence. In a moment, the soul's suggestion led Xiao Fan to forget these matters. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Qin Xian had indeed transformed back to his original form. His attire had also changed. It was not overly revealing, yet it possessed an air of coolness. Qin Xian's beauty was breathtaking. And now clad in such light garments, Xiao Fan felt his breath quicken, but he still remained unresponsive. Qin Xian's expression turned unfriendly when Xiao Fan found himself worried for his own safety. Your Highness, you wouldn't kill me to silence me, would you? Xiao Fan awkwardly inquired. Qin Xian scoffed. Killing you is not my intent, but I do wish to spar with you. Be prepared, Your Highness. Can your voice revert to its original state? This appearance and voice do not match and are rather peculiar, and please do not wear such a fierce expression, Xiao Fan boldly suggested. As long as Qin Xian did not sever his head, he could endure anything else. Allow me to discuss the details of the wedding 3 days hence, Qin Xian said, taking a deep breath, her voice returning to its usual tone, and her expression softening considerably. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. As Qin Xian began to elaborate, Xiao Fan gazed intently at her. Such a beautiful maiden was indeed a sight for sore eyes. He had been tasked with this observation, and such opportunities were rare. The basic situation is as follows. tomorrow I shall depart with Yuli, and my father will secretly transfer you back, Qin Xian explained. At that moment she reverted to the appearance of Qin Xian again. Xiao Fan coughed lightly. Your Highness, I must assert that I am perfectly normal. Qin Xian shot him a fierce glare. Currently, I have control over you, so do not resist, she stated coldly. Xiao Fan nodded repeatedly. A glint of otherworldly light flickered in Qin Xian's eyes. Controlling an ordinary person was a simple task for her, and Xiao Fan's expression became dazed. However, this daze was merely superficial. Xiao Fan, lie down on the chair, she commanded. Xiao Fan numbly approached the lounge chair and reclined upon it. You will soon fall asleep, and upon waking you will forget everything that transpired, believing you merely took a longer nap. Qin Xian continued her hypnotic suggestion. Xiao Fan's eyelids began to droop, and soon his shallow consciousness slipped into slumber while his deeper awareness remained alert. Chapter 14 Signing in for the Yin-Yang Divine Body. What a scoundrel! Observing the slumbering Xiao Fan, Qin Xian felt an impulse to kick him. However, she ultimately refrained. Deep down, she felt a twinge of guilt for involving Xiao Fan in this affair. If the truth were to come to light, he would face dire consequences. Had Xiao Fan been merely an ordinary royal scholar, she would not have felt this way, but his exceptional talent was undeniable. Had he not been entangled in this matter, he would surely have left a mark in history. Xiao Fan, awaken. It's broad daylight, and you are sleeping soundly here, Qin Xian called out, rousing him. Xiao Fan groggily opened his eyes. Your Highness, when did you arrive? I lay down for a moment and did not expect to fall asleep. Upon saying this, Xiao Fan hastily rose and bowed. Qin Xian spoke solemnly. I came to discuss the wedding details for 3 days hence. The procedure is as follows. She had just recounted this, but having instructed Xiao Fan to forget, she felt compelled to repeat it. Do you remember? Xiao Fan nodded vigorously. Your Highness, I remember. I will observe the festivities during the day and return before Miss Yuli enters the bridal chamber. Very well, Qin Xian affirmed. It was indeed necessary for Xiao Fan to witness the celebrations, as the royal scholar not appearing during the day would be quite unreasonable. Attention to detail was paramount. I bid you farewell, Your Highness. Shortly after, Qin Xian departed and Xiao Fan escorted her outside the residence. Oh my, her skin is truly fair, he thought. It was a pity her attire was not particularly revealing, lacking the openness of some of the ladies he had seen. Reflecting on this, he recalled his past life and lamented the loss of his previous account on Douyin, which had taken considerable time to cultivate. Should he sign in to alleviate his unease? Xiao Fan mused. It had been 12 days since his last sign-in, and he thought to wait a bit longer to obtain something of greater value. Nevertheless, he decided to sign in during the prince's wedding. Many powerful figures would surely attend, and amidst such an environment, he might encounter unexpected gains. 3 days swiftly passed. The entire capital was adorned with festive decorations, filled with jubilation. In a small nation of tens of millions, the prince's wedding was an extravagant affair. The Tianlong Empire, boasting a population of 3 billion, was certainly no exception. What a grand wedding this would be! Our prince is the heir, and Miss Yuli is the sole granddaughter of the national general. Thus, the scale could not possibly be modest. From now on, we must refer to her as the crown princess, as a lady of the house will soon grace the residence. Xiao Fan left the residence to immerse himself in the festivities. Numerous individuals within the prince's estate were engaged in animated discussions. On a day like today, the rules were somewhat relaxed compared to ordinary times. Even the servants and maids could speak freely, and the overseer would not chastise anyone. Happiness was paramount on such occasions. Greetings, Scholar Xiao. Scholar Xiao, I hear some of the wedding verses were penned by you. You are remarkable, and your rise to prominence is imminent. As Xiao Fan made his way, many greeted him. He was quite well liked in the prince's estate. This was due in part to his aversion to power struggles and his amiable nature, as well as the fact that everyone knew the prince and Jian Yuli both appreciated poetry. As evening approached, a throng of guests had arrived, including leaders from powerful sects and prominent families. Almost all the lords of major cities across the nation were present, each a formidable figure in their own right. Among the guests were even emperors and empresses from smaller nations. Such a gathering of luminaries. Today, it was likely that dozens of martial emperor-level experts would be present. There would certainly be at least several. As the Tianlong Empire secretly maintained order with a contingent of martial emperor-level experts numbering around 20. Within the grandest palace of the prince's estate, numerous discussions filled the air. This palace could accommodate thousands of attendees. Naturally, Xiao Fan could enter and even secure a decent seat. Although his official rank was low, he was one of their own. Bang, 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 colorful fireballs erupted in the sky. These fireballs were not made with gunpowder but were even more splendid than fireworks. Each costing a pretty penny. They have returned. The prince has returned to escort the bride. Soon after, Qin Xian entered the grand hall alongside Jiang Yu Li. The Holy Spirit continent. Brides do not wear a bridal veil, allowing everyone to see the bride's appearance directly. So beautiful. Rumor had it that Miss Yuli was as stunning as a celestial being, and upon seeing her today, it was indeed true. The prince and Miss Yuli are a match made in heaven. Many voices chimed in. At this moment, those who dared to speak were all influential figures. Even the princes from smaller nations would hesitate to voice their thoughts. Jiang Yuli's attire was truly exceptional. Xiao Fan mused. He usually rated her beauty at 98 points, but today, she could easily score a 99. The auspicious moment has arrived. Newlyweds, bow to heaven and earth, bow to your parents, the officiant's resonant voice echoed. At the high table sat Qin Zhentian and the queen, along with the elder from the Jiang family. Jiang Yuli's parents merely sat to the side. After all, Qin Xian was the prince. And although Jiang Yuli's parents were elders, they could not bear the weight of Qin Xian's bow. Husband and wife bowed to each other. The officiant's voice rang out once more. System, sign in, Xiao Fan commanded in his mind. This was the pinnacle of the wedding ceremony, and signing in at this moment would likely yield the best rewards. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Body. Possessing the Yin-Yang Divine Body significantly enhances the host's cultivation speed. Benefit 2. Engaging in intimate relations will also enhance the host's cultivation, with no adverse effects on the female partner. Benefit 3. The Yin-Yang Divine Body comes with 120 years of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a tremendous surge of energy flooded into Xiao Fan's body, causing the Nebula and Hongmeng World Tree to voraciously absorb energy and grow. 120 years of cultivation. Xiao Fan was astonished. His current cultivation was merely 31 years. At the initial stage of the earthly gang, to suddenly gain 120 years of cultivation was astounding. With the additional 31 years, his cultivation now reached 151 years, placing him at the mid-stage of the heavenly gang. Xiao Fan's heart soared with joy. He had initially thought it might take an additional 2 to 3 months to reach the heavenly gang level. But today's sign-in proved to be extraordinarily fruitful. Host, the 120 years of cultivation is merely an addition. The Yin-Yang Divine Body is of greater significance, the system reminded Xiao Fan. I understand, but the benefits of the Yin-Yang Divine Body are not immediately apparent. The enhancement of 120 years of cultivation is exceedingly conspicuous. Xiao Fan responded mentally. He was filled with elation. Indeed, today was a fortuitous day. Chapter 15, The Prince's Wedding. Entering the bridal chamber in less than 2 months, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly gang, leaving Xiao Fan in high spirits. In the martial world, the Spirit Sea realm was sufficient to establish a sect. Then now that he had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly gang, he was not far from the Spirit Sea realm. Dear friends, please enjoy your meal. I do not possess much tolerance for alcohol, so I shall take my leave, Xiao Fan announced midway through the banquet, addressing several familiar faces from the prince's estate. Scholar Shao, you should not have indulged so heavily. We are drinking spirit wine, which is far stronger than ordinary liquor, one person remarked. Shao Fan nodded. Seeing you all drink so heartily, I thought I could manage it myself. But a few cups in, I find myself nearly overwhelmed. I shall take my leave now, otherwise I may find it difficult to return later. Shao Fan stood and departed swiftly. Upon returning to the residence, Shao Fan quickly washed up and donned a simple, modest outfit, waiting quietly within. In less than half an hour, a plume of white mist suddenly appeared in Shao Fan's residence. This veil of white mist is a treasure of the emperor level. The mist is under the control of Qin Zhentian, who did not engage in further conversation with Shao Fan, swiftly enveloping him to facilitate their departure from the villa. Along the way, Shao Fan observed several individuals. Yet none perceived the white mist as it transported him to the rear courtyard of the prince's residence. Soon, the mist silently ushered Shao Fan into a palace, specifically the sleeping quarters of Qin Shen. Jiang Yuli, the prince's consort, would also rest here in the future. Today, this palace serves as the wedding chamber for Qin Shen and Jiang Yuli. As they had not yet arrived, the room was devoid of any presence. The white mist enveloped Shao Fan and concealed him within a specially crafted cabinet designed with extraordinary capabilities to obscure one's aura. Furthermore, this cabinet was inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Wait, Qin Zhentian's low voice resounded in Shao Fan's mind. Shao Fan remained still as Qin Shen had previously informed him that after the banquet, Jiang Yuli would return to her chamber ahead of him. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Yuli was ceremoniously escorted into her bridal chamber, where her two personal maids began to assist her with her grooming. Although Shao Fan could not see outside from within the cabinet, he could hear the voices. "Miss, you look truly beautiful today." One maid, Xia Yu, exclaimed sweetly. The other maid, Qiu Yu, chimed in. Xia Yu Shun Ti, we refer to her as the princess consort from now on. Indeed, please forgive us, princess consort, Xia Yu playfully replied. Jiang Yuli was quite fond of both maids, allowing for a more casual interaction in private. However, she cautioned Xia Yu, Qiu Yu, this is the prince's residence, not Zhong's manor. Please maintain decorum in public. Yes, princess consort, they responded in unison. Hurry, remove the headpiece and change your attire. We still need to redo your makeup, Jiang Yuli urged. Yes, Xia Yu and Qiu Yu hastened their efforts. The exquisite headpiece was swiftly removed. Xia Yu, please check that the windows and doors are securely closed, Jiang Yuli instructed. When Shao Fan entered, the palace windows were ajar, and it was through them that the white mist had brought him inside. With the doors and windows sealed, the palace's protective formations would activate automatically, shielding it from various forms of external scrutiny such as divine senses or X-ray vision. Princess consort, we had secured everything upon entry. I will double-check, Xia Yu replied. The prince's sleeping quarters were quite spacious, with numerous windows, and Xia Yu meticulously inspected each one, finding no issues. Princess consort, all is well. We shall assist you in changing, Xia Yu reported as she returned to Jiang Yuli's side. Jiang Yuli nodded slightly, her heartbeat quickening. With the doors and windows secured, outsiders could not pry. Yet Jiang Yuli was acutely aware that Shao Fan was now within the chamber, even though Shao Fan could not see her from the cabinet. Jiang Yuli felt a twinge of shyness. The rustling sounds continued, causing Shao Fan's heart to race as well. Princess consort, you possess a truly enviable figure. Indeed, the prince will surely be captivated by you, praised Xia Yu and Qiu Yu. You two chatterboxes, finish up quickly and depart. If the prince returns and you have not completed your tasks, Jiang Yuli replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Shao Fan felt a surge of bashfulness at their remarks. Princess consort, are you feeling shy? Xia Yu teased. It is your wedding night, shyness is of no consequence. Xia Yu, cease your nonsense, the princess consort has a point. We must expedite our work, Qiu Yu interjected. About an hour later, darkness fully enveloped the sky, and Xia Yu and Qiu Yu had finished redoing Jiang Yuli's makeup. Princess consort, we take our leave, they said as they exited. Jiang Yuli's heart raced, her breathing becoming slightly hurried. At this moment only she and Xiao Fan remained within the chamber. With his formidable celestial cultivation, Xiao Fan could discern the changes in Jiang Yuli's breathing. Sensing her tension. As time ticked by, Qin Xian arrived outside the chamber accompanied by a number of others. Your Highness, shall we cause a ruckus in the bridal chamber? Yes, Your Highness, we shall certainly not delay the fun. Xiao Fan and Jiang Yuli overheard the voices outside. Those daring enough to disrupt the wedding were primarily royal relatives, such as heirs and dukes, each possessing considerable audacity. Outside the room, Qin Xian grinned and said, "You wish to stir up trouble? Very well, anyone who dares to cause a ruckus shall spar with me for 3 days, then we shall not," came the reply. "Your Highness, you are taking advantage of our inability to best you." The crowd dispersed, not wishing to suffer Qin Xian's wrath. Creaking, Qin Xian opened the door and entered the chamber. Soon after, he closed the door behind him, prompting Jiang Yuli, who had been seated, to rise. "This humble servant greets the prince," she said with a bow. "Yuli, no need for such formalities." Qin Xian waved his hand, directing his gaze towards the wardrobe. As the prince, even his wardrobe was expansive, connected to a considerable bathing area. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuli had changed her attire within the wardrobe. "Yuli, I apologize for any discomfort caused. For the sake of the nation, I hope you can understand," Qin Xian expressed with a hint of regret. Jiang Yuli nodded gently. Qin Xian approached the wardrobe where Xiao Fan was concealed. "Come out," he commanded. Typically, one could not open the wardrobe from the outside, but Xiao Fan was able to do so from within and soon emerged. "Ahem. I pay my respects to the prince and the princess consort," Xiao Fan greeted. Qin Xian nodded expressionlessly, feeling a pang of heartache. As a woman, Jiang Yuli's union with Xiao Fan did not incite jealousy. Her inclinations were quite natural. However, knowing that on this night of their wedding she could not leave, and that Xiao Fan would be sharing her bed, stirred a sense of sorrow within Qin Xian. "Xiao Fan, be gentle with Yuli. I shall be in the wardrobe, and I will see and hear nothing. You need not worry," Qin Xian stated solemnly. Chapter 16: The Effects of the Yin-Yang Divine Body. Xiao Fan and Jiang Yuli entered the bedroom, and Qin Xian closed the wardrobe door. In the flickering candlelight, Jiang Yuli appeared breathtakingly beautiful. "Lady Yuli, you are truly enchanting," Xiao Fan marveled sincerely. Stepping closer to her, Jiang Yuli felt a slight tightening in her chest. "Xiao Gongzi, you may call me Yuli in private, but in public, please remember to address me as the princess consort," she reminded, meeting his gaze without retreating. Although they were not wed, tonight she belonged to Xiao Fan, and she found herself not entirely resistant to his presence. "Yuli," Xiao Fan whispered, gently enveloping her in an embrace, feeling as though he were floating amidst the warmth and fragrance of her being. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary college student, devoid of romantic entanglements, often settling for unremarkable partners. Yet now, he held someone as exquisite as Jiang Yuli in his arms, the granddaughter of a national general, a lady of noble lineage. A hint of regret lingered. Had she not been the princess consort, their union tonight would have been utterly perfect. Jiang Yuli responded softly, waving her hand to extinguish the candlelight. "Xiao Gongzi, the prince has been waiting for quite some time," she said quietly. Xiao Fan understood that he could not remain here for long. Once their business was concluded, he would need to depart to avoid raising suspicion. He nodded, planting a quick kiss on her cheek before swiftly rising. He knocked gently on the wardrobe door. Frowning, Qin Xian opened it, noting that more time had elapsed than he had anticipated. "Father, we are ready here," Qin Xian communicated telepathically to Qin Zhentian. Acknowledging the response, Qin Xian approached the window and cracked it open slightly. The white mist soon flowed into the room, whisking Xiao Fan away. In a flash, he found himself back at his own villa. Qin Xian closed the window and turned to Jiang Yuli. "Yuli, Xiao Fan has kept you waiting for so long. I shall scold him later." With only he and Jiang Yuli present, he refrained from referring to himself as this king. "Your Highness, let it go." Jiang Yuli gently shook her head, harboring no resentment towards Xiao Fan. The past 2 or 3 hours had not been a trying time for her. I understand Xiao Fan must have delayed out of pride. Qin Xian realized. Jiang Yuli thought to herself that Xiao Fan had not intentionally prolonged their time together, yet there was no need to share this with Qin Xian. Your Highness, I have already changed the items on the bed, she informed him. Qin Xian nodded slightly, casting a disapproving glance at his bed, which he found rather unappealing, though it was a specially made piece that could not be easily replaced. Yuli, in the future, when you share a bed with Xiao Fan, it will be at his place. It is not that I disdain you, rather I find Xiao Fan unappealing, Qin Xian stated. Jiang Yuli nodded in agreement. Today there is no other choice, it shall not happen here again, let us retire for the night. Qin Xian inhaled deeply. On this wedding night, he must share a bed with Jiang Yuli, ensuring that the warmth of their union would linger in the sheets come morning. Your Highness, shall I assist you in undressing? Jiang Yuli inquired. Qin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Yuli, you are aware of my circumstances, let us not adhere to such formalities in private. I will manage on my own. As the conversation shifted, Qin Xian reverted to his previous self. Now, with the appearance he bore lying beside Jiang Yuli felt somewhat peculiar to Qin Xian. As he disrobed and lay upon the bed, his delicate brow furrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of the events that had transpired upon this very bed. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, dismissing his concerns. After all, Yuli has invested so much, what does my discomfort matter? Time to sleep. Yet, despite his attempts to reassure himself, slumber eluded him for a considerable time. In contrast, Jiang Yuli succumbed to sleep swiftly, having felt a bit fatigued after a mere 2 to 3 hours of rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan found himself equally restless, unable to find repose. The day's surreal events weighed heavily on his mind. He simply could not fathom that he had spent the night with the crown princess. Moreover, he had inadvertently contributed to the nation's welfare through this encounter. He internally admonished himself, I must not let any abnormalities be discovered tomorrow. If anyone were to unveil the truth, Xiao Fan knew that his fate would be sealed. While the experience was exhilarating, the associated risks were not insignificant. He resolved to enhance his cultivation in the future to mitigate such dangers. System check-in, Xiao Fan commanded within his mind with a cheerful spirit. He initiated the check-in process, hoping that after several hours, fortune might favor him with a worthwhile reward. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a magical hat. When the host dons this hat, if any woman who has been with him becomes involved with another, the hat will turn green. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Fan couldn't help but express his exasperation. What on earth is this nonsense? Chapter 17, The Thoughts of the Prince's System. Why did I end up with such a trinket for my check-in? The system replied, host, this system has the potential to yield all manner of items, and this hat is quite practical, Xiao Fan mused. If Jiang Yuli is the crown princess, and she shares a bed with Qin Xian, will the hat change color? The system clarified, host, only if they engage in that specific relationship will it change. Such a relationship is improbable. Well, that's somewhat reassuring, otherwise the hat would be utterly useless. The system cautioned, not quite. This hat is effective not just for your use but for others as well. It is indeed a wondrous item. Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If others could utilize it too, the hat's significance would dramatically increase. In a certain light, it could be considered a divine artifact. If he were in his previous life, wouldn't establishing a shop to expose infidelity lead to considerable profit? Time swiftly passed, and the dawn of a new day arrived. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli rose from the crown prince's quarters. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, a crown princess. The numerous servants and maidens of the crown prince's residence bowed in unison, having gathered to welcome Jiang Yuli as she assumed her role as the lady of the estate. Qin Xian turned to Jiang Yuli, who smiled gently and said, everyone, please rise, record this. Every individual in the estate shall receive double their monthly stipend this month. A wave of joy swept through the crowd. A generous mistress is always well received, thank you, Crown Princess, they chorused. Qin Xian then proclaimed, from now on matters of expenditure within the Crown Prince's residence will be decided by the Crown Princess. Do you all understand? Yes, Your Highness, they responded in unison. As the management of expenditures falls under internal affairs, it is only fitting that Jiang Yuli, now the Crown Princess, takes charge. Once she becomes Empress, the entire harem will likewise be under her authority. Everyone, you may disperse, Jiang Yuli instructed. Your Highness, I shall first attend to my grooming, and then we will proceed to the Imperial Palace to pay our respects to Father and Mother. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, they set off for the Imperial Palace. Before they could exit, an individual entered a grand royal residence, approaching Prince Gong. What news? Prince Gong inquired in a low voice, the kneeling figure. A formidable individual replied, Your Highness, the Crown Princess is no longer a maiden. Prince Gong inwardly furrowed his brow. He had long harbored doubts about Qin Xian's masculinity for two main reasons. First, Qin Xian had been sent to a primordial spiritual nexus for nurturing right after birth, where he remained for 6 years. At such a young age, he had already developed a sense of propriety and knew what to say and what not to say. Second, throughout his upbringing, Qin Xian's aura had always been concealed, rendering it impossible to discern his gender. Prince Qin Zhentian possessed formidable strength, and without evidence, Prince Gong dared not voice his suspicions. They had all awaited the Crown Prince's marriage to unveil the truth. Was the Crown Princess harmonious in her yin and yang? He pondered aloud. What was her demeanor? The kneeling figure answered, Your Highness, the Crown Princess's yin and yang energies are balanced, confirming that they have indeed engaged in relations. Her spirits appear quite high, she shows no signs of discontent. Prince Gong let out a quiet sigh. It seemed his suspicions were unfounded, and the Crown Prince posed no issues, perhaps, as his elder brother suggested. He had been cursed, rendering him incapable of having offspring, which necessitated the concealment of his aura. Dismissed. Keep this matter to yourself, none must speak of it, Prince Gong commanded solemnly. Understood, Your Highness. The formidable figure soon departed, and a cloaked elder appeared at Prince Gong's side. He was his strategist and also a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Hon Lao, it seems I have little hope, Prince Gong lamented. If Qin Xian were a woman, he, as a prince, would have every qualification to contend for the throne. He had made some preparations in secret, but it now seemed all for naught. The elder Hon Shiming suggested, Your Highness, is it possible that the Crown Prince had someone else take his place for the consummation? Prince Gong shook his head. That probability is slim. Jiang Yuli possesses spiritual sea-level prowess. It would be exceedingly difficult to deceive her. Our investigations show that she has no romantic entanglements. If we were to arrange for someone temporarily, her demeanor would betray something amiss, potentially inciting the ire of the Grand General. Hon Shiming nodded slightly. Your Highness, if the Crown Prince poses no issues, and you wish to ascend, then he must perish. Do not speak such nonsense, Prince Gong interjected, his brow furrowing. The elder persisted, Your Highness, we may not need to act ourselves. Can the other princes remain passive? With only one son, the emperor's death would open the path for all princes to vie for the throne. I suggest you continue to quietly build your strength. Should such a situation arise, we will not be caught unprepared. If another prince ascends, and if they have a favorable relationship with us, that would be acceptable. But what if the prince who ascends is at odds with us? Prince Gong's pupils contracted. If the ascending prince were adversarial, he might find himself eliminated. Your Highness, do not forget that the royal ancestor has entered the ancient secret realm and has yet to return after 6 years. If unfavorable news were to emerge, changes could occur swiftly, Hon Shiming cautioned. Prince Gong nodded slightly. I shall continue to develop my strength in secret. Do not suggest we act fast. My elder brother is not to be trifled with. Taking the initiative could easily provoke a united assault from the other princes. Hon Shiming acknowledged. Your Highness, I understand. Prince Qin Zhentian had a total of 9 brothers, one of whom had already perished. leaving 8 remaining princes, several of whom had received intelligence, although no one openly discussed Qin Shian's gender. Numerous factions monitored the situation in secret. Aside from the princes, numerous powerful factions were also observing. Should the royal family face upheaval, they might seize the opportunity. My son, as you make your way to the imperial palace, be wary. Many formidable individuals may be observing you from the shadows. This is a critical period. Ensure that no abnormalities are detected, Qin Zhentian instructed. Both Qin Xian and Zhang Yuli nodded in agreement. Within 2 days, you will need to visit the Jiang residence for the return visit. Ensure that all formalities are meticulously observed and prepare ample gifts. Also, bring Xiao Fan along, Qin Zhentian directed. Qin Xian hesitated. Further, bringing him might raise suspicions. Qin Zhentian asserted, you are merely taking him along for the visit. He will not be required to do anything. Others would find it difficult to suspect him. After all, he is the one truly close to Yuli. Jiang Yuli interjected further. Perhaps I should inform grandfather in advance. He would likely understand. Qin Zhentian regarded Jiang Yuli thoughtfully. Yuli, your grandfather cares deeply for you. If you believe Xiao Fan to be commendable, you may speak of him, otherwise wait a while longer. Jiang Yuli lowered her gaze. Aside from lacking cultivation, I believe Xiao Fan is quite agreeable. Qin Zhentian nodded slightly. If that is the case, you should arrange for Xiao Fan to meet with General Jiang during your visit. As for your parents, there is no rush. Their lower cultivation makes them susceptible to exposure. Chapter 18. Xiao Fan, you shall accompany us to the Jiang family. Qin Xian and the others remained in the imperial palace until noon, dining with Qin Zhentian and the Empress before returning to the Crown Prince's residence. Numerous experts accompanied them to the Crown Prince's estate. These experts shared a common trait: they were all adept at formations. Among them was an elder clad in white, a martial emperor-level master and a top-tier formation specialist, tasked with reconfiguring the formations of the Crown Prince's residence. In public areas aside from the palace and the Crown Prince, individuals below the martial emperor level will have their powers suppressed to the Xiandan level. When martial emperors enter, the formations must issue a warning. This courtyard, I desire a slightly higher temperature. As I wish to cultivate some flowers that thrive in warmer conditions, the adjacent courtyard, I prefer to maintain a temperature akin to winter. Jiang Yuli, now the mistress, articulated her various demands, having just become the Crown Princess. The Emperor had summoned these formation experts to assist her, and as such her requests would not raise any suspicions. Yes, Crown Princess, they acknowledged. A dozen or so masters of the formation path spoke in unison. They swiftly set to work. Jiang Yuli's myriad of requests were numerous. They toiled for a day and a night, and by the afternoon of the following day the arrangements were finally completed. Buzz, the formation was activated, sending intense waves throughout the entire prince's residence, where the cultivation level in the public areas was restricted to the Tiangang level. Over 90% of the inhabitants of the prince's residence lacked Tiangang level cultivation, rendering it inconsequential for them. However, it significantly affected those at the Linghai, Xiandan, Martial King, and Martial Emperor levels, as they were limited to the full strength of Tiangang while in the public areas. Outside these areas, such as their residences, their powers remained unrestrained, allowing them to continue their cultivation. Your Highness, the Princess Consort, the formation has been successfully set up, a group of formation masters reported to Qin Xian. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Thank you, esteemed sirs, Your Highness, it was our duty, he replied before swiftly departing. Qin Xian let out a sigh of relief. With this arrangement in place, they could discreetly make their way to Xiao Fan's secluded villa. Previously, without the suppression of power in the public areas, Qin Xian would undoubtedly have been discovered given the number of experts within the prince's residence. Yuli, we shall visit Xiao Fan. He wishes to see your grandfather upon your return home tomorrow. And I must inform him, Qin Xian stated. Given his own strength, he could directly relay a message to Xiao Fan, but such matters were best discussed in person. Jiang Yuli nodded in agreement. In an instant, Qin Xian, accompanied by Jiang Yuli, arrived at Shao Fan's villa, where his Xian Dan level strength remained undetected by others. Your Highness, Princess Consort Shao Fan, leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, quickly rose to greet them upon their arrival. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Shao Fan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is it inappropriate for you to come here, Your Highness? What if others discover it? Should this matter come to light, while Qin Xian and the others might escape unscathed? Shao Fan would face dire consequences." Jiang Yuli smiled reassuringly. "Young Master Shao, the formation at the prince's residence has been adjusted, and the public areas will now suppress powers, except for myself and His Highness. All others below the martial emperor level will find their strengths reduced to that of Tian Gang. Therefore, our visit will go unnoticed." Shao Fan's eyes brightened. This was excellent news. It would be much easier for Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli to visit him in the future. If they were to come openly too often, Shao Fan feared raising suspicions, yet not visiting meant he would miss the chance to be with Jiang Yuli. Meeting her once every half-month would enhance his cultivation significantly. "Your Highness, are there no martial emperor-level experts within the prince's residence? Furthermore, can their divine senses penetrate the area?" Shao Fan inquired, feeling it prudent to clarify these matters. Qin Xian responded calmly, "Martial emperor-level experts are stationed around the prince's residence for protection. Their task is to keep threats at bay. While their powers cannot be suppressed, their divine senses can be." Previously, aside from Qin Zhentian, the divine senses of other experts were restricted. Now, even Qin Zhentian's divine sense will face suppression. After all, the prince's residence has a new mistress. Even though Qin Zhentian is the emperor, it is inconvenient for his divine sense to intrude. Jiang Yuli added, "If a martial emperor-level expert enters the prince's residence, the formation will provide a warning." Shao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli had considered the situation quite thoroughly. "Shao Fan, tomorrow Yuli will return home. You will accompany her. She mentioned wanting you to meet her grandfather. Ensure you conduct yourself well." Qin Xian spoke with a serious tone. Shao Fan gazed blankly at Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli. The thought of visiting Zhong's residence and meeting General Jiang Qian left him feeling apprehensive. The number of those who had perished at Jiang Qian's hands was surely no less than 100,000. Although Jiang Qian enjoyed a commendable reputation among the common folk, he was Jiang Yuli's grandfather. What if Jiang Qian disapproved of him for being intimate with his beloved granddaughter? "Young Master Shao, do not be overly concerned. As long as I am willing, there should not be any significant issues with my grandfather." Jiang Yuli consoled him gently. Shao Fan wore a distressed expression. Jiang Yuli was the apple of Jiang Qian's eye, and it was easy for her to assume he would be amiable, but that was not necessarily the case for others. "Shao Fan, do not present such a countenance. If anything, you may only receive a reprimand from the old general. Your life will not be in jeopardy. The old general knows the limits," Qin Xian remarked. Furrowing his brows with no alternatives left, Shao Fan reluctantly nodded. Qin Xian had made the decision, and he could only muster the courage to go. If he were to face a scolding, he would simply accept it. After all, having been with Jiang Yuli, enduring a reprimand seemed a small price to pay. "Be sure to rise early tomorrow. Lu Ping will come to fetch you," Qin Xian instructed before vanishing with Jiang Yuli. "Should I prepare some gifts?" Shao Fan pondered silently. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. General Jiang Qian was a renowned figure. Surely he possessed everything one could desire. Moreover, presenting gifts would seem out of place for someone of his humble status as merely the prince's tutor. The next day arrived swiftly. Lu Ping visited Shao Fan. "Prince's tutor, His Highness requests your presence at the Jiang residence. There are individuals there who appreciate poetry and literature. Your presence may prove beneficial." "Lu Gu, am I also going?" Shao Fan feigned ignorance. Lu Ping nodded. "His Highness thought of you at the last moment. You must hurry, for we will depart shortly." "Very well," Shao Fan replied hastily, following Lu Ping. In no time they arrived at the front courtyard, where numerous individuals had gathered surrounded by dozens of gift boxes of various sizes. "Let us depart." Before long, Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli arrived, stepping into an enormous palanquin carried by 16 bearers. Though referred to as a palanquin, it resembled more of a small house. The princess consort returns home, lifts the palanquin. A eunuch's sharp and resonant voice rang out beside the palanquin, with a procession of 200 to 300 people. They set forth toward the Jiang residence, where Shaofan blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. Chapter 19, Dialogue with the General of the Nation. The Jiang residence, situated in the northwest of Shengjing City, sprawled over a vast area. Reporting to the master, His Highness and the princess consort are merely 3 miles from the Jiang residence, a servant hurriedly reported. Jiang Qian nodded slightly, rising to his feet. Issue a command throughout the estate. All shall gather at the entrance to welcome His Highness and the princess consort. Yes. Swiftly, the entire Jiang household mobilized, with hundreds of individuals assembling at the entrance, forming an orderly line. Among them were many formidable warriors. As the general of the nation, Jiang Qian was entitled to 1,000 private soldiers. However, he had never exceeded 300 in number. Gaining the emperor's trust was one matter, but knowing one's place was another. Jiang Qian humbly welcomed His Highness the Prince, humbly welcoming the princess consort. Before long, Shao Fan and the others arrived. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli disembarked from the palanquin, and Jiang Qian bowed in greeting. While Jiang Yuli was indeed his granddaughter, her marriage to Qin Xian elevated her status as the princess consort, bestowing upon her a position of honor. In terms of rank, the princess consort held a slightly inferior status to Jiang Qian, as her title was of the first rank, whereas Jiang Qian held the title of General of the Nation, also of the first rank. Humbly welcoming His Highness the Prince, humbly welcoming the princess consort, the others echoed in unison, including Jiang Yuli's parents, grandfather, father, mother. "What is all this?" Jiang Yuli asked, somewhat flustered. Qin Xian bowed in return. "General Jiang, I am merely a junior. There is no need for such formalities." Jiang Qian smiled. "Your Highness, as both elder and subject, it is only fitting that I pay my respects." "Your Highness, please." Qin Xian gestured. "General Jiang, please." Jiang Qian replied, walking ahead with Qin Xian. While Jiang Yuli accompanied her parents, the group entered the Jiang residence amidst a lively atmosphere. Shao Fan curiously surveyed the Jiang residence. Its style differed from that of the prince's residence, exhibiting a rugged and grandiose aesthetic. The expansive front courtyard could likely accommodate over 1,000 individuals for training. Adjacent to the courtyard stood a large weapon rack, displaying an array of gleaming and deadly weapons, which were no mere replicas but lethal instruments. "Esteemed guests, please follow me for tea." Many of Shao Fan's attendants were led to a side hall, where maids soon served tea and various pastries. "Everyone, please do not feel constrained. Aside from the back courtyard and certain locked areas, feel free to explore the Jiang residence at your leisure. The location for lunch is over here. Just remember it," the steward of the Jiang residence said with a smile. Half an hour passed, and Shao Fan wandered aimlessly through the Jiang residence. Jiang Yuli's voice resonated in his mind. "Young Master Shao, find a secluded spot." Shao Fan nodded slightly. Soon, he arrived at a deserted area. Suddenly a powerful force enveloped him, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Before long, he reappeared in a courtyard within the Jiang residence, specifically Jiang Qian's private courtyard, where only Jiang Qian was present. Prince's tutor Shao Fan, "I pay my respects to General Jiang." Shao Fan said, hastily bowing. Jiang Qian furrowed his brow as he regarded Shao Fan. After a moment he spoke in a calm tone. "Yuli has already informed me of the situation. You cannot defy the prince's orders. I will not impose any repercussions upon you. Come closer." Shao Fan stepped forward, and Jiang Qian gestured to a stone bench before him. "Sit down. Do you play chess? I would like to have a game with you." One's character is often reflected in their approach to chess, and Jiang Qian enjoyed the game, hoping to gain insight into Shao Fan through this medium. "Chess?" Shao Fan replied, surprised. "Cannot play?" Jiang Qian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Shao Fan shook his head. Not that I cannot, I am reasonably skilled. Jiang Qian's eyebrows lifted in intrigue. You seem rather confident. As long as you can endure for a quarter of an hour in my presence, I shall have no objections regarding your affair with Yuli. However, should you fail, you must agree to one condition. Shao Fan inquired. Elder Jiang, what is the condition? Jiang Qian replied solemnly, your innate talent may be lacking, yet with diligent training you can strengthen your physique. If you lose, you must dedicate half an hour each day to physical exercise. Shao Fan pondered inwardly, questioning whether this was for Jiang Yuli's well-being. Indeed, Jiang Yuli seemed quite content. Naturally, he could not voice this thought. Elder Jiang, there is no problem. Shao Fan readily consented. While Jiang Qian might possess superior chess skills, he found it hard to believe that he could defeat Shao Fan within a mere quarter of an hour. For Shao Fan had attained the pinnacle of mastery. High cultivation does not necessarily equate to exceptional chess prowess. You may proceed, Jiang Qian said as he set up the chessboard. The game being played was a variant of black and white chess, reminiscent of Go from a previous life, yet far more intricate, with a higher degree of difficulty to achieve mastery. The game even contained the essence of array principles. Shao Fan, do not make arbitrary moves. Half a minute passed, and Jiang Qian frowned. Shao Fan's speed in placing pieces surpassed his, appearing utterly chaotic. Although Jiang Qian was a master, the gap between him and the fully realized Shao Fan was considerable. Elder Jiang, I am well aware of my limits. Shao Fan smiled. He had assessed Jiang Qian's level and felt confident in his ability to triumph over a master. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour elapsed. As Shao Fan placed a piece, Jiang Qian was left dumbfounded, realizing that his advantageous position had been overturned. In an instant, his pieces were being devoured in large quantities. What had initially seemed like casual moves from Shao Fan had all interconnected. After struggling for a few more minutes, Jiang Qian reluctantly shook his head. I have lost this round. I underestimated you at the beginning. Let us play again, Jiang Qian declared. Shao Fan chuckled. Elder Jiang, shall we make it best of 3? Jiang Qian's face flushed slightly. Though he had not stated it was a single elimination match, he was unwilling to concede so easily. Having not even lasted a quarter of an hour, very well, we shall do best of 3, Jiang Qian replied. The two quickly began anew. This time, Jiang Qian was more focused, taking significantly longer to contemplate each move. Yet within less than half an hour, he faced defeat once more. Elder Jiang, there is no need for a third round. I have already won 2. Shao Fan smiled. Jiang Qian regarded Shao Fan with an expression of astonishment. Yuli mentioned you were at the initial stage of calligraphy mastery, yet your chess skills seem even more formidable. Shao Fan nodded. Elder Jiang, I do indeed possess slightly stronger chess skills. Jiang Qian took a deep breath. I am not one to break my word. Your matters with Yuli shall not concern me. Initially, he had intended to warn Shao Fan to be cautious, but given Shao Fan's mastery, there was no need for such concern. With a master-level chess ability, Shao Fan could calculate dozens of moves ahead with each step. Caution was therefore unnecessary. Shao Fan stood and bowed deeply to Elder Jiang. I shall do my utmost to ensure the happiness of the Crown Princess. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. I hope Yuli finds joy, yet as the Crown Princess, you must not develop feelings, you must navigate that delicate balance. Shao Fan mused inwardly, grappling with the complexity of such a balance. For emotions often blossom over time. Chapter 20, Jiang Qian's acknowledgement. Elder Jiang, I shall be mindful. Shao Fan replied respectfully. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. Yuli has spoken highly of you, praising your calligraphy mastery and your poetic talents. Would you be so kind as to compose a line for me? Shao Fan agreed. Of course, if it pleases you. Elder Jiang, follow me. Jiang Qian led Shao Fan to his study. Although a martial general, his scholarly achievements were commendable, having risen to the rank of Grand General of the nation. While Jiang Qian had not attained the level of master in calligraphy, his handwriting was not unattractive, surpassing Shao Fan's previous attempts. He had ample supplies of high-quality ink and paper. What type of poem do you desire? Shao Fan inquired as he picked up the brush, with ink ready in the inkstone. He was prepared to write. Jiang Qian pondered for a moment. Please compose a patriotic verse. Shao Fan nodded, considering briefly before inscribing his words. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let a loyal heart illuminate the annals of history. Jiang Qian stared in astonishment at the lines Shao Fan had penned. Excellent, truly splendid. I initially thought Yuli might have exaggerated, but it seems she did not. You indeed possess extraordinary poetic talent. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Qian expressed with deep emotion. Having fought for his country for decades, he felt a profound connection to Shao Fan's verse. Could you perhaps share another? Certainly, Shao Fan replied with a smile, old but vigorous. Unyielding in heart even in white-haired years, in adversity steadfast, never yielding in ambition. Shao Fan quickly wrote 2 more lines. Jiang Qian nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. Though you lack cultivation, your talents are commendable, making you worthy of Yuli. I shall devise a solution for your cultivation challenges. It is time for lunch. I will escort you out. Upon finishing his words, a powerful force enveloped Shao Fan, and he soon found himself in a secluded area of the Jiang residence. Shao Shidu, where have you been? Lunch is nearly ready, Lu Ping inquired upon Shao Fan's return to the initial hall. Shao Fan chuckled. I took the opportunity to explore the Jiang residence. Who knows, perhaps a lovely maiden might take a liking to me. Lu Ping's eyes widened. Shao Shidu, you are quite clever. I cannot believe I did not think of that. Merely indulging here. A satisfying meal is important, but you must know the difference. Shao Fan laughed. Within Jiang Qian's quarters, he meticulously pondered the poems Shao Fan had written, growing increasingly impressed with their brilliance. Given Shao Fan's talent, it seemed likely that Yuli could easily develop feelings for him. Jiang Qian contemplated this with a sense of foreboding. Shao Fan was quite handsome, and coupled with his talent along with their close quarters, Jiang Qian felt a tinge of worry. However, his concerns were futile. The events had already unfolded, and he could not merely eliminate Shao Fan and replace him with someone else. He carefully stored away Shao Fan's poems, ensuring they remained undisclosed, lest someone with ill intentions might deduce that he had met Shao Fan. There were many astute individuals in the capital, and it was a time fraught with uncertainty. I hope old ancestor Qin is well. Jiang Qian silently wished. Old ancestor Qin, known as Qin Yuan, had ventured into the ancient secret realm seeking both powerful treasures and opportunities for breakthroughs, with cultivation at the pinnacle level of martial emperor. He stood among the highest in the world, yet rumors spoke of the ancient secret realm offering chances for ascension to divinity. Throughout history, many formidable warriors had entered this realm. Some experienced significant growth. Others acquired powerful artifacts, and many perished within its confines. Historical records indicated that the strongest could only remain in the ancient secret realm for 9 years. As the longer one stayed, the greater the peril. Qin Yuan had already been inside for 6 years, and the probability of his demise was no less than 50%. If he did not emerge by next year, the likelihood of his death would exceed 70%. In the 8th year, the chances of death surpassed 90%. The royal family had other powerful figures, yet Qin Yuan's potential demise would have a monumental impact, disrupting the balance of various factions. Yuli, your grandfather has met Shao Fan. He is quite decent, however, you must not develop feelings for him, not only because you are the crown princess, but also because he is an ordinary person, which is an important factor. With your talents, your lifespan may well surpass 1,000 years, while Shao Fan's may not exceed a century. Moreover, he will begin to age in 20 years. If you do not invest your emotions, you will find less sorrow in the future. Jiang Qian conveyed to Jiang Yuli telepathically. Jiang Yuli, currently with her parents, responded, Grandfather, you have not made things difficult for young Master Shao, have you? Jiang Yuli inquired mentally. Jiang Qian remained silent. Or had he made things difficult for Shao Fan? He had played 2 rounds of chess with him, both of which he had lost. The young man had shown no mercy toward the elder. Rest assured, I have not troubled him. He is merely following the crown prince's orders, Jiang Qian assured. Jiang Yuli felt a wave of relief. Since Jiang Qian had approved, there would be no significant issues. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and Xiao Fan and the others returned to the crown prince's residence. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli quietly visited Xiao Fan's courtyard. Xiao Fan, what did General Jiang speak to you about? Please share everything, Qin Xian inquired. They needed to know the details to avoid any unforeseen complications. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, Your Highness. He recounted the events in their entirety. Jiang Yuli expressed her astonishment. Young Master Xiao, your chess skills are at the master level, and you defeated my grandfather. Indeed, Xiao Fan confirmed with a nod. Qin Xian and the others regarded Xiao Fan with a sense of wonder. Xiao Fan, your calligraphy is at the master level, and your chess skills are also at the master level. This is something we were entirely unaware of, they marveled. Xiao Fan, my people have investigated you. Why was this remarkable chess skill unknown? Qin Xian asked in disbelief. Xiao Fan smiled. They did not uncover my calligraphy either. Jiang Yuli added, Your Highness, young Master Xiao is merely an ordinary person. If he were to reveal certain things, it might pose a threat to his life. This could be why he chose to conceal his talents. Qin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Jiang Yuli's reasoning. It is perilous for an ordinary person to casually display formidable talents. Xiao Fan's prowess in poetry and prose has gradually unfolded over time. Initially his abilities were not as pronounced as they are now. Xiao Fan, receiving the acknowledgement of Elder Jiang is commendable. Henceforth you should exercise caution in your words and actions to avoid significant troubles. By the way, there will soon be actions taken against the Minister of Works Zhao Chong, so it would be prudent for you to remain within the estate and refrain from unnecessary excursions in the coming days. Qin Xian intoned solemnly, utilizing the simplified counting method provided by Xiao Fan. Qin Xian and his associates uncovered a multitude of discrepancies in the accounts, revealing that Xiao Chang's embezzlement was exceedingly severe. With the total amount exceeding 500 million Tianlong coins, Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. He had no compelling reason to venture out. With a system at his disposal, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to bide his time? How lamentable it would be to perish before fully realizing one's potential. Chapter 21, The Death of Zhao Chang and the Fate of the Empire. Early the next morning, Qin Zhentian entered the Tianlong Imperial Palace. Long live the Emperor! The hundreds of ministers within the hall bowed in reverence. Those permitted entry into the Tianlong Palace were undoubtedly key figures of the court, starting from the 5th rank. It was no easy feat for anyone below that status to meet the emperor. No need for formalities, Qin Zhentian spoke in a grave tone. He took his place upon the imperial throne, and the vast aura of the emperor enveloped the entire palace, instilling respect in all the ministers present. Having ruled for 53 years, Qin Zhentian maintained a robust grip on the court, and under normal circumstances there would be little cause for concern. However, he had one empress, 6 consorts, and hundreds of concubines, with only Qin Xian as his sole heir. Fortunately, Qin Zhentian had long recognized the issues at hand and had made preparations, thereby preserving the peace of the Tianlong Empire over the years. Do any of the ministers have urgent matters to address? An elderly eunuch standing beside Qin Zhentian inquired in a sharp voice. This eunuch was a formidable expert of the martial emperor level. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. A minister stepped forward. After more than an hour, as no further ministers stood to speak, the usual time for adjournment approached. Since none of you have matters to discuss, I have a few points to raise. According to the laws of our Tianlong Empire, how is corruption adjudicated? Qin Zhentian stated solemnly. Xiao Chang's heart quivered. He sensed impending trouble. Minister Tang, you are the Minister of Justice. Please enlighten us. Minister of Justice Tang Jun stepped forth. He replied in a solemn tone, Your Majesty, according to the laws of our Tianlong Empire, embezzlement of 10,000 Tianlong coins results in a 1-year salary forfeiture and a demotion of 3 ranks. Embezzlement of 50,000 Tianlong coins results in dismissal and 1 year of imprisonment. Embezzlement of 300,000 Tianlong coins leads to 10 years in prison. Embezzlement of 1 million Tianlong coins results in 3 years in a dungeon before execution. As Tang Jun spoke, a palpable fear gripped the hearts of several present. Given their statuses, it was unlikely their corrupt dealings were minor. Proceed, Qin Zhentian commanded indifferently. Tang Jun's heart raced. Some individuals were bound to face dire consequences, and their families would likely be implicated as well. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jun continued. Embezzlement exceeding 10 million Tianlong coins results in the male members of the family having all their cultivation abolished and being reduced to slaves. Female members are sent to the pleasure quarters. Embezzlement exceeding 100 million Tianlong coins leads to the confiscation of the family's assets and annihilation. Qin Zhentian nodded slightly. Minister Tang, do you consider these laws overly harsh? Tang Jun shook his head. Your Majesty, they are not excessively severe. Only embezzlement over 10 million affects the family. It is quite lenient for confiscation and annihilation to occur only at the 100 million mark. Many other ministers nodded in agreement. The laws of the Tianlong Empire were indeed not overly harsh, and officials received decent salaries each month. With a resounding slap, Qin Zhentian struck the table. I have shown you such leniency. Yet some among you, disregarding the emperor's grace, audaciously pillage the state's wealth. Many individuals in the hall trembled in fear. The issue of corruption did not solely pertain to Zhao Cheng, Zhao minister. How much have you embezzled? Speak for yourself. Qin Zhentian's icy gaze fell upon Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have always been diligent and have never engaged in corruption. Qin Zhentian coldly replied, Then allow me to remind you that the amount you have embezzled exceeds 500 million Tianlong coins. That is sufficient to warrant the execution of your entire family. If you confess truthfully, I may, in consideration of our relationship, allow your Zhao family to retain some bloodline and grant you a swift end. Zhao Cheng was struck with terror. The amount he had embezzled indeed surpassed 500 million Tianlong coins. There was no way Qin Zhentian could state such a figure without evidence. Over 500 million in embezzlement, he gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The ministers whispered among themselves in shock, their astonishment palpable. Your Majesty, show mercy. I was momentarily confused. Zhao Cheng frantically prostrated himself, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Although he possessed the cultivation of a martial sovereign, it was of little consequence. Qin Zhentian was a martial emperor. Furthermore, within the Tianlong Palace, aside from Emperor Qin Zhentian, no one else's strength exceeded that of a martial king. Momentarily confused, it appears that you are not merely momentarily confused, but rather you have no regard for me or the laws of our Tianlong Empire. Qin Zhentian declared harshly, Guards, take him away and execute him. The divine martial guard is to apprehend all members of the Zhao family. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. A terrifying aura of death filled the hall, instilling dread in many. Your Majesty, spare us. I will expose others. I know of several individuals who have also embezzled. Zhao Cheng cried out in terror. Qin Zhentian's icy gaze bore down on him, and Zhao Cheng found himself unable to speak. His powers had been sealed by Qin Zhentian. Had Zhao Cheng been allowed to speak freely, he could have unearthed numerous corrupt individuals, but it would likely lead to significant turmoil within the empire. With a thud, Zhao Cheng was dragged away, his head swiftly severed from his body. Qin Zhentian's gaze swept across the hall, and he coldly proclaimed, Those of you with issues should confess to me. I may show leniency, otherwise do not blame me for being merciless. Court adjourned. Qin Zhentian waved his sleeve and departed within the crown prince's estate. Shao Fan mused, a system. What power has entered my body? He sensed an unfamiliar force coursing through him, warming his being. The system responded, Host, you have acquired a portion of the empire's fortune. What is that? Shao Fan inquired. Bewildered, the system explained, It is likely that a high-ranking official has perished due to your influence, and part of the empire's fortune has been transferred to you. What exactly is the empire's fortune? Shao Fan pressed. The system elucidated, Host, many officials possess great strength, yet their salaries do not align with their abilities. Do you really believe they are filled with a spirit of sacrifice, the higher the official rank, the more fortune they can acquire from the empire, which can assist them in breaking through various barriers. Understanding dawned on Xiao Fan. I see now, system, why haven't I received any empire's fortune? I am the crown prince's reader, the system replied coolly. Only those of the 5th rank and above can receive the empire's fortune. As the crown prince's reader, you are merely at the 9th rank, which is quite insufficient. Host, it is advisable to sign in within 3 days. The empire's fortune you have obtained is only temporary within you. If you do not utilize it within 3 days, it will dissipate. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. So, you mean to say that this empire's fortune can enhance my chances of signing in for valuable items? Indeed, the system confirmed. Xiao Fan was filled with joy. 2 hours later, news of Zhao Chang's death and the downfall of his family spread rapidly. Xiao Fan learned of it while still in the crown prince's estate. Indeed, Zhao Chang has perished, he murmured to himself, pondering whether more officials would follow suit. He planned to sign in the day after tomorrow. If more high-ranking officials died in the meantime, he would gain even more empire's fortune, significantly increasing his chances of receiving valuable items. Chapter 22, The Divine Monument of the Town Hall. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Over 200 members of the Zhao family were apprehended, including relatives from other regions who were forcefully brought back. Among them were around 10 individuals holding official positions, some of which were quite esteemed. By imperial decree, due to Zhao Chang's immense embezzlement, his entire family should be executed. However, the emperor has shown mercy and pardoned the following individuals: Zhao Ringguang, Zhao Sufang, Zhao Sicheng, an elderly eunuch beside Qin Zhenten, read the decree aloud in the Hall of Justice. The pardoned individuals were all young children, still too young to have enjoyed much of the Zhao family's wealth. Your Majesty, spare us, Your Majesty, spare us. Upon the eunuch's completion of the decree, many were left in tears, filled with dread. Minister Tang, please proceed swiftly. The eunuch handed the decree to Tang Jun. I shall comply, Tang Jun responded respectfully. Before long, nearly 200 members of the Zhao family had perished, and all their wealth was confiscated. The few pardoned children would be hypnotized and sent away, with no memory of the events that transpired. Within the crown prince's estate, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy, sensing the empire's fortune once more. This time multiple streams of fortune entered his body, although collectively they paled in comparison to what Zhao Chang had provided alone. The Zhao family had been entirely wiped out, save for a few children. I heard that the emperor has mastered a new method for auditing accounts, every detail precise. I wonder if there will be others who follow in Zhao Chang's footsteps. Xiao Fan pondered as the annihilation of the Zhao family left countless officials trembling in fear. Zhao Chang, the Minister of Works, holds a significant position with considerable influence backing him, yet he was swiftly and ruthlessly dealt with. If others are discovered, Qin Zhenten may show even less mercy. My lord, what should we do? Could it be that His Majesty is already aware? In our family there is also the Deputy Minister of Rights. Feng Yang, a woman, trembled as she spoke. She was aware that her husband had embezzled a substantial amount. Although the sum was not as great as Zhao Chang's, it still exceeded 100 million Tianlong coins. Enough to warrant the execution of their entire family. Feng Yang's expression was grim. Do not panic. Perhaps His Majesty has only discovered Zhao Chang's misdeeds, he said, forcing calmness into his voice. At that moment, someone transmitted a message to Feng Yang. Feng Deputy Minister, will you act proactively, or wait for His Majesty to summon you? Feng Yang's face changed drastically. The one sending the message was none other than an elderly eunuch close to Qin Zhentian. Clearly acting under his orders, since they had sent him a message, it was evident that Qin Zhentian had already obtained irrefutable evidence. My lord, what is wrong? Feng Yang's wife inquired, noticing something was amiss with his demeanor. Feng Yang replied with a tremor in his voice, I must go to the palace. I fear I shall not survive this. I will do my utmost to plead for mercy on your behalf. However, our family's wealth is likely doomed. The woman's expression turned pale. My lord, let us flee, she urged, transmitting her thoughts, as she possessed some cultivation and was capable of doing so. Feng Yong forced a smile. There were undoubtedly powerful figures watching them. Where could they escape to? With Zhao's family facing annihilation, His Majesty likely did not wish for further bloodshed. There remained a good chance they could survive. Feng Yong donned his official robes, and half an hour later, he arrived at the palace. I, Feng Yong, Deputy Minister of Rights, pay my respects to Your Majesty, he said, kneeling and bowing his head. Beside him stood another official of similar rank. Qin Zhentian paused his review of documents and looked up, speaking in a calm voice. Deputy Minister Feng, what brings you to seek audience with me? Feng Yong stammered, Your Majesty, this humble servant has recently embezzled a considerable sum. This humble servant is willing to have all his assets confiscated, begging for Your Majesty's mercy. Is that so? Qin Zhentian replied coldly. Feng Yong bowed his head again. This humble servant is willing to face death. Merely asking Your Majesty to spare my family on account of my past contributions. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhentian stated, given your crimes, your entire family ought to be executed. However, considering your willingness to cooperate, I shall spare most of your family, but your son must die alongside you. Feng Yong and the others' expressions turned grim. Indeed, their son could not escape death. Why are you not expressing gratitude? The elderly eunuch Kai Gong interjected, this humble servant thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Feng Yong and the others replied, bowing their heads in gratitude. Losing only their son while most of the family survived was still a relatively favorable outcome. Far better than the Zhao family. Qin Zhentian waved his hand, and Feng Yong and the others were quickly taken away. Soon after, Feng Yong, his wife, and their sons were executed, and their family's wealth was entirely confiscated. Moreover, Xiao Fan sensed several currents of imperial luck system. With all this imperial luck I have accumulated, I should have a high probability of signing in for a grand prize tomorrow, Xiao Fan mused in his mind. Approximately so, the system replied. With such a wealth of imperial luck supporting him, it would be difficult for Xiao Fan to sign in for anything mediocre. Before long, the next day arrived. Although Xiao Fan did not gain any further imperial luck, he felt content. The deaths of 3 high-ranking officials within a short period had already made a significant impact. Cultivation. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. After bathing and changing, Xiao Fan silently recited in his mind. Given his current situation, if he were to receive a cultivation reward, it could amount to 100 years, or even 300 to 500 years. As a possibility, system, let me sign in. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, conveying his intent in his mind. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a town government divine tablet. Xiao Fan was taken aback. System, what is this town government divine tablet? After accumulating so much imperial luck, this is what I get? The system clarified. Host, the town government divine tablet is a god-tier treasure. Using it grants you invincibility within a certain range dependent on your cultivation level. With your current cultivation, if utilized, you should be invincible within your courtyard. Xiao Fan exclaimed in shock, are you saying that even a fully realized martial emperor cannot defeat me within this courtyard? Indeed, however, do not be reckless. The power within the town government divine tablet is limited. Once depleted, you will revert to your original state. Additionally, it is challenging to move the town government divine tablet after use. Are you certain you want to proceed? The system inquired in Xiao Fan's mind. Use it. In an instant, a golden town government divine tablet sank into the ground. Xiao Fan felt a connection to the tablet. The range was 20 meters. The entire courtyard was enveloped within it. With a little extra to spare, Xiao Fan thought to himself, his courtyard spanned several hundred square meters, while the area affected by the town government divine tablet reached approximately 1200 square meters. System, are there no additional cultivation rewards? None, Shaofan pouted. It was what it was. He was quite satisfied with such a reward. Now, staying in this small courtyard, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 23, Two exceptional handmaidens. The Crown Prince has arrived. The day after obtaining the town government divine tablet, Qin Xian visited Shaofan. Previously, he would come weekly, but now Qin Xian could arrive silently. Nevertheless, the public habit could not be altered. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. Shaofan hurriedly stepped outside the courtyard to welcome him. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Shaoshidu, you have recently accomplished great merit. I bestow upon you 2 handmaidens, who may also serve as your guardians. As Qin Xian spoke, 2 handmaidens stepped forward from behind him. We greet our master, they said in unison, bowing respectfully. These 2 handmaidens appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old and bore a striking resemblance. Likely sisters. One exuded a more composed demeanor, while the other was playful and charming. Though their beauty did not surpass Jiang Yuli's, in the context of Earth, they would undoubtedly be considered school beauty levels. Your Highness, why do they call me master? Shaofan asked hastily. Qin Xian replied calmly, their ancestors committed grave offenses, and their entire lineage has been reduced to servitude. Thus, I bestow them upon you, making you their master. Their lives and deaths lie entirely in your hands. Both handmaidens possessed commendable talent, currently at the earth level of cultivation. If Shaofan left the premises, they could protect him. With earth level cultivation, they could handle ordinary adversaries. With them by his side, any enemy wishing to eliminate Shaofan would require substantial force, which would likely draw the attention of other powerful figures. Strong guardians patrolled every bustling street in Shengjing City. Upon sensing fluctuations of unusual energy, they would immediately take action. If a top-tier expert were to strike, the guardians on the streets would indeed be oblivious. However, Shengjing City was fortified with formidable formations, which were highly sensitive to the actions of top-tier experts. Thank you, Your Highness. Shaofan expressed his gratitude with a bow. The men accompanying Qin Xian revealed envious glances. They too desired such exceptional handmaidens. Recently, I have composed several poems. You should appreciate them. Murongdai, Murongwu, you may enter. The rest of you remain outside, Qin Xian commanded as he walked into Shaofan's courtyard. The 2 handmaidens, Murongdai and Murongwu, followed him inside, and Murongdai closed the door behind them. Once the door was shut, the courtyard's formation activated, ensuring that no sound could escape regardless of its volume. Shaofan, both of them are untouched. You may take them as you wish, they cannot belong to anyone else, Qin Xian said coolly. As he spoke, he transmitted a message to Shaofan. Shaofan, you must take them, this is an order. I do not wish for you to develop feelings for the Crown Princess. If you only have the Crown Princess, the likelihood of feelings developing is quite high. Shaofan glanced at Murongdai and Murongwu. Master, everything we have belongs to you. The 2 handmaidens knelt in unison. Rise, Shaofan instructed. Murongdai and Murongwu stood up, and Shaofan turned to Qin Xian with a smile. Your Highness, with such a generous gift, I shall not stand on ceremony. Refusal, what a ridiculous notion. He was not so lofty. If Qin Xian had sent over 2 unattractive handmaidens, he would have certainly declined, but with the beauty of Murongdai and Murongwu, even if Qin Xian sent 10, he would never refuse. It was quite normal in the Tianlong Empire to have multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Jiang Yuli was not his woman, she was the crown princess. Could he be expected to only think of Jiang Yuli? Nonsense. If he acted thus, Qin Xian would undoubtedly be displeased. Such behavior could also easily expose his true intentions. Shao Dai, Shao Wu, go prepare some tea and snacks. There are some in that room, Shaofan pointed, giving his instructions. Yes, Master. Murongdai and Murongwu replied as they departed. Qin Xian, with a thought, conjured a barrier around them. Shaofan, you would not arrange for other men to attend to the crown princess, would you? Qin Xian shot Shaofan a glare. How could I possibly do that? Yuli is the crown princess. Furthermore, such an action would be met with strong opposition from Yuli. Shaofan secretly sighed in relief. After all, Jiang Yuli was the first woman he had been with, and he did not wish for her to be with another man. Xiaofan, Xiao Chong, and others have perished. The simplified counting method will gradually gain traction, and others will come to know that it was you who proposed it. Thus, even if this palace places some emphasis on you, no one will harbor suspicion, Qin Xian remarked. Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement. He had now come to understand the matters concerning the empire's destiny and hoped to elevate his official position, thereby also gaining a share of the empire's fortune. To achieve advancement, he must demonstrate merit. Qin Xian continued, the credit for the simplified counting method belongs to you. In due course, my father will bestow rewards, and your position is likely to be elevated. The account checking method, however, will not be attributed to you. My father will reward the others, thus alleviating much of your burden. Xiaofan expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, I do not wish to engage in other matters. May I not be promoted while still serving as the Crown Prince's reader? Qin Xian nodded slightly. That is permissible under normal circumstances. A crown prince's reader is only of the 9th rank, but if Xiaofan achieves merit, attaining the 5th or 6th rank as a crown prince's reader is entirely feasible. Your Highness, please enjoy some tea. Master, please enjoy some tea. Murong Dai and Murong Wu entered bearing tea. They had brewed only ordinary tea, for the enlightenment tea had already been consumed by Xiaofan. The first level of the chaos profound art had been fully assimilated, and he had made significant progress on the second level, enabling him to exert the complete strength of Tiangang. Unfortunately, his cultivation remained at the mid-Tiangang stage. Even upon reaching the perfected stage, his strength would still be confined to the mid-Tiangang level. Your Highness, this tea is not as delightful as the enlightenment tea, Xiaofan remarked. Perhaps you could give me some more in the future. When you and the crown princess visit, you need not endure such unpalatable tea. Xiaofan gazed intently at Qin Xian. Qin Xian took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, This tea is quite acceptable. I have a taste for fine tea but can also appreciate the ordinary. He had no intention of providing Xiaofan with more enlightenment tea, as his own supply was limited. Previously, he had given Xiaofan a couple of cups, only for Xiaofan to consume them all too quickly. It was a waste to let an ordinary person indulge in such tea. Xiaofan sighed, having gone several days without the enlightenment tea. My mind feels dulled and progress in character creation has been sluggish. Your Highness, I once estimated a time frame of a year and a half at best, or 3 to 5 years at worst. Now, it appears even the faster route may take 3 to 5 years, while the slower one could require 8 to 10 years. Fortunately, both you and I are still young, so it is not a significant concern. Qin Xian replied, in comparison to the simplified counting method, the creation of new characters is far more crucial. Although Xiaofan had already proposed several characters, they were not sufficiently refined, and it was certainly premature to promote them nationwide. I shall grant you another couple of cups. Be frugal with your consumption. For an ordinary person to drink enlightenment tea is a sheer waste. Qin Xian shot a glare at Xiaofan. Feeling somewhat threatened, Chapter 24, The Joy of Two Maidens extracting the enlightenment tea from his special treasure. Qin Xian felt a twinge of regret. You must make haste and endeavor to resolve this within a year. Murong Dai and Murong Wu retreated to the outer chamber as Qin Xian spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaofan's expression revealed his surprise. Is time truly so pressing? Qin Xian nodded slightly. The situation is not particularly optimistic. My father may pass the throne to me within 6 months at the earliest, but certainly no later than a year. Xiaofan's demeanor grew slightly solemn. It seemed the situation indeed warranted concern, as Qin Zhentian likely sensed the impending risk. While there might not be issues within the next 2 to 3 years, if more than 3 years passed without the ancestors' return from the ancient secret realm. A flicker of worry crossed Qin Xian's eyes. These concerns were not something he could freely share with others, even in front of Qin Zhentian, lest he be perceived as lacking confidence. Speaking of such matters with Xiao Fan posed no issue, as Xiao Fan was already aware of the circumstances. Your Highness, if you ascend to the throne, you will need to swiftly garner support. Correct? Xiao Fan inquired. Qin Xian replied earnestly, indeed. I will require tangible achievements. Unifying the written language would be a monumental accomplishment. If I can win the hearts of the people, the pressure will be significantly diminished. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Those who win the hearts of the people will gain the world. I shall strive to finalize the new characters before your Highness ascends the throne, Qin Xian assured. If that is the case, you shall undoubtedly be handsomely rewarded. That will be all for now. My father has instructed me to commence handling state affairs, and I find myself quite occupied with that. Qin Xian stood, preparing to take his leave. In 3 days' time, I shall send Yu Li to visit. Before then, ensure you and the Murong sisters cultivate your relationship without delay. These words were conveyed through thought to Xiao Fan. I bid you farewell, Your Highness. Xiao Fan escorted Qin Xian to the outer residence, and Qin Xian departed swiftly. Master, I am the elder sister, Murong Dai, and I am 18 years old. Master, I am 17. My name is Murong Wu. The two sisters introduced themselves before Xiao Fan. As he gazed upon them, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Women like Murong Dai and Murong Wu had countless admirers in his past life, and he had never deemed himself worthy of such attention. Now they stood before him as his personal maidens, completely devoted to him, with their fates in his hands. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, do you have any family? Xiao Fan asked. Murong Dai's eyes darkened with sorrow. Our parents were slain during our childhood. Fortunately, the family we belonged to had also committed wrongdoing. Our cultivation talents were commendable, ultimately leading us to the Tianlong secret camp for training. Xiao Fan inquired. What is the Tianlong secret camp? Murong Wu interjected eagerly. Master, the Tianlong secret camp takes in many talented orphans for nurturing, training them to serve the nation when they mature. Besides cultivation, we also learn many other skills. We are competent maidens and capable protectors. We hold high scores within the Tianlong secret camp. Murong Dai shot a glance at her sister, chiding. Sister, do not boast before the master. She then added, Master, we are not particularly strong in terms of combat, but our talents are decent. It is indeed a blessing for us to have been chosen by the Crown Prince to serve you. Typically, such beautiful maidens emerging from the Tianlong secret camp would be bestowed upon high-ranking officials or generals, often much older and sometimes less than aesthetically pleasing. Xiao Fan, being relatively young and handsome, made the outcome favorable for Murong Dai and her sister. Prior to their arrival, both Murong Dai and Murong Wu had been filled with trepidation, but upon meeting Xiao Fan, their hearts finally found solace. Xiao Dai, come here. Xiao Fan beckoned. Murong Dai stepped forward, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Fan reached out, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. Murong Dai stiffened momentarily, her breath quickening. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan leaned down and kissed her. After a considerable time, he finally released her, leaving her face a vivid crimson. Master, I want a kiss as well. Murong Wu summoned her courage to declare, you shall not be left out. Xiao Fan chuckled. Soon, Murong Wu's first kiss was claimed as well. Following Qin Xian's orders, he had but 3 days to indulge in the Murong sisters, leaving little time to cultivate a deeper emotional bond. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, how are your culinary skills? Xiao Fan inquired. We have a kitchen here, but I have never utilized it. He had previously refrained from cooking to save money, and now, with his financial concerns alleviated, he no longer needed to. If Murong Dai and Murong Wu could cook, he would not need to lift a finger. Master, we can both cook. While we are not exceptional at it, the taste is not too shabby. Murong Dai replied modestly. In reality, her culinary skills were quite impressive. Xiao Fan smiled. Then go to the market, buy some ingredients, and treat yourselves to some fine clothing, along with a jug of wine. Here, take these 2,000 Tianlong coins. He retrieved the coins from his room, see if there is anything else the kitchen requires and purchase those as well. Murongdae quickly protested, "Master, such a sum is unnecessary. 2,000 Tianlong coins were equivalent to 10,000 in his previous life, a considerable amount indeed." Xiao Fan insisted, "Use 1,500 for clothing. You both require numerous outfits, both inside and out. Do not purchase anything too inferior. If you are uncomfortable in your attire, I shall feel uneasy as well." Murongdae nodded, her face slightly flushed. "Master, will you not be going out?" she inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head. "If I go out, you shall not feel at ease. You have only just gained your freedom after leaving the Tianlong secret camp. Take your time to explore, and return before dinner." It was still morning, allowing Murongdae and her sister ample time to wander before dinner. "Master, we would not feel uncomfortable," they reassured him. "Indeed, Master, we are entirely yours." Xiao Fan waved his hand. "Go, familiarize yourselves with your surroundings. Should danger arise, do not hesitate to lead me away." "Yes, Master." With Xiao Fan's encouragement, Murongdae and Murongwu ceased their protests and soon left the prince's residence through the back door. The front of this separate residence faced the prince's manor, while the back led outside. Exiting through the back, they found themselves on a cobblestone alley. A short walk of 300 or 400 meters would lead them to the bustling main street. Guarded by soldiers to prevent ordinary people from entering, before long Murongdae and Murongwu reached the main street. "Sister, we are truly fortunate. We have acquired an exceptionally good master. He even provided us with money for clothing and allowed us to enjoy ourselves until evening before returning." Murongwu exclaimed in delight. Through thought, Murongdae spoke earnestly. "Sister, our master treats us well, yet we cannot afford to truly indulge until the time comes for our return. Let us procure what we need and familiarize ourselves with the nearby streets before heading back. By noon, we shall exert ourselves to prepare a grand meal for our master." Murongwu nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. The imperial edict has arrived. Knock, knock. Someone hurriedly approached the courtyard of Xiao Fan's residence and knocked on the door. Upon opening it, Xiao Fan found Lu Ping standing outside. Lu Ping spoke urgently. "Xiao Shidu, you must prepare swiftly, for an imperial edict has arrived. The eunuchs from the palace have already entered the prince's residence." Xiao Fan looked down at his attire, which was quite presentable, and deemed it appropriate to receive the edict. Soon, 3 eunuchs from the palace arrived, with the leading elder eunuch holding a golden edict. "The Princess Shidu, Xiao Fan, is to receive the edict," the head eunuch, Lu Gonggong, announced in a high-pitched voice. "Your humble servant, Xiao Fan, accepts the edict." Xiao Fan replied, kneeling down, while it was not customary to kneel before Qin Zhentian. It was imperative to do so when receiving an edict. The onlookers around him also knelt in reverence. Lu Gonggong unfurled the edict and proclaimed, "By the decree of His Majesty, the Princess Shidu, Xiao Fan has devised a simplified counting method contributing greatly to the state, and is hereby promoted to the 7th rank of Princess Shidu. Thus decreed, your humble servant accepts the edict. Long live His Majesty." Xiao Fan responded, receiving the edict with great solemnity. Lu Gonggong smiled broadly, saying, "Xiao Shidu has been promoted 2 ranks. How delightful! It is rare to see His Majesty bestow an edict upon officials below the 5th rank. You have captured His Majesty's attention, and your future is boundless." Xiao Fan grinned and said, "Esteemed eunuchs, your journey has been arduous. If you do not mind, please indulge in a cup of water before you depart. Then we shall impose upon you," Lu Gonggong replied. Entering the courtyard, Xiao Fan poured each of them a bowl of water and prepared red envelopes, 500 Tianlong coins for Lu Gonggong and 200 for each of the other 2 young eunuchs. Eunuchs too require funds, and they certainly appreciate money. "Xiao Shidu, your surroundings are quite pleasant, but we must hasten back to report. We shall not impose longer," Lu Gonggong said, smiling as they took their leave. 7th rank Princess Shidu. Indeed, Xiao Fan mused with a smile, having initially thought he would merely rise to the 8th rank, only to find that Qin Zhentian had elevated him directly to the 7th rank. The Tianlong Empire spans vast territories, And a 7th-rank county magistrate governs a considerable area, thus, if he were to be assigned locally, he would become a county lord. With the promotion came an increase in his monthly salary, along with an additional intangible benefit, the enhanced safety. The higher one's rank, the greater the cost to those who might wish to assassinate him. As a 7th-rank Princess Shidu elevated by imperial edict, should he be targeted, the authorities would undoubtedly dedicate significant resources to resolving the case. Congratulations, congratulations, his fellow onlookers exclaimed, expressing their admiration. Who could have anticipated your direct promotion to the 7th rank? Quite impressive. You have just received praise from the prince and now an imperial reward from His Majesty. Your future is indeed limitless. They continued. Those who had come to witness the spectacle entered Shao Fan's small courtyard, all offering their congratulations. Thank you all for your kind words. It is merely a minor promotion to the 7th rank Shidu. And in Shengjing City, it holds little significance, Shao Fan humbly replied. A middle-aged man in a white robe smiled and remarked, Shao Shidu, do not underestimate yourself, you are still quite young. Moreover, we belong to the prince's residence. When we are out and about, who does not regard us with a measure of esteem? Although you are merely 7th rank, even 6th rank officials must treat you with respect. Indeed, with a new emperor, those affiliated with the prince's residence will certainly be favored, he added. The value of Shao Fan's position as a 7th rank Shidu is significantly higher than that of a typical 7th rank official. Well said, Master Shen, Shao Fan replied with a smile. The white-robed gentleman was Shonan, a junior secretary of the prince's residence, overseeing many affairs. With a senior secretary above him, Shonan held the 4th rank, while the senior secretary held the 3rd rank. Previously, Shao Fan had been merely a 9th rank Shidu, hardly worth Shonan's notice. Now, with his elevation to 7th rank, the disparity had diminished. Furthermore, Shao Fan's promotion was directly sanctioned by the emperor, indicating that he had made an impression on the emperor's mind. Shonan smiled and said, Shao Shidu, I am merely a junior secretary. Call me Secretary Shen. Be wary of attracting the ire of Senior Secretary Feng. Am I such a petty person? A somewhat aged voice interjected from outside the courtyard. Senior Secretary Feng Xinyan had received word and arrived as well. Senior Secretary, everyone greeted respectfully. Feng Xinyan waved his hand, saying, no need for such formalities, we are all of the same household. Shao Shidu, you have gained favor and promotion. Congratulations. Shao Fan smiled but remained silent. Feng Xinyan then turned his gaze to Shao Fan and remarked, now that you are a 7th rank Shidu, you may consider moving to a larger residence. Furthermore, your monthly salary has increased to 5,000 Tianlong coins. Previously, Shao Fan received 3,000 Tianlong coins monthly. Thus, the increase to 5,000 was significant, equivalent to 25,000 in his past life. The Tianlong Empire treats its officials quite generously, and with a decent monthly salary, one can live comfortably without resorting to corruption. Shao Fan quickly responded, Senior Secretary, I have grown accustomed to this residence, there is no need for a larger one for just 3 people. I have invested considerable effort into these plans and do not wish to relocate. Relocate, that is out of the question. This residence utilizes the town government divine tablet, which is quite difficult to move. There is no need to trouble ourselves at present. In a year and a half, when Qin Xian ascends to the throne, we will all have to depart, Feng Xinyan said firmly. Do not wish to move, then according to protocol a compensation can be arranged for your salary increase. Elevating it to 6,000 Tianlong coins should not pose a problem. I shall apply for it, Feng Xinyan said with a smile, stroking his beard. As the senior secretary of the prince's residence, he was quite astute. Shao Fan had received both the prince's reward and the emperor's favor, which was no small matter. Even though Shao Fan was still merely 7th rank, it was best to maintain good relations. Thank you, Senior Secretary, Shao Fan said with delight. An additional 1,000 Tianlong coins monthly would enhance his quality of life significantly. He had no intention of rejecting such an offer. Feng Xinyan laughed and said, Shao Shidu, we are all officials of the prince's residence, we should not be too distant with one another, Xiao Fan nodded. You speak wisely, Senior Secretary. This evening, I would like to invite everyone to a banquet at Fengyue Tower. I wonder if you might be free. Feng Xinyan laughed heartily. With food and drink, how could I possibly refuse? Such joyous occasions must be celebrated. Shannon, please help Xiao Shidu tally how many wish to attend. It has been a while since we gathered, he added. Shannon nodded with a smile. Of course. Xiao Shidu, it seems you will be treating tonight. Such a joyous event is bound to attract many who wish to join in the festivities, Shannon remarked, grinning. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. He had no intention of incurring significant expenses. With his promotion, it was only natural that guests would come bearing gifts, and he anticipated a considerable profit from the evening. We shall not impose further, Xiao Shidu, until this evening, Feng Xinyan said with a smile. Before long, Feng Xinyan and the others took their leave. Chapter 26. The Murong families passed not long after Feng Xinyan and the others departed. Murong Dai and Murong Wu returned laden with numerous items. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, why have you returned so soon? Did I not tell you to take your time and enjoy yourselves? Xiao Fan inquired. Murong Dai performed a courteous bow, saying, Master, we may stroll another time. We must first prepare the meal. Please allow us to showcase our culinary skills. Master, my sister's dishes are truly delectable. Murong Wu chimed in sweetly. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, Then I eagerly await your grand feast. Before long, Murong Dai and Murong Wu busied themselves in the kitchen, and occasionally their melodious laughter echoed through the air, bringing a lively atmosphere to the courtyard. Xiao Fan reclined in a rocking chair. A gentle smile gracing his face, the two women worked swiftly, and within an hour they had prepared 6 dishes, each more enticing than the last. Master, please enjoy, Murong Dai said, both women casting anxious glances at Xiao Fan. Regardless of how delicious their food might be, it would be of little consequence if it did not suit his palate. Very well, Xiao Fan said, sampling a bite, his eyes lit up with delight. The dishes prepared by Murong Dai and Murong Wu were exceptionally tasty, far surpassing those provided by the prince's residence. There was simply no comparison. Delicious, Xiao Fan praised, quickly reaching for a second dish. After finishing all 6 dishes, he was thoroughly impressed. Murong Dai and her sister could easily excel as chefs on earth. Master, how do you find the rest? Should you not enjoy the other 5 dishes? We can prepare alternatives if they do not meet your approval. Together, we know over 100 recipes, Murong Dai said nervously. Having praised the first dish, Xiao Fan had remained silent on the others. He turned to Murong Dai with a smile, saying, Xiao Dai, every dish is excellent, your culinary skills are remarkable. Go and fetch some bowls and chopsticks, you both shall dine with me. Murong Dai immediately protested. Master, that is not appropriate. We are but maidservants, still bound by servitude, and cannot dine with you. Xiao Fan replied, In my household my rules prevail. Be obedient and fetch the rice. Eating alone is rather dreary. Understood, Murong Dai and Murong Wu said as they went to serve rice. Sit down and help yourselves to the dishes. After all, I have already sampled your cooking, Xiao Fan said with a chuckle. The two women blushed deeply at his words. Do eat swiftly unless otherwise instructed. You may prepare 4 dishes, as we should avoid food wastage. After half an hour, Xiao Fan comfortably finished his meal, finding this repast more enjoyable than any he had experienced in the past 3 years. The deliciousness of the food was one aspect, but the company of Murong Dai and her companions enhanced the experience significantly. Truly a feast for the eyes. Sister, it's time to wash the dishes. Murong Dai smiled at Murong Wu. Murong Wu nodded, and with a swift motion, conjured a large sphere of water that enveloped the dishes before her. Murong Dai, a fire attribute cultivator, joined in raising the temperature of the water quickly until it approached boiling point. The water within the sphere churned vigorously, and in no time the dishes and pots were spotless. Your teamwork makes this quite effortless, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Murong Dai replied, Rest assured, Master, this method is far more effective than washing by hand. No dirt will remain, Xiao Fan nodded. Do not be anxious, I am not suggesting your method is inadequate. It is commendable that you can wisely utilize your powers. As cultivators, once you finish your tasks, you may practice, I assure you, within this courtyard. I am safe. Murongdai responded, thank you, master. However, we cannot both practice at the same time. One of us must remain here to attend to your needs. Suit yourselves. I shall take a nap now. Feel free to do as you wish, Xiaofan said as he entered the master bedroom. Notably, this villa contained 6 rooms, 1 master bedroom, 1 guest bedroom, a living room, a cultivation room, a dining room, and a study. The cultivation room had been utilized often before, but now, having acquired the chaos profound art, Xiaofan found it unnecessary. Sister, you should go to the master's room. Fan the wind for him, and should he have any additional needs, you must fulfill them. Do you understand? Murongdai whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sister, I need to practice right now. You go ahead, Murongwu replied before swiftly entering the cultivation room. Murongdai bit her lip, then quickly made her way to Xiaofan's master bedroom, where she was met with his surprised gaze. Isn't it inappropriate to be here during the day, master? I came to fan you, Murongdai said nervously, waving the fan in her hand. Xiaofan pulled her closer, and she found herself sitting on his lap, her face reddening. Little Dai, what transgressions did your Murong family commit, and how long ago was it? How many of your kin remain? Xiaofan inquired. Murongdai sighed. 300 years ago, one of our ancestors killed a prince during a treasure dispute. He was unaware of the prince's identity at the time, which brought calamity upon our family. Many perished, and the rest were relegated to a status of servitude, a legacy that has persisted through generations. Now, only my sister and I are left of the Murong clan. Xiaofan nodded slightly in understanding, though he made no promises. Having just met Murongdai and her sister, he could not vow to liberate them from their servitude. That would be folly. He was still unfamiliar with them, and the descendants of the deceased prince were likely still alive. What were their sentiments? For formidable cultivators, 300 years is but a fleeting moment. The son of that slain prince might still be alive. Little Dai, do not dwell on the past, it is behind you. By the way, did you not purchase some new clothes today? Try them on for me, I wish to see if they suit you, Xiaofan said with a smile. Of course, master, Murongdai replied, quickly leaving to fetch her new attire, not bothering to cloak herself from Xiaofan as she changed in the room. Xiaofan swallowed hard, not wishing to send her out. He wasn't foolish. Soon, Murongdai returned, her cheeks flushed, wearing the first outfit, which was significantly more appealing than her previous garments. In her new attire, she appeared even more enchanting. Little Dai, come here. I wish to assess the quality of your clothing, Xiaofan said with a light cough. Murongdai sat back on his lap, allowing him to examine the fabric, which was soft and of excellent quality. I shall take my nap now, you may leave. Little Dai. Xiaofan reluctantly withdrew his hand. The fabric was pleasant to the touch, but it was daytime, and the crown prince and others might arrive, making it inappropriate to linger. Master, I am fine with this, Murongdai insisted, her face still flushed. Xiaofan replied, we shall discuss it tonight, the evening is lengthy. Murongdai quickly exited the room, touching her face, feeling it warmer than usual. It had been several days, perhaps she could indulge in a reward, Xiaofan pondered with excitement, finding himself unable to sleep. System check-in, he declared in his mind, too lazy to shower or change. The system promptly responded, check-in successful, congratulations host, you have received a Martial Emperor experience card. Using this card grants you the complete prowess of a Martial Emperor for 10 seconds. The Martial Emperor experience card is a single-use item. Xiaofan's eyes widened in delight. Such an item was indeed remarkable. Though 10 seconds is a brief period, the power of a Martial Emperor is formidable. Despite the short duration, a Martial Emperor could easily eliminate a martial sovereign in mere seconds. Should he find himself in peril, the strength of a Martial Emperor for 10 seconds would likely suffice to ensure his escape from danger. System, if I encounter a lethal attack, can the Martial Emperor experience card activate automatically? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. Yes, the system replied. How comforting. Xiao Fan's smile widened. With automatic activation, even if faced with an attack from a martial emperor-level adversary, his life would be safeguarded. Within this villa, his strength surpassed that of a martial emperor. And with the card at his disposal outside, his security was greatly enhanced. The prince's mansion, the powerful figure approached the prince, stating, Your Highness, news from the crown prince's residence indicates that Xiao Fan has received a reward from the crown prince. His Excellency has even decreed that he has been promoted from a 9th-rank prince's reader to a 7th rank. The prince replied calmly, What is the cause for this reward? Your Highness, Xiao Fan proposed a simplified counting method, which the decree states holds significant value for the nation. There are suspicions it may relate to Zhao Chang's demise. The prince waved his hand, sending the figure away. Hon Shiming then appeared before the prince. Your Highness, could it be that Xiao Fan has a connection with the crown prince's consort? Hon Shiming ventured. The prince frowned, replying, Old Hon, while I share your desire for the crown prince to be female, let us not speculate without evidence. What significance does attracting everyone's attention to Xiao Fan hold? Hon Shiming lowered his head. Your Highness, you are right. I was too sensitive. I often suspect foul play regarding the crown prince's affairs. The prince remarked, a 2-rank promotion is not a trivial reward. Without substantial contributions, His Excellency would not grant such honors lightly. We must investigate the simplified counting method. Hon Shiming nodded in agreement. Qin Zhenten intended to promote it. This was no secret, and soon, the prince's people obtained relevant information. What an ingenious simplified counting method, the prince mused, reviewing the details. This method is far clearer than the previous one. Xiao Chang's death is likely connected to this, though it is uncertain if Xiao Fan was the one to propose it. After reviewing the materials, the prince added, knowing this simplified counting method, devising a new accounting method should not be overly complicated. While simple, its impact is indeed considerable. Then with it, Xiao Fan stands a chance to etch his name in history. A 2-rank promotion is to be expected, the prince noted. Such opportunities for historical significance are not given away lightly. It is undoubtedly Xiao Fan's creation. Once this spreads, many will find it hard to sleep. Hon Shiming remarked, Xiao Fan presenting such an idea may offend various factions. I wonder if any will seek to eliminate him. Eliminate him, the prince shook his head. He has just received the decree for his reward. To kill him now would be tantamount to courting death. However, once the situation comes, there is indeed a possibility that someone may target him, as his actions have indeed affected many interests. With that, the prince waved his hand, and Hon Shiming's figure vanished. In the evening, Xiao Fan took Murong Dai and Murong Wu to Fengwei Tower, a grand establishment near the crown prince's residence. Given the prime location of the crown prince's residence, Fengwei Tower also enjoyed a favorable position, ranking among the finest in the bustling city of Shenjing. Do you have a reservation? The enthusiastic waiter inquired. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. I have reserved the Tianwei Pavilion. Fengwei Tower featured a main building along with numerous elegant courtyards suitable for larger gatherings. Please follow me. The waiter quickly gestured. Before long, Xiao Fan and his companions were led to the Tianwei Pavilion, where 6 tables were set up, accommodating 30 or more guests comfortably. Here is the menu. The waiter presented a wooden box containing intricately carved wooden tablets, each inscribed with the names of dishes, allowing patrons to select their meals by simply taking the corresponding tablet. On the reverse side of the wooden plaque, the prices were inscribed. However, patrons dining in such an establishment seldom paid heed to costs, and Fenjula would not engage in overcharging. That was all there was to it. Each of the 6 tables was identical. Xiao Fan swiftly placed his order. The cost of the dishes at each table would not be less than 2,000 Tianlong coins. And with the addition of beverages, it was likely that each table's total would exceed 4,000 Tianlong coins. Thus, the cumulative expense for 6 tables amounted to over 20,000 Tianlong coins. He had saved a total of 100,000 Tian Long coins. In the past, spending such a sum on food and drink would have caused him considerable distress, but now this amount barely registered on his radar. With the system in place, what did this sum signify? Esteemed guest, we shall expedite your preparations. The waiter withdrew. 5 minutes elapsed when Xiao Fan heard a commotion outside Tianyu Pavilion. I do not care who is inside Tianyu Pavilion. Today, I demand that they vacate the premises. Accompanied by this brazen proclamation, several individuals barged in. My apologies, esteemed guest, would you prefer to be relocated to the adjacent Tianxian Pavilion? It is somewhat larger than Tianyu Pavilion. A steward from Fenjula clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Oh, there are 2 lovely ladies here as well. You may leave, young man, and let them remain to keep me company. The intruders, led by a young man in a brocade robe, Eliad. Xiao Fan regarded the audacious group with a cold gaze. Such arrogance suggests your connections run deep. The young man in brocade replied with haughty disdain, my father is a Qianhu of the Divine Martial Guard. If you are afraid, you should leave quickly. The ladies are staying. The Divine Martial Guard, directly controlled by the Emperor, was akin to the ancient Jinui of Huaguo, a Qianhu held a 5th-rank official title, and thus had a status that was not insignificant. Due to the unique nature of the Divine Martial Guard, general 5th-rank officials would typically avoid provoking a Qianhu. However, as a tutor to the Crown Prince, even if Xiao Fan was merely a 7th-rank official, he would not be intimidated by a mere Qianhu, for his backing was the Crown Prince himself. Chapter 28, The Qianhu of the Divine Martial Guard. 6 Mercy. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards Murong Dai and her companions. Murong Wu trembled as she spoke. Master, please do not hand us over to him. Xiao Fan shook his head. What are you saying, Xiao Wu? I merely wish to assess their strength. Can they hold their own? Murong Dai quickly interjected, Master, their strength is inferior to ours. We can certainly prevail, and you are absolutely safe. Xiao Fan possessed the strength of a Tiangang level, yet he rarely exerted his power. As such subterfuge made him appear more genuine. If you can defeat them, then do so. I am eager to witness your prowess, he remarked with a smile. The young man in brocade retorted sharply, Do you know the consequences of offending me? Of crossing a Qianhu, Master, watch closely, Murong Wu declared, and a massive serpent formed of water swiftly emerged, ensnaring the young man in brocade. In an instant, the moisture within him rapidly evaporated. In mere moments, the young man had lost several pounds, his frame becoming gaunt and emaciated. My apologies, young sir, it is our fault. We acknowledge our error and will take our leave. The remaining youths were struck with terror. Murong Wu's displayed strength was undoubtedly at the level of Digong, and none of them possessed such capabilities. To have a maid of Digong caliber who referred to Xiao Fan as master suggested that his status was far from ordinary. Leave at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness, Murong Dai commanded, enveloped in flames, appearing like an ethereal being from a realm of fire. Murong Wu scoffed lightly, releasing her control over the water serpent, which relinquished its grip on the young man in brocade, who gazed at Xiao Fan and the others in abject fear. Still not leaving, Xiao Fan frowned. We will go, the young man rasped. The loss of water had left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Should he lose more than 20 pounds, his life could very well be forfeit. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. Today's incident is our responsibility. We shall offer you an 80% discount on all your expenses at Fenjula. The steward of Fenjula quickly proffered an apology. To dare to confront the son of a Qianhu from the Divine Martial Guard. It was evident that Xiao Fan and his companions were not to be trifled with. Fenjula could not afford to offend a Qianhu. Thank you, Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. I shall take my leave for now. The steward of Fenjula excused himself, as this matter warranted notification to the proprietor. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Soon, only Xiao Fan and his companions remained in Tianyu Pavilion. Murong Dai hastily inquired, Master, was my sister's response too severe? Shao Fan shook his head. It's fine, as long as we are not at a disadvantage. Shao Dai, Xiao, your strength is commendable. Do you possess the late stages of Digong? He queried. Murong Wu interjected eagerly. Master, I am at the late stage of Digong, while my sister has attained the complete mastery of the Digong level. Shao Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not previously assessed Murong Dai and her sister's cultivation levels. The late stage and complete mastery of Digong were indeed impressive. This suggested that their innate talent was quite high. They must not have had access to abundant training resources in the past. With sufficient resources, they would undoubtedly have reached the Tiangang realm. The Murong family had once boasted formidable experts, and it seemed that Murong Dai and her sister had inherited their talents. Shao Fan mused internally. Shao Dai, Xiao, should anyone bully you in the future, do not hesitate to retaliate. We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either, he advised. Murong Dai and Murong Wu nodded in unison. Feeling a warmth in their hearts, Shao Shidu, we have arrived. Shao Shidu, please do not mind this little token of our regard. Shao Shidu, congratulations. After a brief period, guests began to arrive, each bearing gifts. Shao Fan had been at the Crown Prince's residence for 3 years. The Crown Prince, fond of poetry, frequently visited Shao Fan's estate, so he was not unfamiliar to most. However, previously, as a 9th-rank tutor to the Crown Prince, he had not garnered much attention, existing as a relatively peripheral figure within the prince's court. Now, however, things had changed. The Emperor's decree had elevated Shao Fan to the 7th rank, officially integrating him into the circle of officials under the Crown Prince. Brother Shao, congratulations, we must celebrate with a few drinks tonight. Shannan and Feng Xinyan also arrived, accompanied by several other prominent officials from the Crown Prince's court. Their ranks were not low. Under normal circumstances, they would not have regarded a 7th-rank tutor with much interest. But given Shao Fan's youth and the favor he enjoyed from both the Crown Prince and the Emperor, they were keen to acknowledge him. Quickly, surround this place, not a single fly must escape. Just as Shao Fan and his companions settled in to eat and drink, a ruckus erupted outside Tianwei Pavilion. Dozens of divine martial guards arrived, encircling the establishment. Shao Shidu, what is happening? Feng Xinyan inquired. Puzzled, Shao Fan furrowed his brow. A few individuals came earlier attempting to forcefully occupy Tianwei Pavilion. One of them claimed to be the son of a Qianhu from the Divine Martial Guard. I had Shao Dai and Xiao Wu teach him a lesson, Feng Xinyan snorted derisively. Though the Divine Martial Guard is formidable, when did they dare provoke our East Palace? Father, it was he who ordered the attack on me. That vile girl was the one who struck first. Several individuals stormed into Tianwei Pavilion, among them the young man in brocade who had previously been humiliated by Murong Wu. Smack, a middle-aged man beside the young man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. Father, why did you hit me? The young man was left dazed by the blow. Feng Xinyan coldly remarked, I was wondering who was so overbearing. It turns out to be the son of Wei Qianhu. You and your father are quite the pair. I have long heard of Wei Qianhu's poor reputation, but I never expected you to be so bold as to bully our East Palace. The middle-aged man raised his hand to slap his own face. With a grim expression he said, Lord Feng, this subordinate was unaware that you were hosting a banquet. I will discipline my son properly and ensure an apology is made in due course. Feng Xinyan replied, even if we were commoners, does that give you the right to use the Divine Martial Guard against us? How impressive, Wei Qianhu. Lord Feng, I would not dare to do so. I assure you it will not happen again, the middle-aged man stammered, trembling with fear. Though he held the title of a 5th-rank Qianhu, he was acutely aware that Lord Feng was a 3rd-rank official. And more significantly, he was backed by the Crown Prince. Shao Shidu, you are the master today. What say you? Regardless of your decision, we will support you, Feng Xinyan stated, with the others nodding in agreement. Shao Fan replied, Shon Shida. I am but a 7th-rank tutor. I will discuss this matter with the Crown Prince and see what he wishes to do. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. Should Lord Feng and the others handle the situation? He would merely face some losses, but if the matter reached the crown prince, he could very well find himself utterly ruined. Dear sir, all faults lie with my father and me. There is no need to trouble the crown prince over such a trivial matter. Allow me to treat you to this meal today. When I return, I will thoroughly discipline this rebellious son of mine so that he will be bedridden for 3 months, the middle-aged man pleaded. Bowing in submission, Chapter 29, Murong Dai stealthily enters the room. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow as he regarded the middle-aged man, who appeared increasingly anxious. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Fan spoke in a calm tone, "There is no need to wait until you return. You may discipline him here, then we shall all enjoy the spectacle." The middle-aged man twitched at the corner of his mouth. He had merely spoken in jest, but truly he had no intention of breaking his son's legs. "What, are you reluctant?" Xiao Fan mocked. "Then you may take your leave." The middle-aged man fixed Xiao Fan with a penetrating gaze. "As you say, young sir." With that he raised his hand and struck towards the young man in Brocade's legs. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed, as the young man in the embroidered robe found both of his legs broken. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen with pain. "Don't forget to settle the bill. Yes, boss, add 2 more jugs of wine to each table," Xiao Fan said with a smile. "Let's go," the middle-aged man replied in a low voice, and they swiftly departed. Soon they arrived at the main building of Fenghui Tower to settle the account, only to be met with a staggering bill of 30,000 Tianlong coins, nearly causing the middle-aged man to spew blood in frustration. Although his monthly salary was decent and he occasionally made some extra money, his savings were meager, making 30,000 Tianlong coins quite a substantial sum for him. "Xiao Shidu, you're quite fortunate, the bills are being settled by others. Come, let us drink." The atmosphere inside Tianwei Pavilion quickly became lively. Following the earlier events, everyone had gained a new understanding of Xiao Fan. He was certainly not someone to be trifled with, unbeknownst to them. Xiao Fan had consumed quite a bit of wine. "Everyone, I truly cannot drink anymore. You all possess cultivation, while I am merely an ordinary person and cannot compare." Xiao Fan slurred, his eyes glazed. In reality, with his Tiongong level cultivation, he was far from intoxicated. The wine they were drinking was not spirituous enough to render him so. "Xiao Shidu, have some tea instead. Everyone, please refrain from pouring more into Xiao Shidu. He has matters to attend to tonight." Shonan chuckled. Laughter erupted among the crowd behind Xiao Fan. Murong Dai and Murong Wu's faces turned slightly red. They were aware of Shonan's insinuations as the others made jests at Xiao Fan's expense. "Xiao Shidu, everyone knows your exceptional talent in poetry. Might you grace us with a few lines to enlighten our eyes?" Feng Xinyan inquired. "What theme?" Xiao Fan replied, his voice laced with drunkenness. Feng Xinyan smiled. "Since we are all here enjoying drinks, let us use this occasion as the theme. Xiao Shidu, feel free to recite a few lines." Without hesitation, Xiao Fan began to recite, "In life one should revel in joy. Lest the golden goblet face the moon empty. I was born with talent, surely it will be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return." The crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. No one who could enter the prince's residence was a fool. They all had some understanding of poetry, and these 4 lines were enough to astound them. "Tianwei Pavilion is splendid for moon gazing. What a line! In life one should revel in joy, lest the golden goblet face the moon empty." Shonan remarked, glancing up at the moon. "This world, like that of Earth, also had a moon in the sky." Feng Xinyan exclaimed, "I find the latter 2 lines even more exquisite. I was born with talent, surely it will be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return." Marvelous! The crowd buzzed with discussion. Feeling that their visit had not been in vain, after 2 or 3 hours of revelry, the banquet finally came to a close. Murong Dai and Murong Wu helped Xiao Fan to his feet. While the gifts he received were carried by Feng Xinyan and the others, not long after, they returned to the prince's residence. "Xiao Shidu, we shall take our leave." The group set down the gifts and departed. While Murong Dai locked the gate of the courtyard. As Xiao Fan lay down, he propped himself up. "Master, you are not drunk?" Murongdai and Murongwu looked at him in surprise. Xiao Fan rubbed his temples. I am not that intoxicated, or if I don't act a bit timid, they would surely have made me drunk and embarrassed me. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, you haven't eaten yet? Oh, hurry and prepare something, I need to wash off the scent of wine. Before long, after finishing his bath, Xiao Fan lay back on the bed. A quarter of an hour passed, and he was on the brink of slumber. Creak. Murongdai entered the room. Xiao Fan turned to look at her. It was nighttime, and only the faint moonlight filtered into the room, yet with Xiao Fan's Tian Gang level cultivation he could see clearly. Master, I will keep you company, Murongdai said, approaching the bedside. Xiao Fan reached out and pulled her closer. The task assigned by the prince must be fulfilled. Of course, he was quite willing to undertake this task. The next morning Xiao Fan awoke to find Murongdai's delicate face right before him. Her eyelashes fluttering, she had been awake before him, pretending to sleep. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Half an hour later, they rose. Master, sister, Murongwu called out as they stepped outside. She gazed at her sister in astonishment. After a night, Murongdai seemed to have changed significantly, appearing even more beautiful. Come, let us see the gifts. Xiao Fan smiled. He had yet to unwrap the gifts received last night. After half an hour, they had opened all the gift boxes. Some contained cash directly, while others included paintings, writing materials, and antiques. Xiao Fan estimated that the total value of these items was around 100,000 Tianlong coins. It had taken him 3 years to save that much. Xiao Dai, make a note of who gave what and their approximate value. It's a matter of reciprocity, and we will need to return the favors in the future. Xiao Fan instructed. Murongdai nodded. Understood, master, I will keep track. Chapter 30, The Powerful Shention Sect. In life, one should revel in joy, lest the golden goblet face the moon empty. I was born with talent, surely it will be of use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. Qin Xian gazed at the lines of poetry he had penned, a deep sense of reflection washing over him. Comparisons among people can be quite disheartening. He felt his own poetic skills were decent, yet when compared to Xiao Fan's creations, he seemed utterly mundane. Enter, Qin Xian commanded. Your Highness. Someone quickly approached him. Qin Xian spoke calmly. Investigate the troublemaker from last night at Fengwei Tower. Look into his family as well. Yes, the personal guard promptly withdrew. The troublemaker from last night was Wei Majuan, who had abused his position, causing quite a ruckus with his family. By noon, Qin Xian received a relatively detailed report. Everything that could be uncovered in such a short time had been investigated by his guard. What an insolent fool! Qin Xian's expression darkened as he reviewed the documents. In the capital city of Shengjing, beneath the emperor's nose, Wei Majuan had committed numerous unsavory acts, any one of which could cost him his head. Father, take a look at this. Qin Xian brought the documents to the palace, presenting them to Qin Zhentian, whose expression remained unchanged. Father, the Divine Martial Guard is directly under your command. Are you truly unaware of this? Are your subordinates concealing things from you? Qin Xian's sister Qin Xian remarked, her appearance now resembling that of a woman. Qin Zhentian slightly nodded. I am generally aware of his situation. Qin Xian stared at her father in disbelief. Qin Zhentian spoke in a low voice. Your people have not fully investigated his background. The Wei family has historical ties to the Shention sect. Qin Xian's expression shifted subtly. She was well aware of the Shention sect, recognized as one of the most powerful forces in the Tianlong Empire, which on the surface boasted 2 emperor-level experts. There might be more lurking in the shadows. The Shenin emperor of the Shention sect had once emerged from seclusion and found that nearly all those related to him in the Wei family had perished, leaving only a few with decent talent, including Wei Majuan. 35 years ago, the Shenin emperor approached the Wei family when Wei Majuan still exhibited commendable character, thus he was allowed to join the Divine Martial Guard. Qin Xian furrowed her brow, realizing that such secrets lay hidden behind the scenes. Wei Majuan deserved punishment, but considering the Shenin emperor's influence, as long as he did not go too far, her father would likely turn a blind eye. In front of Qin Xian, Qin Zhentian had previously referred to himself as father, but now that Qin Xian had begun to handle state affairs, he referred to himself as Father. What of this matter? Qin Zhentian pondered for a moment. Have someone issue a warning to him. If he transgresses again, he will not be spared. Qin Xian nodded slightly, keeping the Xiantian sect in mind. Without a doubt, Qin Zhentian wielded the most power in the Tianlong Empire. Yet the influence of other royal families, clans, and formidable sects was not to be underestimated. The Xiantian sect had stood for 3,000 years and produced many powerful figures, maintaining intricate connections with various forces. Even aside from those considerations, the Xiantian sect currently had tens of thousands of disciples, all possessing at least Tiangang level cultivation. Their direct disciples were guaranteed to be at least at that level. While many elders had reached the emperor level, with the strength of the Xiantian sect, even small to medium-sized nations were no match. Does Wei Majuan truly remain oblivious to his connection with the Xianin emperor? Qin Xian inquired. Qin Zhentian shook his head. He does not know. If he did, he would likely become even more arrogant. Father, I sense that the Xiantian sect has been distancing itself from our royal family in recent years. Do you share this sentiment? Qin Xian asked. Qin Zhentian nodded slightly. If our ancestors were to enter the ancient secret realm and obtain treasures or breakthroughs, the royal family's power would increase. Should anything happen to our ancestors, the royal family would be destabilized. In either case, the Xiantian sect would choose to distance themselves from us. But father, why would the Xiantian sect choose to distance themselves from us in the former scenario? Qin Xian questioned, puzzled. Qin Zhentian replied, powerful sects like the Xiantian sect do not wish for the royal family to grow excessively strong, as it does not align with their interests when our royal family poses a potential threat to them. Some will choose to distance themselves. This is a form of invisible suppression. The relationships among ministers and rulers, internal royal family dynamics, and the connections between the court and localities, clans, and sects are all quite delicate. Xian, you still have much to learn. Qin Xian sighed. Father, if only we had overwhelming strength, we wouldn't have to deal with such headaches. Qin Zhentian chuckled. Who wouldn't desire that? Yet the vast majority of emperors do not face such favorable circumstances. Wei Majuan suffered a significant loss at Xiao Fan's hands. Issuing a warning should suffice, so do not fret too much. Qin Xian stood up. Father, I will check on mother. Go ahead. In Shengjing City, at the Prince Liang's residence. Prince Liang, known as Liang Huairen, is an unusual noble inheriting both his title and territory from his ancestors. The Tianlong Empire boasts 3 such noble houses, and although Prince Liang's domain is not the most expansive, he possesses the prowess of a martial emperor, a fact unknown to outsiders. In his earlier years, Prince Liang's cultivation progressed slowly. By the age of 50, he had only attained the rank of martial king, which is rather commonplace for a prince. However, fortune smiled upon him, and within a mere decade he ascended to the level of martial emperor. Presently, he stands at the mid-stage of martial emperor, a level comparable to Qin Zhentian, indicating his strength is not significantly inferior to that of Qin Zhentian. My lord, here is a compilation of yesterday's news. A formidable figure respectfully presented a small booklet to Prince Liang. Although Prince Liang leads a reclusive life, he remains informed of significant occurrences within Shengjing City, often receiving intelligence the very next day, especially crucial reports on the same day. Upon reaching the end of the document, Prince Liang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he encountered the name Wei Majun. The connection between the Xianin martial emperor and the Wei family is known to very few. Yet Prince Liang is well aware, having maintained a favorable relationship with the Xiantian sect. You shall conceal your identity and seek out Wei Majun. His ancestor was once the consort of the Xianin martial emperor. The latter mourned deeply upon the death of Wei Xianlong. Prince Liang stated calmly. Understood, my lord. The formidable figure before him vanished without a trace. A faint smile graced Prince Liang's lips. Should Wei Majun become aware of this, He may very well turn against Shao Fan in the future. Shao Fan, as the Crown Prince's tutor, would undoubtedly provoke a response from the Crown Prince, thereby sowing discord between the Xian sect and the imperial family. If the political landscape were to shift, leveraging his rapport with the Xian sect could potentially garner their support. As for the ancient patriarch of the royal family, one could only wonder if he still draws breath. Mused Prince Liang. Chapter 31. The touching moments of two maidens at the Wei residence. The matriarch implored, "My dear, you should refrain from drinking any further." His Highness the Crown Prince merely sent a warning. There should be no cause for alarm, since the previous evening Wei Majun had indulged excessively in spirits, and despite his god body level cultivation he found himself inebriated. "You know nothing," Wei Majun retorted. "The Crown Prince may not have investigated yet, but if he does, my life could very well be forfeit. Our son's leg was broken, and we compensated handsomely, all for a mere tutor of the Crown Prince. Surely he would not delve too deeply into this matter," perhaps his wife replied, but just then a voice echoed in Wei Majun's mind. "Wei Majun, do you truly believe the Crown Prince has not investigated? Do you think your actions remain unknown to His Majesty? Your continued existence hinges upon your ancestor Wei Xianlong, who was once the beloved of the Xian martial emperor, despite their brief union. The emperor harbored feelings for her." Wei Majun rose, vigilance etched upon his face. "Who dares?" he demanded. His formidable power surged within him, dispelling his intoxication. "The Xian martial emperor has ties with your family. When he visited, he found almost none of you left alive. Out of nostalgia for the past, he extended you a helping hand." The mysterious figure continued to transmit. "Who are you?" Wei Majun bellowed. The voice fell silent, leaving his wife perplexed. "Darling, are you truly intoxicated? There is no one else here. Someone transmitted a message to me." "Worry not, I shall handle this matter. Just take care of our son," he replied solemnly. With gritted teeth his wife insisted, "Dear, can we not find an opportunity to eliminate that Shao Fan? Let us see how things unfold." Wei Majun's eyes gleamed with determination. If the mysterious figure's claims held truth, he believed he could very well dispose of Shao Fan in the future. The Xian sect is immensely powerful, and with the Xian martial emperor as its elder he felt emboldened. "My dear, I must take a leave of absence for a while. I will return in no more than 10 to 15 days. "Very well. A temporary retreat may help quell the storm," she acquiesced. "Sister, you should enter now. Do not keep the master waiting." As evening fell, Murongdai addressed her sister, "Murongwu, then I shall proceed." Murongwu replied shyly, entering Shao Fan's master chamber. 2 hours passed. Shao Fan gently caressed Murongwu's hair, a soft smile gracing his face. After traversing 2 decades, he once viewed this alien world as dismal, albeit easily ascending to the status of a tribute scholar with his former knowledge. In this world, where powerful beings abound, mortality loomed ever closer. Now, however, Shao Fan felt a sense of elation. As night waned, Murongwu emerged from the chamber, her demeanor shy, while Murongdai wore a smile. They were but servants, their expectations modest. For Murongdai, having a master like Shao Fan was a considerable fortune. He did not regard them as mere slaves. Instead, he encouraged their cultivation, believing that their growth could alter their fates. "Little Dai, little Wu, let us venture out today," Shao Fan suggested with a smile. As the Crown Prince's tutor, his schedule was largely flexible unless the Crown Prince summoned him. "Yes, master," both Murongdai and Murongwu responded in unison. Soon, Shao Fan led them to the bustling streets where they had yet to truly explore. For the sisters who had entered the Tianlong secret camp at a young age, the outside world held countless wonders. "Why linger? If you fancy something, purchase it," Shao Fan encouraged with a smile. Murongdai quickly replied, "Master, there is no need to spend extravagantly on us. We require nothing." Murongwu nodded in agreement. Shao Fan chuckled softly. "It is but a trifle. If you see something you like, buy it. We need not fret over a small sum." "Thank you, master," the sisters chorused. Byd's end, Murongdai and her sister had amassed a collection of trinkets, The cost was minimal, yet their affection for Xiaofan deepened significantly. "Young master, welcome," greeted the proprietor of the Fengyue Pavilion upon their arrival at noon. He promptly approached Xiaofan with a bow. Fully aware of the conflict between Wei Majun and Xiaofan, knowing well that the latter had emerged victorious, "Arrange a private room," Xiaofan instructed. Of course, but once, the owner hastily made the arrangements. After Xiaofan ordered a selection of dishes, the proprietor withdrew. "Little Dai, Little Wu, since you did not dine that day, savor these dishes well. I found them delightful." Xiaofan smiled. The two maidens gazed at him in astonishment. Warmth flooding their hearts, Xiaofan had chosen to dine at Fengyue Pavilion specifically for their enjoyment. "Master, we are merely servants, you need not treat us so kindly," Murongdai responded, tears glimmering in her eyes. Prior to their time in the Tianlong secret camp, many presumed their status as slaves foretold a grim future. They had lived in constant trepidation, never expecting such kindness from Xiaofan. Xiaofan pondered, reflecting on the cruel nature of this foreign world. He had done nothing extraordinary, yet Murongdai and her sister were profoundly grateful. In his past life, spending thousands would scarcely yield a smile from a goddess. "Little Dai, Little Wood, there is no need for such sentiment. A little kindness towards you will uplift your spirits and hasten your cultivation. As you grow stronger, you will be better equipped to protect me," Xiaofan assured with a smile. "Master, if anyone seeks to harm you, they must first step over our corpses. We will strive to cultivate diligently and ensure your safety." Murongdai and Murongwu vowed earnestly. Soon the dishes arrived. As they dined, tears began to flow from the sisters' eyes. They were far too easily moved. Xiaofan mused internally, "Master, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Murongwu exclaimed excitedly as the meal neared its end. "I share the same sensation. It should happen within a few days," Murongdai added. Xiaofan conversed with the system in his mind. "What is happening?" The system replied calmly, "They have benefited from their connection with you, and their emotional burdens have eased, leading to significant cultivation advancement." Xiaofan regarded Murongdai and her sister with delight. Murongdai was at the peak of the earthly gangs, and her breakthrough would elevate her to the celestial gangs realm, while Murongwu would reach the peak of the earthly gangs level as well. Chapter 32, Yuli, you aren't jealous, are you? As the second day dawned, Murongwu achieved the peak of the earthly gangs, while Murongdai was on the cusp of her own breakthrough, expected within days. Their advancements were advantageous for Xiaofan, as their enhanced protective capabilities also contributed to his own growth. "Greetings, Your Highness." Jiang Yuli's figure appeared in the courtyard. Murongwu promptly bowed, while Murongdai remained engrossed in her practice. "Your Highness." Xiaofan, reclining in repose, also rose to pay his respects. Jiang Yuli transmitted a message to Xiaofan. "Murongdai and Murongwu are aware of the situation. They are under deep soul control by His Majesty." Xiaofan exhaled in relief. "That is good to hear, otherwise it would have been somewhat inconvenient for you to visit. Little Wu, you may return to your room and continue your cultivation," Xiaofan instructed. As Murongwu departed, the courtyard was left with only Xiaofan and Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli smiled gently. "Young master, you seem to be enjoying yourself these past few days." Xiaofan chuckled and said, "Indeed, it is quite enjoyable, but it pales in comparison to the bliss of that fateful wedding night." "Why, Yuli, you aren't feeling jealous, are you?" Jiang Yuli retorted with irritation. "Who is jealous? I am the crown princess, and you are not my husband. Why would I feel jealousy? I merely wish to remind you that you are an ordinary person, so take it easy, lest your body cannot endure." Xiaofan stepped closer, gazing intently at Jiang Yuli's delicate face, which gradually flushed with color. "Why do you look at me like that?" she stammered. "I came over to discuss poetry with you, so do not entertain any other thoughts." Xiaofan reached out and embraced Jiang Yuli. "Why, Yuli, let us find a different place to discuss poetry," he said with a grin, lifting her in a princess carry. Before long, they arrived in the bedroom. 2 to 3 hours passed, and the passionate encounter came to an end. Why Yuli, can you stay here tonight? Shao Fan inquired. It would be so comfortable to sleep while holding your fragrant form. Jiang Yuli shook her head. No, we must avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Your true situation must never be known to outsiders. As she spoke, a small jade vial appeared in Jiang Yuli's hand. Shao Gongzi, this contains several medicinal pills. You may give them to Murong Dai and Murong Wu, they will benefit greatly from them. Shao Fan looked at Jiang Yuli in astonishment. We will have plenty of time to interact in the future. These pills are of little use to me, but they are much needed by them, she explained. Shao Fan smiled and said, Yuli, are you demonstrating the generosity of a noble wife? Jiang Yuli rolled her eyes. I am the crown princess. Who is your noble wife? Without further ado, she stood up and swiftly disappeared from sight. Shao Fan picked up the vial containing the pills, a gentle smile gracing his face. It was fortunate that Jiang Yuli had produced this vial. He certainly did not wish for any discord between her and Murong Dai. Knock, knock. Shao Fan promptly handed the pills to Murong Dai and her companions. Master, we are well aware of our place. We are merely servants and would never dare to compete for the crown princess's favor, Murong Dai stated, to which Murong Wu nodded in agreement after undergoing intense soul control. They could not voice such sentiments in the presence of outsiders, but now it posed no issue. Shao Fan lightly cleared his throat. There is no talk of competing for favor. She is the crown princess. And you should maintain your respect for her. Now continue your cultivation. I am going to sleep. Murong Dai and Murong Wu nodded in response. Days passed, and the Wei Ma army arrived at Shention sect. The martial emperor Xian Yin was currently within the sect, and the Wei Ma army had the opportunity to meet him. How do you know of my relationship with Xian Lon? The martial emperor Xian Yin inquired flatly. Wei Ma Jun knelt on the ground, daring not to conceal anything. Someone transmitted a message to me informing me of your care for me, thus I came to Shention sect to express my gratitude. The martial emperor narrowed his eyes. Someone transmitted this to you? Has something transpired recently? The fact that someone had informed Wei Ma Jun indicated ulterior motives. Wei Ma Jun spoke bitterly. Indeed, something occurred a few days ago. My son and several friends were dining at Fengwei Tower. They got into a conflict with the crown prince's attendant, and my son nearly lost his life. Unable to tolerate it, I gathered people to seek justice. But the East Palace's officials were present, and they forced me to break my son's leg. The martial emperor regarded Wei Ma Jun. He knew that Wei Ma Jun had embellished the truth. Yet he was inherently protective and could not be bothered with the details. You are a commander of the Divine Martial Guard. You cannot handle a mere crown prince's attendant, the martial emperor remarked coolly. Wei Ma Jun looked up, his face lighting up in joy as he gazed at the martial emperor. Thank you, senior, thank you, Wei Ma Jun exclaimed repeatedly. Do not escalate the matter, simply deal with the crown prince's attendant. This minor issue should not trouble His Majesty, the martial emperor advised. Understood, senior. Wei Ma Jun nodded. The martial emperor produced a flying sword. This sword is of Xian Den grade. Take it and use it. Thank you, senior. Wei Ma Jun bowed deeply. The martial emperor waved his hand. Depart now. Do not disturb me unless necessary. I often retreat into seclusion and have little time to meet with you. I shall take my leave. Wei Ma Jun quickly exited. He had achieved his purpose in coming, surpassing his expectations, as the martial emperor had gifted him a flying sword of Xian Den grade despite his current mid-stage spirit sea cultivation. The flying sword he possessed was merely of early-stage spirit sea grade, lagging behind his level. While he had considered upgrading, there was little necessity for a spirit sea grade sword, and he could not afford a Xian Den grade sword. With the sword bestowed by the martial emperor, his strength would significantly increase. Moreover, the gift symbolized recognition from the martial emperor. Even if he were to kill Shao Fan, he likely would not face consequences. Shao Fan, your days are numbered, Wei Ma Jun thought darkly, his eyes glimmering with malice. His naturally arrogant disposition only intensified with the backing of the martial emperor. He held Shao Fan in utter contempt. What did it matter if he was a 7th grade attendant? Would His Majesty jeopardize his relationship with the martial emperor over a 7th grade attendant? The martial emperor was the grand elder of Shentian sect. As time continued to pass away, Ma Jun hastened to Shengjing City. System check-in. Shao Fan thought in his mind, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. With the simplified counting method spreading, he had garnered several strands of imperial fortune over the past few days, which should enable him to sign in for some impressive rewards. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 master servant contract scrolls. Usage requirement: the other party must internally acknowledge the master servant relationship, the system announced. Shao Fan furrowed his brow. A system, this scroll could indeed be useful for Shao Dai and the others, but what is its real significance? If the other party recognizes the master-servant relationship, why would they need to use this? Isn't that redundant? The system replied. Host, the master-servant contract scroll has a powerful effect, taking precedence over the sole control of martial emperor-level beings over them. Although Murong Dai and the others are loyal to you, should the emperor command them to kill you, they would execute the order without hesitation. Shao Fan raised an eyebrow. That was indeed a valid point. If he held any secrets, the emperor or the crown prince could compel them to divulge everything. The master servant contract also has other effects. As you enhance your cultivation, it will have a stimulating effect on their cultivation as well. Through the master servant contract, you will be able to sense their location, and if they are not too far, you can also sense their emotions. Shao Fan's eyes brightened. The ability to elevate Murong Dai and the other's strength as he progressed was quite advantageous. Being able to sense their location and emotions was also beneficial. If Murong Dai and Murong Wu went out to procure groceries, he would be immediately alerted should anything untoward happen. Chapter 33. Murong Wu comes under attack. How do I use this? Shao Fan inquired in his mind. The system replied monotonously. Host, simply drop your blood on it, inform them that this is the master-servant contract, and they can then do the same. Shao Fan retrieved the master-servant contract from the system space. It was a small scroll. He dripped his blood onto it. Shao Dai, please come in for a moment. He called for Murong Dai to enter the room. Master, do you wish for something now? Murong Dai asked shyly. Her cheeks tinged with color as it was still broad daylight. Shao Dai, this is a different matter. This is the master-servant contract scroll. You need to drop your blood on it, and if you internally recognize me as your master, the contract will take effect. Upon hearing this, Murong Dai immediately cut her palm, allowing a stream of blood to fall onto the contract scroll. Soon, the scroll transformed into countless specks of light, enveloping both Shao Fan and Murong Dai. In a short while, a portion of the light entered Shao Fan's body, while another part entered Murong Dai's, successfully establishing the master-servant contract. Shao Dai, has His Majesty or the Crown Prince ever mentioned that if I were to make any unusual movements, you should directly kill me? Shao Fan asked. Murong Dai replied, not at all. However, His Majesty instructed us to keep an eye on your situation, and if anything appears amiss, we are to control you. Had it not been for the master-servant contract, Murong Dai would never have revealed this. Now, the contract's power surpassed that of Qin Zhentian's sole control. Shao Dai, do not speak of the master-servant contract to anyone. Please call Murong Wu in before long. Murong Wu entered the room, and the master-servant contract was successfully established for her as well. With the master-servant contract in place, should the emperor or the crown prince harbor murderous intent towards him, Murong Dai and the others might be able to discern it. Having slept with the crown princess once Qin Shen ascended to the throne, should he survive the tribulations, it was not beyond reason that Qin Zhentian and his cohorts might seek to silence him. Presently, Qin Shen treated him relatively well, but the future remained uncertain. Throughout history, it was not uncommon for emperors to eliminate meritorious subjects. Master, you have finally returned, his wife exclaimed joyfully upon his arrival home. I have been so worried during your absence, fearing something might happen to you. Dear wife, look at this. Wei Ma Jun grinned widely, producing the flying sword from within him. This is not your original flying sword. It seems far more powerful. Where did you acquire the funds to buy such a sword? His wife questioned in confusion. Wei Majun chuckled. This was given to me by the martial emperor. Our Wei family has historical ties with him, and I went to see him during this trip. The martial emperor, Wei Majun's wife, gazed at him in astonishment. As the esteemed grand elder of the Zhuantiangong. The renowned Shenin Wudi is indeed a figure of great repute, possessing the formidable cultivation of a late-stage martial emperor. Indeed, my ascent to the ranks of the divine martial gods and my smooth progress over the years owe much to the guidance of the venerable Shenin. Otherwise, I might have long since perished, remarked Wei Majuan with a smile. His wife's eyes gleamed with excitement. My dear, given this, do you think you could avenge our son? Wei Majuan nodded. While it may be inappropriate to act against others, dealing with Xiao Fan, her mere prince's attendant, should pose no significant issue. Do not disclose this matter to our son just yet. Let him focus on his recovery. Wei Majuan's wife sighed, saying it would be too merciful to simply end his life. It would be best to torment him thoroughly. Wei Majuan nodded in agreement. Before long, the next day arrived, and Murong Wu set out to purchase vegetables. You will accompany us. Just as she approached the market, two divine martial guards appeared beside her, one of whom spoke without courtesy. Murong Wu, aware of the conflict between Wei Majuan and Xiao Fan, felt a surge of panic. Being taken away by these men would likely spell trouble for her. Whoosh! Murong Wu instantly accelerated. However, she barely made any progress before colliding with a soft yet resilient barrier, with other powerful divine martial guards lurking in the shadows. How dare you, wretched servant, resist the divine guards? The guard who had spoken grinned sinisterly, extending his claw-like hand towards Murong Wu's chest. Boom! Murong Wu retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of water attribute energy from her right fist. Earthly barrier perfection. The opposing guard was forced back several steps by her blow. Such a young age, yet possessing the earthly barrier perfection level of cultivation, is indeed impressive. A third divine martial guard emerged, wielding the power of the celestial barrier, emanating a formidable threat that Murong Wu could sense. Within the prince's estate, Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, sensing a drastic shift in Murong Wu's emotions. She must be in trouble and panicking. Xiao Dai, hurry and save Xiao Wu, she's in danger. If anyone asks, just say it's the bond of sisterhood that led you to her. Xiao Fan instructed Murong. Xiao Dai, with her celestial barrier level of cultivation, Murong Xiao Dai possessed considerable strength and might be able to resolve the situation. Yes, master. Murong Xiao Dai swiftly departed. As she navigated through the narrow alley, the guards were somewhat taken aback, yet they recognized that Murong Xiao Dai would not be stopped. Murong Wu, it would be in your best interest to accompany us quietly. Your talent is commendable, but you cannot defeat us. The third divine martial guard spoke coldly, striking down heavily with his weapon. This blow was thwarted by the water attribute protective shield surrounding Murong Wu. Among the three divine martial guards, two were slightly weaker than her, while the third was at the initial stage of the celestial barrier, specializing in barriers. Murong Wu's water attribute shield held up decently. If she exerted herself fully, she could endure for a while against their onslaught. My master is the prince's attendant. I advise you to cease your actions immediately, Murong Wu declared sternly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Maintaining this level of effort, she could not last long. A mere prince's attendant, we fear nothing. You would do well to comply, otherwise the consequences will be dire, the guard who had set the barrier replied coldly. At that moment, Murong Xiao Dai arrived nearby and sensed the unusual activity. The guard who had set the barrier was at the initial stage of the celestial barrier, a level that Murong Xiao Dai could easily see through. Break! Murong Xiao Dai swiftly drew her sword, unleashing a powerful fire attribute sword aura that struck the barrier. Though the barrier prevented Murong Wu from escaping, Murong Xiao Dai, possessing celestial barrier strength, quickly breached it, creating a significant opening. Sister, with the barrier torn asunder, Murong Xiaodai immediately spotted Murong Wu. Sister, Murong Wu exhaled in relief. Why were you fighting? Sensing the energy fluctuations, other powerful beings rushed over. Lord Guardian, our divine martial guards were apprehending her. But she resisted arrest, one of the guards reported. Murong Xiaodai quickly interjected, we are attendants sent by His Highness the Prince. Their attempt to capture us may be aimed at targeting His Highness. Upon hearing this, the three guards inhaled sharply. That accusation could prove deadly. Do not speak nonsense. How could we target His Highness? We merely sought Murong Wu's assistance with an investigation, the leading guard hastily denied. The Guardian furrowed his brows, stating, regarding matters related to His Highness, even if you have a case to investigate, you must send an official document to the Eastern Palace. Lord Guardian, we acted out of urgency. The three divine martial guards quickly withdrew. In the future, do not engage in reckless combat in the streets. Understood, the Guardian warned with a frown before vanishing from sight. Let us depart swiftly, we must return. Murong Xiaodai grasped Murong Wu's hand, and they hurried away. Chapter 34, The Death of Wei Majuan. Master, Murong Xiaodai and Murong Wu soon returned to find Xiao Fan waiting. Xiao Wu, what transpired? Xiao Fan inquired, gazing at Murong Wu. Murong Wu replied, Master, it was the divine martial guards. They must be subordinates of Wei Majuan. They insisted I accompany them. Thankfully, my sister arrived just in time. Murong Xiaodai added, Sister, it was the master who sent me to rescue you. Xiao Fan said, Xiaodai, Xiao Wu, if anyone asks, you shall say it was the bond of sisterhood that guided you. Rest well, I will step out for a while. The fact that Wei Majuan's men sought to abduct Murong Wu filled Xiao Fan with rage. It was evident that Wei Majuan was targeting him. Before long, Qin Xian arrived at the prince's estate. Xiao Shidu, you may enter now. A eunuch beside Qin Xian announced in a sharp voice. Soon, Xiao Fan entered the room, where Qin Xian regarded him with concern. Xiao Fan, what troubles you? Xiao Fan replied solemnly, Your Highness, this morning when Xiao Wu went out to buy vegetables, the divine martial guards attempted to forcibly take her away. If not for Xiao Dai's timely intervention, she would have certainly been captured. Qin Xian's brow furrowed. He had previously warned Wei Majuan, yet the latter still dared to act. This was somewhat irregular, Your Highness. Wei Majuan had previously backed down, yet now he has engaged in such actions. Is there something more at play? Xiao Fan queried, sensing the abnormality. Xiao Fan, return home for now, I shall have someone investigate. If I have time later, I will visit you. Qin Xian pondered before replying, Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Fan departed promptly. Qin Xian quickly dispatched his personal guards to investigate. In less than half an hour, the guards returned to report, Your Highness. I inquired directly with Wei Majuan, and he admitted to visiting the Xuantiangong, where he met with Shenin Wudi. The esteemed Shenin Wudi even gifted him a flying sword, one of Qin Xian's guards respectfully reported. Qin Xian's brow furrowed. As expected, while Wei Majuan was insignificant, Shenin Wudi was not a person to be trifled with. The gift of a flying sword from Shenin Wudi to Wei Majuan signified a clear stance. You may withdraw. Qin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xian arrived at Xiao Fan's estate. Your Highness. Xiao Fan quickly bowed. Let us speak in the study. Qin Xian led the way into Xiao Fan's study. Once inside, Xiao Fan closed the door. Qin Xian stated, Xiao Fan, Wei Majuan is a complex matter to handle. He has connections with Shenin Wudi. Having sought him out, Shenin Wudi, Xiao Fan replied, puzzled, while Shenin Wudi is well known. Xiao Fan, having once been an ordinary person, had not kept abreast of such matters. Qin Xian answered gravely, Shenin Wudi is the Grand Elder of the Xuantiangong, one of the foremost sects in the Tianlong Empire. Wei Majuan sought out Shenin Wudi, who bestowed upon him a flying sword. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment. Wei Majuan likely did not initially know about his connection to Shenin Wudi. who then informed him. Qin Shen paused, contemplating. Shao Fan continued, Your Highness, someone is deliberately exacerbating the relationship between Xianin Wudi and the Eastern Palace. Xianin Wudi must be quite advanced in age. A wise elder. He surely recognizes the implications, yet he still gifted Wei Majuan the sword. What does this signify? Qin Shen's brow furrowed further. Xianin Wudi's demeanor is rather intriguing. Your Highness, Wei Majuan targeting Xiaowu is not merely about her. It is likely aimed at me, or perhaps he has someone backing him with the intent to target you. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. While it is not entirely improbable that the focus is on him, someone might be attempting to seize Murong Wu to extract information. Shao Fan, are you suggesting? Qin Shen inquired. Shao Fan replied solemnly, Your Highness, regardless of how powerful the Zuantian Gang is, it remains just one formidable force within the Tianlong Empire. You are the prince of the Tianlong Empire. Dealing with a mere fifth-rank thousand household like Wei Majuan should not require Xianin Wudi's approval. If Wei Majuan has committed a transgression, exposing his misdeeds would grant us just cause to eliminate him. Xianin Wudi would have no grounds to object. Qin Shen nodded slightly. Wei Majuan's intentions are indeed rather shrewd, yet he has miscalculated. Shao Fan is not just an ordinary prince's attendant. He is also the man behind the future princess consort. Without even considering the simpler strategies and tactics, just this fact alone ensures that Qin Shen will not allow Wei Majuan to act recklessly against him. You are right, I am the prince. The cumulative offenses of Wei Majuan are more than sufficient for him to lose his head, Qin Shen declared sternly. Shao Fan replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Shen spoke softly, Be cautious in the future. It would be wise to refrain from frequenting the Crown Prince's residence. I fear that the Xianin Martial Emperor may still harbor intentions against you. Shao Fan's expression shifted slightly. Your Highness, the Xianin Martial Emperor is a formidable figure at the Martial Emperor level. Could he truly be so petty? Qin Shen replied, As far as I am aware, the Xianin Martial Emperor is fiercely protective of his own. Given the recent troubles with Wei Majuan, it is possible that he may place the blame upon you. Shao Fan pondered this. Even if the Xianin Martial Emperor were to act, his status should preclude him from targeting Murong Dai and her companions. He could not afford to lose face. As for himself, he had no reason to fear. Within the manor, even someone at the peak of Martial Emperor would not pose a threat to him. In the outside world, he possessed a Martial Emperor experience card. Your Highness, I will make an effort to limit my outings. This way, my absence will raise no suspicions among others, Shao Fan stated. Qin Shen nodded slightly, and his figure soon vanished without a trace. Incompetents, all of them. The three divine martial guards who had been assigned to complete the task returned, facing a barrage of scorn from Wei Majuan. How can you fail to capture a mere maid like Murong Wu? Wei Majuan fumed. His original plan was to abduct Murong Wu first, if she failed to return home for an extended period. Shao Fan and the others would likely come searching for her. At that point, they could also capture Shao Fan and Murong Dai. Shao Fan would naturally be made to suffer a painful demise, while Wei Majuan desired to possess the beautiful sisters Murong Dai and Murong Wu. If Shao Fan were merely an ordinary crown prince's attendant, even a straightforward counting method would have granted Wei Majuan a high probability of success. Even if the plan failed, Wei Majuan believed he would only face a round of reprimands. Bang! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. A dozen personal guards from the Crown Prince's residence stormed in, each possessing cultivation at the Spirit Sea level, with some even being at the Xiandan level. Wei Majuan, your actions have consequences. Come with us, the leading guard commanded coldly. The other guards immediately moved to apprehend Wei Majuan and his three companions. I have connections with the Xianin Martial Emperor, who even gifted me a flying sword. You cannot treat me this way, Wei Majuan shouted, fearing the Crown Prince's guards were unaware of his ties. Do you dare to slander the Xianin Martial Emperor? Even if you have connections, should the Xianin Martial Emperor learn of your deeds, how could he possibly protect you? Speak another word of nonsense. And you will not be spared, the leading guard warned Stanley. Wei Majun retorted, I am not speaking in vain. The Xian in Martial Emperor has ties to my family's ancestors, and I recently met him. As soon as Wei Majun finished speaking, a long sword pierced through his body. Still daring to speak nonsense, you are courting death, the leading guard spat with murderous intent. Chapter 35, Perfected Celestial Gangs. Wei Majun looked down at the sword that had penetrated his heart in disbelief. Am I truly about to die? No, no, he screamed in terror as blood gushed from his mouth. The guard who struck him coldly declared, You have sullied the Xian in Martial Emperor, you deserve death. He is one of my most respected top-tier experts. As he spoke, a powerful sword aura erupted from the guard's blade, shattering Wei Majun's heart with the unleashed energy. Take the body back. If those three have also sullied the Xian in Martial Emperor, they shall face severe punishment, the leading guard commanded sharply. Yes, the body, along with the other three divine martial guards, was swiftly taken away. Many other divine martial guards witnessed the scene, murmuring among themselves about how Wei Majun had met his end. However, they dared not act against the Crown Prince's guards, knowing full well they were no match for them. Hurry, report this news immediately. Within an hour, the Ministry of Justice convened a swift court session. The other three confessed to their actions, stating that many of their deeds were instigated by Wei Majun. With the accumulation of various crimes, Wei Majun was deemed deserving of death. Lu Qinyun, while Wei Majun deserves death, you should not have executed him directly, considering your efforts to uphold the reputation of the Xian in Martial Emperor. I sentence you to 1 year in prison. Do you have any objections? The Minister of Justice intoned solemnly. I have no objections, Lu Qinyun replied evenly. The minister then turned his gaze to the kneeling Wei Majun's wife and others. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that Wei Majun embezzled over 200,000 Tianlong coins. All properties of the Wei family will be seized, and the ill-gotten gains must be recovered. Guokai 1. You were aware of Wei Majun's corruption and even encouraged him. You are also implicated in several cases of intentional harm. By law, you are sentenced 15 years in prison. Wei Su, you have repeatedly committed acts of rape and robbery with numerous violent offenses. You too are sentenced to 15 years in prison. After the Minister of Justice announced these sentences, Wei Majun's wife and son were left dumbfounded. Lu Qinyun, who had committed murder, received only a year, while they faced 15 years, and their family assets would be confiscated. In Xiaofan's courtyard, Qin Xian returned once more. The matter concerning Wei Majun has been resolved. Qin Xian recounted the details to Xiaofan. Your Highness is letting Lu Qinyun serve 1 year merely an act of feigning distress? Xiaofan inquired. Qin Xian replied calmly, after all, the Xian in Martial Emperor is a super expert and the Grand Elder of the Xian Tian sect. We must maintain appearances. With the evidence against Wei Majun and the others being irrefutable, my people acted to uphold the Xian in Martial Emperor's honor. His fury will be somewhat mitigated. Ensuring your safety, thank you, Your Highness, Xiaofan responded. Qin Xian waved his hand dismissively. My concern for your safety is not solely for your benefit. You need not worry about Lu Qinyun. He will live comfortably in prison for a year. As if in secluded cultivation, Xiaofan remarked, the Xian in Martial Emperor will likely learn of this news soon. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Qin Xian's eyes. Under normal circumstances, the Xian in Martial Emperor should not receive news quickly. But there are those who may wish to sow discord and will undoubtedly relay the information. Xiaofan, do not dwell on such matters, focus on creating new texts. Time is of the essence. Do you understand? Qin Xian instructed solemnly. Xiaofan nodded slightly. Your Highness, could you provide some cultivation resources for Xiao Dai and Xiao Wu? It is unsafe for them even to venture out to buy groceries. Qin Xian looked towards Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu. Xiaofan continued, although they are my attendants, they are first and foremost citizens of the Tianlong Empire, and their talents are exceptional. As my strength increases, it will naturally enhance Mu Rongdae and her companion's abilities as well. It is prudent to give you a heads up. Qin Xian nodded slightly. I can allocate a batch of cultivation resources for them. You need not worry too much about their outings. With Wei Majun's demise, the Xian in Martial Emperor would not target my 2 attendants. The cultivation resources will be sent to them later. Qin Xian assured. Mu Rongdae and Mu Rongwu chorused, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Your Highness." Shao Fan echoed. Qin Xian did not linger further, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Thank you, Master." Mu Rongdae and the others said in unison. Shao Fan smiled broadly. "You need not express your thanks verbally, you can manifest your gratitude through action." The 2 women regarded Shao Fan with puzzlement. Shouldn't gratitude be expressed verbally and then acted upon? Suddenly, Mu Rongwu seemed to have an epiphany, and her face flashed red. "Sister, do you understand the master's meaning?" Mu Rongdae inquired telepathically. "Sister, think carefully, and you will comprehend." Mu Rongwu responded telepathically, finding it difficult to explain to Mu Rongdae. "You two should focus on your cultivation. I will take a nap outside," Shao Fan said, reclining in his exclusive rocking chair. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. "System check-in," Shao Fan mentally communicated. With Wei Fengjun's demise, he had gained a measure of imperial fortune, and several days had elapsed since his last check-in. He anticipated receiving something worthwhile. Check-in successful. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 80 years of cultivation." The system's voice resonated in Shao Fan's mind. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy flowed within him. This energy was rapidly absorbed by the nebula and the primordial tree within his mind. For anyone else, such a rapid increase in cultivation would have caused quite a commotion. However, with the title of King of Survival, Shao Fan experienced no noticeable changes. Even a Martial Emperor level expert standing nearby would be oblivious to his transformation. 80 years of cultivation. Shao Fan felt elated. Cultivation was what he desired most. System, how many years of cultivation do I currently possess in total? The system replied, "Host, your cultivation stands at 243 years." Shao Fan felt a twinge of regret. 250 years was the upper limit of the celestial gangs. His current cultivation level undoubtedly reached that peak. If he were to acquire an additional 90 years of cultivation, he could directly ascend to the early spirit sea stage. What was happening? Both Mu Rongdae and Mu Rongwu sensed their cultivation levels rising swiftly. In less than half an hour, Mu Rongdae felt herself on the cusp of a breakthrough. She had previously been quite far from the celestial level. Mu Rongwu similarly sensed she was close to the mid-celestial stage. Qin Xian had long since sent the resources, and their rapid progress was linked to Shao Fan's breakthrough as well as the resources provided by Qin Xian. In the afternoon, Mu Rongwu successfully broke through, while Mu Rongdae continued her closed-door training, finding it somewhat challenging to reach the mid-celestial stage. Master, that evening, Mu Rongwu entered Shao Fan's room. For the past 2 days, Shao Fan had instructed them to concentrate on their cultivation, and he had been sleeping alone at night. Chapter 36, Participation in the Alchemist Conference. Xian Tian Sect. Master, there is news regarding you from Shengjing City. The disciple of the Xian in Martial Emperor Zhao Feng respectfully addressed him. What news? The Xian in Martial Emperor was quietly meditating, his eyes remaining closed. A certain Wei Majun from Shengjing City has died. Before his death, he claimed to have connections with you and was killed by individuals from the Eastern Palace. The Xian in Martial Emperor's eyes opened wide. Elaborate? Yes, Zhao Feng recounted the situation in detail. The Xian in Martial Emperor furrowed his brow in silence. The Wei Ma army faced severe internal issues, and the members of the Crown Prince's residence acted to preserve his reputation, leaving him in a position where he could hardly voice his concerns. Moreover, the Crown Prince's personal guards had already been imprisoned. If he took action now, would he truly believe the Crown Prince was an easy target? The imperial family was the most formidable force. They could compromise and draw in various factions, giving the illusion of weakness. Only when one had completely offended the royal family would they grasp its true fearsome nature. The Xian in Martial Emperor recalled 1,000 years ago when a top-tier faction had crossed the royal family, resulting in its utter annihilation. Every spiritual beast within their sect had been exterminated. Although the strength of the Dragon Empire's royal family was not as potent as it once was, anyone who underestimated their power was undeniably foolish. Master, this matter seems rather peculiar. Zhao Feng voiced his thoughts. News has traveled far too swiftly, arriving within just 2 or 3 days. Indeed, the Xian in Martial Emperor acknowledged with a slight nod. He considered Prince Liang Huairan, whose relations with the Xiantian sect were decent. Should the situation truly collapse, the Xiantian sect might lend its support to Prince Liang. Let us pretend we are unaware of this for now, he remarked coolly. The Wei Ma army could not perish in vain. Yet, if he retaliated hastily, it would be a slap in the face to the crown prince, an immense provocation to the royal family. After 3 to 5 months, when the fervor of this incident had subsided, he could then address Shao Fan with far less pressure. Young Master Shao, here is your invitation to the Pildao Exchange Conference. Jiang Yuli presented a gilded invitation to Shao Fan. A month prior, Shao Fan had learned about the Pildao Exchange Conference and had refrained from signing up for a month, wishing to attend and experience it firsthand. This was a national event organized by the state, where not only the Dragon Empire but also alchemists from surrounding nations would participate. Besides the top-tier alchemists, others would come seeking pills and remedies, while many young individuals would attend to broaden their horizons. Generally, invitations were not easily obtained, but Shao Fan had previously mentioned his interest to Jiang Yuli, who promised to procure one for him. Yuli, thank you, Shao Fan said, embracing Jiang Yuli and planting a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yuli replied, you wish to attend the Pildao Exchange Conference to resolve your cultivation issues, correct? Do not harbor too much hope, however, it is still beneficial to attend. Who knows what opportunities may arise? Shao Fan chuckled, are you worried I might despair? With my current life, even deities would envy me. I have no reason to feel disheartened. Jiang Yuli shot him a playful glare. Yuli, night has fallen, let us return to our quarters and rest. Shao Fan suggested with a smile. 2 hours passed, and the fierce battle concluded. System, how many years have my cultivation years converted to now? Shao Fan inquired within his mind. 249 years, the system responded. Shao Fan shook his head inwardly. He was still a tad short of the initial phase of the Spirit Sea. Even surpassing 250 years, the changes would be minimal. The cultivation years were merely a system calculation. Gaining a few years of cultivation wouldn't yield significant changes. It all depended on the Pildao Exchange Conference. With so many powerful alchemists gathering, and having missed a month, wouldn't he emerge with numerous top-tier pills? Shao Fan mused to himself. Young Master Shao, I must take my leave, Jiang Yuli said swiftly, rising from her seat and vanishing within half a minute. She dared not linger near Shao Fan, to avoid falling deeper into entanglement. She had refrained from discussing poetry with him recently. The next day, Shao Fan arrived at the Pill God Tower, the headquarters of alchemists. The towering Pill God Tower soared to a height of 1,000 zhang. Yet, only about 10 zhang of this colossal structure protruded above the ground. Beneath the tower lay a powerful fire spiritual vein, which the Pill God Tower continuously absorbed from the depths of the earth. Refining pills within the tower yielded twice the results with half the effort. Please enter, honored guest. Shao Fan presented his invitation and smoothly entered the Pill God Tower. I have heard that at least 6 Pill Emperors will participate in this year's conference. Is there truly such a number? Typically, only 3 or 4 Pill Emperors attend, though there are quite a few Martial Emperors. That information seems accurate, but it may not necessarily be a positive development. Some nations harbor considerable dissatisfaction with the Alchemist Association here. Shao Fan overheard others discussing in hushed tones. He felt a surge of excitement. The more Pill Emperors present, the greater the likelihood of encountering Pill Monarchs and other formidable figures. When it came time for him to sign up, the results would undoubtedly be exceptional. Time ticked away, and Shao Fan, along with a throng of others, descended deeper into the earth, reaching a depth of several hundred shang. The part of the Peel God Tower above ground occupied a modest area of merely 3 to 5 acres, but the underground space exceeded 500 meters in diameter. They arrived in a vast circular hall, measuring 5 to 600 meters across with no supporting pillars in sight. Powerful formations reinforced the structure, making weight distribution a trivial concern. The hall's floor was paved with blue bricks, and numerous tables were arranged throughout. Shao Fan chose a rather advantageous spot. Being closer would surely enhance the effectiveness of his signing up. "Young lad, you actually came here." Not long after, Jiang Qian's voice echoed in Shao Fan's mind. As the Grand General of the nation, he had to oversee the Alchemist Conference held every 4 years to prevent any mishaps. This old man is quite the chess player. Many are aware of this. The Peel Dao exchange hasn't commenced yet, and I am setting up the chessboard to find someone to spar with. Come, show your skills and challenge me. Jiang Qian continued to communicate with Shao Fan, taking a seat not far from him. Is there no young person willing to play a game with me? Jiang Qian directly unveiled the chessboard. Many young individuals who had received invitations were drawn to it. Those chosen by Jiang Qian would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. I'll play. A young man not from the Dragon Empire stepped forward eagerly. Indeed, young man, you possess a vibrant spirit, Jiang Qian replied. I enjoy playing chess with the youth. Anyone below 40 is welcome, General Jiang. I fit that criterion. I am merely 33 years old. The young man smiled, introducing himself as Hon Shaji from the Black Flame Empire. Jiang Qian nodded slightly, and the two quickly began their march. A crowd gathered, drawn by the proximity. When Shao Fan secured a spot in the inner circle. As he observed, Shao Fan sensed an ominous turn of events. Jiang Qian's chess skills were at a masterful level, and he should have easily dominated the young opponents, yet Hon Shaji's skills had reached a grandmaster level. On the surface, the situation appeared favorable for Jiang Qian, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage. The Black Flame Empire and the Dragon Empire shared a strained relationship. Should this fellow triumph over Jiang Qian, it would significantly tarnish the latter's reputation. Shao Fan thought to himself, Jiang Qian, if you cannot handle him with your level of expertise, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You have not showcased even 30% of your ability, and yet this is the outcome. I believe I could win against him. Shall I take a turn? Shao Fan cleared his throat and spoke up. Jiang Qian glanced at Shao Fan, suddenly sensing something was amiss. He was well aware of Shao Fan's mastery in chess. If the situation were genuinely advantageous, Shao Fan would not have made such a suggestion. A grandmaster would easily dominate a novice, and saying so would sound quite pretentious. Clearly, Shao Fan had spotted a flaw that he had overlooked. If he, at the pinnacle of mastery, had failed to recognize the problem, then Hon Shaji must indeed possess grandmaster-level skills. Continuing down this path would lead to a significant loss of face. Young man, have we met before? Jiang Qian inquired with a puzzled expression. Shao Fan bowed slightly and replied, I am Shao Fan, the Crown Prince's tutor. I had the honor of accompanying the entourage to the Jiang family during the Crown Princess's visit. I recall now, Jiang Qian said, his memory rekindled. Since you are interested, why not let the two of you play a game? I happen to see an old friend and will go greet him. Jiang Qian smiled as he stood up, leaving the table. The surrounding crowd marveled. Could it really be so simple? If they spoke up, could they also leave an impression on Jiang Qian? Please go right ahead, Shao Fan said with a smile. Hon Shaji's eyes glinted with malice. He could not believe someone would thwart his opportunity. If he defeated Jiang Qian, it would greatly enhance his credentials, while it would be a blow to Jiang Qian. And yet, this was the outcome. After you, Shao Fan said with a smile. Hon Shaji quickly made his move, intent on finishing Shao Fan off in the shortest time possible. However, Shao Fan's speed surpassed his own. The two engaged in a rapid-fire chess match, with neither taking more than 3 seconds to contemplate their moves. What had initially seemed entertaining now appeared to be a clash of novices. Many onlookers criticized the match, noting it resembled a chaotic exchange rather than a strategic game. Yet, as Hon Shaji gradually realized, Shao Fan was not merely making random moves, he was setting traps that Hon Shaji fell into instead. Shao Fan's skill surpasses mine, Hon Shaji cast inwardly, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. 3 minutes passed, and Jiang Qian returned just as the game concluded, with Hon Shaji begrudgingly conceding defeat. "Let us play again." Hon Shaji glared at Shao Fan. He was unwilling to accept his defeat, believing it was due to his initial carelessness. Shao Fan spoke softly, "Do you think that if you cannot win the first game, you can secure victory in the second?" Hon Shaji sneered, "That was merely a moment of oversight on my part. In the next game you may not find it so easy to gain an advantage over me." Shao Fan turned to General Jiang. "Hon, General Jiang, may I engage him in another game? We can play a quick match, it won't take long." "Very well, I too enjoy watching a game of chess," Jiang Qian replied with a smile. The second match commenced swiftly, and this time Hon Shaji heightened his vigilance, taking slightly longer to ponder each move. An elder who accompanied Jiang Qian exhibited a look of astonishment. His chess skills surpassed those of Jiang Qian, reaching a masterful level. "Brother Jiang, you owe Shao Fan a favor," the elder conveyed to Jiang Qian telepathically. "Hon Shaji's chess skills are at the master level, and he is mid-stage in that realm. Had it not been for this young man, you would certainly have suffered a humiliating defeat in front of so many people." Jiang Qian squinted. It was indeed as he suspected. As time passed, Hon Shaji's expression darkened once more. He lost again. "So you are the Crown Prince's chess tutor, Shao Fan. I shall remember you. We shall meet again," Hon Shaji declared in a low voice before rising to leave. "Little Shao, this old friend of mine is a late-stage master, and he claims your skill surpass his. I owe you a favor," Jiang Qian remarked. "You have attained the pinnacle of master level?" Jiang Qian inquired. Astonished, Shao Fan stood and bowed. "General Jiang, indeed, my chess skills have reached perfection. I beg your pardon for my earlier rashness." Jiang Qian waved his hand dismissively. "That was not rashness, you have preserved my dignity." The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. Shao Fan had achieved the pinnacle of master level in chess. This implied that Hon Shaji was also at the master level, and Jiang Qian would certainly not be Hon Shaji's match. The majority present hailed from the Tianlong Empire, and as the national general, they were naturally loath to see Jiang Qian humiliated, especially by a young man from the Haiyan Empire. "General Jiang, you flatter me," Shao Fan replied. Jiang Qian laughed. "Young Shao, your chess skills are remarkable for one so young. Do visit the Jiang residence often? I would be grateful to learn from you." Many around them gazed at Shao Fan with envy. Jiang Qian's status could elevate anyone with a mere word. "General Jiang, if you wish to play chess, I can certainly come over, as I have ample free time since I cannot cultivate," Shao Fan said. Jiang Qian scrutinized Shao Fan. "You truly lack cultivation. Many alchemists had gathered today, perhaps they could assist you with your issues. Please sit beside me, I will have someone examine you." "Thank you, General Jiang," Shao Fan promptly replied. This arrangement would enable him to have closer interactions with top-tier experts, increasing his chances of obtaining valuable insights. After half an hour, numerous other powerful figures arrived. Jiang Qian swiftly invited 2 alchemists of the emperor level over. "Your Dantian is unharmed, and your meridians are intact. Why can you not cultivate?" The 2 alchemists soon furrowed their brows. They had never encountered a situation like Shao Fan's. With each passing moment, more alchemists, alongside several formidable warriors at the emperor and sovereign levels, gathered. The initial 2 alchemists hailed from the Tianlong Empire. 5 others soon joined from different nations. They were not there out of goodwill but rather with the intention of overshadowing the Tianlong Empire by solving Shao Fan's problem. Perfect, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. With such a congregation of alchemists and powerful figures around, the likelihood of signing in for valuable items was significantly increased. System sign in, Xiao Fan commanded in his mind, with the title of King of Survival. He was unconcerned about the surrounding experts detecting any abnormalities. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine level alchemical inheritance which comes with 200 years of cultivation and the Xian Huang Earth Fire, capable of refining pills and attacking foes. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of energy surged into Xiao Fan's body. The nebula and the primordial world tree in his mind voraciously absorbed the influx. The surrounding experts remained oblivious to any anomalies. 249 plus 200 years, my cultivation has surged to 449 years, reaching the late stage of the spirit sea, Xiao Fan thought, inwardly ecstatic while maintaining a calm exterior. System, what is the attack power of the Xian Huang Earth Fire? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The Xian Huang Earth Fire was now within him. The system replied, host, the power of the Xian Huang Earth Fire's attacks is related to your cultivation, capable of crossing an entire major realm. So, with my current late-stage spirit sea cultivation, the attack power of the Xian Huang Earth Fire is equivalent to the late-stage Xian Dan. Precisely, Xiao Fan was overjoyed, appreciating the substantial benefits that came with it. System, what about the alchemical inheritance? Host, first enhance your cultivation and then you will receive the alchemical inheritance. Chapter 38, the powerful alchemical inheritance. Soon, Xiao Fan's cultivation enhancement concluded. A vast amount of information regarding alchemy flooded into his mind. Host, your strength is too low. The information from the divine level alchemical inheritance is overwhelming. Currently, only 30% can be transmitted to you. As the information transfer finished, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. This is merely 30%. Xiao Fan felt as though his mind might burst from the sheer volume of information. At a crucial moment, the primordial world tree within his mind sprang into action, temporarily accommodating the deluge of knowledge. System, what level is the alchemical inheritance I have received? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The system responded, host, the alchemical inheritance you obtained surpasses that of the emperor level to some extent. But that does not mean you possess the ability to refine pills at that level. What you have received is a wealth of knowledge and experience that will require considerable time to digest. Additionally, the level of pills you can refine will also depend on your cultivation. Xiao Fan was astonished. Merely 30% already exceeded the emperor level. Incredible. Little Xiao, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps there are too many people examining you simultaneously. This is quite normal, Jiang Qian spoke up. Xiao Fan had appeared somewhat pained earlier. General Jiang, I am fine, Xiao Fan replied. He was no longer in pain. In fact, he felt exhilarated, though he had not acquired any pills. He had gained an alchemical inheritance, 200 years of cultivation, and the Xian Huang Earth Fire. Respected elders, if we cannot identify the cause, it may simply be that I lack any cultivation talent. Xiao Fan proposed. Now possessing late-stage spirit sea cultivation and wielding the Xian Huang Earth Fire with an attack power equivalent to the late-stage Xian Dan, he needed to continue biding his time. The longer he remained inconspicuous, the better the signing-in results would be. Moreover, his current strength was not particularly impressive in the vicinity of Shengjing City. Qin Xian and Qin Zhentian had initially deemed him an ordinary person. If he suddenly revealed his late-stage spirit sea cultivation, what would they think? Xiao Fan surmised that the most likely outcome would be them confining him to a small dark room, compelling him to create new texts, and then sending him on his way. It truly could be that reason. Having no talent for cultivation was indeed a rarity in this world. Several alchemists of the emperor level spoke up, expressing their thoughts in the language of the Tianlong Empire, which Xiao Fan understood. Dear friends, I appreciate your efforts. Let us continue our discussions, and later we can further investigate Xiao Fan's situation, Jiang Qian suggested. He had initially invited them, and thus felt obliged to speak. System, sign in. Seizing the opportunity before the experts dispersed, Shao Fan commanded within his mind the short interval would reduce the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. But with so many experts present, there remained a chance. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a medium-level misfortune talisman effective for those below the spirit sea level, with a duration of half an hour. The system's voice rang out. Shao Fan's heart leaped with joy. Given such a brief interval, this was indeed a fortunate acquisition. System, execute 10 consecutive sign-ins with a 1-second interval. Shao Fan instructed mentally, after 10 seconds, as the crowd of experts began to disperse. Shao Fan looked at the items in the system space and found himself somewhat speechless. They were all worthless trinkets, the kind that would be rejected by others. It seemed that acquiring the medium-level misfortune talisman was merely a stroke of luck. This method of signing in was ineffective. He needed to strategize for a grander opportunity. A longer interval between sign-ins at the most opportune time and place would yield the best benefits. Shao Fan concluded inwardly. As time ticked by, the Alchemical Exchange Conference officially commenced. The first segment featured various prominent figures sharing their insights. Shao Fan listened intently, discovering that as these luminaries explained their ideas, relevant information flooded into his mind, which he could swiftly digest. The inherited information he received was vast and chaotic, leaving him unsure where to begin. These experts' explanations were quite beneficial. After 2 hours of enlightening discourse, Shao Fan emerged with abundant knowledge. The second part focused on addressing inquiries. Many individuals posed questions, which were answered by the various experts. The 2 alchemists from the Tianlong Empire appeared somewhat grave. 5 other alchemists from different nations had arrived, and they were not there with benign intentions. The first round had been relatively cordial. The atmosphere was not overly charged, with individuals merely sharing their experiences. The second round, however, was different. During the QA session, if the 2 Tianlong alchemists performed poorly, it could lead to doubts regarding the Tianlong Empire's alchemical prowess, potentially prompting the Alchemist Guild to consider relocating. Throughout history, alchemists have often relocated, with their journey to the Celestial Dragon Empire occurring 3 millennia ago. Should they choose to depart at this juncture, it would undoubtedly inflict a profound blow upon both themselves and the Celestial Dragon Empire. Esteemed seniors and fellow practitioners, the materials I employed in concocting the Thousand Flame Pill are presented before you, along with a comprehensive account of my preparation steps. Why does the success rate remain stubbornly fixed at a mere 30%? An alchemical sovereign, brimming with impatience, interjected. As he spoke, a myriad of luminous points emerged at his gesture, swiftly coalescing into numerous illustrations of the raw materials, forming distinct characters. Shao Fan observed thoughtfully, as a torrent of information surged forth in his mind. So that is the reason. In a short span, Shao Fan discerned the underlying cause. Several alchemical emperors pondered intently. Half a minute later, one of them chuckled. My friend, in future endeavors, consider attempting your alchemy on clear days. Your success rate should see a notable increase. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 2 alchemical emperors from the Celestial Dragon Empire sank. A dismal start cast a shadow upon their spirits. As time ticked by, a plethora of challenging inquiries arose, with the 6 alchemical sovereigns each making some progress. Overall, the performance of the 2 alchemical emperors from the Celestial Dragon Empire was somewhat subpar. This was rather concerning. Not only should they be performing at their best, but their results ought to be above average. System, if I transmit a message to the 2 alchemical emperors of the Celestial Dragon Empire, will it be detected? Would this be considered interference? Shao Fan pondered in his mind. The system replied, host, the environment here is unique. Any transmission to anyone will go unnoticed. Such communication is not deemed interference. Shao Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had no desire to jeopardize the efficacy of his title as the King of Survival. Given your performance, do you wish for the alchemists to relocate from our Celestial Dragon Empire? He continued. I implore you to heed my counsel. Shao Fan discreetly transmitted his words to the two alchemical emperors, deliberately altering his voice to sound aged. Upon receiving the transmission, the two alchemical sovereigns were taken aback. Could there be an even more formidable alchemical emperor present in the Celestial Dragon Empire? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Some powerful figures prefer to remain in the shadows. Chapter 39, Master. We have achieved enlightenment. Esteemed seniors, I encountered a slight issue while crafting the 100 Fins Reversal Spirit Pill. The specific materials and procedures are as follows. Another martial sovereign raised a question. This martial sovereign provided an exceedingly detailed account, as he had been ensnared by this dilemma for quite some time, suffering considerable losses. The two alchemical emperors from the Celestial Dragon Empire pondered deeply but found themselves at a loss. Having never crafted the 100 Fins Reversal Spirit Pill, Shao Fan sent a message to one of them. The crafting of the 100 Fins Reversal Spirit Pill imposes strict requirements on the alchemist. One must not take a life within 3 years. If one has taken a life during this period, the efficacy of the pill will be compromised, leading to failure. It is certain that the individual has taken a life within the last 3 years. The alchemical emperor contacted by Shao Fan was quite competent, and upon receiving this reminder, he immediately recognized its validity. My friend, have you taken a life within the past 3 years to concoct this pill? One must refrain from such acts, otherwise repeated failures will ensue. This alchemical emperor spoke up. Now at the bottom of the standings, he needed to make a move. Indeed, I have taken a life. Was this truly the reason? The questioning martial sovereign suddenly came to a realization. Among the other 4 alchemical sovereigns, one remarked, this is undoubtedly the case. Su, my friend, do you have knowledge of the 100 Fins Reversal Spirit Pill? The Su referred to was Su Qingchuan, the alchemical emperor recently contacted by Shao Fan, though few addressed him by name. I possess a modicum of understanding, Su Qingchuan replied calmly. Subsequently, with Shao Fan's support, Su Qingchuan and another alchemical emperor unleashed their full potential, swiftly turning the tide of the situation. By the conclusion of the second round, Su Qingchuan and his companions had secured a respectable ranking. The third round involved directly attending to various patients, during which Shao Fan also provided significant assistance, resulting in an impressive performance by Su Qingchuan and his team. The fourth round was dedicated to alchemical preparation, a phase in which Su Qingchuan and his colleagues required no aid from Shao Fan, who was unable to assist, as all outsiders were required to leave. Shao, will you visit the Jiang residence tomorrow? I wish to engage in a few matches with you, Jiang Qian said to Shao Fan. As long as no incidents occurred on the first day, Jiang Qian felt at ease, knowing that the remaining participants were solely members of the Alchemist Guild. Esteemed sirs, I have a long-standing relationship with the Murong clan. After emerging from seclusion for several centuries, I discovered that only 2 young maidens from the Murong family remain alive. I am a wanderer at heart and wish to entrust you with a task. Could you kindly look after the 2 Murong maidens? They currently exist as slaves, and while you need not assist them in gaining their freedom, your guidance in their cultivation and protection would suffice. Shao Fan transmitted this message to Su Qingchuan and another alchemical emperor, both of whom nodded slightly in agreement. For them, this was a minor matter. Through Shao Fan's discreet guidance, they recognized that they were dealing with an extraordinary individual, one whose strength far surpassed their own. By the time Shao Fan and his companions exited the Alchemist Tower, dusk was approaching. Having spent nearly 10 hours within. Shao, do remember to come by tomorrow, Jiang Qian urged before hastily departing. Surrounding individuals gazed at Shao Fan with envy. To have garnered Jiang Qian's favor was undeniably a remarkable achievement, yet they understood that such envy was futile. Hon Shaji, a mid-level chess master, was destined only to be humiliated in their presence. Little did they know, the rewards Shao Fan reaped today extended far beyond this. He had acquired divine-level alchemical knowledge, 200 years' worth of cultivation, and the mysterious earth fire from the center of the earth. Ultimately, Shao Fan also secured a powerful backing for Murong Dai and her companion. The remaining members of the Murong clan had long since perished, and thus no one would dare to expose this truth. Su Qingchuan and his colleague would undoubtedly be generous in their assistance. Moreover, as both were alchemical emperors, their mere mention of protection for Murong Dai would compel Qin Zhentian to think twice before attempting to harm them. Alchemical emperors often find themselves in a position where many owe them favors, and offending such individuals could trigger a cascade of enmity from numerous powerful figures, provided that Su Qingchuan and his colleague shielded Murong Dai. Shao Fan, as their master, would undoubtedly share in the benefits. Having aided Jiang Qian along with the support of two alchemical emperors, Shao Fan had effectively acquired 3 formidable talismans for protection, greatly enhancing his security. Shao Fan, just you wait, crossing me will lead to your downfall. Hon Shaji's icy voice echoed in Shao Fan's mind. Shao Fan turned to glance back, soon spotting Hon Shaji, who stood merely a few meters away. System, activate the intermediate misfortune card for him, Shao Fan commanded in his mind. Affirmative, host. The intermediate misfortune card was promptly deployed unbeknownst to Hon Shaji, dismissing the potential effects of the misfortune card. Shao Fan swiftly made his exit. Master, upon returning to the manor, Murong Dai and Murong Wu immediately knelt in greeting. The two had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Little Dai, Little Wu, it seems you have undergone some changes, Shao Fan remarked with a smile. Master, what changes do you refer to? Murong Dai inquired, puzzled. Shao Fan chuckled. It appears you have become more beautiful, and your demeanor seems to have improved as well. Have your cultivation levels risen? Murong Wu giggled. Master, you are truly remarkable. We are unsure how it happened, but our cultivation has suddenly advanced significantly. I am nearing the late stage of the heavenly gang realm, while my sister is on the brink of perfection. Shao Fan, who had ascended from the pinnacle of the heavenly gang realm to the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, experienced tremendous growth, which in turn catalyzed substantial advancements for Murong Dai and Murong Wu. You have progressed so swiftly. Shao Fan feigned astonishment. Master, we cannot ascertain the reason. It feels akin to a moment of enlightenment, during which we grasped many concepts in a short span, Murong Dai explained. Shao Fan smiled. I am no expert in cultivation, but I believe this is a fortuitous development. However, you must also take care to solidify your newfound abilities. Let us dine, for I have yet to eat since noon. While they, as cultivators, may not feel hunger, Shao Fan had long been ravenous. Ordinarily, with his current cultivation level in the spiritual sea realm, he could easily forgo food and drink for 10 days to half a month. Yet he still preferred to maintain a routine of 3 meals daily. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that this was a result of the effects of his title as the King of Survival. As Shao Fan comfortably dined, Hon Shaji anxiously scanned his surroundings. The past half hour had been quite miserable for him. After lingering a moment too long on a particular woman, he found himself at the mercy of her family, who promptly delivered a brutal thrashing. Seeking to purchase medicinal pills for recovery, he instead acquired counterfeit goods, exacerbating his injuries. Before he could catch his breath, 2 strangers approached him, unceremoniously administering yet another beating, further worsening his condition. Young master, should there be no lasting repercussions, the protector assigned to Hon Shaji remarked, clearing his throat. His formidable strength made the previous hours of confinement within the barrier tedious. When he finally emerged to find Hon Shaji's battered state, he was taken aback. This must be Jiang Qian's doing, Hon Shaji transmitted. Young master, while we can discuss this discreetly, do refrain from speaking it aloud. It may not have been him. There could be other formidable figures seeking retribution. Given your predicament, it appears you have encountered multiple waves of trouble, the Guardian relayed. This is all Shao Fan's fault. Hon Shaji seethed through clenched teeth. Although he lacked the courage to retaliate against Jiang Qian, he felt emboldened to seek vengeance against Shao Fan. While the Hon family may not rival the Jiang family, they certainly possessed substantial power. Chapter 40, Military Strategy. I have some understanding. The following day, Shao Fan visited the Jiang residence to meet with Jiang Qian. Little Shao, please take a seat. Jiang Qian gestured with a smile. Inviting Xiao Fan to sit across from him. Little Xiao, I am immensely grateful for your assistance yesterday, Xiao Fan remarked. Elder Jiang, it was merely a trivial task, and besides you have put yourself in such a predicament for my sake. Jiang Qian, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, in the end it is my lack of skill that is to blame. After a lifetime of playing chess, I have yet to reach the level of a grandmaster. Come, let us converse as we play. Soon, Jiang Qian produced a chessboard and, without hesitation, made the first move. Xiao Fan, what are your plans for the future? Jiang Qian inquired with a leisurely demeanor. Xiao Fan placed his piece and said, Elder Jiang, my intentions are quite simple, to become a top-tier powerhouse, invincible across the realm. Jiang Qian retorted. Xiao Fan, do not indulge in fanciful daydreams. I am inquiring about your concrete plans, not your unrealistic aspirations. Xiao Fan mused silently, aware that no one truly believed him. Elder Jiang, if you express such doubts, what can I do? I might as well indulge myself, drinking to my heart's content today, for tomorrow's troubles can wait until tomorrow. Jiang Qian's eyes brightened. Xiao Fan's eloquence was impressive. Young Xiao, with your talent, even without formidable cultivation, you can soar to great heights. Do not underestimate your own potential, Jiang Qian stated solemnly. Xiao Fan nodded. He certainly aspired to rise in rank. A higher position would grant him the chance to gain the empire's fortune, which could linger within him for an extended time, thus allowing him to accumulate even more imperial fortune for better rewards. You have ascended 2 ranks in a short period, which typically does not allow for further advancement within 2 years. However, exceptional achievements may warrant exceptions. You should read more military texts and strengthen your physique. In the event of border conflicts, I will arrange for you to hold a position in the military. There will be no danger, and your military merit will not be diminished, Jiang Qian proposed. As the Grand General of the nation, it was easy for him to arrange such a position for Xiao Fan, especially given his connection to Zhang Yuli. Military texts. Xiao Fan's mind stirred. He had previously studied Sun Tzu's Art of War, which he had nearly forgotten, but now, with his heightened cultivation, he recalled it all. Perhaps due to the reliance on martial prowess in this world, many wars appeared rather crude to him, and the strategies seemed rather ordinary. Elder Jiang, I actually have some understanding of military strategy. I once authored a treatise on the subject, but as an ordinary person it may not be entirely applicable, Xiao Fan said after a moment's contemplation. He believed that presenting Sun Tzu's work could greatly benefit the Tianglong Empire and potentially stabilize the political landscape. He did not wish for turmoil, as even with greater strength in the future, a peaceful life was far more appealing than vying for supremacy. You have written a military treatise, where is it? Jiang Qian inquired with a smile, doubting the quality of Xiao Fan's work, suspecting it to be mere theory. Xiao Fan shook his head. I have long forgotten its whereabouts, but I can recite a few lines for you, Elder Jiang. Would you like to hear? Certainly, Jiang Qian nodded. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan recited. Military affairs are of utmost importance to the state, the realm of life and death, the path of survival and extinction. One must not neglect them, hence one must evaluate them through 5 factors, measure them with calculations, and discern their essence. First is the way, second is heaven, third is earth, fourth is the commander, and fifth is the law. Jiang Qian straightened, his expression grave as he focused intently on Xiao Fan. He sensed that the initial passages were far from simplistic. After Xiao Fan completed the recitation of the entire art of war, Jiang Qian's mind was ablaze with tumultuous thoughts, his eyes regarding Xiao Fan as if he were a marvel. As the Grand General of the Tianglong Empire, he comprehended the significance of Xiao Fan's words, realizing that the military strategies he had encountered paled in comparison, although Xiao Fan's perspective was rooted in that of an ordinary person. Leading to minor flaws, the treatise remained exceedingly vital. Elder Jiang, what do you think? If you find it lacking, consider it as if I never spoke, Xiao Fan said, sipping tea to soothe his throat. Jiang Qian responded. Shao Fan, how did you acquire such intellect? Aside from lacking in cultivation, I cannot think of anything you cannot accomplish. Have you shared this treatise with anyone else? Shao Fan shook his head. No, I had nearly forgotten about it until you mentioned it. Jiang Qian nodded. That is for the best. This treatise is exceptional. My own writings pale in comparison. You, an individual who has never been on the battlefield, have managed to compose such an unparalleled military treatise. It is a pity you are merely an ordinary person, otherwise such a work would surely position you as a renowned general in the future. If you submit this treatise, you are certain to gain a promotion. Alas, since you have just ascended 2 ranks, this could have easily elevated you further. Shao Fan chuckled. Gaining 1 rank is still commendable. I am only 20 years old, and the position of 6th rank princess reader is already quite respectable. Indeed, Jiang Qian acknowledged with a slight nod. Elder Jiang, could you recount tales from your past campaigns? With so many powerful figures from various nations, how do ordinary soldiers survive on the battlefield? Shao Fan inquired. Perplexed, Jiang Qian chuckled. There are no ordinary people on the battlefield. Even the lowest ranked soldiers must possess at least earthly-level cultivation. Squad leaders and centurions typically hold celestial-level cultivation, with the latter often at the late stages of celestial. 1,000-man commanders are at the spiritual sea level, while 10,000-man commanders reach the profound Dan realm. Higher-ranking officers possess martial king-level cultivation. Regular soldiers also train in military formations, which enable them to combine their strengths, significantly enhancing their overall defensive capabilities. Shao Fan nodded in understanding. Jiang Qian continued. Unless one side holds an absolute advantage, the top-tier experts from both sides will engage in fierce combat. A moment's lapse in skill could lead to death, and neither side's experts would squander their strength on the slaughter of ordinary soldiers. Shao Fan comprehended the implications. Jiang Qian chuckled lightly. If you wished, I can arrange for you to experience military life in the future. It would benefit your future endeavors. Shao Fan cleared his throat. Elder Jiang, let us discuss that later. I do not currently have such intentions, and His Highness would not permit it. He is still busy creating characters. At that moment, Qin Xian would certainly not allow him to leave Shengjing City. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted their conversation. Jiang Qian raised his hand, and the door to his courtyard swung open. The chief steward of the Jiang residence quickly approached Jiang Qian. Master, there is trouble. Hon Shaji is dead. He passed away last night under mysterious circumstances, and the people from the Black Flame Empire are now causing a scene at the government office. The steward said, his expression grave. The death of Hon Shaji, a prominent figure from the Black Flame Empire with a martial emperor-level expert backing him, was no trifling matter, especially since the Hon family had numerous interests in the Tianglong Empire. System, is the intermediate bad luck talisman that powerful? Shao Fan pondered in his mind. The system replied, Host, you are overthinking it. The effects of the intermediate bad luck talisman are far less severe. Only the advanced bad luck talisman could lead to death. Moreover, he should have long surpassed the time of death. The chief steward continued, Master, there are already rumors circulating outside, claiming that you secretly ordered his assassination. Jiang Qian gazed at Shao Fan, while others attributed the assassination to him. He was indifferent. He had killed many people. When losing one more was inconsequential. However, the matter concerning Hon Shaji was linked to Shao Fan, and the Hon family would likely seek revenge through him. Young Shao, what is your perspective on this situation? Jiang Qian inquired as he waved for the steward to withdraw. Shao Fan contemplated for a moment, then replied, It is impossible that you, Elder Jiang, would have orchestrated this. If you wished to kill him, it would surely be done openly. While someone may have sought to curry favor with you by eliminating him, that would be highly unlikely. To beat him up might be feasible, but killing him would only bring you trouble. Someone must be trying to frame you, and the assailant is likely familiar with the circumstances of Shengjing City. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. The guardians of Shengjing City possess strength ranging from spiritual sea to martial emperor levels. And they undergo rotations. The precise locations and timings of the powerful guardians are kept confidential. Of course, I am entitled to know these secrets. Shao Fan's expression changed slightly. Elder Jiang, does that mean my activities outside are also perilous? Jiang Qian shook his head. Your usual activities do not exceed 3 miles from the prince's residence. That area is constantly guarded by martial emperor-level experts. Shao Fan queried Elder Jiang, isn't there an extensive array of powerful formations throughout Shengjing City? Indeed, Jiang Qian confirmed, but the effectiveness of the formations varies across such a vast area. In zones with formidable guardians, the formations are significantly stronger, greatly reducing the likelihood of incidents occurring there. Yang Shao, you must exercise caution from now on. If the perpetrators are emboldened to act, discovering the truth will be challenging, and the Han family may retaliate against you. Shao Fan mused internally, hoping the Han family would refrain from provoking him. For once he grew stronger, they would not fare well. Elder Jiang, I will remain vigilant, Shao Fan assured him. Jiang Qian smiled, do not worry excessively. As long as you do not wander aimlessly, your safety is relatively assured. Shortly you shall accompany me to the palace. After the emperor reviews the military treaties you provided, your rank may be elevated once more. Shao Fan's heart stirred at the mention of the palace. Having just signed in yesterday, returning today seemed somewhat wasteful. Perhaps a first-time signing in the palace might yield considerable rewards. Elder Jiang, I believe it would be best to postpone our visit to the palace for a few days. You should revise this military treatise and let the matter concerning Hon Shaji settle down first. Shao Fan spoke up. Jiang Qian shook his head, saying, there is no need for you to study such military tactics. Old man finds it unnecessary. You are but an ordinary person, and it is quite normal for you to present such strategies. There are only a few minor issues here and there, which are of no significant consequence. It would not matter if you chose not to amend them. However, in a few days, we can see if we can uncover more. If we do, I shall discuss it with His Majesty. A smile crept into Shao Fan's heart. As he anticipated some worthwhile gains from this endeavor, Jiang Lao, shall we enter the palace to meet the emperor in 5 days? Shao Fan inquired. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. If you say 5 days. Then 5 days it shall be, since it is you who has presented this. The delay in your promotion holds little weight. As noon approached, Jiang Qian invited Shao Fan to dine. The chief steward of the Jiang residence soon approached Jiang Qian. Master, several hundred individuals from the Black Flame Empire are causing a commotion outside the estate, clamoring for our Jiang family to surrender the murderer, he reported respectfully. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow. In the past 20 years. I have not taken a life. They believe I have grown too old to wield a blade. Shao Fan interjected. Jiang Lao, I have finished my meal. Jiang Qian nodded. Then let us step outside together. I shall take the opportunity to issue a warning to some individuals, ensuring they do not act recklessly. Before long, they arrived outside, where 700 or 800 individuals from the Black Flame Empire were protesting, including powerful members of the Han family, such as Hon Shaji's guards. With Hon Shaji deceased, his guards bore significant responsibility, and this demonstration was orchestrated by them in a bid for survival. By doing so, they hoped to provide some semblance of accountability to the Han family. Surrender the murderer, surrender the murderer. The Jiang family must provide an explanation to young Master Han. Many shouted, a chorus of fervent radicals. The strength of the Black Flame Empire paled in comparison to that of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and not just by a little. Yet they perceived their own nation as superior. General, Jiang Qian's personal guards saluted him. Jiang Qian nodded slightly and stepped forward. Instantly, the hundreds of shouting individuals felt the atmosphere shift around them, as if they were transported to a battlefield, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The horrifying aura struck them, sending shivers through their very souls. Jiang Qian stepped forward once more. They beheld a figure, a maniacal slaughterer. As powerful adversaries fell one by one against him, those who fought against this imposing figure were no weaklings. Each of their strikes could rend the heavens and split the earth, yet they continued to perish. Eventually, the battle ceased, and the figure turned, revealing none other than Jiang Qian himself. Humph! Jiang Qian snorted lightly. The hundreds of individuals snapped back to reality from their terrifying illusion. I have never shied away from taking lives. Find the organizers among them and send them all on their way. Jiang Qian commanded. Yes, General, his guards responded sternly. They had long since identified the culprits, but Jiang Qian had yet to give the order to act. Soon a dozen individuals were dragged out. With swift precision, Jiang Qian's guards severed their heads without a word. The faces of the 700 or 800 protesters turned pale. They had just been frightened by the illusion, and now faced a second wave of terror. Take note of their names, should there be a next time. They shall perish, Jiang Qian declared coldly, his gaze sweeping over the unruly crowd. I did not order the death of Hon Shaji. If the Hon family insists on holding me accountable, so be it. I do not care. However, should they seek vengeance against my young friend Shaofan, they shall find no mercy from me. Jiang Qian's expression turned icy. At this moment he turned his gaze to Shaofan, and his countenance softened, returning to a harmonious smile. Little Shao, you were not frightened, were you? I have always believed in reasoning with others. I detest violence. Jiang Qian smiled. Shaofan chuckled lightly. Jiang Lao, I am not so easily intimidated. I shall take my leave now and will visit again another day, Shaofan said. Jiang Qian nodded. Someone escort Shao Shidu back to his residence. Under the protection of Jiang Qian's guards, Shaofan returned to his own courtyard. Master Murong Dai said, not having practiced at the moment, and quickly bowed upon seeing Shaofan. Little Dai, did I not instruct you to focus on your training? Shaofan remarked. Murong Dai replied, Master, someone just arrived with a significant number of elixirs, claiming they were a gift for me and little Wu.is. That so? Shaofan said, feigning surprise. Murong Dai nodded. The two women who delivered the elixirs were exceedingly powerful. We are far inferior. They mentioned that their master has a connection with our Murong family, and that she will personally visit us in a few days. Master, let me fetch the elixirs for you to examine. Murong Dai quickly returned from her room with a wooden box. When the box was opened, it revealed dozens of vials of various elixirs, each labeled with its name and grade, any one of which was worth a considerable fortune. Chapter 42, Qin Xian's doubt regarding the origin of the elixirs. Let me take a look. Qin Xian's voice resonated as he appeared in the courtyard. He had received word that someone had visited Shaofan, and given the sensitivity of Shaofan's identity, he felt compelled to investigate. Your Highness Shaofan, and the others quickly bowed. Qin Xian nodded slightly and began inspecting the vials. Some contained as few as 3 or 4 elixirs, while others held a dozen. These were not obscure elixirs. Qin Xian recognized them all. Together, they amounted to a value exceeding 20 million heavenly dragon coins. Who sent these elixirs? Qin Xian inquired. Shaofan shook his head. Your Highness, I just returned and have yet to inquire. Little Dai, please explain in detail. Murong Dai nodded. Yes, Master. In response to Your Highness, they are disciples of Dan Emperor Su Qingchuan and Dan Emperor Chen Xian, who claim their masters have ties with our Murong family. They said these elixirs are meant to enhance our strength and that then Emperor Chen Xian would visit us after the Alchemist Conference. Qin Xian shook his head. It is impossible for them to have ties with your Murong family. 300 years ago, their status was already quite high. They have not secluded themselves for long. If such a connection existed, your Murong family would not have suffered such losses back then. This matter seems rather suspicious. Shaofan cleared his throat. Your Highness, let us move to the study. Qin Xian expressed confusion but followed Shaofan to the study. As an ordinary person, he was not concerned about any potential schemes from Shaofan. Your Highness, yesterday, I was present. The two Dan emperors faced dire circumstances initially but swiftly turned the tide. Shaofan began. First, I held no suspicions, but in light of this incident, I have formed a hypothesis. Qin Xian's interest piqued. Are you suggesting that there were other than emperor-level experts who assisted them from the shadows, rather than having connections with the Murong family? It is that hidden then emperor-level expert who has ties to your family. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Your Highness, this is merely my conjecture, but I believe there is some merit to it. Qin Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Some individuals have long coveted the position of the Alchemist Association. If this is true, then Emperor Chen Xian and the others would owe that party a significant favor. Given their strength, it would be reasonable for them to act in this manner. Xiao Fan chuckled. Your Highness, they will come to us soon enough. You can inquire about this matter directly. Qin Xian nodded slightly. If Chen Xian and the others received assistance from the shadows to secure their victory, it would be inappropriate for others to question them. However, as the Crown Prince, it would be perfectly acceptable for me to ask. Xiao Fan, what new characters have you created recently? Show me. The quality must remain high and not diminish. Qin Xian instructed. Xiao Fan nodded and picked up a brush. The inkstone was full, and with the assistance of Murong Dai and her two maidservants, everything was in order. Before long, Xiao Fan had written over 100 characters, producing corresponding characters alongside them. These are the new characters I have created, Your Highness. Do they meet your approval? Xiao Fan smiled. Qin Xian's face lit up with joy. It seems you have indeed put in great effort. Each character is quite fine. Your progress is commendable. At this rate, will you not be able to complete it within 6 months? Xiao Fan replied. If all goes smoothly, it should be about 6 months. The only thing lacking may be some rare and seldom used characters, but those can be supplemented later without issue. Qin Xian carefully collected the paper on which Xiao Fan had written. Xiao Fan, you must seize this opportunity. I promise you, once it is successfully introduced nationwide, I will ensure your rank is elevated by 2 levels upon my ascension, Qin Xian stated earnestly. Xiao Fan's expression turned slightly peculiar. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be promoted again, becoming a 6th-rank Shidu. If he were to be elevated by 2 levels thereafter, he would attain the unheard-of rank of 4th-rank Shidu, Your Highness. Is that truly the case? Xiao Fan queried. Qin Xian replied with a hint of annoyance. The Crown Prince is still a prince. Do you think I would deceive you? I did not expect you to be so enamored with titles. Xiao Fan responded. Your Highness, I have heard that officials above the 5th rank possess the fortune of the empire, which grows stronger with higher ranks. Qin Xian suddenly understood. You seek the fortune of the empire, hoping it might assist you in cultivation. If that is your thought, you may find yourself disappointed. The fortune of the empire can facilitate breakthroughs and diminish the likelihood of going astray, but you possess no innate talent for cultivation. Xiao Fan retorted. You could have omitted the latter part. Qin Xian shot him a glare. To speak thus to me, you display quite the audacity. He recalled how Xiao Fan had previously suggested that she dress more lightly, and thankfully, that incident had caused Xiao Fan to forget. In truth, Xiao Fan remembered it all too clearly. With a slight curl of his lip, he remarked, Your Highness, if I were not audacious enough to be entangled in such secrets, I fear I would have long been suspected. Qin Xian responded. Xiao Fan makes a compelling point. I cannot refute that, Your Highness. Would it be possible to have someone appraise the pills that Xiao Dai and the others received? We must ensure there are no issues with the pills, Xiao Fan suggested. Although he possessed a profound inheritance in alchemy and knew the pills were perfectly fine, it was reasonable to seek assistance at this moment. Very well, Qin Xian nodded. Your Highness, you wouldn't have embezzled the pills belonging to Xiao Dai and the others, would you? Xiao Fan inquired. Qin Xian shot him a fierce glare. I am not so lowly as to engage in such disgraceful acts. Before long, Qin Xian left, somewhat irked, taking the pills with him. Not long after, the pills returned untouched, as Qin Xian had already confirmed with someone that the pills posed no issues. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, please take these pills. Strive to enhance your strength, Xiao Fan said with a smile. With these pills, Murong Dai and the others would improve swiftly, thus raising no suspicions, as they had previously advanced quickly without pills. Mu Rongdae suggested, Master, why not sell a portion of these pills? You can keep the proceeds. Indeed, Master, the total value of these adds up to 20 million Tianlong coins. Selling half would net you 10 million Tianlong coins. Mu Rongwu added. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. What would I do with so much money? Previously, I thought to gather more funds to buy you pills, but now that you lack for nothing, my finances suffice for our sustenance. His monthly stipend and allowances now amounted to 6,000 Tianlong coins, equivalent to 30,000 in his past life. Such a sum was more than enough for their basic living expenses. Despite Mu Rongdae and Mu Rongwu's attempts to persuade him, Xiao Fan waved his hand. Enough, I am the master, so you shall heed my words. Keep these pills for yourselves, your strength ensures my safety. Yes, master. As night gradually fell, Mu Rongwu was busy cultivating, while Mu Rongdae stealthily slipped into Xiao Fan's room after finishing her bath. In no time, Mu Rongdae and Xiao Fan began to play hide-and-seek. With her hiding beneath the blankets. Chapter 43. The first attendance at court. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Young Master Xiao, I visited my parents and grandfather today, and grandfather mentioned the matter he had arranged with you. Do not forget, Jiang Yuli murmured softly, resting her head on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Jiang Yuli looked up and kissed Xiao Fan on the cheek, saying, Young Master Xiao, thank you for helping grandfather out a few days ago. Xiao Fan replied cheerfully, Yuli, given our relationship persisting, Zhong Laogong is merely a matter of course. What matter did you arrange with grandfather? Young Master Xiao, Jiang Yuli asked curiously. I inquired with grandfather, but he refused to tell me without your consent. Xiao Fan explained, I wrote a treatise on military strategy. The Art of War is a classic penned by the ancestors of Huaxia, and in this world only he, a descendant of Yan Huang, could claim authorship. Should he assert that it was written by some predecessor, it would imply that the Art of War was not authored by anyone in this world, which would be ludicrous. You understand military strategy? Jiang Yuli exclaimed, astonished. I have a modest understanding, Xiao Fan replied with a grin. Jiang Yuli got up and said, Young Master Xiao, you must be cautious when going out, even with grandfather's protection, and even as the prince's reader. There are still certain risks. Be particularly wary of being deceived out of Shengjing. With that, Jiang Yuli vanished, leaving behind only a faint fragrance in the room. When will I be able to hold her and sleep through the night? Xiao Fan mused. Currently, Jiang Yuli could only stay for 2 or 3 hours each time. Knock, knock. The next day, Lu Ping knocked on Xiao Fan's courtyard door. Reader Xiao, General Jiang has arrived. He is waiting outside the prince's residence and has business with you. You should hurry, Lu Ping urged. Thank you, Lu. Xiao Fan quickly made his way to the prince's residence. Xiao brat, you could have gone to Jiang's residence earlier instead of making an old man like me come all the way here to fetch you. Hurry up and get in, Jiang Chen said, lifting the curtain of the carriage. Xiao Fan soon climbed into the carriage. Although the temperature had begun to drop, the inside of the carriage was warm. As it was equipped with a formation, General Jiang, I was just about to visit the Jiang family. I didn't expect you to come here first. Is it too early to meet His Majesty now? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. Jiang Qian replied, I thought it best to take you to the morning court. Many military officials will be present, and it would be beneficial for you to listen. I am to attend the morning court. Xiao Fan responded, taken aback. Jiang Qian chuckled, though your position does not technically grant you eligibility, as I am bringing you along, you may certainly attend. General Jiang, should I change into more formal attire, would it be inappropriate to attend the morning court dressed like this? Xiao Fan asked nervously. Jiang Qian appraised him and said, your attire is adequate, there is no time for a change, so let us depart. Early in the morning, with few people on the streets, the carriage sped along. Upon reaching the palace gates, they disembarked and began walking a considerable distance until they arrived before a majestic palace. Xiao brat, this is the Chenji Hall, where the emperor holds his morning court. One must be cautious in every word and action here, however, do not be overly anxious. I shall assist you, Jiang Qian whispered to Xiao Fan, announcing General Jiang and Princess Rida Xiao Fan for an audience. A sharp, resonant voice soon echoed from within the Tenji hall. Jiang Qian led the way, and they quickly entered the hall. Xiao Fan discreetly glanced around. There were over 100 individuals within, divided into civil and military ranks. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Both Xiao Fan and Jiang Qian intoned in unison. The difference was that while Jiang Qian did not kneel, Xiao Fan did. After all, he had already slept with the emperor's daughter-in-law. Kneeling was a minor concession. Rise, Qin Zhentian's voice rang out. General Jiang, you have brought Xiao Fan here. Is there an important matter at hand? Qin Zhentian inquired, uncertain of Jiang Qian's intentions but confident that he would not be deceived. Jiang Qian replied, Your Majesty, Reader Xiao has authored a treatise on military strategy that I found exceedingly insightful. I have brought him to present it to Your Majesty. Oh, Qin Zhentian's eyes widened in surprise. A person without any cultivation who has never set foot on the battlefield has written a treatise on military strategy. The civil officials began murmuring amongst themselves. Had it been anyone else, they would have questioned it. But Jiang Qian's presence deterred them from offending him. Where is the treatise? Qin Zhentian asked. Xiao Fan retrieved a book from his robes. It was his own work. Soon, the book was presented to Qin Zhentian. The Yan Huang Military Strategy, Qin Zhentian muttered, reading the title on the cover. Qin Zhentian's consciousness enveloped the book, and he quickly finished reading it. Warfare is a matter of great importance to the state. A matter of life and death, the way to survival. It must not be overlooked. Well said, Qin Zhentian exclaimed with delight. Having led troops into battle himself, he could discern the value of this military text. Though some parts were flawed, he reasoned that Xiao Fan, being an ordinary person, had a somewhat limited perspective. Reader Xiao, your treatise is titled Yan Huang Military Strategy. Within, you reference Yan Huang. Who is this Yan Huang? Qin Zhentian inquired. Xiao Fan sheepishly replied, Your Majesty, Yan Huang is merely my pen name. Many poets and storytellers adopt pen names, and I thought to choose one for myself as well. While he said this, he knew that his pen name was not chosen lightly. A pen name, a pseudonym used when writing. Qin Zhentian mused, smiling. Gentlemen, you should all take a look at this military strategy. I believe you will find it enlightening. A eunuch took the military text and presented it to one of the ministers. As the officials released their consciousnesses, they quickly absorbed the content of the treatise. Reader Xiao is truly a prodigy. This military strategy is remarkable, Your Majesty. The value of this treatise is equivalent to that of 100,000 elite troops, the military officials exclaimed in unison. Such a work undoubtedly carried more weight with them. Jiang Qian added, Your Majesty, I found great pleasure in reading it. Reader Zhao's authorship of this military strategy is of significant merit to the nation. I humbly request that Reader Zhao be promoted. Chapter 44, A Monster in the Court. Qin Zhentian chuckled. General Jiang, you are actually advocating for someone else's promotion. How novel. Jiang Qian replied, Your Majesty, this treatise merits my request. I do not wish to see a talent like Reader Xiao perish prematurely. Elevating his rank serves as a form of protection for him. A higher official rank acts as a safeguard. The higher the rank, the stronger the protection. As a 6th rank prince's reader, anyone who wishes to harm him must think twice. Qin Zhentian nodded slightly. Xiao Fan, what are your thoughts? Xiao Fan quickly responded, Your Majesty, I am interested in a promotion. Perhaps the imperial fortune could aid my cultivation in the future. However, I do not require real power. Being the prince's reader is already quite satisfactory for me. Upon hearing this, many others chimed in. Xiao Fan's disinterest in power posed no threat to their interests, and they were keen to show Jiang Qian some courtesy. Reader Xiao, who authored this treatise, one of the civil officials inquired. Xiao Fan, perplexed, replied, I wrote it, my lord. Have you perhaps seen it elsewhere? The official hastily clarified, I meant who penned these characters. It was I. Xiao Fan affirmed. Xiao Fan replied, astonished by the other's reaction, have you truly attained master-level proficiency in calligraphy, Xiao Shidu? Xiao Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have reached a master level in calligraphy. As for military strategy, I write it casually, my true forte lies in poetry. Another official inquired Xiao Shidu, how old are you this year? Xiao Fan responded, I am 20 years old. The official, who was 68, expressed his deep regret, saying, at 20. I was fond of calligraphy, yet even now, I have not touched the threshold of mastery. How shameful. Have you taken a spouse? Xiao Shidu asked another official. Lord Lin, you are rather cunning, since you have not reached master level yourself. You wish to secure a master-level son-in-law for your family, another official exclaimed with widened eyes. From the imperial throne, Qin Zhantian cleared his throat. Enough, do you not know the decorum of the Chenji Hall? Such raucousness is unbecoming. Xiao Shidu, you have recently been promoted twice. It is customary that you cannot rise further, but this military treatise is invaluable, so I shall grant you another promotion, from this moment forth. You are appointed as a 6th-rank princess reader. Xiao Fan quickly knelt, saying, I humbly thank your majesty. Qin Zhantian continued, this military treatise you present to the court, and I shall reward you with 300,000 Tianlong coins. I hope you will contribute further to the court. Thank you, your majesty. Xiao Fan expressed once more. 300,000 Tianlong coins is no trifling sum. In the past 3 years, he had only saved 100,000 Tianlong coins. And even with the gifts from his promotions, it merely added up to 100,000. Rewards for merit and penalties for faults. This is my decree. Rise, Qin Zhantian said with a faint smile. Thank you, your majesty, Jiang Chen said, clasping his hands. I have a bit of personal interest in helping Xiao Fan. He recently saved my face. Qin Zhantian nodded slightly. Gentlemen, if there are no further matters, we shall conclude for today. No officials spoke up. Dismissed. They all shouted in unison, long live the emperor, long live, as Qin Zhantian stood to leave. Xiao Fan thought to himself, system, sign in, almost forgetting the matter, he quickly did so. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Eye of Celestial Insight, which can pierce through illusions and expose the disguises of demons and monsters. The system's voice echoed, and a torrent of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. He felt an itch in the middle of his forehead, as if a third eye was about to emerge, causing him a slight sense of panic. In this court, if he were to sprout an additional eye, would he not be deemed a monster? Host, you need not worry, even if you use the Eye of Celestial Insight, no top-tier expert nearby will detect it, the system reassured him. Why? Xiao Fan inquired. Host, the Eye of Celestial Insight exists in a state between reality and illusion. You can see it, but others cannot. You will understand once you have processed the information. Soon after, Xiao Fan and the others exited the Chenji Hall. Xiao Shidu, congratulations. Xiao Shidu, do consider this matter. My youngest daughter is but 18. Wise and talented, truly worthy of your consideration, the officials urged. Many were genuinely interested in Xiao Fan. At such a young age, he had already achieved the rank of 6th rank, with master-level skills in both calligraphy and chess, and could even compose military treatises such as the Yanhuang military strategy. Xiao Fan clasped his hands, saying, I appreciate your kind intentions, but until I resolve my cultivation issues, I cannot consider such matters. The daughters of esteemed families, even if of average talent, must possess some level of cultivation, and their lifespans will exceed mine considerably. My situation may hinder a worthy maiden. The officials exchanged glances. Indeed, Xiao Fan's cultivation was a concern. The average person's lifespan is around 80 to 90 years. Those without any cultivation like Xiao Fan might not live beyond 70, as aging would begin after 40. Individuals at the Tiangang level can live up to 160 years, while those at the Digong level can reach 120. Daigang level individuals do not begin to show signs of aging until they are 80. Xiao Shidu, do not lose heart, there will surely be a solution. They encouraged. Isn't the Alchemy Exchange Conference coming up? Perhaps you could consult some top alchemy experts, several officials suggested. Xiao Fan sighed. I had 6 alchemy emperors examine my situation previously, and there was no viable solution. I thank you all for your concern. The officials felt a sense of lament. Truly, the heavens envy the talented. Little did they know that Xiao Fan had already reached the late stage of the Spirit Sea. With an attack power equivalent to the Shendan level, esteemed officials, I must take my leave, Xiao Fan said as he departed swiftly. How do I use the eye of celestial insight? He pondered internally. And soon enough, a plethora of information surfaced in his mind, allowing him to quickly grasp its usage. Focusing his intent on his forehead, a faint golden vertical eye manifested there, exuding an aura of authority. As if a divine being was surveying the world, suddenly, Xiao Fan's heart raced. He noticed a fairy tail behind a person ahead, a remnant of a demon's incomplete transformation. This tail was exceedingly difficult to detect. Even in the Tianji Hall, Qin Zhentian had failed to see it, yet it could not escape the scrutiny of Xiao Fan's eye of celestial insight. Xiao Shidu, is there something amiss? The purple-robed elder ahead inquired. Turning to face him, Xiao Fan apologized. My lord, I beg your pardon, I was momentarily entranced by the exquisite patterns on your robe. The elder replied calmly, the patterns are a type of formation. It is not good for an ordinary person to gaze upon it for too long. Thank you for your guidance, my lord, Xiao Fan responded hastily as the elder turned away. If it were anyone else, he might have been suspicious, but Xiao Fan appeared merely ordinary. A demon brazenly entering the court. Xiao Fan mused silently. If such occurrences happen within the court, one can only imagine the state of affairs in other regions. The prince's residence may very well harbor demons as well. Xiao Shidu. Congratulations once more, Xiao Shidu. It hasn't been long and you have already risen to the 6th rank. Oh, how delightful. Shall we gather again tonight? They exclaimed. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Xiao Fan was soon inundated with congratulations from Feng Xinyan and others, transforming his courtyard into a lively hub. You all have such keen ears for news. We celebrated my recent promotion, so let us refrain from another celebration today. Xiao Fan smiled. As he conversed with the guests, he activated the eye of celestial insight. What on earth? He gasped in shock. He discovered that the vice minister of the prince's residence, Shonan, was also a demon, unlike the one in the palace, who had a large tail. Shonan bore no such appendage, however, his hands were adorned with black serpentine scales. Shonan had been handling many affairs for the recently preoccupied Minister Feng. This fellow was, in fact, a demon. Xiao Fan was utterly taken aback. The infiltration of demons was more alarming than he had imagined, not only lurking within Shengjing City but even infiltrating the prince's residence and the court. Xiao Shidu, you have made quite the leap in rank. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Will you not consider hosting a banquet? Shonan said with a smile, his demeanor betraying no hint of abnormality. Many within the prince's residence, including Xiao Fan, had previously held a favorable impression of Shonan. If Qin Xian were to ascend, Shonan would undoubtedly secure a high position. Minister Shen, let's set that aside for now. If I reach the 5th rank, I shall host a banquet then. Xiao Fan smiled. Although he now knew Shonan was a demon, he did not reveal this knowledge. After half an hour of tea, Shonan and the others took their leave. Then once the courtyard door was closed, Xiao Fan's smile faded. System, wasn't there a powerful formation laid out in the prince's residence? The palace has an even stronger formation. How could it not detect this? Xiao Fan questioned in his mind. Host, every formation has its vulnerabilities. As long as you can identify the flaw, it cannot hinder you, the system replied. It is akin to the operating system of a computer in your previous life. If there are vulnerabilities in the system, viruses will find a way to thrive. Over the long passage of time, formations evolve continuously. While vulnerabilities may diminish, new ones will inevitably emerge. Xiao Fan mused. This situation suggests that the formation designed to sense demonic energy has a flaw, one that the demon race has exploited. However, even if a flaw is discovered, it is not so easy for demons to invade. They might be detected by top-tier human experts. Generally, demons would not dare to enter the prince's residence. let alone infiltrate the court. Shen An's cultivation level must not be low, and he undoubtedly possesses powerful concealment treasures or techniques. As a fourth-rank official, if the prince ascends, Shen An would surely rise to third-rank status. Becoming a significant figure, the demons have grand ambitions, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Shen An must be dealt with. His high status could lead to him learning secrets from the prince. A cold light flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. To become the vice minister indicates that Shen An is quite trusted. If one day Qin Xian confides secrets to him, it would not be entirely unlikely. System, can Shen An obtain the fortune of the empire? Xiao Fan inquired internally. Any official who reaches the 5th rank may acquire the empire's fortune, even if Shen An is a demon, the system explained. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened at this revelation. This was indeed good news. If he could eliminate Shen An, he would gain a substantial amount of imperial fortune, enhancing the effects of his sign-in system. If I were to eliminate Shen An here in this courtyard, would the concealment remain intact? I would be utilizing the power of the town government divine monument. Additionally, what if I utilize the martial emperor experience card? Xiao Fan pondered in his mind. The system responded, host, you may wield the power of the town god monument. And as long as you remain undetected by others, there will be no issues. The same applies to the martial emperor experience card. A subtle smile graced Xiao Fan's face. This indeed sounds promising. System, what is the current range of influence of the town god monument? Xiao Fan inquired. When he obtained the town god monument, he was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial phenomenon, with its influence extending only 20 meters. Barely covering his courtyard. Now that he has reached the late stage of the spirit seek, he has certainly surpassed that by a significant margin. The system replied, host, this is something you must communicate with the town god monument to sense. The current range is 45 meters. A surge of joy filled Xiao Fan's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed reached a range of 45 meters, quite impressive. This area is substantial, exceeding 6,000 square meters. Shen An's villa is not too far from here, perhaps only 50 to 60 meters away. With a bit more growth, it will fall within reach. Xiao Fan mused inwardly. It would be ideal to eliminate him within Shen An's courtyard. If a favorable opportunity arises, striking him down quietly in an alley at night would suffice as well. Having only just signed in today, it would be better to let him survive for a few more days. Xiao Fan thought to himself, should I eliminate Shen An now, I must sign in within 3 to 4 days. The shorter the time frame, the lower the chances of obtaining valuable items. Shen An has been in the prince's residence for over a decade. There is no haste for these few days. The identity of that individual in the court remains uncertain, as does their official capacity. Xiao Fan contemplated, determining he ought to investigate this matter further. That purple-robed official appeared quite imposing, likely holding a significant position. I in the prince's residence, the prince remarked, Your Highness. Xiao Fan has been rising rapidly, having just ascended from the 7th rank to the 6th, and has formed connections with the Jiang family. He could indeed pose a problem, Hon Shiming replied to the prince. The prince gazed at Hon Shiming. Old Hon, the deceased Hon Shaji from the Hon family bears a striking resemblance to your name. You do not have any ties to the Hon family of the Black Flame Empire, do you? Hon Shiming hurriedly responded, Your Highness, there is absolutely no connection. I am completely unrelated to the Hon family of the Black Flame Empire. That's good to hear. The prince nodded slightly. Hon Shiming had been with him for 20 years, during which he had accomplished much. The prince certainly did not wish for any issues to arise concerning Hon Shiming. Old Hon, I am aware that you have long suspected the crown prince to be a woman, but one must present evidence for such claims. Your suspicions seem rather far-fetched. Xiao Fan had intervened to defend Jiang Qian, and it was only natural for Jiang Qian to assist him. If he were truly guilty, why would he draw attention to himself so brazenly? The prince spoke in a calm tone. Hon Shiming countered, I still feel that Xiao Fan is suspicious. Should I arrange for someone to test him? I assure you it will be done discreetly." After a moment of contemplation, the prince nodded slightly. "Very well, since you wish to conduct a test, proceed, but ensure that the individual conducting the test is dealt with afterwards to leave no traces." "Understood." Hon Shiming's figure vanished. The prince began watering the flowers, lost in thought about whether Hon Shiming truly posed a threat. Years ago, Hon Shiming had approached him seeking allegiance. Initially, the prince had not trusted him. But over time, trust had been established. Although the prince had believed Hon Shiming to be completely reliable, recent actions had caused him to harbor some doubts. Did Hon Shiming's ambitions for rebellion exceed even his own? Was there a genuine connection to the Hon family? The prince mused silently. Chapter 46: The arrival of two alchemy emperors. 2 days passed swiftly, and Shao Fan was resting in his room. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the villa was knocked upon urgently. Murong Dai opened the door to find an official from the prince's residence. "Miss Dai, is Scholar Shao present?" "Two esteemed alchemy emperors from the prince's residence wish to visit," the official said hastily. Shao Fan emerged from his room. "Manager Wang, should we not go out to welcome them?" The official replied. "There is no need for a formal welcome. They have already entered the prince's residence and are on their way here. Ensure that you tidy up properly and be mindful of your words. Do not offend the two alchemy emperors." Shao Fan glanced around the courtyard, which Murong Dai and the others had tidied up quite well. There was little that needed addressing. "Little Dai, please inform Little Wu to pause her training," Shao Fan instructed Murong Dai, for at that moment Murong Wu was in the midst of her training, and the two generally alternated. "Yes, master." Soon, Murong Dai awakened Murong Wu, and before long, Su Qingchuan and Chen Xian, the two alchemy emperors, arrived outside the villa accompanied by Prince Qin Xian. As alchemy emperors, Su Qingchuan and his companions held high status, and even the prince had to treat them with utmost respect. Behind Qin Xian stood Steward Feng Xinyan and young Steward Shenan. "I greet your highness. It is an honor to meet the two esteemed seniors." Shao Fan greeted them outside the villa. "No need for formalities," Qin Xian replied coolly. "Shao Fan, the two seniors have come seeking you and Murong Dai. You must not neglect them." "Indeed, your highness." "Esteemed seniors, please come in." Soon, Qin Xian and the others entered the villa, while Feng Xinyan and Shenan remained outside. "Steward Shao Fan is remarkable. In such a short time, he has risen to the 6th rank, and now two alchemy emperors have come to seek him out." Shenan conveyed in a whisper. Feng Xinyan replied, "As far as I know, the two alchemy emperors are here to seek Murong Dai and her sisters. They have ties with the Murong family." Shenan appeared contemplative. "This courtyard is rather small," he remarked. "Your highness, since Scholar Shao has reached the 6th rank, should we not consider relocating to a larger place?" Su Qingchuan suggested, surveying the surroundings. Although Shao Fan's courtyard was not small, covering several hundred square meters, it paled in comparison to the grand residences of Su Qingchuan and his companions. Shao Fan quickly responded, "Elder Su, it is as such. I reside here with Little Dai and Little Wu, and there is no need for a larger space. I have grown accustomed to this place and do not wish to change." Chen Xian cleared his throat. "Scholar Shao, we come today with the intention of taking Murong Dai and her sisters with us. They can study alchemy under our guidance, and if they wish to pursue other paths, we can recommend them." Murong Dai's expression shifted, and Murong Wu quickly interjected, "Esteemed seniors, I do not wish to leave my master. I am quite content by his side." Murong Dai added, "Esteemed seniors, we appreciate your kind intentions, but we are very happy with our master. Our cultivation progress has significantly accelerated compared to before." Only then did Qin Xian take notice of Murong Dai and her sister's cultivation levels. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Murong Dai, did you not only reach the mid-stage of the celestial phenomenon a few days ago? How have you nearly achieved full mastery now?" Murong Dai performed a respectful bow. "In response to your highness, we experienced a moment of enlightenment together not long ago. My cultivation has advanced from the mid-stage of the celestial phenomenon to nearly full mastery. And my sister has reached the late stage of the celestial phenomenon. Qin Xian, taken aback, asked, "You both reached enlightenment together?" Murongdai nodded, "Indeed, Your Highness, perhaps it is due to the spiritual connection we share as sisters." On that day, when my sister faced danger and I sensed it, Qin Xian was aware of the incident involving Murongwu's ambush and nodded slightly. Su Qingchuan inquired, "What transpired with Murongwu's ambush?" The alchemy emperors had been asked to assist, and if anything happened to Murongwu, they would be left utterly humiliated. Qin Xian explained, "Recently a certain Qianhu, whom Shaofan offended, sought revenge by targeting Murongwu first. That Qianhu has already met his end for violating the imperial laws." Su Qingchuan nodded slightly. Murongwu, are you certain you do not wish to accompany us? We can offer you superior cultivation conditions, and your futures will be much brighter. If you wish to live, I believe Scholar Shao would not object. Murongdai and Murongwu simultaneously shook their heads. "Esteemed seniors, we truly appreciate your kindness, but our master treats us exceptionally well. We find our time with him quite pleasant. He also provides us ample time for cultivation," Murongdai stated. Murongwu resolutely declared, "Esteemed seniors, we absolutely will not leave our master." Not only had Shaofan bound them with a master-servant contract, but even without it, they would never part from him. Su Qingchuan and Chen Xian exchanged glances, realizing that Murongdai and her sisters were genuinely reluctant to leave. Chen Xian turned to Qin Xian, "Your Highness, could we request your assistance in lifting the servant status of Murongdai and her sisters?" Qin Xian promptly replied, "The elder Chen, I will send someone to communicate with the Prince of Chong. It should not pose any issues." 300 years ago, the ancestors of the Murong family had slain the Prince of Chong. Though he had perished, his son later met the same fate, leaving only his grandson alive. "Who is the current Prince of Chong?" "Very well." Chen Xian and Su Qingchuan nodded. Su Qingchuan smiled, "Your Highness, please convey to the Prince of Chong that we owe him a favor for this matter." Despite their status as alchemy emperors, the Prince of Chong remained a lord, and they would certainly show him the respect he deserved. Understood. Qin Xian nodded. "Little Dai, Little Wu, do not forget to express your gratitude to the two esteemed seniors." Shaofan prompted. Murongdai and Murongwu knelt. "Thank you, esteemed seniors." The favor of Su Qingchuan and Chen Xian in lifting their servant status was indeed worthy of their gratitude. No need for excessive formalities. Rise. Su Qingchuan raised his hand, a gentle force lifting Murongdai and her sisters. "Shaofan, you are their master. I hope you will treat them well in the future. Here, take this token." As Su Qingchuan spoke, a token flew towards Shaofan. "This is the honorary elder token of our Medicine God Valley. Anyone who targets them is effectively targeting our Medicine God Valley," Su Qingchuan stated calmly. In Qin Xian's eyes, astonishment flickered as Su Qingchuan unexpectedly produced such a formidable item. The support it provided was indeed substantial. With this, even the martial emperor would have to think twice about dealing with Shaofan and his companions. The Medicine God Valley was not to be trifled with. Chen Xian chuckled lightly. "Friend Su, if I do not bestow upon you something of value in return, it would reflect poorly on my generosity." "Shaofan, this is for you." Chen Xian tossed an ancient ring to Shao Fan. It was a special ring, modest in size with only 2 cubic units of space, yet accessible to ordinary individuals. Shaofan's eyes lit up. He possessed a system space, but retrieving items from it risked unwanted attention. This special ring would prove much more convenient. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. I understand your intentions and assure you I will treat them well." Shaofan expressed hastily. Chen Xian nodded slightly. "As long as you comprehend, should you mistreat them, we will undoubtedly hold you accountable." Chapter 47, A Night of Thunderstorms and Assassination. Before long, the two alchemy emperors took their leave. Shaofan and Qin Xian accompanied them out of the prince's residence. "Shaofan, come with me," Qin Xian instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Shaofan followed Qin Xian to the Book Fragrance Pavilion. Qin Xian remarked, "The benefits offered by Su Qingchuan and Chen Xian are quite considerable. It seems the alchemy emperor in the shadows possesses remarkable strength. Shao Fan nodded slightly. Indeed. If it were merely a matter of repaying a favor, they would not have gone to such lengths. The two alchemy emperors have already provided numerous pills. Their visit today to assist Murong Dai and the others in removing their slave status was commendable enough. To bestow upon me an honorary elder token and a special ring is truly generous. Qin Xian pondered that alchemy emperor must have a close relationship with the Murong family. If he reaches out to you, do inform me. I wish to make his acquaintance. An unknown yet powerful alchemy emperor could significantly influence the situation. Shao Fan nodded. Understood, Your Highness. Your Highness, I have a question to ask, he continued. Qin Xian responded calmly. What is it? Speak freely, Shao Fan inquired. Your Highness, I read in a book that some demons conceal themselves among the populace. Surely there can be no demons within the prince's residence, Qin Xian retorted sharply. How could there possibly be demons within the prince's residence? The residence is fortified with various formations, while demons may lurk within Shengjing City. They would be detected long before reaching the prince's residence. It is utterly impossible for them to hide here, Shao Fan mused inwardly, questioning the absoluteness of Qin Xian's statement. It became evident to him that Qin Xian was unaware of Shen An's true identity, implying that Shen An posed a potential threat. Your Highness, I was merely inquiring casually. I have been reading about such matters, and it instills a measure of fear, Shao Fan quickly clarified. Qin Xian reassured him. You need not worry, as long as you remain in Shengjing City you are quite safe. Demons do not dare to cause chaos here. Shao Fan sighed internally, realizing that Qin Xian remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Demons had infiltrated not only the prince's residence but also the court. It was entirely possible that demons were concealed within the military as well. Your Highness, I understand, he replied. You should return now and treat Murong Dai and the others with kindness. Shao Fan departed soon after. Feng Xinyan and the others arrived at Shao Fan's location upon learning that the two alchemy emperors had come to visit Murong Dai and her companions. Feng Xinyan and the others expressed their envy, lamenting that they lacked such maidservants. Thunder rumbled ominously as torrential rain poured down. That night Murong Wu lay beside Shao Fan, her small frame nestled in his embrace, for she had always harbored a fear of thunder since childhood. Little Wu, are you all right? Shao Fan gently patted Murong Wu's back. Awakening from her slumber due to the thunder, she replied, Master, I am fine, while nuzzling closer to him, feeling his embrace offered her a sense of security. A quarter of an hour passed, and Murong Wu drifted back to sleep, while Shao Fan remained awake, sensing an unusual presence. What is Shen An up to? He pondered. In the separate courtyard, utilizing the power of the town god's monument. His strength surpassed even that of a perfected martial emperor. He detected Shen An approaching and then retreating, and now Shen An was drawing near again, seemingly intent on infiltrating his courtyard. What could this fellow be planning? Shao Fan wondered. The honorary elder token from the Medicine God Valley should hold no value for Shen An. Murong Dai and her companions had received numerous pills of which Shen An was unaware. The special ring would also be of no consequence. Suddenly Shao Fan's eyes narrowed as he sensed a murderous intent emanating from Shen An. It appeared that Shen An's intentions were not to seek treasure but rather to kill, with the likely target being Murong Dai and her companions, having just received a visit from the two alchemy emperors. If Murong Dai and her companions were to perish that night, Qin Xian would find it difficult to explain to them. As the crown prince, any deterioration in his relations with the two alchemy emperors would undoubtedly impact the rule of the Tianlong Empire. The demons seemed to have grand designs. Shen An, if you seek to kill, I shall send you on your way fast. What a pity for your martial sovereign level cultivation. Shao Fan's eyes glinted coldly. Without hesitation he propelled a drop of water forward at an incredible speed, which instantaneously pierced through Shen An's skull. Shen An, suppressed by the formation, possessed only the strength of a perfected celestial warrior, making him vastly outmatched by Shao Fan, even if Shen An were not restricted. With his martial sovereign level cultivation, he would still be no match for Shaofan. Thunder crashed once more in the sky. Shen An's body swiftly transformed. In a matter of moments, the seemingly refined middle-aged man morphed into a colossal serpent. The serpent stretched over 20 meters in length, its girth exceeding that of a barrel, exuding a potent demonic aura from its corpse. Clang, clang, the prince's residence resonated with the sound of a loud bell. Not good, the demon bell has sounded. Everyone pay attention, a demon has entered the prince's residence. Protect his highness. The flurry of activity ensued within the prince's residence. At that moment, Qin Shen was in the midst of his training when the bell's ominous toll reached his ears. He swiftly concluded his practice, and many gathered around to protect him. Your Highness, we have located the demon's corpse. Soon a personal guard from the prince's residence approached Qin Shen with a report, where Qin Shen inquired solemnly. Your Highness, it is in the alley behind. It is a massive black-scaled demon serpent likely possessing martial sovereign level strength, the guard replied. Qin Shen's expression shifted dramatically. Soon, he and several guards made their way to the alley outside Shaofan's courtyard, where Shaofan and Mu Rongdai had also emerged. Where did such a large serpent come from? Shaofan exclaimed, eyes wide. Qin Shen regarded Shaofan with a hint of suspicion, recalling that Shaofan had just questioned whether demons could infiltrate the prince's residence earlier that day. Your Highness, this demon was slain, and its form could not be maintained. The demonic aura it released triggered the demon bell, reported one of the guards. Who is he? Qin Shen asked in a low tone. Your Highness, there are torn garments here. Judging by the clothing, this demon serpent may have been transformed from Steward Shan'an, the guard replied. Qin Shen's complexion paled. Steward Shan'an. Shan'an has been within the prince's residence for quite some time, conducting his duties meticulously. I have trusted him, he said, urgency rising in his voice. Immediately search for Shan'an. Shan'an's courtyard was nearby, and soon several guards rushed into his quarters, though they were unlikely to find him. Your Highness, we found nothing, the guards reported upon their return. Qin Shen's expression darkened as he realized Shan'an had indeed transformed into a demon and had been lurking within the prince's residence for so long without detection. This was a grave issue, indicating a significant flaw in the royal family's demon-sensing formations. Your Highness, who could have slain him? The prince's residence is fortified with powerful formations, yet it appears undamaged. It is likely he was killed in an instant. Shaofan remarked with a puzzled expression. Qin Shen's demeanor grew grave. This too posed a serious problem. Shan'an's cultivation was likely suppressed to the perfected celestial warrior level, and even if Jiang Yuli were present, Qin Shen knew she could not have killed Shan'an in a single blow. A martial emperor level expert must have entered unnoticed by the formations, or a martial emperor level stronghold was hidden within the prince's residence. Qin Shen contemplated the implications of either possibility, both of which were deeply concerning. Chapter 48, disguised as a martial emperor-level expert, Qin Shen extended his consciousness, meticulously examining the corpse of the giant serpent. Soon, he discovered that the demon core within the serpent remained intact, while remnants of its demonic soul lay within the corpse. Qin Shen deduced that some form of attack had instantaneously obliterated Shan'an's soul. Your Highness, before long, two martial emperor-level experts arrived. They were stationed near the prince's residence, and typically, any martial emperor-level presence would be detected immediately. Did you notice anything unusual? Qin Shen inquired. The two martial emperor-level experts exchanged awkward glances and shook their heads. Your Highness, it is our oversight, one of them admitted ruefully. Qin Shen gestured toward the corpse of the black-scaled serpent. Examine it closely, see if you can discern anything. Yes, Your Highness. The two martial emperor-level experts enveloped the serpent's corpse with their consciousness. Shortly, one of them spoke. Your Highness, the demon serpent contains traces of rainwater. It is possible it was struck down by a drop of rain. As Shan'an approached, a drop of rainwater accelerated toward his head. penetrating it and instantaneously obliterating his demonic soul. The other martial emperor level expert added, Your Highness, the attacker likely possesses strength surpassing ours by a considerable margin even if the martial emperor had not reached perfection. He must have attained the later stages of his power. Qin Xian took a deep breath. Fortunately, this formidable being seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly slain Shannon just as he could easily extinguish Qin Xian's life without a sound. Inform everyone that this news is strictly confidential. Should anyone leak it, I shall ensure they face severe punishment, Qin Xian commanded solemnly. The emergence of demons within the Crown Prince's residence, concealed for so long, would bring disgrace upon the entire royal family if word got out. Yes, soon after, all the individuals in the alley departed. Shao Fan, Mu Rongdai, and Mu Rongwu returned to their slumber. Before long, Qin Zhentian received the news and arrived at the Crown Prince's residence. Father, have you discovered anything? Qin Xian inquired. Qin Zhentian shook his head. There are no lingering traces left behind by the assailant. There is a 70% likelihood that they possess the cultivation level of a perfected martial emperor, although Qin Zhentian himself was at the mid-stage of the martial emperor level. His strength had reached the later stages, making it difficult for a martial emperor of later stages to conceal themselves from him. The thought of a perfected martial emperor sent a jolt through Qin Xian's heart. Qin Zhentian pondered. The assailant may be a powerful ally of Chen Xian and his group, adept in alchemy and possessing high cultivation. Qin Xian remarked. Father, Mu Rongdai and the others have experienced an abnormal increase in their cultivation lately. Mu Rongdai was previously at the completion of the Earth Gang level and now she is nearing the completion of the Heaven Gang level. Qin Zhentian's eyes lit up. That must be it. They may have received covert assistance from that individual during the night. Perhaps Shannon sought to target them but was discovered and swiftly eliminated. Qin Xian contemplated, finding Qin Zhentian's analysis quite reasonable. Father, why did the assailant not openly come forward to assist? Qin Zhentian shook his head. Only the assailant knows the reason. From the current situation, they do not appear to be an enemy. There is even a possibility of forming an alliance. It is best not to investigate their identity further, as it may provoke them unnecessarily. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Qin Zhentian said in a serious tone, The demon-seeking formation has issues. This is of utmost importance. We must identify the flaws within the shortest time possible. Qin Xian furrowed his brow in silent concern. This would not be an easy task. The demon-seeking formation had been refined over generations, and if the flaws were easily identifiable, they would have likely been discovered centuries ago. Father, there is one more matter. Earlier today, Shao Fan inquired about the demons and questioned whether there were any within the Crown Prince's residence. Shortly after they appeared. Do you think this is mere coincidence? Qin Xian spoke. Qin Zhentian replied, It should merely be coincidence. He is an ordinary person. How could he possibly uncover the presence of demons hidden within the Crown Prince's residence? Qin Xian nodded slightly. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he did not doubt Shao Fan's abilities, as they had thoroughly investigated Shao Fan's past. During the Alchemy Masters Conference, 6 alchemy emperors had examined him together. Father, I suspect there may be a martial emperor-level demon hidden here, and there might also be powerful demons within the palace. You must exercise caution, Qin Xian advised. Qin Zhentian replied solemnly, I will be careful. But you must also stay vigilant. Do not practice tonight, rest early. After saying this, Qin Zhentian departed. Qin Xian contemplated for a moment before hastening to Shao Fan's courtyard. I pay my respects to Your Highness. Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour? Shao Fan, still awake, greeted him in the courtyard. Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu had not yet risen. Perhaps Qin Xian had secret matters to discuss with Shao Fan. With a thought, Qin Xian reverted to his original appearance. I am Qin Xian, and I thank you for your assistance in slaying the demon. I humbly request to meet the esteemed elder. Qin Xian bowed respectfully to the heir. Shao Fan, puzzled, responded, Your Highness, do you mean that the elder who killed the demon is here with me? it is just me and Xiao Dai. Qin Xian explained their rapid rise in cultivation may indicate that an elder has been assisting them. Possibly present here last night. Xiao Fan widened his eyes. Your Highness, do not frighten me. If that elder is here, wouldn't Xiao Dai and the others be exposed? He grumbled. Qin Xian's expression changed. Xiao Fan, do not speak carelessly. That elder is most likely a super expert at the perfected martial emperor level. Would such a venerable figure engage in such petty voyeurism? They are not as lewd as you. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Could he not vent his frustrations? Elder, if you do not wish to reveal yourself, a message would suffice. If there is anything I can assist with, please command me, Qin Xian reiterated. After a considerable time passed, no one responded to her. A voice resembling that of an old woman echoed in Qin Xian's mind. I do not wish to meet you, nor do I wish to be entangled in the chaotic mortal realm. I have no interest in you as a princess or an emperor. However, I shall give you a warning. As you seem sincere, there are formidable demons within the court. Qin Xian was taken aback. The revelation of demons within the court was utterly shocking. Elder, may I inquire as to the identity of these demons? The old woman's voice replied. If you are aware of this, do you not think you can uncover their identities? If that is the case, the fall of your nation would be deemed fate. With that, the voice faded. The one who transmitted the message to Qin Xian was of course Xiao Fan. Within this courtyard he had no issue disguising himself as an old woman to communicate with Qin Xian, who would never suspect him. Through this transmission he might be able to identify the demon within the court, and in a few days he could achieve even greater gains. Your Highness, is there truly someone here? Xiao Fan asked incredulously. Qin Xian shot him a glare. What do you think? Mind your tongue. Do you wish to offend such a venerable elder? Do you want to die? With that, Qin Xian vanished without a trace. Chapter 49. The demon in high places. Time flew, and the next day dawned with the morning court proceeding smoothly. All officials of the third rank please remain. Qin Zhentian announced. Officials of the fourth and fifth ranks departed, leaving more than half the officials in the Hall of Heavenly Extremes. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Left Chancellor Situqing inquired, perplexed, as they were unaware of the events at the Crown Prince's residence the previous night. Qin Zhentian made his move, and a powerful barrier instantly enveloped all present, creating a formidable protective shield around each official. This barrier was designed to prevent any demons from causing chaos. Last night, a demon was slain within the Crown Prince's residence, and that demon had been concealed there for a long time without detection, Qin Zhentian declared solemnly. Shock spread across the faces of the officials. A demon lurked within the Crown Prince's residence. Your Majesty, do you suspect that there are demons among us as well? Situqing exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Zhentian replied, the emergence of demons within the Crown Prince's residence indicates that something has gone awry with the demon-seeking formation. Demons could very well be present within the palace. There may even be some among you. Fear gripped the hearts of the officials. If demons had infiltrated their ranks, their intentions would surely be nefarious, and numerous secrets may have already been compromised. You will all enter this demon-sealing pot shortly. The experience will be somewhat painful, but you must endure, Qin Zhentian instructed, producing a black gourd. If you are not demons, the pain you experience will not intensify. You will emerge in half an hour. However, for any demons, the suffering will only escalate. Right Chancellor Konglin interjected. Your Majesty, if any of us are demons, we will fully cooperate to expose them. The other officials nodded in agreement. Faced with such circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. Seal, Qin Zhentian swiftly ensnared all the officials within the demon-sealing pot. This pot could not keep living beings contained for extended periods. Holding them for just 3 to 5 hours was acceptable. It hurts. Soon, the officials began to cry out in pain. Many possessed considerable cultivation, yet they were still in agony within the demon-sealing pot. This is unbearable. After half an hour inside, their souls would be affected, and it could take 2 to 3 months for them to fully recover. There was no alternative. they had to endure to unearth the demons. Situ Ching and others engaged in harsh discussions. Qin Zhentian remained vigilant, monitoring the situation. Within 10 minutes passed, and everyone's reactions were similar. No one exhibited any marked changes during that time. A half hour elapsed with no significant developments. Could it be that there were no demons among them? Qin Zhentian mused silently. Last night, Qin Xian had informed him that there were likely demons within the court, but that did not mean they were present among Situ Qing and the others. A few more minutes passed and Qin Zhentian noticed something unusual. His attention was drawn to the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Kai Yuanjing. Kai appeared to be suffering immensely. Another 5 minutes passed and Kai Yuanjing could no longer contain his transformation. In an instant he morphed into a terrifying wolf demon. The surrounding officials gasped in shock and quickly retreated. This is bad, he's going to self-destruct, someone exclaimed in horror as Kai Yuanjing's body swelled uncontrollably. Qin Zhentian's immense power swiftly sealed Kai Yuanjing's strength, preventing his self-detonation, but he still perished in the process. Deputy Minister Kai had been a wolf demon all along. I have known Deputy Minister Kai for 20 years. I cannot believe he has concealed his true nature for so long. The demons must have grand designs. The officials erupted in heated discussion, their shock palpable. You shall remain for another quarter of an hour. Qin Zhentian's voice echoed within the demon sealing pot. Situ Qing and the others had no objections. The quarter hour passed swiftly, and upon emerging from the pot they found no additional demons among them. Esteemed lords, you have endured much. Take the time to recuperate upon your return, Qin Zhentian intoned solemnly. The matter of Kai Yuanjing being a demon must remain confidential. I cannot bear such humiliation. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, the assembly responded in unison. The Deputy Minister of Personnel is a high-ranking official. Allowing a demon to ascend to such a position would bring disgrace upon the entire court. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Shao Fan's eyes brightened. He sensed a significant influx of imperial fortune coursing through him, comparable to what Xiao Chong had previously bestowed. Following Shen An's demise, Shao Fan had also acquired a considerable amount of imperial fortune. Combined, it amounted to an impressive sum. Previously, he had received a substantial boon of imperial fortune, which had enabled him to claim the Town Hall Divine Monument. This time, the imperial fortune he garnered was no less. And after waiting an additional 3 or 4 days, the intervals had notably lengthened. With such an abundance of imperial fortune, it seemed the demons within the court should soon be dealt with. He mused inwardly, I must seek out such delightful little creatures more often. In the afternoon, Qin Xian arrived at Shao Fan's quarters. Your Highness. Shao Fan quickly rose to pay his respects. Are Murong Dai and Murong Wu cultivating? Qin Xian inquired. Shao Fan nodded. Are there not powerful individuals assisting them in their advancements? I have encouraged them to train diligently. Their strength may well increase. Have them come out. Qin Xian commanded. Shao Fan summoned Murong Dai and the others, who soon emerged from the training room. Your Highness. Murong Dai and Murong Wu bowed respectfully. In Qin Xian's hands appeared 2 official documents. Murong Dai, Murong Wu, this is an official decree from the Doli Temple. Your status as servants has been revoked. From this moment forth, you are free. Should you wish to leave Shao Fan's side, he cannot compel you to stay. Murong Dai and Murong Wu knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness, they exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The Murong family had been in servitude for 300 years, bound by their status as servants. Thank you, Your Highness, Shao Fan added. Qin Xian continued. Murong Dai, Murong Wu, focus on your cultivation with top-tier strong men supporting you. Your futures are limitless. Rise, he instructed. Murong Dai and the others stood, and Qin Xian handed the documents to them. Shao Fan, come to my study. Qin Xian entered the study, and Shao Fan followed suit. Within the palace, a demon had been discovered. The Deputy Minister of Personnel, Kai Yuanjing, had been masquerading as a human, having infiltrated the palace for over 20 years. Shao Fan inhaled sharply. A demon has become the deputy minister of personnel. With each new emperor comes new ministers. If you ascend the throne, he may very well become the minister of personnel. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Power cannot remain in the hands of a select few indefinitely. Emperors and their chief ministers have their time limits, and a new emperor may bring about a change. If the Minister of Personnel were a demon, the implications would be dire. The minister oversees the appointment, promotion, and transfer of officials. The mere thought of a demon in such a position sent shivers down one's spine. Your Highness, why do you confide in me regarding this matter? It seems to bear little relevance to me, Shao Fan queried, perplexed. Surely, Qin Xian did not suspect him of being a top-tier strongman. Qin Xian chuckled wryly. I initially believed that demons were scarce within Shenyang city, and I mentioned this to advise you to be cautious. Should anything befall Shao Fan, it would be troublesome for Jiang Yuli. Arranging for her to have another man might not be accepted. Yet failing to do so would raise suspicions about her prolonged solitude. Chapter 50, Contemplating the Murong Sisters, Successful Sign-In. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chenquan Transformation Furnace. The Chenquan Transformation Furnace is a divine-grade alchemical treasure. Accompanied by 100 years of cultivation. 3 days later, after Shao Fan signed in, the system's voice rang out, and an overwhelming surge of energy and information flooded into him. His cultivation had increased by 100 years. System, my cultivation must be 550 years now, Shao Fan mused excitedly in his mind. 551 years, the system replied. Upon reaching 600 years of cultivation, he would barely attain the Xian Dan level. Shao Fan's current cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Master, I feel my cultivation rising, Murong Wu stated in astonishment. I believe I have gained insight. Shao Fan turned to her. Shao Wu, what are you waiting for? Go cultivate immediately. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Inside the training room, Murong Dai also sensed an unusual surge in her cultivation. The two sisters were close to breaking through to the celestial tidal completion and the later stages of celestial tidal. And this time their cultivation would surely advance. Yes, Master. Murong Wu promptly retreated to her room to cultivate. System, what use is the Chenquan Transformation Furnace to me? My alchemical skills are commendable, but I do not engage in alchemy. Shao Fan pondered. He had previously acquired a divine-grade alchemical inheritance and could now absorb more due to his improved cultivation, yet he had not employed it lately. The system responded, how could it be of no use? The pills obtained by Murong Dai and the others can be reforged by you to yield even greater effects, with reduced side effects. Their master-servant contract ensures that any changes to the pills will remain undisclosed. Shao Fan silently nodded, recognizing the utility in that regard. However, he lamented slightly, wondering how splendid it would have been to gain additional years of cultivation, potentially several hundred. System, what is the hierarchy of divine-level powers? Treasures and techniques you have mentioned several times, Shao Fan inquired in his mind. The system replied, in the Sacred Spirit continent, the martial emperor level is slightly inferior to the Great Ascension stage from your previous life. While the divine level following the martial emperor is just below that of immortals, your Chenquan Transformation Furnace is indeed a commendable celestial artifact. Shao Fan asked, what lies beyond the divine level in the Sacred Spirit continent? The system retorted impatiently, host, you are thinking too far ahead. You are still quite distant from the martial emperor level. Indeed, achieving the pinnacle of martial emperor level cultivation would be quite an accomplishment. Shao Fan languidly reclined once more. Boom, boom. Not long after, Murong Dai and Murong Wu each achieved breakthroughs. Their cultivations had reached celestial tidal completion and the later stages of celestial tidal respectively, given their age. Such accomplishments were impressive. Qin Xian at their age would not have surpassed them significantly. Furthermore, not long ago, Murong Dai and her sister had only been at the earth tidal level, yet within a month. They had elevated a major realm master. I have reached the later stages of celestial title, Murong Wu exclaimed as she emerged from her room, excitement evident in her voice. Shao Fan smiled faintly, with his cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit sea. And possessing the Xian Huang Earth Heart Fire, his attack power had reached celestial dan completion. As Murong Wu's cultivation advanced rapidly, his grew even faster. Shao Wu, since you have improved, let us go out for a stroll tonight. Staying cooped up at home day after day is becoming unbearable. Murong Wu's eyes lit up. She delighted in accompanying Shao Fan on outings, as her previous excursions with Murong Dai had primarily revolved around shopping for groceries before returning swiftly. Master, not long after Murong Dai also emerged. Have you broken through? Come here, master, reward me with a kiss. Shao Fan chuckled and Murong Dai's cheeks flushed as she stepped closer. He embraced her, and they shared a tender kiss for a considerable time. We shall not prepare dinner tonight, instead let us dine out and then explore the night market of Shenyang City. Shao Fan proposed with a smile. Reflecting on his years in Shenyang City, he realized he had seldom visited the night market. Previously considering it dangerous as an ordinary person. Yes, Murong Dai exclaimed joyfully, now you should be able to protect me. Shao Fan chuckled. With Murong Dai at celestial tidal completion, her strength surpassed even that of the spirit sea realm, making her a formidable figure among the populace. Furthermore, a maid at celestial tidal completion would deter most from causing trouble. Should an obstinate individual arise, he could always reveal his official token. He possessed a 6th rank prince's token, alongside the honorary elder's token from the Medicine God Valley. Master, how beautiful! Murong Wu marveled. Shao Fan and the sisters rented a flower boat that glided along the Moonshu River in Shenyang City. The river spanned approximately 200 meters, with numerous shops lining its banks, illuminated by brilliant lights at night. It was indeed stunning. It truly is beautiful, Shao Fan replied with a faint smile. The waters of Moonshu River flowed gently, and flower boats dotted its surface, with laughter and cheer echoing from one vessel to another. As a larger cruise ship approached, it seemed to deliberately draw near. Murong Dai discreetly transmitted a message to Shao Fan and Murong Wu. Dozens of meters away, a larger leisure boat approached, where a musician played enchanting melodies. Shao Shidu, the son of Dukan, requests your presence. The large boat drew within mere meters of Shao Fan and his companions. As a black-clad warrior at the bow announced, Shao Fan furrowed his brow. What business did the son of Dukan have with him? He recalled that Dukan had previously sought a list of the influential figures in Shenyang City. While he knew who Dukan was, he had never met him in person, and the Duke's son had likewise never encountered him. Shao Dai, Shao Wu, take me over there, Shao Fan instructed, although Dukes wielded little real power. Their status, connections, and influence remained formidable. As a mere 6th rank prince's aide, he paled in comparison, and the Duke's son held a significantly higher standing. Yes, Master. Murong Dai and Murong Wu replied in unison. One on each side. They took hold of Shao Fan's hands, lifting him gently into the air as they gracefully descended towards the larger leisure boat. With their celestial tidal cultivation, they could fly short distances without issue. Shao Shidu, please, the warrior gestured as they swiftly entered the boat's interior, which boasted 2 levels. They ascended to the 2nd floor. We meet again, young master. And Shao Fan and the Murong sisters greeted respectfully. The esteemed heir Anwenqing is in his 40s, however, his cultivation level, which reaches the spirit sea, belies his youthful appearance of merely 30. As for Shao Shidu, this heir has been informed that Murong Dai and Murong Wu are no longer bound as slaves, and their departure from you poses no issue. Anwenqing stated softly. Shao Fan furrowed his brows in quiet discontent, realizing that Anwenqing had set his sights on Murong Dai and her companion. Indeed, they are now free individuals, Shao Fan interjected. Slavery does not grant freedom of choice. The crown prince's gift to him renders them his, and they are no longer slaves capable of making their own decisions. A confident smile appeared on Anwenching's face. Murong Dae, Murong Wu, you shall accompany this heir from now on. I can take you as my concubines. Anwenching asserted. He understood that behind Murong Dae and Murong Wu stood formidable protectors, and securing them as concubines might yield significant benefits. Furthermore, the allure of such a pair of sisterly beauties was not to be underestimated. Thank you for your kind offer, Anwenzi, but we shall not leave our master. Murong Dae replied. Indeed. Murong Wu nodded in agreement. Anwenching's expression darkened instantly. Shao Fan, persuade them. Being my concubines would be 100-fold, 1,000-fold improvement over serving under you as maidservants. Anwenching cast a threatening gaze towards Shao Fan. The realms have been modified to gathering chi, condensing essence, earth gang, heaven gang, spirit sea, profound dan, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign. The title of crown prince has been changed to this palace. Chapter 51, Thoughts on Qin Shen. Shao Fan responded coldly. Anwenzi, such matters require consent. If Shao Dai and the others are unwilling, I cannot persuade them. Anwenching narrowed his eyes. Shao Fan, do you think that as a 6th grade crown princess scholar you have become someone of importance? In my eyes, a mere crown prince scholar is nothing at all. I shall inherit the title of Duke of State. Shao Fan's eyes narrowed. Anwenzi, while my position as crown prince scholar may be lowly, it has been bestowed upon me by His Majesty. I am an official of the Eastern Palace. Do you dare to demean His Majesty or the Crown Prince? Anwenching's expression shifted. Shao Fan, your silver tongue cannot alter the fact of your lowly status. I possess ample means to deal with you. Murong Dae, Murong Wu, reconsider your decision. If you continue to follow Shao Fan, he will lead you to a poor fate, which would not bode well for your future. As he spoke, Anwenching radiated a powerful aura. Shao Fan, being an ordinary person, stood in stark contrast to Anwenching, a formidable spirit sea-level expert. Murong Dae and Murong Wu instantly positioned themselves in front of Shao Fan, shielding him from Anwenching's overwhelming pressure. Late heaven gang, perfected. Anwenching felt a jolt in his heart, jealousy welling up as he gazed at Murong Dae and her companion. They were merely 17 or 18 yet possessed such cultivation. Perhaps by the age of 20 they would reach the spirit sea realm. He, at 40, had only just attained spirit sea status. Anwenzi, a forcibly twisted melon will not be sweet. Since Shao Dai and the others do not wish to follow you, it would be best for you not to force the issue. We shall take our leave, Shao Fan declared. Did this heir grant you permission to leave? Anwenching backed coldly, as his subordinates immediately obstructed their path. Murong Dae, Murong Wu, with your talents, following a worthless individual like him will surely hinder your future. In 20 or 30 years you will remain as you are now, eternally youthful and beautiful, while Shao Fan will grow old. Will you be content with that? Anwenching stated in a low voice. Anwenzi, our master is our everything. Even in death we shall follow him. Murong Dae asserted. Indeed. Murong Wu nodded in agreement. Anwenching's expression darkened. He had thought that, as the son of a duke and a powerful cultivator, persuading Murong Dae and her sister to follow him would be easy. He never anticipated their steadfastness. Do you recognize this? I am an honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley. Anwenzi, should you wish to act recklessly, consider the consequences. Shao Fan produced a golden token from his special ring. Honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley. Anwenching's expression shifted. He dismissed Shao Fan's 6th grade scholar status, believing that as long as he did not kill Shao Fan, disciplining him would pose no issue. However, the honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley was not to be trifled with. While the Medicine God Valley might not rival the Shention sect in strength, its influence was vast. Many had benefited from its kindness. To name a few, in the capital city of Shenjing, numerous dukes and lords had received favors from the Medicine God Valley, far from just 1 or 2. He dared not provoke an honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley. For if they chose to wield their influence, his position as heir could be jeopardized. Get lost, Shao Fan turned and said coldly. The few individuals blocking his path hesitated, while the Medicine God Valley might not dare to kill Anwenzi. Offending Xiao Fan could lead to an ambiguous demise. An Wenqing gritted his teeth. His subordinates exchanged glances before ultimately stepping aside. They could not afford to offend the medicine god Valley. The valley possessed life-saving elixirs as well as deadly poisons. Should the valley choose to eliminate them, they could easily perish without reason. They were merely ordinary guards, not officials of the court, who would risk angering the powerful medicine god Valley for their sake. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, let us depart. Yes, master. Soon Xiao Fan and his companions returned to the original flower boat. What a disgraceful thing, a mere crown prince scholar so brazen. An Wenqing spoke with a glint of malice in his eyes. My lord, while his status as a crown prince scholar is insignificant, the honorary elder of the medicine god Valley is formidable and should not be provoked, one of An Wenqing's subordinates cautioned. Humph! An Wenqing scoffed, avowing that he would make Xiao Fan understand the consequences of offending him. He was merely an ordinary person. Bawaist, master, we have caused you trouble. Murong Dai expressed her concerns. Xiao Fan, wrapping his arms around Murong Dai, kissed her and smiled. Xiao Dai, this is but a minor issue. It is nothing to fret over. Shenjing has a terrifying population of 30 million, and within this vast city, all manner of characters can be found. Do not let such trivial matters affect your mood. With his strength on the rise, Xiao Fan felt emboldened. Although An Guogong held a high title, he was merely a duke without real power. And besides, the one targeting him was An Wenzai. As an honorary elder of the medicine god Valley, with a favorable relationship with Jiang Chen, he had little to fear from a mere heir. Murong Dai felt somewhat reassured. Master, I want a kiss too. Murong Wu pouted, looking at Xiao Fan. That can be arranged. Xiao Fan chuckled, pulling Murong Wu into an embrace and kissing her as well. Damn! An Wenqing, standing at the bow of the boat, happened to witness this scene. Xiao Fan, surrounded by the two women, kissing one after another, was perceived by An Wenqing as a direct provocation after he had just considered making Murong Dai and her sister his concubines. Master, would you like me to play a tune for you? After finishing with Murong Wu, Murong Dai smiled and asked. Murong Wu's eyes lit up. Master, sister plays the piano beautifully, while I have a talent for painting. Sister excels in musical artistry. All right, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. On their flower boat there was a chin, and soon Murong Dai began to play, her performance surpassing that of the musicians on An Wenqing's boat. Damn, move the boat further away, An Wenqing commanded with a scowl. To him, Murong Dai's piano playing felt like an affront. Xiao Dai plays well, Xiao Wu paints nicely, and Yuli excels at chess. They are merely lacking in calligraphy. Xiao Fan mused internally. Suddenly, he thought of Qin Xian. Qin Xian's calligraphy is quite impressive. Having reached a master level, Xiao Fan's expression turned slightly peculiar. After all, Qin Xian was indeed exceptionally beautiful, even slightly eclipsing Jiang Yuli. Yet, Qin Xian was the crown prince and might ascend to the throne within half a year, while Yuli would become the empress. Just the thought of having both the emperor and empress as his lovers sent his heart racing. Should Qin Xian seek another man, it could potentially affect Yuli. The best course of action would be to win Qin Xian over. If he could achieve that, he would not have to worry about being silenced. Xiao Fan pondered. System, do duke-level figures without real power still possess significant imperial fortune? Xiao Fan inquired mentally. The system responded. Host, imperial fortune is influenced by three factors: official rank, power, and time. Although dukes may lack immense power, their high official rank and long tenure as dukes ensure their imperial fortune remains substantial. A glimmer of insight sparked in Xiao Fan's eyes. There were only a limited number of first-grade officials in court. Yet there were numerous dukes of the first grade. This represented a blue ocean of opportunity. If he were to dig deeper, he might uncover individuals deserving of demise. Chapter 52, An Guogong complains in person. The crown prince has arrived. The next day, as Xiao Fan lounged leisurely, the loud voice of a eunuch by Qin Xian's side echoed outside the courtyard. Greetings, Your Highness. Murong Dai and her sister, having refrained from cultivation, joined Xiao Fan outside the courtyard to pay their respects. Qin Xian frowned. Shao Fan, what transpired last night? And Guogong personally came to lodge a complaint accusing you of reckless behavior. Shao Fan was taken aback. It seemed Anwenzi's misconduct mirrored that of his father. Unaware of his son's character and shamelessly seeking redress at the Crown Prince's residence, Shao Fan replied, Your Highness, last night we encountered Anwenzi while out at night. He sought to forcibly take Shao Dai and the others as concubines. When they expressed their unwillingness, he ordered his subordinates to block our path, and only by presenting the token of the honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley did I manage to escape. Preposterous, an irate voice emanated from a sedan chair at the rear. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, emerged from within. He was none other than Prince An. Your Highness, my son is the heir to the Duke. And he desires to take 2 maidens as concubines. Oh, how could they possibly refuse? Admonished Duke An sharply. Shao Shidu, His Majesty has recently elevated your position by 3 ranks, yet do not let the favor blind you to your true identity. Duke An approached, his voice laced with authority. Qin Xian turned to Murong Dai and Murong Wu, asking, Pray tell, what transpired last night? Duke An interjected sternly, Speak freely, you two. Should you come to the Duke's residence, I shall advocate for you. Simultaneously, Duke An conveyed a message to Murong Dai and her companion, Consider this carefully. Shao Fan is merely a lowly prince's attendant. I find it hard to believe I cannot persuade you to join me. To be connected to the Duke's household would be an immeasurable fortune for these 2 maidens, Your Highness, as our master has stated. An Shitsi sought to force us into concubinage, which we categorically rejected. He unleashed his fury and attempted to obstruct our departure, yet our master intervened and escorted us away. Murong Wu spoke up urgently. Murong Dai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness, the situation unfolded precisely as my sister described. Our master was quite courteous, while An Shitsi displayed utter rudeness. Duke An's expression shifted to one of displeasure. An Shitsi had attempted to downplay the situation, leveraging his seniority to pressure Murong Dai and her companion into submission. But to his astonishment, the 2 maidens displayed remarkable audacity, showing him no respect whatsoever. Little did Duke An realize that Murong Dai and her companion were bound by a master-servant contract with Shao Fan. It was a fool's errand to believe he could simply persuade them to depart. Duke An, perhaps An Shitsi has misled you, Qin Xian remarked calmly, still granting Duke An a measure of respect. Considering his stature, perhaps so, Duke An muttered, somewhat disgraced. After speaking, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Shao Fan's voice. Duke An Shitsi caused trouble yesterday, and now you storm in here in a fit of rage. Since the matter is clear, do you not intend to offer an apology? Duke An whirled around, glaring at Shao Fan. What did you say? You demand that I, a duke, apologize to you, a mere prince's attendant. Shao Fan turned to Qin Xian. Your Highness, can a duke act so unreasonably? If so, then I see no need to continue in this role of prince's attendant. He then addressed Murong Dai and Murong Wu. Prepare your belongings, we are heading to Yaoshan Valley. Murong Dai and Murong Wu nodded in agreement. Qin Xian furrowed his brow silently. He could not allow Shao Fan to leave, setting aside the relationship between Shao Fan and Jiang Yuli. The new script was another matter altogether. The Crown Princess has arrived, another voice announced. Jiang Yuli, seated in a sedan chair, approached. As the chair was lowered and Jiang Yuli stepped out, she addressed Qin Xian. Your Highness, my grandfather mentioned that Shao Fan is his dear friend and asked us to look after him. I thought he required no special attention, hence I did not speak of it. I never anticipated encountering such a situation today. Duke An's countenance darkened further. Jiang Yuli's status as crown princess was not to be underestimated, especially since she was destined to become the mother of the nation. Duke, and perhaps you should apologize, Qin Xian suggested, his tone devoid of inflection. Duke An grappled with the thought of apologizing to Shao Fan, feeling his pride threatened, yet the intensity of Qin Xian's gaze imposed an undeniable pressure. With Qin Zhantian's reign not lasting long and Qin Xian poised to ascend the throne, how could he afford to live in a huff? Shao Shidu, it was my oversight. I apologize to you, and I will ensure that I discipline that ungrateful son upon my return. Duke An considered through gritted teeth before hastily departing. Shao Fan, you may enter. Yuli, please join us as well. Once in the courtyard, Shao Fan and Jiang Yuli entered while Murong Dai and Murong Wu remained outside. Shao Fan, what were you thinking in confronting Duke An? It may feel gratifying now, but it will bring you trouble in the future, Qin Xian admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Shao Fan. Duke An is a duke. How do you think the other dukes will perceive your lack of respect? They will certainly be displeased, and soon enough, each one will come seeking a conversation with you. Will that bring you joy? Shao Fan pondered. That's exactly the effect I desired. If I do not engage with these dukes, how will I discern who poses a problem? He sheepishly continued. Your Highness, enduring a moment of discomfort only leads to more frustration. And stepping back only means more losses. If one does not express their discontent, it may hinder their cultivation. Is that not so? Qin Xian could not help but chuckle at Shao Fan's audacity. You believe your cultivation is influenced by such trivial matters? You are an ordinary person. What impact could it possibly have? Shao Fan retorted. Your Highness, do not underestimate me. Perhaps one day I shall achieve greatness and soar to new heights. Jiang Yuli interjected. Shao Gongzi, each individual possesses their unique strengths. Perhaps yours simply lies elsewhere. Your skills in calligraphy, poetry, and chess are remarkable, and that is already commendable, Qin Xian replied with irritation. He merely seeks a means to vent his frustrations. His cultivation is but an excuse, Jiang Yuli defended. Your Highness, please do not be upset. Those with true talent often possess a touch of temperament. This situation arose from An Shizi's initial wrongdoing. And Duke An further compounded it by coming to seek trouble. Qin Xian acquiesced slightly. Very well, let us leave the matter as it is. With Duke An's example, others likely will not attempt to seize Murong Dai and her companion. It was, after all, an unexpected gain. Murong Dai and Murong Wu were privy to the truth. They could not be taken away. What if the secret were to be revealed? Normally, Qin Zhentian's profound control over souls would prevent others from discovering it. But one could never be too cautious. Your Highness, let us cease discussing such matters and instead delve into poetry, Shao Fan suggested with a smile. Jiang Yuli's heart fluttered slightly. She had refrained from discussing poetry with Shao Fan lately, for his prowess in that area was overwhelming, and she feared becoming too deeply ensnared. Very well, I possess some insights to share. Yuli, let us engage in a poetic duel against Shao Fan, Qin Xian proposed with a smile. Shao Fan's thoughts took a turn. 2 against 1, that hardly seems fair. Half an hour passed swiftly. Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli posed several challenges, and Shao Fan answered effortlessly, crafting exquisite verses. In the realm of poetry, I dare say no one in the Tianlong Empire can rival you, Qin Xian praised, unable to find fault in Shao Fan's poetic skill. Shao Fan smiled modestly, knowing that countless poets from the illustrious history of Huagua stood behind him, many of whom had achieved everlasting fame. Qin Xian pondered. Recently, a minister suggested that since my father has but one child, it is inappropriate for me to have only a crown princess. Jiang Yuli remained composed, for Qin Xian had already discussed this with her. Shao Fan furrowed his brow. Your Highness, do you intend to take a secondary consort? The more people who know, the greater the risk of secrets leaking. In the Tianlong Empire, the crown prince's principal wife is the princess, while concubines are categorized as secondary consorts or favored ladies. Typically, a crown princess would have 1, perhaps 2 secondary consorts, and 3 to 4 favored ladies, with the total number of women in the crown prince's life rarely exceeding 6. Once one ascends to the throne, the number of concubines is limitless, but as the crown prince, he must focus on his studies and not indulge excessively in romantic pursuits. Indeed, as you have articulated, the more individuals privy to such knowledge, the greater the risk of it being divulged. Therefore, I shall refrain from taking a concubine for the time being. Compose a poem for me. expressing that my affections lie solely with the crown princess, and that I have no desire to take another consort. Qin Xian instructed Shao Fan sighed in relief. Should Qin Xian take a concubine, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. However, this was not the primary concern. His cultivation at the perfected level allowed him to handle such matters with ease, yet one could not be certain that a secondary consort would possess beauty. To curry favor with certain individuals, one might end up with a consort of average appearance. Having grown accustomed to delicacies, he would not relish the notion of settling for plain fare. Jiang Yuli stared blankly at Qin Xian. What had prompted this change of heart, Your Highness? Will others suspect that this poem does not originate from your own hand? Shao Fan inquired, clearing his throat. Qin Xian replied curtly, and if they do? What of it? You are the crown prince's attendant. It is only natural for me to seek your assistance. Throughout history, did you think all monarchs were equally adept in both martial and literary arts? Shao Fan mused. Your Highness, I believe a single line would suffice rather than an entire poem. Wishing to gain the heart of one, never to part until white-haired. Both Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli were taken aback. Wishing to gain the heart of one, never to part until white-haired. Jiang Yuli murmured, her heart fluttering. Such sentiments were, indeed, what she longed for, yet as the crown princess such feelings remained an unattainable luxury. Is there anything else? Qin Xian inquired. Shao Fan, puzzled, asked, was that line insufficient? I can contemplate a new one. Or perhaps Your Highness would prefer to let Yuli compose it. Jiang Yuli looked at Shao Fan in confusion. By the heavens, I wish to understand you. May our lives be long and unending, when mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunder rumbles and summer snow falls, when heaven and earth unite, only then dare I sever ties with you. Shao Fan recited this poem. Your Highness, should the crown princess be aware of your intent to take a concubine, and present this to you, would you not be deeply moved and reconsider your decision? Qin Xian and the others fell silent, contemplating the weight of Shao Fan's words. This poem was indeed a powerful statement. After a prolonged pause, Qin Xian remarked, Shao Fan, I truly wish to peer into your mind and understand how your thoughts are constructed. If Yuli were to present this, it would undoubtedly touch my heart and compel me to delay taking a concubine, leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Yuli remarked, I believe presenting this poem is indeed more advantageous. Your Highness, should you unveil the previous one, it may yield adverse effects. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. If he were to claim sole affection for Jiang Yuli, many ministers would undoubtedly be driven to despair. The emperor's favoritism towards one individual is not necessarily conducive to the stability of the realm. Shao Fan, do you know who I would take as a concubine if I were to do so? Qin Xian inquired. Shao Fan shook his head. Your Highness, I cannot fathom that. With a wave of his hand, countless specks of light materialized, swiftly coalescing into the likeness of a woman nearly indistinguishable from reality. The woman's beauty was strikingly high, while she fell slightly short compared to Qin Xian. In comparison to Jiang Yuli, the difference was minimal, yet the aura she emanated was distinctly different. Jiang Yuli struck Shao Fan as a refined lady. While this woman exuded an ethereal grace, she was Nangong Sushin, the youngest daughter of the Shenyuan Marquis. From a young age, she had taken residence in the Shangqing Palace for cultivation under the tutelage of the formidable Gongsun Lon. A master of martial arts, Gongsun Lon was exceptionally powerful and a top-tier expert in formations. Qin Xian elaborated. Shao Fan felt a pang of regret, mentally chiding himself for speaking out of turn. Would it not be preferable for Qin Xian to take Nangong Sushin as a concubine? Have you reconsidered? Qin Xian asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Shao Fan muttered, Your Highness, next time you seek a poem from me, perhaps you could describe the appearance of the lady in question. This would aid me in determining my ability to compose. Qin Xian retorted, do not let your imagination run wild. The Marquis of Shenyuan possesses a remarkable innate talent. It is uncertain whether he harbors ulterior motives. If the incorporation of Nangong Sushin as a concubine is handled adeptly, it may foster an alliance between the Shangqing Palace and the Shenyuan Marquis. However, if executed poorly, it could lead to complications, Jiang Yuli interjected. Young Master Shao, how can your poetry differ so greatly from your actions? Which version of you is the true one? Qin Xian turned her gaze towards Jiang Yuli. Yuli, you must not develop feelings for Shao Fan. He must not be devoted solely to you, Qin Xian cautioned. Jiang Yuli quickly replied, Your Highness, I assure you, I do not. I am merely curious as to how he is able to conceive such verses. Qin Xian chuckled, although he excels in this regard, he lacks cultivation. I believe that possessing formidable martial prowess is far more advantageous. What say you, Shao Fan? Shao Fan replied glumly, Your Highness, you are intentionally belittling me. Perhaps there will come a day when I surpass you in strength. Do you think that is possible? Qin Xian laughed heartily. At present, she has attained the level of Xian Dan. Within 2 to 3 years, she will reach the martial king level, and within a decade, she may even become a martial emperor. Shao Fan retorted, Your Highness, nothing is impossible. If there comes a day when I triumph over you, will you allow me a kiss? Jiang Yuli was taken aback, truly astonished by Shao Fan's boldness. Qin Xian, however, was less surprised, having previously noted Shao Fan's audacity. Should you best me, not only will a kiss be granted, but I would even spend a night with you. However, there is a condition, Qin Xian stated matter-of-factly. Shao Fan was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, are you serious about such a wager? Qin Xian replied calmly, There is no need for jest in this matter. Shao Fan, possessing exceptional talent and a pleasant appearance, was not someone Qin Xian disliked, especially as she believed he could never win. Your Highness, what is your condition? Shao Fan inquired. Jiang Yuli looked on, bewildered by the exchange. Qin Xian stated, You must not languish idly in the sun each day. You must cultivate your skills, training for at least half an hour daily. If you neglect your training, should I take a concubine in the future? Your body may not withstand it, jeopardizing the greater situation. Shao Fan shook his head vehemently. I refuse. To train for half an hour each day just for the possibility of a single night. I would be a fool to agree. Perhaps once a month would be more reasonable. Qin Xian clenched her fists. It seems you are testing my patience, Your Highness. Such matters must be voluntary. Training for half an hour daily is no small feat. Shao Fan protested, Let us not wager on this. Even if I were to win, if you do not adhere to the agreement, I would be powerless. Qin Xian retorted coldly, I want to go back on my word. As long as you can persist in training for half an hour daily, should you defeat me within 3 years, the terms shall stand as you have just proposed. Shao Fan blinked, a night each month. Qin Xian's lips twitched while she felt an urge to reprimand Shao Fan. She recognized that he was merely an ordinary person. Once a month is acceptable, however, barring illness, regardless of weather conditions, your training must not cease. Murong Dai and her companion shall oversee your progress, Qin Xian instructed firmly. She was unaware that Shao Fan possessed the perfected cultivation of the spiritual seed, as she viewed him merely as an ordinary individual in dire need of rigorous training. Should they supervise him, it would effectively be no supervision at all, Shao Fan mused, knowing that Murong Dai and her companion were bound by a master-servant contract, hence his commands would take precedence over Qin Xian's. Naturally, he would inform Murong Dai and her companion that, barring life and death matters, Qin Xian's commands would generally hold greater weight, thus avoiding detection. Yuli, you shall bear witness, Qin Xian directed towards Jiang Yuli. Jiang Yuli expressed, Your Highness, if young Master Shao fails to comply, there are no punitive measures in place. Would this not be somewhat unjust? She too hoped for Shao Fan's perseverance, considering his current vigor on the bed. What of the future? She had to contemplate her own well-being. Shao Fan quickly interjected, Yuli, rest assured, there are indeed punitive measures. If I cannot defeat your highness, I will suffer in vain. Qin Xian responded coolly, let this suffice, no additional punitive measures are necessary. If I were to impose more, he would surely refuse. Shao Fan, I must impose a soul binding on you. You may be privy to this, but you must not disclose this wager to anyone else. Qin Xian declared. Xiao Fan nodded. Very well. Soon, Qin Xian enacted the soul binding upon Xiao Fan. Yuli, let us depart. Qin Xian said to Jiang Yuli, young Master Xiao, do make an effort in your training. Jiang Yuli smiled warmly at Xiao Fan. In no time, Jiang Yuli and her companions left for another estate. Master, the princess has communicated her desire for us to oversee your training for half an hour each day, reporting any failures. Mu Rongdai informed Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan responded with a slight nod. Please remind me daily, or if I fail to train, you may report to the princess without hesitation. Understood, Master. Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu replied in unison. A voice resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. Host, daily training is beneficial for better adapting to your strength. Xiao Fan promptly commenced his training for the day, agreeing to Qin Xian's wager was tempting. As the potential rewards were indeed alluring, winning against Qin Xian in the future seemed increasingly likely. On the other hand, Xiao Fan sensed something amiss within his body. He required training to better integrate his strength. Your Highness, have you truly sacrificed so much to entice Xiao Fan into training? Jiang Yuli queried as she and Qin Xian returned to the main estate. Qin Xian responded calmly, in comparison to your sacrifices, mine are trivial. Besides, do you truly believe Xiao Fan can defeat me? His victory is but a fleeting illusion. Once you release that poem, I suspect there will be a few months of tranquility. But those ministers will undoubtedly voice their opinions later. If you happen to conceive, it would be fortunate. However, if you do not, it will become apparent, causing them all great distress. Jiang Yuli acknowledged. Qin Xian nodded slightly, aware that it had taken a long time for Qin Zhentian to have a child, and even then, it was only one. Should she remain childless for several months, the ministers would surely grow anxious. Any complications would jeopardize the stability of the realm and their positions. Your Highness, why do you think Xiao Fan chose to wager? With his intellect, he must know that defeating you is improbable. Jiang Yuli pondered aloud. Qin Xian replied with exasperation. He is both audacious and enjoys the thrill of verbal sparring. On the other hand, he may also wish to train. Did you not notice how his eyes sparkled at the mention of Nangong Sushin? As an ordinary person, Xiao Fan needed to train, or else he would find himself at a disadvantage in the future. Jiang Yuli reflected on Xiao Fan's performance in their intimate moments, estimating that he would not show signs of weakness for at least a few years. Your Highness, when do you intend to release that poem? Jiang Yuli inquired. Qin Xian considered have it written down, but hold off on releasing it for a few days, allowing the ministers to escalate their objections. Understood. Jiang Yuli retreated to her private study, transcribing the poem Xiao Fan had recited. Had this fellow not entered the prince's estate with his talent, such romantic verses would undoubtedly captivate many young ladies. Jiang Yuli mused. To win a heart and remain together until old age. Qin Xian arrived at the book fragrance pavilion, where she penned another phrase articulated by Xiao Fan. A wealth of talent, coupled with a mind full of mischief. Qin Xian thought to herself, a faint smile gracing her lips. Deep down, she was not truly angered by Xiao Fan's words, rather, she held a genuine admiration for his talent. He was a master of calligraphy, a consummate strategist in chess, and exceptionally skilled in poetry and couplets. Moreover, he had devised a simplified counting method and even created new characters. In the realm of simplicity, Qin Xian found herself pondering the situation with a sense of indifference. As the crown prince, she had encountered myriad youthful talents. However, Xiao Fan, with his myriad of skills, stood out. Yet, in Qin Xian's eyes, Xiao Fan's sole shortcoming lay in his insufficient cultivation. As 5 days swiftly passed, Xiao Fan diligently committed to his training, dedicating at least half an hour each day. To the casual observer, his activities appeared mundane, running and practicing martial arts, yet each punch he delivered harnessed an immense force within him. Concealed and unyielding, training within the confines of his private estate, safeguarded by the town's divine monument, any minor errors in his practice would remain unnoticed by others. The poem composed by the crown princess was truly exquisite. Given that the crown prince and crown princess had recently wed and were deeply enamored, it seemed rather inappropriate to take a concubine at this juncture. Shao Fan, accompanied by Murong Dai and others, ventured into the streets where numerous citizens engaged in spirited discussions regarding the poem he had penned for Jiang Yuli. Qin Xian had shared the poem with several ministers, and as more individuals became aware of it, its circulation was inevitable. Shao Shidu, my lord requests your presence, announced a figure who appeared before Shao Fan, clasping his hands in greeting. Your lord is? Shao Fan inquired. Shao Shidu, my lord is Duke Nangong Jin of Zhenyuan, came the reply. A wave of astonishment washed over Shao Fan. He had no prior acquaintance with Nangong Jin. What could this mean? Surely, Nangong Jin could not be aware of his connection with Jiang Yuli. Could it be due to the poem? Shao Fan mused silently. With the poem having spread, Nangong Jin would undoubtedly be informed, and he must have previously known that his daughter might enter the Eastern Palace. If Nangong Jin aspired for Nangong Sushin to become the crown prince's consort, that poem would certainly complicate his plans. It was likely that Nangong Jin suspected the poem originated from him. Was he seeking trouble? Please lead the way, Shao Fan stated after a moment of contemplation. As Duke Zhenyuan extended an invitation, he felt compelled to comply. He would rather offend a high-ranking duke like Duke Ongwa than provoke Duke Zhenyuan, who wielded military power. Duke Ongwa and several other dukes lacked true strength and authority, holding only lofty titles. In contrast, Duke Zhenyuan possessed a perfected martial cultivation, standing mere steps away from the level of a martial emperor, and commanded the formidable Tiger Ben Legion, comprised of 300,000 troops renowned for their combat prowess and loyalty. Shao Shidu, please board the carriage. The individual who invited Shao Fan gestured toward an immense carriage drawn by 6 spirit horses, resembling a small abode. Shao Fan nodded slightly, suspecting that Duke Zhenyuan awaited him inside. It was unlikely that he warranted such an extravagant reception. Upon boarding and lifting the curtain, he could only glimpse a small portion of the interior, obscured from clear view. Once inside and the curtain was drawn, the interior unveiled 2 figures, a man in his 40s exuding an air of authority, and a young woman no older than 18 who was none other than Nangong Sushin. Shao Shidu, I pay my respects to Duke Zhenyuan. Shao Fan bowed respectfully. Duke Nangong observed him closely, employing his consciousness to probe Shao Fan's being, only to discover that he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. No need for formalities, Duke Nangong replied coolly. Shao Shidu, do you know why I have sought you? Shao Fan shook his head. I am unfamiliar with your grace. How could I possibly know your intentions? Duke Nangong regarded Shao Fan with a knowing smile. Shao Shidu, that poem composed by the crown princess, it was penned by you, was it not? Shao Fan shook his head once more. Your grace, you jest. The crown princess possesses remarkable talent and a profound affection for the crown prince. That poem is her own creation, Duke Nangong retorted. Though the crown princess's talent is commendable, she is not capable of composing such a poem. Denying it is futile, Shao Fan replied. If your grace insists, further discussion is pointless. What business do you have with me? Nangong Sushin interjected. Shao Shidu, as merely the crown prince's attendant, it would be prudent for you to refrain from entangling yourself in certain matters. If the crown princess requests you to compose similar works again, I advise you to decline. I am certain I will become the crown prince's consort. Shao Fan, slightly perplexed, inquired, and you are? She is my youngest daughter. Nangong Sushin, a Duke Nangong stated. As the crown prince seeks a consort, she is a primary candidate. Pleased to meet you, Miss Sushin, Shao Fan replied, offering a respectful gesture. Nangong Sushin bore an uncanny resemblance to the image Qin Xian had shown him. Yet in her, Shao Fan discerned an altogether different quality, ambition. It appeared that Nangong Sushin might not be content with merely being the crown prince's consort. She likely harbored aspirations of one day becoming queen. Duke Nangong smiled. Shao Shidu, should my daughter become the crown prince's consort, she could influence your future greatly. Your poetry is excellent, and my daughter appreciates it, but it would be wise for you to ensure that your endeavors do not disrupt the greater picture. Shao Fan nodded. Your Grace, I shall heed your counsel. Nangong Sushin added. Shao Shidu, as long as you remain discreet, I shall speak favorably of you in the presence of the crown prince. I am most grateful. Miss Sushin, he replied. Your Grace, Miss Sushin, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, or my attendant awaits outside, Shao Fan stated. Duke Nangong remarked, I will not be in residence for long on this visit. Next time I return, I invite you to my estate for a feast. Your Grace, you are too kind, I take my leave, Shao Fan replied, bowing as he exited the carriage. Upon seeing him emerge, Murong Dai and Murong Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. Father, I sense Shao Fan is not as simple as he appears, he seems unperturbed in our presence, Nangong Sushin observed. Duke Nangong smiled gently. He is the honorary elder of the Divine Medicine Valley and an old friend of Elder Jiang. It is only natural for him to possess some confidence. Even Duke Ongwa's son faced setbacks before him. Father, that poem undoubtedly originated from Shao Fan. It may hinder my progress for half a year. Nangong Sushin asserted. Duke Nangong pondered. It likely will not extend that long, but an impact of 2 to 3 months is quite possible. During this time, you must strive to break through to the Shen Dan realm. Compared to the crown princess, your innate talent in cultivation is your advantage, and you must continue to expand upon it. Nangong Sushin nodded slightly. Father, there are rumors that the crown prince is a woman. Do you think there is any truth to it? Duke Nangong shook his head. Do not place faith in street rumors. Judging by the crown princess's demeanor, the crown prince should be unproblematic. Nangong Sushin acknowledged his words. Sushin, I am nearing the martial emperor level, and with command over the 30,000 Tiger Ben Legion, I must strengthen our ties with the imperial family. Do you understand? Duke Nangong stated solemnly. As his power grew, so too did the strength of the Tiger Ben Legion, and the court would undoubtedly have its own ambitions. If Nangong Sushin were to become the crown prince's consort, it would be a significant advantage. Father, I understand becoming the crown prince's consort would not be a disservice to me, Nangong Sushin replied. Duke Nangong nodded slightly. I will ensure that arrangements are made. In no more than 2 months, you shall become the crown prince's consort. After returning to the crown prince's estate, Qin Xian soon arrived quietly, prompting Shao Fan to rise and bow respectfully. Duke Nangong sought you, Qin Xian informed him. Shao Fan nodded. I met with Duke Nangong and his daughter. Nangong Sushin, she is indeed astonishingly beautiful. However, Shao Fan hesitated momentarily. But what? Qin Xian prompted. Your Highness, while Nangong Sushin appears ethereal, I sense a strong ambition within her. Should she become the crown prince's consort, she may not be content with that role alone. She might aspire to become queen. Qin Xian's expression remained unchanged. The queen is the mother of a nation. It is only natural for the crown prince's consort to harbor such hopes. Shao Fan expressed his surprise. Shouldn't the queen be the crown princess? Qin Xian replied. It seems you are not particularly well versed in history. There have been numerous instances where consorts have ascended to the role of queen. Talented individuals have achieved that status before. Do you believe you can win over Nangong Sushin? Shao Fan replied. Your Highness, surely Duke Nangong would not dare to rebel. He lacks the capability, Qin Xian stated solemnly. While Nangong Jin may not possess such strength alone, he could potentially ally with others. If we can win him over, he and the Upper Clear Palace could become formidable allies. Conversely, he could become a source of trouble if left unchecked. Shao Fan cleared his throat. Your Highness, whether I can handle Nangong Sushin is ultimately your concern. What influence could I possibly wield over her? After a moment of silence, Qin Xian remarked, she is a woman. If you can win her over in the bedroom, she will be more amenable to cooperation. As for your talents in calligraphy, chess, poetry, and so forth, she is undoubtedly aware, and I have no concerns in that regard. Shao Fan brimmed with confidence. Your Highness, while I may not yet feel fully assured in poetry, I excel in that area without question. I am exceptionally gifted, and you shall see in due time. Cease your frivolous banter, Qin Xian chastised, casting Shao Fan a sharp glare before vanishing from sight. Chapter 56, Master Level Musical Proficiency, System, Sign In. Shao Fan thought within his mind, having gone 6 or 7 days without signing in. He had initially contemplated eliminating a few corrupt officials to garner some imperial fortune, yet recent endeavors yielded no rewards. Only the prospect of signing in extended intervals between sign-ins often resulted in superior rewards. Yet his current cultivation level limited his ability to fully harness any exceptional items. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master level musical proficiency, announced the system's voice. A torrent of information surged into Shao Fan's mind, causing subtle shifts in the muscles of his fingers. How do I sign into this? He murmured. Could it be that I've listened to Shao Dai play too much lately, ever since he discovered that Murong Dai possessed considerable skill in playing the zither? Shao Fan often requested her to perform, yet he could hardly comprehend the nuances of her music. While he found her melodies enchanting, he struggled to articulate what made them so appealing. Host, the master-level zither music has reached the realm of Dao, wherein the sound can embody Dao and manifest various effects. The killing notes can take life in an unseen manner, the system informed Shao Fan. Reclining, he silently absorbed the vast amount of information, and after 2 hours he felt he had digested it sufficiently. Master-level zither artistry is indeed formidable, Shao Fan mused. The myriad applications of master-level zither skills could potentially allow one with stagnated cultivation to break through their limits or aid those who have suffered psychological trauma in their recovery. The master level pertains to the realm of intent, while the grandmaster level has attained the Dao realm, a significant leap in strength. With his mastery of grandmaster level zither artistry, Shao Fan had reached a state of perfection, positioning him among the very best of grandmasters. Master, what piece would you like to hear today? Murong Dai inquired softly, approaching Shao Fan. Just play any piece you like, he replied with a smile. Nodding, Murong Dai soon filled the air with lively zither melodies. But Shao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The music no longer seemed as pleasing. This was not due to a decline in Murong Dai's skill, but rather because Shao Fan's newly acquired grandmaster level artistry had sharpened his ears. Previously, even with minor mistakes, he could not discern them, and everything sounded wonderful. Now, with his heightened sensitivity, he began to notice numerous flaws. How awkward. I used to appreciate it fully, but now I cannot, he lamented. System, could you possibly exchange this reward for something else? Perhaps a cultivation boost, even if it's a lesser amount, he contemplated in his mind. The system responded. Host, do you wish to sacrifice this? It is possible, but you shall only gain 30% of the benefits. Forget it. If it was 60 or 70%, I would not hesitate to sacrifice it, but 30% seems too wasteful. The grandmaster level zither artistry is still quite commendable, Shao Fan reasoned internally. If many aspiring musicians were to learn of Shao Fan's sentiments, they would surely drown him in their disdain. After all, merely achieving grandmaster level zither artistry is no small feat. Even those with exceptional talent often find it commendable to reach the master level after a lifetime of dedication, let alone the grandmaster level, which is exceedingly rare. Master, did I play poorly? Murong Dai asked anxiously after finishing her performance, noticing the furrowed brow of Shao Fan. Shao Dai, allow me to play a piece for you. Perhaps you might gain some insight, Shao Fan said, rising with a hint of eagerness. Having attained grandmaster level artistry without yet performing, he felt a twinge of excitement to try his hand at it. Master, you can play the zither, Murong Dai exclaimed in surprise, as Shao Fan had never indicated any such ability before. I have a rudimentary understanding, he replied. Murong Dai quickly rose, allowing Shao Fan to take her place. As his hands rested on the strings, he felt an immediate connection with the zither. This was the ability of a grandmaster level musician. Shao Dai, I shall play the piece you just performed, please listen closely. It may offer you some assistance, Shao Fan said with a gentle smile. He began to play, not showcasing his full Grandmaster level prowess but rather exhibiting his initial stage of mastery, as the instrument could only convey such strength. Murong Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. Though her skill was below that of a master, she had frequently listened to master-level musicians while at the tier-long secret camp where none had played with such finesse. Soon, she became completely immersed in the music. Jiang Yuli quietly entered a nearby courtyard, standing in a corner as she listened to Shao Fan's performance. Dao Realm. Grandmaster level zither artistry. Jiang Yuli's heart was filled with disbelief. As the daughter of the Jiang family, whose patriarch Jiang Qian had participated in numerous wars and suffered from some remnants of war trauma, she often invited Grandmaster-level musicians to play for him. Having listened on many occasions, she was able to discern that Shao Fan's skill had undoubtedly reached the Dao realm. Yuli, when did you arrive? Shao Fan asked upon noticing her presence. I came in when you were halfway through your performance. Shao Gongzi, has your zither artistry reached the Grandmaster level? Jiang Yuli inquired. Murong Dai was equally astonished, having only thought that Shao Fan might possess master-level skills, never imagining he surpassed that. Perhaps, Shao Fan replied with a slight nod. Jiang Yuli, unable to believe her ears, exclaimed, Shao Gongzi, when did you learn to play the zither? How did you attain Grandmaster-level skill? Shao Fan was taken aback. He had not extensively engaged with the instrument. Something that could be easily verified. I have never formally learned. It seems I just picked it up by listening. Though this zither is somewhat lacking, then I feel I haven't fully realized my potential, he said with a hint of regret. Jiang Yuli gasped. You've never played before? No, Shao Fan confirmed. It appears quite simple. Jiang Yuli mused aloud. It is said that the zither sage once picked up a zither without prior experience and immediately reached the master level. Could Shao Gongzi be in a similar situation? Shao Gongzi, I shall fetch a better zither, Jiang Yuli declared before disappearing. Soon, she returned with Qin Xian, bringing along an exquisite ancient zither. Shao Fan, why did you not showcase your zither skills before? Qin Xian asked, puzzled. Shao Fan cleared his throat and replied, Your Highness, I did not know how before. Recently, after listening to Shao Dai, it seems I had an epiphany. Use this zither for your next piece. This instrument, named Fengming, is top tier. If your skill is exceptionally high, it shall be yours as a gift, Qin Xian said. Nodding, Shao Fan switched to the Fengming zither and performed another piece, one that Murong Dai had played several times before. As the final notes faded, Qin Xian and the others lingered in contemplation. Your Highness, what is happening? I have never touched an ancient zither before. How did I inexplicably learn to play? Shao Fan questioned. Seeking to take the initiative, after a moment of thought, Qin Xian replied, Ancient texts record that some exceptional individuals, though deceased, left their Dao imprints in the world. Such Dao can endure for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Those with affinity may inherit this legacy. Murong Dai's performance likely sparked your interest and led you to this inheritance. Your situation is most likely as I have described. Shao Fan silently commended Qin Xian for her insightful explanation, which he could never have articulated so eloquently. Your zither skill has at least reached the late Grandmaster stage. The inheritance that the zither sage, Gu Kanglan, received did not surpass yours, Qin Xian marveled, a hint of envy in her tone. Yuli, how would you feel about calling me husband? Shao Fan suggested with a smile. I am indifferent to the titles of zither sage or any other, I merely desire to elevate my cultivation, he added. Qin Xian rolled her eyes internally, suspecting that Shao Fan was not contemplating anything good. Shao Fan, do not harbor illusions about cultivation. While you may achieve instant growth in zither skills through inheritance, cultivation cannot be so easily attained. With your talent, even if there were a cultivation legacy before you, you would be unable to accept it, Qin Xian stated flatly. Even without cultivation, Shao Gongzi is already quite remarkable. His zither skills far surpass those of Nangong Sushin, Jiang Yuli interjected. Shao Fan was taken aback. Nangong Sushin was quite skilled at the zither. Your Highness, you should find an opportunity to showcase your zither skills. There is no need to overexert yourself, Qin Xian advised. Demonstrating your mastery at the master level would suffice. Nangong Sushin's zither skills are at the master level. Xiao Fan was astonished to learn that Nangong Sushin had indeed reached the master level in zither artistry. She was truly exceptional, beautiful, talented, and hailing from an impressive family. 3 words, rich, beautiful, and talented, could hardly encompass her essence. Your Highness, is there a need for deliberate display? As long as I am honest, my abilities in zither artistry will eventually come to light. Xiao Fan responded. After some thought, Qin Xian nodded slightly. Do as you wish. After all, it will be 2 months before Nangong Sushin becomes a favored consort. Xiao Gongzi, could you play another piece? Jiang Yuli requested eagerly. Of course, Xiao Fan replied, settling down to perform yet another composition. Qin Xian and the others listened, enraptured. Xiao Fan, you have undoubtedly inherited a powerful zither legacy, perhaps even from ancient compositions. You should contemplate this further. Qin Xian remarked before swiftly departing with Jiang Yuli. Your Highness, with master-level calligraphy, perfected chess skills, and grandmaster-level zither artistry, Xiao Gongxi only lacks in painting, Jiang Yuli observed. To which Qin Xian replied, he is nearly perfect. Save for his cultivation. I have arranged for you to accompany him, so I trust you will not complain. Your Highness, I have no complaints, Jiang Yuli quickly assured her. Yulit, there is no need to be anxious. It is only natural to have initial grievances. I fully understand, Qin Xian replied. Jiang Yuli opened her mouth but held her tongue. Initially, she might have had some complaints, but as time passed and she developed feelings for Xiao Fan, especially with the talent he displayed, all resentment had faded. Yuli, how is your grandfather's health? Qin Xian inquired. Jiang Yuli sighed softly. It remains unchanged. Qin Xian furrowed his brow and said, since the demise of the Saint of Qin's Gukanglan, our Tianlong Empire has not seen a Qin saint for 300 to 400 years. The Haiyan Empire, on the other hand, does have a Qin saint, but given the state of relations between our two nations, the esteemed Qin saint of the Haiyan Empire will not lend any assistance to your grandfather. Jiang Yuli forced a bitter smile. How could the Qin saint of the Haiyan Empire possibly help? The relationship between the Tianlong Empire and the Haiyan Empire is quite strained. Yuli, you should let Xiao Fan give it a try, Qin Xian suggested. A grandmaster-level Qin musician, if proficient in healing, might be of some assistance. Jiang Yuli nodded in agreement. There are several Qin musicians who have treated Jiang Chen, including a grandmaster-level musician, but none are particularly adept at mental healing. Xiao Fan's inheritance might be quite comprehensive. Qin Xian remarked. That evening Jiang Yuli visited Xiao Fan once more. After an intense battle, she lay languidly in his embrace. Young Master Xiao, is your Qin music skilled in mental healing? Jiang Yuli inquired. Xiao Fan gently stroked Jiang Yuli's hair and replied, Yuli, could you perhaps use a different term of address while we are in bed? Calling me Young Master Xiao here evokes a rather titillating sense of secrecy, and after hearing it often, it loses its charm. Then what should I call you? Jiang Yuli asked. Xiao Fan smiled mischievously. How about calling me husband while we are in bed? Jiang Yuli's cheeks flushed. Young Master Xiao, that wouldn't do. If the crown prince were to find out, he would surely punish you severely. Xiao Fan scoffed lightly. Once I defeat her in the future, it will be a different story. I will make sure she cannot get out of bed the next day. Xiao Lang, Jiang Yuli said, I think it's better if I call you that. Calling you husband feels inappropriate. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. All right, say it a few more times for me to hear. Xiao Lang, Jiang Yuli called out, her face aglow. Yuli, I can perform mental healing. Who needs such healing? Xiao Fan asked. My grandfather, she replied. He has taken many lives in battle for the country. Although he is immensely powerful, he has still been affected by the horrors of war. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, Jiang Qian has taken far too many lives, and he is not a practitioner of the demonic path. Excessive killing inevitably affects the psyche. The heart demon can impede cultivation. And in severe cases, extreme situations can arise, with instances of individuals killing their own family members under its influence. Shao Lang, how skilled are you in mental healing? Jiang Yuli inquired hopefully. Several grandmaster-level Qin musicians have treated my grandfather with their music. But the effects were not significant, they merely alleviated his condition. Shao Fan leaned down and kissed Jiang Yuli gently, smiling. Do not worry, my skills in mental healing are quite commendable even if I cannot resolve it completely now. I may become a Qin saint in the future, master, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, and then the Qin saint. These are the stages. The arts of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting do not rely on cultivation levels in the same way that alchemy and formations do. Shao Lang, don't you want to change positions? Jiang Yuli said in a low voice. Shao Fan's eyes lit up with a change in address. A change in position would be delightful as well. The next day, Shao Fan arrived at the Jiang residence feeling invigorated. Young Shao, it has been days since you last visited. What is it? Do you find my skills lacking? Jiang Qian remarked with a huff upon seeing Shao Fan. Shao Fan chuckled. Old Jiang, how could I ever find your skills lacking? I have been delving into the art of the Qin lately. Jiang Qian frowned. Delving into the art of the Qin? You are already a grandmaster in calligraphy and a consummate master in chess. What more could you seek in the art of the Qin? Dabbling in too many fields may prevent you from reaching the pinnacle. Shao Fan sighed lightly. I do not wish for this. But I recently obtained an inheritance in the art of the Qin, and it has reached the level of great grandmaster. If I do not explore it further, it seems rather unwise. Jiang Qian stared at Shao Fan in disbelief. What did you say? You have reached the level of great grandmaster in the art of the Qin? Shao Fan nodded. To be precise, I have achieved great grandmaster perfection, but regrettably I have not directly become a Qin saint. Jiang Qian replied. Back in the day, the Qin saint Gu Kanglan only reached the master level upon gaining his inheritance. You have directly attained great grandmaster perfection, and yet you are not satisfied. Shao Fan chuckled. I am quite satisfied, truly satisfied. I merely wish to show off a little before you, old Jiang. Jiang Qian rolled his eyes. Shao Fan retrieved the ancient Qin Fengming from his special ring. Old Jiang, the crown prince has sent me to give you a try at healing. Chapter 58, The Invitation from the Prince of Conciliation. Shao Fan sat down and placed his hands gently on the strings of the Qin. A faint sound of phoenix song echoed from within the instrument. Jiang Qian gazed at Shao Fan in astonishment. Shao Fan had so quickly melded with the Qin, his prowess far surpassing that of an ordinary great grandmaster musician. Soon, Shao Fan began to play. With his great grandmaster level skills, he possessed a wealth of information, including numerous scores, among which were melodies capable of soothing the scars of war. Jiang Qian's gaze gradually became unfocused as he felt himself transported back to the battlefield. Surrounded by comrades and countless civilians, faced with national calamity, he bore the weight of responsibility as the commander. I did nothing wrong, I have not erred, Jiang Qian murmured to himself. The music of the great grandmaster level reached a state of Dao, capable of influencing Jiang Qian's very soul, a feat unattainable even by the finest elixirs, which often carried their own toxicities and could be detrimental to the body if consumed excessively. As the first piece concluded, Shao Fan did not pause but swiftly transitioned into another melody, creating an even more profound effect. A quarter of an hour passed, and Shao Fan completed both pieces, quietly sipping tea. After a long while, Jiang Qian returned to his senses, feeling significantly more at ease. He had experienced treatment from several great grandmaster musicians before, but their effects paled in comparison to Shao Fan's. Old Jiang, how do you feel? Shao Fan asked with a smile. Jiang Qian took a deep breath. I feel wonderful. If you could help me with 10 or 8 more sessions, I might fully recover. Old Jiang, if you recover, will you be able to reach the pinnacle of the martial emperor? Shao Fan inquired. Jiang Qian pondered. 80 years ago, I was at the peak of the martial emperor. Now, I remain at that level. However, after enduring numerous wars, if I manage to recover, I should be able to reach the pinnacle of the martial emperor rather swiftly. Shao Fan's eyes sparkled. If Jiang Qian were to attain the pinnacle of the martial emperor, it would be a monumental victory. Old Jiang, how significant is the difference between each level? Shao Fan curiously asked. Jiang Qian chuckled. It is not fixed. Even among the same level there can be considerable disparities in combat strength, typically between 2 to 3 times. A martial emperor at the pinnacle could easily overpower 2 martial emperors at the late stage. But against 3 he would likely be at a disadvantage. Shao Fan murmured. So, every level represents a 2 to 3-fold difference. A pinnacle martial emperor could defeat 8 to 27 martial emperors at the initial stage. Jiang Qian laughed. You could make such rough calculations, but actual combat is far more complex. A martial emperor at the initial stage might possess forbidden techniques or powerful treasures. If any of them excels in formations, they could form a battle array. And one must also consider elemental affinities. Shao Fan nodded in understanding. Old Jiang, can a pinnacle martial emperor eliminate an initial stage martial emperor in an instant? He sought clarity, as he possessed a card for experiencing the pinnacle of the martial emperor. Jiang Qian contemplated. It depends on the situation. If a martial emperor at the initial stage is fully defensive, they likely would not be eliminated instantly. However, if a pinnacle martial emperor strikes unexpectedly and the opponent is unprepared, not only an initial stage martial emperor but even a mid-stage martial emperor could be taken down. Shao Fan nodded subtly. It appeared that his martial emperor experience card was indeed valuable. If utilized wisely, even a mid-stage martial emperor could potentially be eliminated. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Shao Fan would not seek to confront a mid-stage martial emperor, as failing to eliminate them would lead to an awkward situation. Young Shao, are you inquiring about this so that you may cultivate in the future? Jiang Qian asked. Shao Fan cleared his throat. Old Jiang, this insight tea is quite remarkable. The Crown Prince once gifted me 2 taels, and I drank it all. You rascal, I will give you a bit shortly. Jiang Qian chuckled. As a national general, the emperor bestowed him a portion each year, but since his cultivation could not improve, he rarely consumed it. Thank you, old Jiang, Shao Fan said with a smile. He had already attained the 3rd layer of the chaotic mysterious art, but without the insight tea his comprehension speed was average. If he were to gain substantial cultivation, his techniques would lag behind. Come, let us engage in a few rounds of chess. You shall dine with me here at noon, Jiang Qian said enthusiastically. Days passed swiftly. When Shao Fan visited Jiang Qian daily, many factions began to investigate. Although Jiang Qian enjoyed chess, Shao Fan's constant presence raised suspicions among some that the Crown Prince might be a woman. The one who shared a bed with Jiang Yuli could possibly be Shao Fan. My lord, we have uncovered the truth. Someone knelt before the Prince of Conciliation. Speak, the prince urged eagerly, secretly hoping that Qin Xian was indeed a woman. My lord, Shao Fan has been visiting the Jiang residence daily to play the Qin and heal General Jiang. He possesses Grandmaster level skills in the art of the Qin, the kneeling individual reported. The Prince of Conciliation could hardly believe his ears. How is this possible? Shao Fan is adept in calligraphy and chess, but Grandmaster level in the Qin as well. My lord, this is indisputable, the individual affirmed. The Prince of Conciliation waved his hand, and the kneeling figure quickly departed. Hon Shiming's silhouette appeared beside the prince. My lord, I have investigated Shao Fan. He has not had much exposure to the Qin. If this news is true, he must have received an inheritance, Hon Shiming stated. The Prince of Conciliation paced back and forth. Jiang Qian has been at the peak of the martial emperor for 80 years. If he recovers, he is likely to reach the pinnacle, Hon Shiming remarked. Your Highness, is it true that Shao Fan possesses such extraordinary abilities? Inviting him to perform a piece will surely reveal the truth. Prince Gong pondered for a moment and replied, first, discreetly spread the word. I shall then extend an invitation to him. Hon Shiming nodded, and soon the news circulated widely. Shao Shidu, at the age of 20, held a sixth-rank official title, was a master in both calligraphy and chess, and possessed unparalleled skills in music. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. How wonderful it would be if I could inherit such mastery. Within Shengjing, many were abuzz with this revelation. Knock, knock. Lu Ping arrived at the entrance of Shao Fan's courtyard and knocked on the door. Master, it is Captain Lu. Mu Rongdai opened the door and turned to Shao Fan. Upon reaching the entrance, Shao Fan noticed that Lu Ping was accompanied by another individual, Shao Shidu. This is Steward Chao from the Prince Gong's residence. Lu Ping introduced. Shao Fan nodded. Steward Chao, is there something you require of me? Steward Chao clasped his fists and said, Shao Shidu, our prince has a fondness for music. Upon hearing of your esteemed status as a grandmaster in the art of music, he wishes to invite you to the Prince Gong's residence. As he spoke, he revealed a beautifully adorned gift box. Upon opening it, a dazzling gem sparkled inside. Shao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the princes, Prince Gong surely harbors some ambition regarding the throne. His invitation at this juncture is indeed intriguing. Perhaps this news has been orchestrated by Prince Gong's people. Shao Fan mused. Steward Chao, please take this back. While I appreciate the prince's fondness for music, I shall visit at a later date. Unfortunately, I am currently preoccupied. General Jiang requires care, and my abilities are limited. I can only perform a few times each day. I hope Prince Gong can understand, Shao Fan articulated. Steward Chao frowned. Shao Shidu, the prince does not endorse bullying. Yet cannot you at least pay him a visit? After all, he is a prince, and his status surpasses that of General Jiang. General Jiang's illness is not an immediate concern. I shall not go. Shao Fan replied coolly. Steward Chao attempted to reason with him, but the more he pressed, the more Shao Fan's displeasure grew. Could Prince Gong truly have him apprehended? What did you say? Steward Chao asked. Astonished by the refusal. In the past, a mere threat would have sufficed to compel compliance, as his master was Prince Gong. Yet now, Shao Fan was resolute. Shao Fan furrowed his brows. Steward Chao, General Jiang has fought for our nation for decades, and his ailment has lingered for quite some time. I am certain that Prince Gong can appreciate this. As a steward, do not tarnish the prince's reputation. If I were to accompany you today, how would others perceive Prince Gong when word spreads? The opinions of the public can be formidable. Steward Chao opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. As Shao Fan had effectively taken the moral high ground, what you say is reasonable. I will report this to the prince, he replied coldly. Shao Fan spoke softly. I believe the prince is a person of understanding. The rulers of our Tianlong Empire are not so small-minded. Humph, Steward Chao scoffed as he departed. Lu Ping smiled wryly. Shao Shidu, it was merely a visit to Prince Gong's residence. Why did you refuse so adamantly? Offending Prince Gong may lead to future troubles, Shao Fan replied with a calm smile. Lu brother, rest assured, I do not believe Prince Gong will trouble me over such a trivial matter. Your words somewhat underestimate him. Lu Ping quickly clapped his mouth shut. It was a slip of the tongue. I am just a simple man, unlike you cultured folks who know how to speak. I shall take my leave now. Shao Fan said. Steward Chao returned to Prince Gong's residence and embellished the tale. Prince Gong looked at him coolly. Collect your salary for this month and leave. With a change in complexion, Steward Chao knelt and pleaded. Your Highness, I have always been diligent and loyal to you. Prince Gong's voice was icy. I must treat General Jiang with respect. You, on the other hand, casually offend others. What will others think of me if news spreads? A liability rather than an asset. Given your loyalty over the years, I shall allow you to live honorably. Otherwise, I would have broken your legs. Steward Chao left in a daze, having intended to complain but instead finding himself dismissed. Your Highness, Shao Fan possesses quite the temperament, Hon Shiming remarked, appearing beside Prince Gong. Prince Gong nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, inviting Shao Fan would have prompted an eager response. There would have been no need for threats. Your Highness, should I pay him a visit? Hon Shiming inquired. Prince Gong shook his head. Prepare a gift. We shall visit General Zhong's residence tomorrow to listen to Xiao Fan's performance. Hon Shiming nodded. This approach would also provide insight into Jiang Qian's condition. The next day, Prince Gong's carriage set off for Zhong's residence. Arriving before Xiao Fan, they reached Zhong's residence fast. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Jiang Qian asked with a smile. Prince Gong replied, I have a fondness for music. Upon hearing of Xiao Shidu's grand mastery, I sent my servants to invite him. However, the servants foolishly compared me to General Jiang, threatening Xiao Shidu to visit me first. They were promptly dismissed. I have brought a token of apology for you. And I wish to listen to some music, Prince Gong added. Jiang Qian's eyes gleamed. He suspected that Prince Gong was keen to ascertain Xiao Fan's abilities and whether he could indeed restore his health. You flatter me, Your Highness. It was merely the fault of the servants. A reprimand would suffice. There is no need for you to come personally to apologize. Jiang Qian smiled. At that moment, Xiao Fan arrived. Having been brought by Zhong's carriage, Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is Prince Gong, Jiang Qian said. Greetings, Your Highness. Xiao Fan responded, bowing respectfully. Prince Gong stroked his beard and smiled. Xiao Shidu, you are indeed a remarkable talent. The servants were disrespectful in their invitation. Please do not hold it against them. I have already dismissed Chao Guangshun. Since it is inconvenient for you to visit me, I shall come to Zhong's residence to listen. Would you consent to this? Prince Gong inquired. Xiao Fan replied, Your Highness, General Jiang is a patient in need of treatment. As long as he consents, I have no objections. At this point, Xiao Fan activated his divine gaze. Several attendants accompanied Prince Gong, and he could assess them. As his gaze fell upon Hon Shiming, Xiao Fan felt a jolt of alarm. Under his divine sight, he discerned two tendrils atop Hon Shiming's head. This individual was a centipede spirit. What in the world, a demon beside Prince Gong? Xiao Fan thought, troubled by the implications of such infiltration within Shengjing. Your Highness, since Xiao has no objections, I have none either. Please, both of you, come inside, Jiang Qian said with a smile. Soon, they entered Zhong's residence, with Hon Shiming trailing behind Prince Gong, appearing utterly unremarkable. Your Highness, let us enjoy some tea. Xiao, your efforts are appreciated, Jiang Qian said as they settled in his courtyard, and the maidservants served tea. With a gentle plucking of the strings, Xiao Fan began to play. Jiang Qian appeared lost in thought, unconcerned about any potential disturbances from Prince Gong's party. This was Zhong's residence, and the Zhong family boasted more than one formidable figure. Bolstered by various powerful formations. A grandmaster at the pinnacle of their craft, indeed a divine melody for healing, Prince Gong mused inwardly, possessing a discerning appreciation for music. Upon concluding the first piece, Xiao Fan played another. Prince Gong frowned subtly. The combined effect of two pieces was likely to expedite Jiang Qian's recovery. Clapping his hands, Prince Gong rose, smiling as he applauded. Xiao Shidu, beneath the scent of music, surely no musician surpasses your skill. This visit has been most rewarding. Once General Zhong recovers, I hope you will visit me. I shall ensure you are well treated, Prince Gong expressed warmly. At your invitation, I shall certainly come. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that refusing would be unreasonable, however, the presence of a demon beside Prince Gong weighed heavily on his mind. Would there be danger in accepting the invitation? Xiao, come quickly for tea, Jiang Qian beckoned. Snapping back to attention with a smile, after about 15 minutes of tea, Prince Gong and his party took their leave. General, I wish to discuss something privately with you, Xiao Fan stated. Jiang Qian instructed the maidservants to leave and erected a barrier. You may speak freely, Xiao, no one will overhear, Jiang Qian assured. Xiao Fan began. General, as I played just now, I sensed something amiss. I believe that elder beside Prince Gong is not human. Chapter 60. Hon Shiming's visit. Xiao Fan remarked. Elder Jiang, it is difficult for me to articulate, but it seems that my perception of the surrounding world has been significantly heightened while playing. My intuition suggests that the elder beside Prince Gong is not human. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. It was quite normal for Xiaofan, having attained the pinnacle of mastery in his musical skills, to possess an unusual sensitivity to his surroundings during his performances. Xiao, how confident are you? Jiang Qian inquired. Xiaofan replied, I believe I have around 60 to 70% certainty. Elder Jiang. If you decide to take action, please ensure that it remains confidential, that I was the one who suggested it. Jiang Qian chuckled, I have not lost my wits just yet. Besides, you are merely an ordinary person. Even if you were to claim it, no one would believe you. Xiao, I cannot have you staying for dinner today. This matter must be resolved. Xiaofan nodded, thinking it imperative that Jiang Qian address this issue swiftly. If the elder next to Prince Gong held an official position, it could potentially grant him access to the imperial fortune. Having not signed in for several days, should he acquire the imperial fortune, he might receive substantial rewards upon his next sign-in, with demons appearing in the crown prince's residence and the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel possibly being a demon. It was alarming that even the chief guard of Prince Gong might also be a demon. As Xiaofan departed, Jiang Qian's expression turned grave. The infiltration of demons into Shengjing city was alarmingly deep. Their encroachment on Shengjing undoubtedly aimed to incite chaos within the Tianlong Empire. Should turmoil arise in the Tianlong Empire, the human race would likely descend into internal strife, resulting in the demise of many powerful beings. The death of numerous formidable humans would significantly alleviate the pressure on the demons, allowing them to emerge in force from remote regions. Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Hon Shiming inquired upon returning to the royal residence. Prince Gong replied solemnly, Xiaofan's musical talent has indeed reached the level of a grandmaster, and the pieces he plays are quite formidable, having already treated Jiang Qian 6 times today, with 3 or 4 more sessions. Jiang Qian's issues may be entirely resolved. Hon Shiming's eyes glimmered with sharpness. Your Highness, should Jiang Qian reach the pinnacle of martial emperor, it may not bode well for us. Should we consider eliminating Xiaofan? Hon Shiming posed the question. Prince Gong furrowed his brow, contemplating that if Qin Xian were a woman, he would naturally wish to vie for the throne. However, he was uncertain about stirring trouble. Xiaofan, despite being merely a 6th grade official, was an honorary elder of the Medicine God Valley and maintained a commendable rapport with Jiang Qian. Eliminating Xiaofan could potentially lead to significant complications. Never mind, Jiang Qian achieving the pinnacle of martial emperor could also be advantageous for the nation. After all, I am a prince of the Tianlong Empire, Prince Gong concluded after a long silence. Hon Shiming's eyes flickered with disappointment. Years ago, when Qin Zhentian had been married for over 2 decades without producing an heir, he had felt he was on the verge of gaining the favor of Prince Gong. Now, while Prince Gong seemed to trust him, his resolve to rebel appeared uncertain. Whenever he sensed an opportunity, Prince Gong would entertain thoughts of rebellion, yet, when that opportunity seemed to diminish, his resolve would wane significantly. Xiaofan must die. Jiang Qian cannot become a pinnacle-level martial emperor. Hon Shiming resolved in his heart. He intended to abduct Xiaofan and take him away from Shengjing city. This course of action had several advantages. First, it would prevent Jiang Qian from breaking through. Second, it would incite conflict between Jiang Qian and Prince Gong. Third, he suspected that Qin Xian might be a woman and that it was possible Xiaofan had been involved with Jiang Yuli, making it imperative to take Xiaofan away for thorough examination. Your Highness, those who aspire to greatness should not be indecisive. Ponder it carefully, Hon Shiming concluded, disappearing from sight. Prince Gong frowned inwardly. Hon Shiming's words had left him somewhat displeased. Yet he did not hold it against him, as Hon Shiming was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. After leaving Prince Gong's residence, Hon Shiming arrived at the crown prince's estate, bearing numerous gifts. Hon Daoyu, what brings you here? A figure clad in a blue robe appeared before him. This elder was one of the martial emperors stationed at the crown prince's residence, holding the title of court protector and ranking 2nd in official status. In the Tianlong Empire, court protectors were classified into 5 levels, with 5th-level protectors holding 5th-grade official ranks, granting them a degree of imperial fortune. 2nd-level protectors held 2nd-grade ranks, while 1st-level protectors were of 1st-grade rank. The protectors of the 1st and 2nd levels were predominantly martial emperor-level powerhouses, with the 1st-level protectors being slightly stronger or having served the nation longer. For many powerhouses, becoming a court protector to gain imperial fortune was a favorable choice. Facilitating breakthroughs, Liang Daoyu, the prince, has listened to Shao Shidu's performance at Zhong's residence and was quite impressed, rewarding him with some gifts. May I enter the royal residence? I would prefer to enter from the back to avoid disturbing His Highness the Crown Prince. Hon Shiming clasped his hands in greeting. The blue-robed elder scanned the items Hon Shiming brought. Hon Daoyu, as a martial emperor-level powerhouse, it is inappropriate for you to enter through the back. Allow me to accompany you to meet Shao Shidu. Hon Shiming nodded slightly. I appreciate your kindness, Liang Daoyu. It's my duty, the blue-robed elder replied, soon leading Hon Shiming into the crown prince's estate. The path to Shao Fan's secluded residence did not require traversing the main area. Taking a side route instead, they arrived shortly at the entrance of Shao Fan's abode. Liang Daoyu, thank you. It is rather inconvenient to pass through the crown prince's estate, so I shall leave directly from the back shortly. Hon Shiming bowed slightly. The blue-robed elder nodded. Hon Daoyu, please feel free. His figure disappeared, remaining vigilant in the vicinity, yet he had no intention of following Hon Shiming into Shao Fan's residence. As a 2nd-grade protector, his duties were to safeguard the crown prince and the crown princess. Shao Fan did not fall within his protective jurisdiction. Knock, knock. Hon Shiming rapped on the door of Shao Fan's residence. Mu Rongwu opened the door. Her expression puzzled. May I ask who you are? Hon Shiming replied, Miss, I am an associate of Prince Gong, having met with Shao Shidu at General Zhong's residence this morning. My lord has commissioned me to deliver some gifts to Shao Shidu. At that moment Shao Fan arrived at the entrance of the residence. Upon seeing Hon Shiming, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had informed Jiang Qian that Hon Shiming was likely not human, and now Jiang Qian had yet to deal with him. Yet Hon Shiming had come seeking him first. Hon Lao, please come in. Yesterday's incident was merely a small misunderstanding. Prince Gong need not be so formal. Shao Fan smiled warmly. The prince has sent gifts. Not solely because of yesterday's events, but also because he greatly appreciates your musical talent. As a young master already attaining the level of a grandmaster in music, you may very well become a true sage of the instrument. The prince wishes to foster a closer relationship. Hon Shiming smiled. Entering the residence, Mu Rongwu closed the door behind them. Shao Fan communicated with the divine steel of the townhouse, feeling his strength surpass that of a pinnacle martial emperor. Though Hon Shiming concealed his aura, Shao Fan easily discerned that he was at the early stage of martial emperor. Moreover, he was indeed a demon, his true form being that of a colossal centipede. What to do? With my current strength, eliminating Hon Shiming would be effortless, yet should I do so, would not the emperor suspect me? Shao Fan pondered inwardly. Hon Lao, let us converse in the study, Shao Fan suggested with a smile. Even if he were to eliminate Hon Shiming, it would not be prudent to do so in the presence of Mu Rongwu and the others. Chapter 61, Jiang Qian vs Hon Shiming. Hon Shiming was delighted to enter the study with Shao Fan. Hon Lao, I must confess my envy. You possess profound cultivation, and with Prince Gong's esteemed position, you enjoy a life of comfort within the royal residence. As Shao Fan spoke, he personally brewed a cup of tea for Hon Shiming. The tea was not made from the rare enlightenment tea, yet it was still a fine spirit tea, gifted to him by Jiang Qian, who had also provided him with a few portions of enlightenment tea sufficient for some time. You are doing quite well yourself. At such a young age you are already a 6th-grade crown prince's attendant, and your talents in music, calligraphy, and chess are remarkable. Many envy you immensely, Hon Shiming replied with a smile. Refraining from immediate action. On one hand he hoped to extract secrets from Shao Fan through conversation, on the other, he wished to delay the departure of the martial emperor stationed outside the residence. I am merely a 6th grade attendant, it is nothing of significance, Hon Lao. I am quite curious, do you hold an official position as a martial emperor? Xiao Fan inquired, keen to discern this detail. Hon Shiming chuckled lightly. I serve under Prince Gong, he has long appointed me as a court protector. I am a 2nd grade protector, holding a 2nd grade official rank. Xiao Fan's heart leapt with joy. Hon Shiming's official status as a 2nd grade protector was indeed fortuitous news for him. Xiao Shidu, upon returning yesterday, Manager Chao was soundly reprimanded by Prince Gong and subsequently expelled from the royal residence, Hon Shiming remarked, taking a sip of tea, just a few hundred meters from the Crown Prince's residence. Jiang Qian's trusted aide transmitted a message, General Hon Shiming has entered the Crown Prince's estate. He is seeking out Xiao Shidu. Jiang Qian's expression shifted dramatically within the Jiang residence. He had intended to target Hon Shiming and merely instructed someone to keep an eye on him. Not anticipating that his associate would discover Hon Shiming's visit to Xiao Fan. If Hon Shiming were indeed a demon, the likelihood of him killing or abducting Xiao Fan was considerable. In an instant, Jiang Qian vanished from within the Jiang residence. Ordinary martial emperor level powerhouses faced restrictions in Shengjing City, especially regarding speed. However, as the national general, Jiang Qian experienced fewer limitations. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the vicinity of the Crown Prince's estate. I have urgent matters to discuss with Xiao Fan, Jiang Qian communicated to the martial emperor stationed near the Crown Prince's residence. Feel free, General Jiang, the hidden martial emperor replied. They could hardly anticipate that Jiang Qian, the national general who had rendered countless services to the nation, might be compromised. If he were, the trustworthiness of the entire nation would be in jeopardy. Soon, Jiang Qian entered the Crown Prince's estate. Arriving at the entrance of Xiao Fan's residence, Xiao Fan sensed Jiang Qian's arrival. With his cultivation at the pinnacle, the influence of the divine steel of the townhouse extended over 60 meters. Knock, knock, Jiang Qian rapped on the door. Hon Shiming heard a knock at the door, and he furrowed his brow in silence. Did the martial emperor outside not sense something amiss and come to investigate? Xiao Shidu, there is someone knocking at the door, please take a look, Hon Shiming said with a smile, refraining from using his divine sense to check. The martial emperor who brought him here was of equal strength to him. Is that so? Please wait a moment. Elder Hon Xiao Fan emerged from the study and quickly opened the courtyard door. Upon seeing Xiao Fan safe and sound, Jiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Jiang, what brings you here? Xiao Fan inquired. Inside the study, Hon Shiming's heart sank. He felt a sense of foreboding, as Jiang Qian's visit could very well be related to him. General Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again, Hon Shiming said as he stepped outside. Since Jiang Qian had arrived, it was less suspicious for him to hide in the study. I could not refrain from coming, Jiang Qian said, instantly summoning a treasure that resembled an umbrella, but with a canopy made of razor-sharp blades. With it, Jiang Qian had taken many lives. General Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Hon Shiming's expression changed. As the umbrella-shaped treasure was activated, a formidable barrier enveloped him, rendering any escape impossible. Hon Shiming's cultivation was at the initial level of martial emperor. Given at full force, he could only exhibit mid-level martial emperor strength for a few breaths. Jiang Qian was at the late stage of martial emperor and approaching perfection. General Jiang, what is the meaning of this? The martial emperor outside Xiao Fan's courtyard sensed something amiss and swiftly entered. Jiang Qian spoke in a grave tone, I suspect he may be a demon. Hon Gongfeng, if I am mistaken, I shall apologize to you over dinner tonight. Hon Shiming's heart surged with turmoil. Jiang Qian had actually discerned his demonic identity. How could this be? He had confidence in his ability to conceal himself. Moreover, he had previously met Jiang Qian, who had never sensed anything unusual. Elder Jiang, that cannot be possible, right? Taoist Hon has been a reverend for over a decade. Another martial emperor stationed at the prince's residence also arrived. Whether he is a demon can be verified, he said. Hon Gongfeng, I will attack you with all my might next. You must use all your power to defend against my assault, Jiang Qian declared solemnly. Hon Shiming pleaded, General Jiang, the prince's visit today is somewhat abrupt. Surely you do not need to take it to such extremes. If I unleash my full power, I will be weakened for the next month. If something were to happen to the prince, who would be responsible? Jiang Qian's voice remained steady. Hon Gongfeng, I apologize for the offense. As his words fell, the umbrella-shaped treasure released countless blades, which rained down upon Hon Shiming. Bang, bang, the golden shield materialized around Hon Shiming, and the blades struck it, unleashing terrifying energy. The energy dispersed, then Shao Fan's courtyard was on the verge of becoming ruins. General Jiang, could there be a misunderstanding? Elder Hon merely came to present a gift, Shao Fan interjected. Jiang Qian responded, a little Shao, you are an ordinary person and cannot see some things clearly. If I am mistaken, it is not your concern. General Jiang, what is happening here? Qin Shen, having received news, rushed over accompanied by several powerful individuals from the prince's residence. Jiang Qian explained, Your Highness, I suspect Hon Gongfeng is a demon. If I am incorrect, I will apologize to Your Highness later. Since Shao Fan's courtyard was also part of the prince's residence, Jiang Qian's actions here would certainly require an explanation to Qin Shen afterward. Qin Shen nodded slightly, between Jiang Qian and Hon Shiming. He naturally preferred to trust Jiang Qian. Boom, boom, Jiang Qian intensified his assault, and Hon Shiming's shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Hon Gongfeng, your defense should be at mid-level. Martial Emperor, why have you yet to unleash your full power? Jiang Qian inquired gravely. Releasing my full power would merely harm my body. Very well, General Jiang, since you suspect me, I shall unleash my power. Hon Shiming replied with a resigned expression. Boom, his aura surged stronger, and his shield's defensive capabilities increased, yet even then, no demonic aura leaked out. Jiang Qian pondered, had Shao Fan misjudged? It was exceedingly difficult to maintain concealment while fully unleashed. Shao Fan's eyes gleamed with insight. He could tell Hon Shiming could not hold out much longer. General Jiang, I have unleashed my full power now. Is there any demonic aura? Hon Shiming said, somewhat irked. Qin Shen remarked, General Jiang, perhaps it truly is a misunderstanding. Recent events have warranted your vigilance. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. Just as Hon Shiming thought Jiang Qian might relent, Jiang Qian channeled powerful energy into the umbrella-shaped treasure, unleashing an even more potent attack. Whoosh, whoosh, countless blades sliced towards Hon Shiming at terrifying speed. Each blade could carve deep gashes into the ground, and they were impossible to withstand, or, in an instant, he would be reduced to mere pulp. General Jiang, this is too much. I will certainly lodge a complaint with the prince before the emperor. Hon Shiming's furious voice echoed. Jiang Qian replied solemnly, Hon Gongfeng, since we are testing, we might as well conduct a thorough examination. As long as you endure, I assure you will not be harmed. He chose to trust Shao Fan. Since Shao Fan claimed to have a 6 or 7/10 certainty, it was worth further testing. As for whether this action would offend Hon Shiming or the Prince of Gong, Jiang Qian dismissed such concerns. The Prince of Gong's abrupt visit yesterday had been quite presumptuous. Shao Fan had treated him a matter of great privacy. Why must the Prince of Gong intrude at this moment? General Jiang, I am a reverend. Your actions have alienated all reverends. We have contributed significantly to the nation, Hon Shiming retorted angrily. Shao Fan could see that Hon Shiming's demonic aura was on the verge of spilling over. General Jiang, your actions are indeed somewhat inappropriate, one of the reverends interjected. As a fellow reverend, he felt compelled to speak up. Jiang Qian hesitated slightly, considering the opinions of the other reverends. Shao Fan said, Elder Hon, I believe you ought not to speak in such a manner. Your words only betray your own unease. General Jiang was likely already inclined to stop, but your remarks will surely compel him to persist for a while longer. Jiang Qian insisted. Hon Gongfeng, hold on just a bit longer. Hon Shiming cursed inwardly. He could no longer endure. Maintaining full defense consumed a significant amount of his strength every second. Once his energy was depleted to a certain extent, he would be unable to control his demonic aura. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Qin Xian was on the verge of persuading Jiang Qian to cease when, at that moment, Hon Shiming could no longer contain himself. A powerful demonic aura erupted from him, and he transformed into his true form. A massive centipede measuring 20 to 30 meters in length manifested within the barrier. Protect the prince. The crowd was taken aback, swiftly shielding Qin Xian. Jiang Qian, I underestimated you. The centipede demon spoke with a chilling gaze fixed on Jiang Qian. Boom! In the next moment, the centipede demon self-destructed. The force of the explosion reached the late stage of Martial Emperor, causing the barrier to swell significantly but not tear apart. Jiang Qian, nearing the pinnacle of Martial Emperor, had been prepared for the possibility of a self-detonation. As the centipede demon exploded, the barrier filled with raging flames and chaotic demonic energy, which Jiang Qian swiftly suppressed. Soon, calm returned within the barrier. Hon Shiming truly is a demon, Qin Xian said gravely. General Jiang, thank goodness you discovered his true nature. It is fortunate that you persevered. Jiang Qian felt a twinge of guilt. It was not he who uncovered Hon Shiming's demonic nature, however, he must acknowledge this and shield Xiao Fan from any risk. Hon Shiming possessed Martial Emperor level cultivation and was certainly a significant figure among demons. It was likely that demons would seek revenge in the future. Your Highness, I had originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to resolve this matter. But I never expected him to come to the prince's residence. I could only act in advance. I hope your highness will forgive me, Jiang Qian said, bowing. Qin Xian quickly replied, General Jiang, there is no need for such formality. Your handling of the situation was entirely correct. He likely intended to kill Xiao Fan. Should Xiao Fan perish, you would not know when he could recover. Someone notify the Prince of Gong. Soon, 2 of Qin Xian's personal guards departed. Hastily reaching the Prince of Gong's residence, within minutes the Prince of Gong arrived. Qin Zhentian also made his way there. Resolving a demon of Martial Emperor caliber was a significant matter, especially considering Hon Shiming had been lurking beside the Prince of Gong for so long. System check-in, Xiao Fan thought to himself. He had just acquired a considerable amount of imperial fortune, and with so many powerful beings gathered around him, it was undoubtedly an opportune moment to check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a god-level demon refining pot replica. The demon refining pot can absorb, refine, and tame demons. The host may capture demons no greater than one major realm above their own. If within the influence of the divine tablet of the townhouse or using a Martial Emperor experience card, you may capture Martial Emperor level demons. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. System, does the demon refining pot come with cultivation upon recognition? Xiao Fan inquired. Yes, host, the demon refining pot grants an additional 150 years of cultivation upon recognition, but it has not yet begun the recognition process. The system replied, your cultivation will increase, then so will Murong Dai and the others. Xiao Fan nodded inwardly. The system's approach was indeed quite considerate, with Qin Zhentian and others present. If Murong Dai and the others suddenly experienced a surge in cultivation, Qin Zhentian might grow suspicious. Your Highness, my brother truly had no knowledge that Hon Shiming was a demon. The Prince of Gong expressed a hint of apprehension in his voice. Qin Zhentian Dao, there are demons and monsters lurking within the court. And while I can comprehend that Hon Shiming is one such creature, I urge you to exercise greater caution in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Jiang. Prince Gong let out a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that Qin Zhentian did not delve deeper. Hon Shiming's true nature could lead to significant complications should one seek to investigate his actions over the years. Qin Zhentian cast a sweeping glance. This information must remain confidential among us. I do not wish for a whisper of this to escape. Everyone nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, Qin Zhentian and Prince Gong Jiang Qian took their leave. Qin Xian, however, did not depart immediately. Xiao Fan, your courtyard is in disrepair. Would you like to have it renovated? Qin Xian inquired. Just moments ago, Jiang Qian had intervened, and there was no damage to the courtyard. It was only Hon Shiming's self-detonation of the barrier that had caused some destruction. Xiao Fan shook his head. Your Highness, it is unnecessary, only minor damage has occurred and I can have someone repair it. Qin Xian turned his gaze to the side where Feng Xinyan stood. Feng Xinyan hastily replied, Your Highness, I will arrange for repairs. Very well. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Your Highness, the intrusion of demons into the manor signifies our negligence. Two martial emperor-level guardians bowed in apology. Qin Xian spoke solemnly. Hon Shiming concealed his powers too adeptly. It is understandable that you failed to detect him, but vigilance must be heightened moving forward. Yes, Your Highness, Qin Xian pondered. Henceforth, Xiao Shidu, you shall be included in our protective detail. Should anyone approach him, you must remain particularly vigilant. The two martial emperor-level guardians nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Your Highness, Xiao Fan said. Qin Xian declared, I shall enlist someone to strengthen the formations around your courtyard. In the future, a martial emperor-level beings will find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Qin Xian had long desired to enhance the defenses but had lacked a suitable opportunity. Now that opportunity had finally presented itself, please give a 5-star review. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 63, Jiang Yuli remains overnight. In the evening, Xiao Fan dined with Murong Dai and the others. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed as the alchemy cauldron recognized its master. And a surge of formidable power flowed into Xiao Fan's body. He activated the Hongmeng chaotic arts to its fullest extent as the nebulae in his mind and the Hongmeng world tree rapidly absorbed and assimilated the newfound strength. System, how many years has my cultivation reached? Xiao Fan inquired excitedly. Host, your current cultivation is 702 years. Xiao Fan mused, the divine body realm ranges from 600 to 1200 years. And I have merely entered the initial stage of divine peel. However, with the addition of the Shen Huang Earth Core Fire, my attack power has reached the initial stage of the divine king. Achieving such strength in just 2 to 3 months is quite commendable. At this moment, Murong Dai and Murong Wu sensed something unusual. Even without cultivation, their powers were on the rise. Master, it seems the elder has arrived. Our strength is increasing, Murong Dai conveyed to Xiao Fan through sound transmission. Xiao Fan quickly urged, then why are you still standing there? Hurry and cultivate. Do not miss this rare opportunity to enhance your strength. Murong Dai and Murong Wu nodded eagerly and swiftly retreated to their rooms to cultivate. Shortly after they entered, Jiang Yuli's figure appeared. The formations surrounding Xiao Fan's courtyard had been strengthened, making it nearly impossible for even divine emperor-level beings to infiltrate silently. However, Qin Xian and Jiang Yuli could still enter. Young Master Xiao, were you unscathed during the day? I could not come earlier. Jiang Yuli gazed at Xiao Fan with concern. Xiao Fan appeared merely as an ordinary person. Even if he had not been harmed, experiencing such events during the day could have affected his psyche. Yuli, did you not promise to call me Xiao Lang in private? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Jiang Yuli cast a charming glare at Xiao Fan. Not at all. What I agreed to was to call you that only in bed. Where are Xiao Wu and Xiao Dai? Xiao Fan inquired. They are currently accelerating their cultivation progress and have retreated to practice. Jiang Yuli's cheeks flashed. Young Master Xiao, their rapid enhancement in cultivation is likely due to the arrival of that elder. It must be that elder who was informed of the day's events. Young Master Xiao, I must return now, Xiao Fan quickly replied. No, let us enjoy the moonlight together tonight. That elder will not linger here for long. The revelation that Hon Shiming is a demon fills me with trepidation. Jiang Yuli hesitated before saying, then I shall stay here for a while. Half an hour passed, then Murong Dai and the others concluded their training. Their cultivation had not yet broken through. But Murong Dai was merely a step away from the Spirit Sea realm, while Murong Wu was nearing perfection in the Tiangang realm. Princess, I must take my leave. An elderly woman's voice echoed in Jiang Yuli's mind. The elder departed safely. Jiang Yuli quickly rose and said, "Elder, please take care." Shao Fan feigned surprise. "Yuli, did that elder leave?" Jiang Yuli nodded. "That elder's power is immense. The formations here have been significantly reinforced, making it unlikely for divine emperor-level beings to infiltrate silently." Shao Fan smiled. "Since that elder has departed, there is no need for you to rush back. Let us retire for the night. Would you care to sleep here tonight?" Shao Dai and Shao Wu require time to continue solidifying their cultivation. Jiang Yuli subtly nodded. Shao Fan's eyes lit up, but last he could hold Jiang Yuli in his arms for an entire night, which was exceedingly delightful. He inwardly praised Hon Shiming, a good man indeed, sacrificing himself for others. Had it not been for Hon Shiming's demise and the subsequent strengthening of the formations, Jiang Yuli might not have had the chance to spend an entire night here. With the first night established, there would surely be a second and third. Who wouldn't relish sleeping beside a beauty such as Jiang Yuli? "Yuli, let us return to the room." As Shao Fan spoke, he picked Jiang Yuli up in a princess carry. 2 hours later, Shao Lang, had it not been for your treatment of my grandfather, Hon Shiming would not have troubled you. I must sincerely thank you for this. Jiang Yuli nestled in Shao Fan's embrace, speaking softly. Shao Fan smiled. "Yuli, how would you like to express your gratitude? There are no outsiders present. Why not call me husband for me to hear?" "Husband?" Jiang Yuli indeed uttered the word, but her voice was so soft that had Shao Fan been an ordinary person, he would not have heard it at all. "Yuli, did you just see something?" Shao Fan inquired. Jiang Yuli's face turned crimson. "No, Shao Lang, do not think about it. I would never call you husband. I am not your wife." "Very well, if you choose not to, then so be it. Sooner or later you will." Shao Fan chuckled, since Jiang Yuli had whispered that name just now, coaxing her to say it again in the future should not pose too much difficulty. "Shao Lang, please refrain from speaking carelessly. It would be troublesome if the prince were to become angry. The prince is currently the crown prince and will be the emperor in the future." Jiang Yuli cautioned Shao Fan. "Understood, let us rest." Shao Fan planted a kiss on Jiang Yuli's forehead and smiled. Jiang Yuli closed her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her face as she drifted into a deep slumber, feeling remarkably secure that night. In a hidden location within Shengjing City, a crimson shadow materialized, and 2 other shadows gazed upon it. "Blood Sovereign, what shall we do? The soul lamps of Kan Wolf and Old Demon Wu have extinguished, and our Demon Emperor Alliance has already lost 2 emperors in such a short time." The voice emanated from a black shadow. The Demon Emperors were unaware of each other's identities, but through a special secret technique they were able to communicate in this concealed location where they had left their soul lamps. Originally, there had been 5 soul lamps, but 2 had recently gone out. "Blood Sovereign, I have learned that there are demons appearing within the court. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Kai Yuanjing, is dead. Kan Wolf should be Kai Yuanjing." A melodious female voice resonated. It was the 3rd Demon Emperor who spoke. Blood Sovereign's deep voice echoed, "Do not be overly concerned. Kan Wolf and Old Demon Wu were both merely at the initial stage of Demon Emperor cultivation. You two possess mid-stage Demon Emperor strength, and I am at the late stage. We are not so easily discovered. Do you know the identity of Old Demon Wu?" the Black Shadow inquired. "Not yet, but if more than one person knows, we can surely uncover it." "Blood Sovereign, could it be that the blood concealment technique has failed?" the female voice sounded again. Blood Sovereign spoke solemnly. "Fox G, if the blood concealment technique had failed, do you believe we would still be alive at this moment? Shengjing City is the capital of the Tianlong Empire. It is likely that Shan'an has been exposed, prompting the Tianlong Empire to enhance their surveillance. Kan Wolf and Old Demon Wu were simply unfortunate to have been discovered." Fox G replied. "Blood Sovereign, if that is the case, it is for the best. Without the imperial fortune of the Tianlong Empire, I could not have reached the mid-stage of Divine Emperor. I was even hoping to reach the late stage," the Black Shadow remarked. "Are there any other Demon Emperors in Shengjing City?" The Demon Emperor Alliance is too few with just the three of us, we must recruit new members. Blood Sovereign stated, I am aware of another Demon Emperor. I will invite him to join the Demon Emperor Alliance soon. If you know of any other demon emperors, you may also extend invitations. Chapter 64, Jiang Qian recovers the general's banquet. Master, Crown Princess. The next day, Shao Fan and Jiang Yuli emerged from their room, where Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu had already risen and were quick to bow in greeting. Jiang Yuli's face was slightly flushed. As the crown princess, she felt a bit embarrassed for having spent the night at Shao Fan's place. Shao Dai, Shao Wu, how is your cultivation progressing? Shao Fan inquired. Mu Rongdai replied with delight, Master, I am nearing the Spirit Sea realm. I should break through to that level within 10 days to half a month. I am on the verge of achieving perfection in the Tionggang realm. Mu Rongwu added. Jiang Yuli expressed her astonishment. Shao Dai, Shao Wu, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. That senior possesses formidable strength. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards the rapid progress made by Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu. Ever since her intimate encounter with Shao Fan, Jiang Yuli had noticed a slight acceleration in her own cultivation, yet it still lagged considerably behind that of Mu Rongdai and the others. She did not suspect that Shao Fan had aided her, rather she believed it was likely a natural phenomenon resulting from the union of yin and yang between a man and a woman. Shao Fan smiled and said, Yuli, if you become more familiar with that senior, perhaps she will also assist you in enhancing your strength. Jiang Yuli shook her head. I would rather not trouble that senior. My cultivation has reached the perfection of the spiritual sea. It is not easily elevated, she continued. Shao Dai, do not mention to that senior how much she has helped you. If you are ungrateful, it might anger her. Mu Rongdai and the others appeared somewhat at a loss for how to respond to Jiang Yuli. Shao Fan remarked, Yuli, let us see how things unfold in the future. The rapid advancement of Mu Rongdai and Mu Rongwu was primarily due to the influence of their master-servant contract, which would not be suitable for Jiang Yuli. Moreover, he had no other master-servant contracts at present. It remained to be seen if he could sign new ones to gain further advantages. Since there were master-servant contracts, it was possible that there were also equal contracts, wherein one party's enhancement could benefit the other. Master, the crown princess breakfast is ready, Mu Rongdai announced. Shao Fan nodded slightly. Yuli, let us dine here before you return. Jiang Yuli shook her head. If I eat here, I want to be able to eat once I go back. The prince's residence has many spies from other factions. I must return now. With that, Jiang Yuli vanished in an instant, burrowing underground. Upon returning to the prince's palace, Jiang Yuli encountered Qin Xian, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Akin to being caught in an affair, Qin Xian asked, Yuli, is Shao Fan doing well? She felt no particular concern, as she was not inclined towards women. Jiang Yuli nodded. After such an incident, he feels a bit apprehensive. Yet his condition is relatively normal. That is good to hear, Qin Xian replied. Shao Fan was becoming increasingly significant. As a woman, she required his assistance in disguise, and new characters needed to be created by him for her. The recovery of Jiang Qian also depended on Shao Fan. Let us go, Qin Xian said, stepping out of the room with Jiang Yuli following closely behind. Jiang Yuli's expression seemed to reflect a satisfaction derived from a recent indulgence. Many individuals within the prince's residence possessed considerable cultivation and keen perception. They could discern Jiang Yuli's demeanor. After breakfast, Shao Fan prepared to visit the Jiang family. However, before he could exit the courtyard, there was a knock at the door. Mu Rongdai opened it to reveal Jiang Qian, who had taken the initiative to visit Shao Fan. Fortunately, Yuli did not stay for breakfast, otherwise it would have been rather awkward for Jiang Lao if he had seen her. Shao Fan thought to himself, Shao Hon Shiming has encountered trouble on your end. I fear for your safety when you go out, so I will simply come here daily to keep you company. Jiang Qian said with a jovial demeanor. Shao Fan replied, Jiang Lao, surely Shengjing City is not that perilous. Even if there are demons, they would not dare act recklessly. Jiang Qian shook his head. Among the demons, There are indeed assassins, do not be complacent, you must exercise even greater caution when you venture out. Xiao Fan felt a jolt of alarm, he had overlooked this aspect. If assassins among the demons were to attack him, he would likely be unharmed, but his strength could be exposed, leading to unpredictable consequences. Even if Qin Xian was willing to trust him, what about Qin Zhentian? For the next few days he resolved to minimize his outings. Jiang Lao, I must trouble you to come over daily, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Jiang Qian waved his hand dismissively. It is no trouble, it is easy for me to come, grandfather. Jiang newly arrived shortly after learning of Jiang Qian's visit. Greetings, Crown Princess. Xiao Fan and Murong Dai quickly bowed. No need for formalities, Xiao Shidu. I must express my gratitude for treating my grandfather. Should he recover, I shall certainly reward you handsomely, Jiang Yuli stated. Thank you, Crown Princess. Xiao Fan replied respectfully. Jiang Qian interjected. Yuli, Xiao is here to treat me, let the others withdraw, you may stay and listen to some music. Very well, Jiang Yuli promptly instructed the servants to retreat. With a gentle flourish, Xiao Fan began to play. After 2 pieces, Jiang Qian exhaled deeply. Xiao, after a few more sessions, I shall be fully restored. There are others in the military with ailments similar to mine. Could you possibly treat them as well? They hold considerable status, and assisting them would be advantageous for you, Jiang Qian proposed. Xiao Fan smiled. Jiang Lao, I have no objections, but you must discuss this with the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Jiang Qian chuckled. What, is it possible that the Emperor and the Crown Prince fear you might win them over, potentially influencing the court? Jiang Yuli interjected. Grandfather, Shao Gongzi is concerned for you. If your strength increases, you must be cautious. It would be better for Shao Gongzi to treat those individuals with the Crown Prince or the Emperor's endorsement. Jiang Qian paused for a moment. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the more one must be cautious with words and actions. However, even if I recover, breaking through will require at least 2 to 3 months. Jiang Qian nodded. Meritorious deeds can overshadow the master, increased strength can equally intimidate the master. At present, Jiang Qian's strength surpassed that of Qin Zhentian, but not by a significant margin. Should he break through to the pinnacle of martial emperor, he would gain a decisive advantage. 3 days passed swiftly. Jiang Qian visited daily, and his health was completely restored. A banquet for the generals, Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing from Qin Xian. She nodded slightly. This is my father's intention. There are several generals and veteran generals in the nation who, like Jiang Lao, face similar challenges. My father will host a banquet in the palace for the generals. You are to perform a couple of pieces during the event. The music can address many individuals simultaneously. If they experience improvement, they will surely seek you out in the future, thereby owing you a favor. Xiao Fan chuckled. Your Highness, you need not elaborate so much, simply inform me when to go. Qin Xian momentarily hesitated. Were it anyone else, she would not have offered such extensive explanations. As the Crown Prince, she could simply issue orders. Am I truly concerned about Xiao Fan's feelings? This thought flickered through Qin Xian's mind. The general's banquet would take place in 3 days. Prepare yourself accordingly. With that, Qin Xian quickly departed. Chapter 65. Encountering demons again. Humanity becomes numb in the underground secret chamber of the Demon Emperor Alliance beneath Shengjing City. He Ming questioned, why has the Demon Emperor bell been struck again? The blood-red phantom of Shuezun materialized within the chamber, soon followed by the pink shadow of Hu Ji. The Demon Emperor bell was a precious artifact containing their soul lamps. Striking it would summon their spiritual avatars. He Ming, have you received news of Wu Lao Mo's demise? Hu Ji inquired. He Ming replied, indeed, I have received news of Wu Lao Mo's death. He served as a vassal closely associated with the Prince Gong. Hug expressed surprise. Hon Shiming, he referred to himself as Wu Lao Emo, yet his surname is Hon. He Ming explained, his true form is that of a centipede. Hence the name Wu Lao Emo. He was discovered by Jiang Qian, who killed him at the prince's residence. Shuezun frowned. He was a vassal and should have interacted with Jiang Qian previously. How could he be suddenly discovered? He Ming responded. He and Prince Gong recently visited Zhong Qian's estate. Perhaps Zhong Qian acquired a powerful treasure or set up a new formation in his residence, resulting in Wu Lao Mo's unfortunate exposure. Zhong Qian dispatched someone to follow Wu Lao Mo, likely seeking an opportune moment, yet Wu Lao Mo unexpectedly attempted to assassinate Shao Fan at the prince's residence. Hu Ji pondered. Shan An was killed outside Shao Fan's courtyard, and Wu Lao Mo met his end there as well. Could Shao Fan be implicated? He Ming replied, that seems unlikely. Shao Fan is merely an ordinary person with no cultivation. However, he certainly deserves to die. Xuezun stated gravely. He may have aided Zhong Qian's recovery. Based on that alone, he deserves death. We must take action. Is that the sole reason you summoned us, He Ming? He Ming replied solemnly, that is only one aspect. 3 days from now, the emperor will host a banquet for the generals, then many will be in attendance, including myself. Hu Ji exclaimed in surprise. He Ming, you're quite impressive to have become a general. What is your true identity? Hu Ji, we do not inquire about each other's identities, that is the rule. He Ming replied sternly. Xuezun remarked. He Ming, is it the case that Qin Zhentian wishes Shao Fan to perform for the generals, potentially allowing those with issues to recover? Indeed, Xuezun continued, if that is the case, Shao Fan must die. Are you hoping for the cancellation of the generals' banquet? Hu Ji inquired. He Ming, Shao Fan must die, but not at this moment. If he dies now, Qin Zhentian may become suspicious. He might suspect that someone among the invited generals poses a threat. The emperor is always cautious. Xuezun concurred. Hu Ji makes a valid point. We should wait until after the general's banquet to eliminate Shao Fan. You possess mid-level martial emperor strength. Do not panic, even if Qin Zhentian places you within the demon suppression vessel. He may not uncover the truth. He Ming contemplated for a moment. It seems I must attend the general's banquet. Let us hope no issues arise. If I encounter trouble, you must ensure Shao Fan is killed. Without him, this nonsensical general's banquet would not exist. Blood Sovereign spoke in a low voice. Rest assured, even if you do not speak, he will still meet his demise once he heals Zhong Qian. He will ascend to our list of targets. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Shao Fan had not left the prince's residence. He spent the majority of his time in the side courtyard, occasionally wandering around the prince's palace. Within the palace, Shao Fan did not discover any other demons. It was evident that those who wished to remain hidden must possess a certain level of cultivation. Shan An, with his martial emperor level of cultivation, could conceal himself for such an extended period. Shao, are you ready? We are about to set off, Zhong Qian called out cheerfully as he approached Shao Fan. As the Grand General of the nation, his presence at the general's banquet was indispensable. Zhong Lao, I have little to prepare, Shao Fan replied promptly as he followed Zhong Qian to depart. He rode in Zhong Qian's carriage to the palace gate, where many generals were already waiting. General Zhong Lao, Brother Zhong, as Shao Fan and Zhong Qian dismounted the carriage, numerous voices greeted them. Some of the elder generals were even older than Zhong Qian. Although they had retired, they still wielded considerable influence within the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Their own strengths were not to be underestimated either. However, due to their advanced age, they rarely took action, hoping to extend their lives a few more years. Everyone, allow me to introduce this young man. This is Princess Rida Shao Fan. Do not be deceived by his lack of cultivation. He is a master in both calligraphy and chess, and a grandmaster in musical arts. Zhong Qian said with a smile. Shao Fan clasped his fists and replied, I am Shao Fan, a humble junior, honored to meet all esteemed elders. Among the generals present, some had already retired, making it more fitting for him to refer to himself as a junior. What a fine young man, Shao, your name has been on everyone's lips in Shengjing City. It is a pleasure to meet you in person, exclaimed the elder general. General Jiang, have you fully recovered? The gathered generals asked in unison. Zhong Qian stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, I have recovered. I find my sleep much more restful now. I used to awaken frequently in the middle of the night. His Majesty holds this general's banquet to allow you all to enjoy the musical performances. Should you find them to your liking, feel free to seek out Shao Fan once more. The generals expressed their delight. The burdens of excessive bloodshed and the lingering effects of war were troublesome issues that hindered their cultivation and impacted their lives significantly. Shao reader, we shall trouble you later, they warmly insisted. Little Shao, please accompany us old fellows for a few drinks, they urged. Shao Fan's ability to assist them, coupled with Jiang Qian's reputation, left them no choice but to extend their hospitality. Apologies, my esteemed generals. I have encountered a last-minute matter and arrived late. A general on horseback approached swiftly. General Hu Biao, you have arrived last. You must self-punish with 3 cups, came the jovial retort. 3 cups, that hardly suffices. It would be an insult to General Hu Biao's drinking capacity. I believe 3 bowls would be more appropriate. Several generals laughed heartily. Shao Fan turned his gaze towards the last arriving General Hu Biao. Jiang Qian transmitted a message to Shao Fan. Little Shao, General Hu Biao, Xie Wenzhong is exceptionally formidable. He possesses martial emperor-level cultivation and has achieved remarkable military feats. Furthermore, he has not retired and holds the title of first-rank general. He has vanquished numerous foes but is also troubled by the aftereffects of war. Should you help him resolve his issues, you could gain substantial benefits. Though Shao Fan's expression remained unchanged, a tumult of thoughts surged within him. Damn it, this General Hu Biao is a demon, he silently lamented. Although the Heavenly Dragon Empire remained robust, it harbored significant internal issues. It was shocking that demons had infiltrated to the level of a first-rank general. Cai Yuanjing had ascended to the position of Minister of Personnel, Hon Shiming had become a second-rank honorary, and Xie Wensheng had achieved an even more impressive status as a first-rank general. Should internal strife arise within the Heavenly Dragon Empire, his rallying cry could incite many to rebel alongside him. Shao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. The infiltration of demons was alarmingly severe. Wanzhong, allow me to introduce you. This young man is Shao Fan. Your issue may perhaps be resolved by him. Jiang Qian smiled. General Hu Biao laughed heartily. Shao reader, I have long admired your talents. I am Xie Wenzhong. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Xie. You have healed Zhong Lao. We all owe you our gratitude. Chapter 66. Shao Fan, what reward do you desire? Uncle Xie, how dare you? Shao Fan cursed internally. The demons have mingled within human society. He would not naively believe that they had benevolent intentions toward the development and strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The war between demons and humans had persisted for over 1,000,000 years. This conflict was irreconcilable. As soon as demons appeared in human society, they became targets of universal disdain. Uncle Xie, he muttered respectfully despite his inner turmoil. He understood the nature of demons, a truth that must remain concealed from others for the time being. Xie Wensheng chuckled. Young Shao, you are exceptionally talented and accomplished. It is a pity I do not have a daughter of suitable age. Other attendees packed up at this, while Xie Wensheng had no daughters. Many of the others did. Little Shao, old Xie has none, but I have one, they chimed in. Shao reader, my daughter is well educated and courteous, perhaps you could meet her. Several generals eagerly proposed, though Shao Fan could not cultivate. His demonstrated abilities were enough to entice these generals to consider marrying their daughters to him. A 20-year-old 6th-rank princess reader was a rare find once the prince ascended to the throne. Shao Fan's position was likely to advance further, and should he achieve merit, he would surely rise again. Esteemed elders, I currently have no intentions of marrying. Shao Fan quickly replied, thank you for your generous offers. Jiang Qian rolled his eyes internally, feeling as though he was being undermined. Shao Fan was, after all, the partner of his granddaughter, Jiang Yuli. Deep down, Jiang Qian had already regarded Shao Fan as a quasi-grandson-in-law. Enough, enough, now is not the time for you to be selecting sons-in-law, His Majesty is still waiting, Jiang Qian interjected, leading the group of dozens into the imperial palace. After about 10 minutes, they entered a grand hall specifically designated by the emperor for entertaining guests. May I pay my respects to His Majesty? Qin Zhentian soon arrived, prompting everyone to bow in greeting. Qin Zhentian smiled. There is no need for such formalities. Today I have hosted this general's banquet for you to indulge in food and drink. Thank you, Your Majesty, they responded in unison. Please take your seats. There is no distinction between ruler and subject here today, nor any hierarchy. Simply enjoy yourselves, Qin Zhentian said with a smile. The generals took their seats. And Jiang Qian summoned Xiao Fan to sit beside him, each at their own small table. Maidens entered one after another, soon placing an array of delectable dishes and fine wines before Xiao Fan and the others. Little Xiao, if there are dishes you do not fancy, feel free to have the maidens remove them. They will bring fresh ones. However, do not change more than 3 dishes at a time, Jiang Qian advised Xiao Fan, who was attending such a banquet for the first time and needed to be informed of certain etiquettes. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Each person had 4 dishes before them. Exceeding 3 would imply a complete overhaul of the meal, which would indeed be rather impolite. Esteemed lords, to victory. Qin Zhentian raised his cup with a smile. To Your Majesty, the crowd echoed, all draining their cups. The cups were small, each containing no more than half a tael of wine. After 3 rounds, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Qin Zhentian turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Reader, you have healed General Zhong Lao, now we require you to perform a couple of pieces for the generals. What reward do you seek? Today I am in a good mood, any reasonable request will be granted. Xiao Fan rose. Your Majesty, may I be promoted a rank higher? I have heard that upon reaching 5th rank, one can harness the fortune of the empire. I am quite interested in this. If that is not possible, then I am content with my current provisions. Qin Zhentian chuckled. You are not one to shy away from asking. If you rise another rank, that would mean you have ascended 4 ranks in just a few months. Xiao Fan awkwardly replied, Your Majesty, if it cannot be done, then so be it. Qin Zhentian pondered. Normally, such a promotion would be impossible, but you have healed General Zhong Lao, which is a tremendous achievement. Furthermore, some other generals also require your assistance. If I do not show my appreciation, it may seem I am being too stingy. I shall promote you to 5th rank, but you will still hold the title of Princess Reader, without any other powers. Are you willing? Xiao Fan quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Zhentian laughed. To ascend 4 ranks in 3 months, no one in the history of the Heavenly Dragon Empire has ever achieved such a feat. Jiang Qian chimed in cheerfully. Your Majesty, we have never had such a young grandmaster in musical arts in the history of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Xiao Reader has broken 2 records. The crowd erupted in congratulations, many eager to share another drink with Xiao Fan. Esteemed elders, allow me to perform a couple of pieces for you first. Afterward, I shall indulge in some wine. That way, should I become inebriated, it will matter not. Xiao Fan proposed with a smile. Qin Zhentian nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fan retrieved the guqin Fengming from his special treasure and began to play. Dozens of generals gazed at Xiao Fan in anticipation. Qin Zhentian's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Fan's skill was extraordinary. He had been aware of Xiao Fan's status as a grandmaster in musical arts, yet he had never had him play. Leaving him with a modicum of doubt regarding Xiao Fan's abilities, the distance to the title of Saint of the Guqin seemed but a single step away, as most grandmasters in musical arts fell short of Xiao Fan's level. Qin Zhentian mused internally. Jiang Qian surveyed the gathering. Many of the generals quickly became entranced. Most were retired generals who had experienced much in battle. Their reasons for retirement often stemmed from the aftereffects of war. Upon the conclusion of the first piece, a third of the generals appeared bewildered. By the end of the second piece, several generals were in tears. Impressive, the 2 pieces had made a significant impact. General Hu Biao's eyes sparkled with intensity. In this dire circumstance, Shao Fan must meet his demise. Should he survive, the lingering effects of war on the generals will dissipate, and some will undoubtedly experience breakthroughs, thereby significantly enhancing their prowess. Such advancements in their cultivation will also extend their lifespans. For those whose vitality is already waning, a breakthrough could rejuvenate them considerably. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Zhentian applauded, and soon the assemblage of generals followed suit. Those previously immersed in the melodies of the Qin returning to themselves, filled with joy, they glimpsed hope for their recovery from the after-effects of war. Shao Shidu, we raise our glasses to you. To you, Shao Shidu, I drink freely. The crowd expressed their newfound appreciation for Shao Fan, their initial skepticism about his ability to resolve their issues dissipating. Esteemed elders, it appears I can only return in a reclined state today. Shao Fan remarked. Xie Wensheng chuckled heartily. Little Shao, if you return on your feet today, it signifies we have failed to indulge you properly. Such an occurrence was simply out of the question, as everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Zhentian observed with a smile. Shao Fan, being under profound soul control, would not speak out of turn even if intoxicated. System sign in, he thought. This was a crucial matter not to be overlooked. It had been 7 days since his last sign-in. And now still within the palace, surrounded by numerous powerful individuals, he anticipated worthwhile rewards. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the general's order. Holding the general's order, soldiers within a kilometer radius whose cultivation does not exceed yours will obey your commands. The general's order is valid for 3 days, with no limit on the number of soldiers controlled. The system's voice echoed in Shao Fan's mind, leaving him astonished at the acquisition of such an item. If utilized properly, its effects could be remarkable. 2 hours elapsed when Shao Fan, feigning intoxication, was escorted out of the palace by Jiang Qian. To the casual observer, he appeared utterly inebriated, yet with his profound cultivation, he had not truly lost his senses. Upon leaving the palace, Jiang Qian's formidable power surged into Shao Fan, swiftly refining the alcohol within him. Little Shao, are you feeling better? Jiang Qian inquired. Yes, much improved, Shao Fan replied. His gaze slightly unfocused. Traveling by carriage, Jiang Qian brought Shao Fan to his residence. Little Shao has overindulged. Take good care of him, Jiang Qian instructed. Zhong Lao, I have something to discuss, let us retire to the study. Shao Fan managed to articulate, albeit with difficulty. Jiang Qian, sensing the urgency, promptly led him to the study. Zhong Lao, there are demons among the generals. Jiang Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Little Shao, who is the demon? General Hu Biao. Shao Fan answered. Chapter 67, The plan to kill Shao Fan. Jiang Qian's face paled. Little Shao, are you certain? I believe I am not mistaken, Shao Fan murmured, his eyes still bleary. Jiang Qian's stronger energy surged into Shao Fan once more. And soon the alcohol was completely refined. Little Shao, here, drink some water, Jiang Qian urged, helping him regain clarity. You just claimed that General Hu Biao is a demon. Are you speaking in drunken delirium, or is this indeed the truth? Jiang Qian asked, his demeanor grave. Shao Fan asserted. Zhong Lao, General Hu Biao is indeed a demon. How confident are you in this assertion? Jiang Qian probed. Shao Fan contemplated before replying. From my previous experience, I was uncertain. But having learned from it, I would say I have about 70% confidence. Jiang Qian's internal assessment rose by 10%. Given Shao Fan's cautious nature, his claim of 70% likely indicated at least 80% certainty, making the likelihood exceedingly high. Zhong Lao, is there no way to confront him? Shao Fan inquired. Jiang Qian frowned. Dealing with General Hu Biao is quite complicated. He is a first-rank general with extensive connections within the military. Those he has promoted are numerous. If he were to die mysteriously, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. If we publicly declare him a demon, the consequences would be similar. Shao Fan nodded slightly. The revelation that a first-rank general of the Tianglong Empire was a demon would surely sway public opinion against the court and the emperor. After all, General Hu Biao's rise had been facilitated by the emperor himself. With Jiang Qian being implicated in the process, numerous countries and factions harboring enmity towards the Tianglong Empire would not miss such an opportunity. The exposure of General Hu Biao as a demon could ignite public outrage. Jiang Lao, since General Hu Biao outwardly supports the court, if it were to be revealed that he is a demon, would it not significantly weaken the court's power? Shao Fan suggested. Jiang Qian rubbed his temples in exasperation. You are correct, or he is a martial emperor-level powerhouse, when those he has elevated hold considerable influence. If he were to be eliminated, what becomes of those he has promoted, even if they remain loyal to the court? There will always be those with rebellious inclinations who might perceive their chances of success as enhanced. Perhaps you could discuss this with His Majesty, and let him grapple with the issue. Shao Fan proposed. Jiang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Little Shao, if I were to bring this up with His Majesty, you must be prepared to be implicated. I have had numerous encounters with General Hu Biao in the past. If I failed to detect anything, then how could I do so now? Shao Fan furrowed his brow. The more individuals who were aware, the greater the risk of exposure. He harbored uncertainties about Qin Zhentian. Jiang Qian reassured him. Little Shao, His Majesty will not speak recklessly. You can trust that the impact of this information would weigh heavily on him. It would be unwise to conceal such matters from His Majesty. After considerable deliberation, Shao Fan nodded slightly. In that case, you should rest well, Little Shao. I will approach His Majesty in a couple of days. Doing so now could arouse suspicion from the demons, Jiang Qian advised. Furthermore, you should refrain from venturing out for a while. There may still be other demons in Shengjing City, and there could be assassins at work. Shao Fan sighed inwardly, recognizing his own lack of strength. If only he were stronger, he could traverse the world unimpeded. Little Shao, endure this period. I will strive to break through as soon as possible. Jiang Qian paused, a glimmer of realization lighting his eyes. Little Shao, I could inform His Majesty, and perhaps I could achieve a breakthrough in a few months, allowing me to subsequently address the issue of General Hu Biao. Shao Fan replied. Jiang Lao, this plan seems feasible. But you must be cautious. Will His Majesty not harbor suspicions, if you achieve full martial emperor-level cultivation by then and propose that General Hu Biao is a demon? Might His Majesty question your motives? It may not be easy to verify General Hu Biao's status as a demon. Jiang Qian's brow furrowed in contemplation. This is indeed a matter to consider. If my power grows and I then eliminate General Hu Biao, it may appear as though I am usurping the Emperor's trusted aides, which could easily raise suspicions. It is a common flaw for emperors to be overly suspicious. Regardless, this matter must be communicated to His Majesty. What if General Hu Biao instigates trouble in the interim? Concealing it would be tantamount to deceiving the Emperor. How His Majesty perceives this issue is his prerogative. Jiang Qian stated. His Majesty has likely imposed a sole restriction on you and should therefore trust you. Once I consult with him, he will likely seek you out. Shao Fan nodded slightly. Jiang Lao, you should approach His Majesty in a few days. Agreed. Jiang Qian departed. General Hu Biao, Xie Wenzhong, returned home, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet no one arrived at his door throughout the night. Heiming, how did the general's banquet go? The Fox Princess inquired. Heiming once again struck the demon emperor's bell. Shao Fan is indeed a master of the Qin, skilled in its healing arts. It is likely that over a dozen generals will seek his aid should they recover. The Tianglong Empire's strength will undoubtedly increase. Blood Sovereign, do any of them heed your call? Yes, Blood Sovereign replied. Do you think we should wait for their recovery to eliminate Shao Fan, or should we expedite his removal? Heiming replied gravely. We should resolve this matter swiftly. However, doing so may not be straightforward. Given his exceptional abilities, the Emperor will likely assign powerful guardians to protect him. Murong Dai and Murong Wu are merely superficial forces. Recently, I have made contact with a demon emperor who wishes to join our demon emperor alliance. What are your thoughts on this? Blood Sovereign inquired. What is the cultivation level of this demon emperor? Heiming asked. Blood Sovereign responded. She is at the early stage of demon emperor, nearing the mid stage. And her identity is rather unique. She could be deployed to deal with Xiao Fan. He Ming expressed surprised. Blood Sovereign, you are aware of her identity? Blood Sovereign explained, by chance I discovered she is a demon emperor. Since you are interested in recruiting new members, I sought her out discreetly. She is unaware of my identity, so you need not worry. He Ming affirmed. Blood Sovereign, I concur. Sending her to eliminate Xiao Fan will serve as a test for her. Our Demon Emperor Alliance cannot accept members indiscriminately. Among humans, there are those who secretly consort with demons for personal gain. Likewise, within the ranks of demons, traitors may lurk, and we must remain vigilant. Testing is essential before joining the Demon Emperor Alliance. The Fox Princess chuckled. I have no objections. It is preferable that we do not dirty our hands. The flames of conflict will not reach us. Blood Sovereign concluded. Then it is settled. Given her capabilities, resolving Xiao Fan should pose little challenge. Is there anything else? He Ming inquired. Upon receiving no further issues, Blood Sovereign's ethereal form vanished. He Ming, do remain cautious. The general's banquet may not have been a fortuitous affair, and your identity may very well have been exposed. The Fox Princess teased before her pink ethereal form disappeared. Chapter 68, Lady Tianxiang, a murder by proxy. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Xiao Fan had met several generals, however, they were not in a hurry to solicit his assistance. Instead, they brought gifts to visit him, seeking to cultivate a closer relationship. Given their status as generals, they could have easily summoned Xiao Fan directly if he were merely a typical prince's attendant. Yet Xiao Fan had risen through the ranks significantly in just 3 months, now holding a 5th-grade official position with a promising future ahead. He had also aided Jiang Qian, who was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Furthermore, they were aware that Xiao Fan's 2 maids were backed by formidable powerhouses, which added to his strength. Knock, knock, the door of the courtyard was rapped upon. Master, I shall answer the door, Murongwu said sweetly, and she proceeded to open it while Xiao Fan stood up, anticipating another general's visit. Creak. As the door swung open, Murongwu beheld a woman clad in white, accompanied by a sedan chair and several attendants. Miss, please inform Xiao Shidu that Lady Tianxiang, the head of Yuning Pavilion, has come to pay her respects. Our pavilion head is a first-grade devotee, the woman in white announced. Very well, please hold on a moment. Murongwu promptly returned to the courtyard. Lady Tianxiang, surprise flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. When he had been in bed, Zhang Yuli had mentioned Lady Tianxiang, stating that she was one of the most formidable figures in Shengjing. She had told him that it was better to offend a duke, a prince, or a general than to incur Lady Tianxiang's wrath. The reason was simple: Lady Tianxiang had connections to the emperor. 30 years prior, Lady Tianxiang had made her entrance into Shengjing, and shortly thereafter, she had garnered fame throughout the city. Her reputation stemmed from 3 aspects. Firstly, her strength. She had achieved the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Secondly, her mastery of the Guqin, reaching the level of a grandmaster, and most importantly, her beauty. Her looks had once eclipsed all in Shengjing, attracting numerous suitors. Even Qin Zhentian had wished to have her enter the palace as a concubine. However, Lady Tianxiang had rejected all advances. She established Yuning Pavilion and became a devotee, rapidly ascending due to Qin Zhentian's favor, achieving the status of a first-grade devotee 2 decades ago. Jiang Yuli had cautioned Xiao Fan that Lady Tianxiang might have a connection with Qin Zhentian, and those who offended her seldom fared well. Is Lady Tianxiang here for a mere exchange of Guqin skills? Xiao Fan pondered inwardly. He hastily made his way to the entrance of the courtyard. This is Prince's attendant Xiao Fan. I pay my respects to Lady Tianxiang, he greeted with a bow. A soft voice emerged from within the sedan chair. There is no need for excessive formalities. Xiao Shidu. I am enamored with the Guqin, and I hope my visit does not disturb you. At this point, a woman beside the sedan pulled back the curtain, and a breathtaking beauty emerged slowly from within. What a stunning maiden, Xiao Fan mused internally. In terms of appearance, Jiang Yuli paled slightly in comparison to Lady Tianxiang, whose beauty rivaled that of Qin Shen. Time had seemingly left no mark on her. She appeared as youthful as a woman in her 20s. By the heavens, Lady Tianxiang is a stranger. Xiao Fan instinctively activated his celestial eye, and he was taken aback under the gaze of his celestial eye. Lady Tianxiang was revealed to possess a pair of cat ears. Goodness, Lady Tianxiang is a cat demon. Her presence here likely had ulterior motives, perhaps even to eliminate me, Xiao Fan thought anxiously. In a brief moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Does Xiao Shidu not welcome us? Lady Tianxiang inquired, her every word dripping with allure. Cough, Lady Tianxiang, that is certainly not the case. Upon seeing such a beauty as yourself, I momentarily lost my composure. I hope you will forgive my rudeness, Xiao Fan responded hastily. Lady Tianxiang chuckled lightly. You are quite the charmer, Xiao Shidu, but I am no beauty, merely an old hag of 100 years. Xiao Fan silently mused. At least you possess self-awareness, Lady Tianxiang. You jest. The lifespan of a martial emperor can reach 2,000 years. 100 years is still quite young for someone of your caliber. He replied respectfully, Xiao Shidu, today we shall bond over the Guqin, regardless of our respective cultivations. Your mastery surpasses mine, Lady Tianxiang said with a gentle smile. Please remain outside, do not disturb the tranquility of Xiao Shidu. She instructed her attendants. Soon Lady Tianxiang and Xiao Fan entered the courtyard where Murongdai paused her practice to prepare fragrant tea. Xiao Shidu, might you have some leisure today? If it is inconvenient, I can return another day to discuss Guqin skills. Lady Tianxiang offered with a smile, revealing her true intention was not to eliminate Xiao Fan, but to engage him further and provoke Qin Zhentian's ire. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Qin Zhentian had not won her favor. For the emperor, that which is unattainable becomes all the more precious. As long as Qin Zhentian harbored resentment towards Xiao Fan, even if he did not perish, he would surely face demotion, even if he were to rise in rank. Leaving Shengjing could spell his doom. That is quite convenient, Xiao Fan nodded, quietly calculating whether he should strike first. In this courtyard, it would be simple to eliminate Lady Tianxiang or capture her within the demon refining vessel. However, how would he explain her death? Capturing her would require time to tame her, and as a martial emperor-level powerhouse, that would not be an easy task. With her subordinates outside, there was little opportunity for taming. Surely Lady Tianxiang would not dare to act recklessly within the prince's estate, Xiao Fan thought. He refrained from taking action, intending to observe Lady Tianxiang's true intentions, yet, after half an hour of discussion, their exchange concluded without any untoward incidents. Seemingly a pure Guqin dialogue. Xiao Shidu, it has been a pleasure to converse with you. If you do not mind, I hope we may engage more in the future. I have learned a great deal from you. Lady Tianxiang expressed sincerely. Of course, I would be glad to, Xiao Fan replied, acknowledging her status as a first-grade devotee and a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Realizing he had no grounds to refuse, thank you, Xiao Shidu. I apologize for the intrusion today. Farewell. Lady Tianxiang departed. Xiao Fan summoned the power of the town guard's divine tablet, meticulously inspecting the premises, yet found no traces of deceit from Lady Tianxiang. What is the meaning of this? A demon has come to my abode under the guise of exchanging Guqin skills, he pondered. Before long afternoon arrived, and Qin Zhentian made his entrance. He did not seek out Qin Xian but headed directly to Xiao Fan's location. I pay my respects to your majesty, Murongdai greeted hurriedly upon seeing Qin Zhentian. Do not rise, Qin Zhentian replied coolly, gesturing for Xiao Fan to follow him to the study. Shortly after, they arrived at the study. Xiao Fan, General Jiang has sought me out, Qin Zhentian began. You mentioned to General Jiang that General Xie Biusheng could possibly be a demon. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, your majesty. When I played the Guqin, I felt as though I could merge with the surrounding environment. My sensitivity to that state has increased, Qin Zhentian inquired. How confident are you that you are not mistaken? Previously, when I spoke with Hon Shiming, I estimated my certainty at around 60 to 70%. This time I believe it to be slightly higher, Xiao Fan replied. Qin Zhenten frowned. He had deeply hypnotized Xiao Fan before, and in his eyes Xiao Fan would not lie. If Xiao Fan claimed 70% certainty, then there was indeed that level of assurance. This was a significant revelation. General Xie Biozhong, a first-grade general, being a demon was a crushing blow to Qin Zhentian. In his pursuit of promotion, Xie Biozhong had executed numerous tasks exceptionally well. Earning Qin Zhentian's deep trust, he was viewed as a right-hand man. Though Xie had only revealed early-stage martial emperor cultivation, he was actually mid-stage, making it challenging to detect his true nature as a demon. Regardless of whether he is confirmed as a demon or not, this first-grade general is rendered useless, Qin Zhenten declared. Xiao Fan remained silent, absorbing the weight of his words. General Zhong's suggestion is to wait a few months until he breaks through to the pinnacle of martial emperor before exposing him. I shall heed General Zhong's advice. Do not speak of this matter, Qin Zhenten instructed solemnly. Xiao Fan nodded. I shall comply. The notion that Lady Tianxiang was a demon had initially crossed Xiao Fan's mind to share. But now, with Qin Zhentian's words, he opted for silence. If they could not deal with General Xie, revealing Lady Tianxiang as a demon might be too much for Qin Zhentian to bear. Xiao Fan: did Lady Tianxiang come to visit you today? Qin Zhentian inquired, seemingly nonchalant. She did. It's finally being addressed, Xiao Fan thought, realizing Qin Zhentian still held interest in Lady Tianxiang. Indeed, Your Majesty, Xiao Fan replied. Qin Zhentian continued. What are your thoughts on Lady Tianxiang? Xiao Fan was at a loss for words. If he were to express any inclination towards Lady Tianxiang, it would surely provoke Qin Zhentian's ire. Your Majesty, you must not casually arrange marriages, he cautioned. While Lady Tianxiang possesses remarkable Guqin skills and is indeed beautiful, she is over 100 years old. I do not harbor such preferences. Qin Zhenten shot a glance at Xiao Fan, exclaiming, who said I intend to grant you a marriage? Madame Tianxiang is a first-class consort. Does she even deign to look at you? Xiao Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Your Majesty, I would never dare to deceive you. If I harbored such concerns, I would have voiced them directly. I hope for your understanding. Humph. Qin Zhenten scoffed lightly. For 30 years, he had harbored feelings for Madame Tianxiang, yet she had repeatedly declined to become his concubine. As a man, Xiao Fan's connection with Madame Tianxiang, whom he had learned was approaching him, left Qin Zhenten feeling slightly displeased when Xiao Fan claimed he did not fancy older women like Madame Tianxiang. Qin Zhentian's gaze towards him softened a fraction. If you do not fancy her, then what type do you prefer? Qin Zhentian inquired in a subdued tone. Xiao Fan responded, Your Majesty, I admire the likes of the Crown Princess and those akin to Xiao Dai and Xiao Wu. Qin Zhentian cautioned, you should not entertain reckless thoughts about the Crown Prince. As for the Crown Princess, ensure that no one perceives any issues between you. Qin Zhentian spoke in a grave tone. He was somewhat pleased with Xiao Fan's honest answers, as it indicated that the hypnosis had been effective. Little did Qin Zhentian know that Xiao Fan had deliberately spoken this way. The hypnosis had been ineffective from the start. Understood, Your Majesty, Xiao Fan replied. Qin Zhentian swiftly rose to depart. With Madame Tianxiang's arrival imminent, it was natural for him to visit Xiao Fan, yet prolonged interaction could raise suspicions. General Hu Piao was a demon, and Qin Zhentian suspected that others of his ilk occupied high positions. He could not afford to arouse their suspicion. If Madame Tianxiang intended to wield a knife to kill, she would certainly seek him out again. Perhaps even coming alone in the future. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Xiao Fan's eyes. When Madame Tianxiang came alone, he could ensnare her in the demon refining cauldron. Within a month or two, he could tame her. With Madame Tianxiang as an insider, he could glean more about the demons. Has Madame Tianxiang gone to the Crown Prince's residence? Nangong Sushin murmured to herself. She had just concluded her cultivation and received the news. Nearby the crown prince's residence, she had people keeping watch, for there were many vying to become the crown princess. Given Madame Tenxiang's beauty, Nangong Sushin felt threatened. Count Shunyuan Nangong Jin was currently in Shengjing City, and Nangong Sushin went to visit him. Father, she greeted with a bow. Sushin, why are you not cultivating at this hour? You must seize the time to break through to the Xiandan level. Nangong Jin inquired, puzzled. Father, I have made some progress today. I should be able to break through to the Xiandan realm within a month. Father, my informants have discovered that Madame Tenxiang has arrived at the Eastern Palace. Could it be that she wishes to become the crown princess? Nangong Jin chuckled. You need not worry, that is absolutely impossible. You were not in Shengjing City before, but there is something you are unaware of. His Majesty has long desired for Madame Tenxiang to enter the palace as a consort, yet she has declined. She is likely seeking to exchange musical skills with Xiaofan, he replied with a light laugh. Nangong Sushin's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. His Majesty wishes for Madame Tenxiang to enter the palace as a consort, yet she continuously refuses. Do you not find that peculiar, Father? If she does not wish to be a consort, why then does she linger in Shengjing City? She has already attained the status of a first-class consort. Nangong Jin shook his head. The specifics of her relationship with His Majesty are beyond the knowledge of outsiders. Do not be curious about this, as it will not benefit you. Nangong Sushin nodded, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding inquiries that involved the emperor. Father, do you think I should pay a visit to the crown prince's residence? I could use the pretext of seeking Xiao Shidu to exchange musical skills to meet the crown prince. If Madame Tenxiang is able to go, then so can I, Nangong Sushin asserted. Nangong Jin pondered and concluded that it would indeed be beneficial for Nangong Sushin to meet the crown prince. He had confidence in his daughter's charm. Recently, other women had been vying for the crown prince's attention. If Nangong Sushin was too reserved, it was possible the crown princess could be snatched away. Sushin, then you may go, Count Nangong finally said after a moment of consideration. Chapter 70, Xiaolang, she won't compete for favor, will she? This humble girl, Sushin, pays her respects to His Royal Highness upon arriving at the crown prince's residence. Nangong Sushin first greeted Qin Xian. As Madame Tenxiang was a first-class consort, it was perfectly acceptable for her to visit Xiaofan directly, but Nangong Sushin could not afford such liberties. There is no need for excessive formalities. Miss Sushin, Qin Xian remarked. Thank you, Your Highness. Nangong Sushin replied, standing tall. She appeared like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Years of secluded cultivation had bestowed upon her an extraordinary aura, yet she was ultimately a mortal, bound by familial obligations, and she aspired to marry someone of great stature. Qin Xian, as the crown prince, was the ideal candidate. Regrettably, Jiang Yuli and Qin Xian were already betrothed, and Jiang Qian was a general of the state, making her chances of becoming the crown princess virtually non-existent. However, if she could become the crown prince's favored consort, even if not the crown princess, she believed she still had a chance to become the empress of the Tianlong Empire. Miss Sushin, what brings you to see me? Qin Xian inquired calmly. Given Nangong Sushin's beauty, had she been a man, he might have been swayed, but as she was a woman, her beauty held little sway over him. Your Highness, I am fond of the Guqin and have heard that Xiao Shidu possesses exceptional skills. I have come to exchange insights, Nangong Sushin stated. Qin Xian regarded her thoughtfully. He was well aware of her intentions. Indeed, Xiao Fan's Guqin skills were commendable. I shall accompany you to listen, Qin Xian declared, understanding that Nangong Sushin was the daughter of Count Shunyuan. Moreover, it was likely that within 2 months, she would become the crown prince's favored consort. Thus, he could not afford to be too indifferent towards her. Thank you, Your Highness, Nangong Sushin exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. It was certainly the best outcome for Qin Xian to accompany her. Let us go, Qin Xian said with a faint smile. After 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at Xiao Fan's residence. Prior to their arrival, the crown prince's personal guards had already announced their presence, and Xiao Fan Alongside Murong Dai and Murong Wu, awaited them outside the residence. I, Shao Fan, pay my respects to your highness. We humbly greet your highness. They all bowed in unison. Qin Xian nodded slightly, no need for formalities. Shao Shidu, the daughter of Count Zhenyuan, Miss Sushin, wishes to exchange musical skills with you. I have come to listen. Shao Fan clasped his hands together. Miss Sushin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Nangong Sushin returned the gesture. Shao Shidu, I previously knew you were skilled in calligraphy, chess, and poetry, but I had no idea your Guqin skills were equally remarkable, she remarked. Shao Fan chuckled. My Guqin skills are merely a stroke of luck. You are too modest, Shao Shidu. Without exceptional talent, one could not possibly attain such top-tier Guqin skills, Nangong Sushin countered. Let us speak inside, Qin Xian suggested, leading the way into the residence. Shao Fan, do not regard me as present. I am merely here to observe. You may proceed with your exchange. Qin Xian waved his hand, reclining on Shao Fan's exclusive lounge chair to rest. Shao Shidu, I shall play a piece first. Please offer your guidance. Nangong Sushin stated, guidance is too grand, let us all learn from one another. Shao Fan replied with a smile. Nangong Sushin quickly commenced her performance, pouring forth all her skills, primarily to captivate Qin Xian's attention. She aimed to fully showcase her beauty and talent. With each note, applause erupted from both Shao Fan and Qin Xian. At the conclusion of her piece, Your Highness, I have embarrassed myself, Nangong Sushin said. Rising to bow, Qin Xian conveyed to Shao Fan telepathically, Shao Fan, showcase your true prowess. It would be best to leave a lasting impression on Miss Sushin. Calligraphy, poetry, and such, be sure to display them all. Qin Xian advised. Shao Fan exchanged a glance with Qin Xian. He realized the importance of making a good impression, especially since he would later need to conquer Nangong Sushin in more intimate settings. It was indeed a challenging endeavor, Miss Sushin. Allow me to give it a try. Shao Fan smiled, retrieving the ancient Guqin Fengming.as. The music resonated. Shao Fan chose a different piece to avoid direct comparison. Mindful of how Nangong Sushin might react if she felt overshadowed, impressive, Nangong Sushin's eyes widened in awe. Soon, she found herself enveloped in the enchanting melodies that flowed from Shao Fan's fingers. As his performance concluded, Nangong Sushin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shao Shidu, your skills are extraordinary. Your Highness, may I frequently visit Shao Shidu for guidance in my Guqin studies? She inquired earnestly. Qin Xian smiled gently. Miss Sushin, if you wish, you are more than welcome to seek Shao Fan's guidance. He is indeed exceptional in this regard. Nangong Sushin hoped to foster closer ties with Qin Xian, while Qin Xian also desired her to interact more with Shao Fan. Shao Fan, should Miss Sushin come by in the future, you must not neglect her, Qin Xian instructed, directing his gaze at Shao Fan. Of course, Your Highness. Shao Fan nodded. Miss Sushin, I presume you have also dabbled in poetry. Qin Xian suggested. As you wish, Your Highness, I shall gladly participate, Nangong Sushin replied promptly. As the daughter of Count Zhenyuan, with a mentor who was a formidable martial emperor, Nangong Sushin possessed a commendable grasp of poetry. However, after more than half an hour, she found herself quite disheartened, as both she and Qin Xian were no match for Shao Fan's prowess. Shao Fan, we shall conclude for today, with Miss Sushin here. You should be more considerate of my presence, Qin Xian remarked with a hint of irritation. Shao Fan expressed his astonishment, saying, Your Highness, you previously mentioned that I should not hold back, as doing so would allow you to achieve greater advancements. Never mind, I am too weary to continue this conversation, Miss Su Xan. I have other matters to attend to. Allow me to escort you out of the estate. In the future, you may directly seek Shao Fan when you visit the Eastern Palace. Soon after, Qin Xian and the others departed. That evening, Jiang Yuli visited Shao Fan. After a fierce exchange of 3,000 rounds, Jiang Yuli felt utterly drained of energy. Shao Lang, she inquired, I heard that Nangong Su Xen visited today. How did she fare? Has she won the favor of Your Highness and yourself? Jiang Yuli traced circles on Shao Fan's chest with her delicate hand. With a cheerful smile, Shao Fan replied, Yuli, are you truly inquiring if she has captured your highness's heart or mine? Jiang Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly. I am asking about your thoughts, so please share them, Xiao Fan remarked. She possesses a rather unique aura. Ethereal like an immortal, yet also harbors the ambition to compete in the mortal realm. I cannot say she has captured my heart, I merely find her tolerable. In the grand scheme of things. We are all mere mortals, Jiang Yuli mused softly. Who says otherwise? My grandfather arranged a marriage for me long ago, and the situation was somewhat similar. He was a powerful figure with great accomplishments, necessitating a union to strengthen alliances. Xiao Lang, if you were to take her in, she would not pose a challenge, would she? Xiao Fan, taken aback, queried. What would she contest? I am merely the prince's tutor, for affection. Of course, Jiang Yuli replied, her face tinged with crimson. Chapter 71, The Acquisition of Madame Chen Xiong. A gentle moonlight spilled into the room as Xiao Fan gazed down at Jiang Yuli. She believed he could not discern her expressions, yet Xiao Fan clearly saw her lovely face flash with embarrassment, her eyes filled with tender emotions. This seems to be the blossoming of affection over time. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Why Yuli, you are my first woman, rest assured, even if your highness were to lose and share my bed in the future, your status in my heart will remain unscathed. He gently caressed Jiang Yuli's silky hair with a smile. Jiang Yuli playfully chided Xiao Lang, you still dream of your highness. She is a prodigious talent in cultivation, possessing unparalleled resources. It is impossible for you to surpass her. Xiao Fan chuckled. I am now at the 5th tier, should I accumulate sufficient imperial fortune, who knows what enlightenment I might achieve. It is worth noting that upon reaching the 5th tier, if he were to acquire imperial fortune, he could sign in within a week. Temporary imperial fortune could also reside within him for an extended period. Xiao Lang, although your highness may not hold it against you, do not be too reckless. I fear His Majesty would not spare you if he found out, Jiang Yuli said with concern. Her feelings for Xiao Fan had deepened, and naturally, she wished for his safety. Do not worry. I know my limits. Why Yuli, would you consider spending the night here? Xiao Fan asked hopefully. Jiang Yuli gently shook her head. Xiao Lang, that is not permissible. The last time was an accident. I stayed only because you were frightened. Xiao Lang, there is something you should be aware of. Xiao Fan looked at Jiang Yuli. What is it? She responded. Pay attention to whether Nangong Su Xian poses any threats. A look of confusion crossed Xiao Fan's face. Your Highness mentioned that the Shangqing Palace might possess a more refined demon-seeking formation, yet they have not made it available. Nangong Su Xian's master is Gongsun Lon, a foremost expert in formations. Your Highness is somewhat uncertain of Shangqing Palace's intentions. Is Nangong Su Xian here to forge alliances with Shangqing Palace and the Zhenyuan Marquis, or has she been sent to infiltrate the Eastern Palace? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Fan mused aloud. Shangqing Palace likely does not wish for the Tianlong Empire to endure for long, nor do they desire the royal family's strength to grow. Jiang Yuli replied, no dynasty has lasted beyond 5,000 years. Shangqing Palace has endured for tens of thousands. There is a saying, ironclad sects, flowing dynasties. It seems the fate of dynasties is to not surpass 5,000 years. The Tianlong dynasty has now been established for over 4,000 years. Based on past trends, the Tianlong dynasty has entered its twilight phase. The ancestors venturing into the ancient secret realms is related to this. Xiao Fan pondered. At this juncture, its sects and families may have their own schemes. Shangqing Palace could indeed harbor ulterior motives. Jiang Yuli shook her head. Xiao Lang, I do not know. Your Highness merely shared her thoughts casually. The best outcome would be for Shangqing Palace to pose no threat. But neither Your Highness nor His Majesty is aware of the overarching plans. Nangong Su Xian likely remains oblivious to their intentions as well. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. The affairs of the world are like a chess game. Every move carries its uncertainties, perhaps even the master of Shangqing Palace is currently uncertain. Their decisions may depend on how circumstances unfold. Jiang Yuli agreed. That is possible. Your Highness plans to visit Shangqing Palace soon to discuss the demon-seeking formation before Nangong Su Xian is made the prince's consort. Xiao Fan frowned. Your Highness is leaving Shengjing City. Could that pose a danger? If Qin Shen encounters trouble, her identity will undoubtedly be exposed. Jiang Yuli may survive, but Qin Zhantian would likely seek to eliminate her. Do not fret, Your Highness will undoubtedly be accompanied by top-tier experts for protection, minimizing the likelihood of any incidents. Jiang Yuli reassured him. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Xiao Lang, I need to hypnotize you. It is not that I do not trust you, but I fear you might inadvertently disclose something while inebriated, Jiang Yuli said. Xiao Fan chuckled. Very well, hypnotize me. If you desire, we can engage in a different form of practice tonight. Jiang Yuli shot him a playful glare. She soon hypnotized Xiao Fan, ensuring he would not reveal anything. Xiao Lang, I must take my leave now, she said, rising swiftly to dress. Why you lick a parting kiss? If you will, Xiao Fan smiled. Jiang Yuli bent down and bestowed another kiss upon him before vanishing from sight. Historically, no dynasty had surpassed 5,000 years. The Tianlong Empire could be considered a long-lived dynasty among all. Qin Zhantian had only one daughter, Qin Xian. Could this be related, or were there more formidable forces scheming in the shadows? Xiao Fan pondered. The Tianlong Empire had been established for over 4,400 years. If dynasties do not last beyond 5,000 years, they are now at the end of their era. A few hundred years may seem lengthy to ordinary people, but for formidable cultivators and top-tier sects, a few hundred years pass in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the fact that no dynasty has exceeded 5,000 years does not imply that they all approach that limit. Most dynasties have not lasted beyond 4,000 years. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? As long as Qin Xian remains unharmed, I shall be content within this prince's estate, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. 5 days swiftly passed. During this time, Madame Tianxiang visited once. While Nangong Su Xian had not appeared. A knock echoed through the air, prompting Murongdai to open the door. To her surprise, Madame Tianxiang stood outside once more. Unlike her previous visits, she came alone this time. Without any attendants. Madame Tianxiang, please do come in. Our master is currently napping. I will awaken him shortly, Murongdai said. Madame Tianxiang smiled a little. I apologize for intruding again. I find that I gain much from listening to young Master Xiao play the piano. Please do not wake him. I can wait a while. Madame Tianxiang relished the opportunity to linger in Xiao Fan's abode. Aware of his napping schedule, she had intentionally chosen this moment to visit. The longer she remained in Xiao Fan's presence, the greater the likelihood that Qin Zhantian would harbor discontent towards him, making it easier for her to execute her plans. After half an hour, Xiao Fan emerged into the courtyard. Young Master Xiao, I have come again. Each interaction with you yields immense benefits, Madame Tianxiang stated. Xiao Fan smiled. Madame Tianxiang, I find myself quite idle. It is an honor to converse with you. Soon, the two engaged in a dialogue about their shared musical talents. After half an hour, their exchange concluded. Xiao Fan and Murongdai accompanied Madame Tianxiang to the entrance of the estate. Young Master Xiao, I bid you farewell, Madame Tianxiang said with a smile. In the next moment, her figure vanished without a trace. A formidable barrier enveloped her surroundings, the barrier conjured by Xiao Fan utilizing the power of the Shanfu Divine Steel. Within the vicinity of this estate, Xiao Fan's strength surpassed that of a perfected martial emperor, making it easy to trap Madame Tianxiang within the barrier. Her cultivation level was merely on par with the mid-tier martial emperor. So soon, Xiao Fan remarked in surprise. Murongdai replied, Master, Madame Tianxiang came alone. She likely wishes to leave without drawing attention. Though the barrier was nearby, Murongdai remained unaware of it. Inside the barrier, Madame Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically. However, before she could react, the demon refining pot appeared above her head. A powerful suction force instantaneously drew Madame Tianxiang into the pot. Chapter 72. Madame Tianxiang has disappeared, having successfully captured Madame Tianxiang. Xiao Fan silently stowed the demon refining pot away, and the barrier vanished as if it had never existed. No one noticed anything amiss. Qin Xian had previously instructed the martial emperors stationed at the prince's estate to bolster their protection. Yet they would not suspect Madame Tianxiang. Qin Zhentian harbored intentions towards Madame Tianxiang. Should a conflict arise between them, the martial emperors here would certainly side with her. Master, we have yet to train today. Murongdai reminded Xiao Fan. After a brief respite, let us commence. Please prepare a cup of wudao tea for me. Xiao Fan reclined upon his exclusive chaise longue, allowing his consciousness to enter the refining demon cauldron. You are a practitioner, your strength is considerable. Who are you? Lady Tianxiang demanded sternly, having perceived the ethereal silhouette of Xiao Fan's consciousness. Cat demon, mind your demeanor, Xiao Fan replied coolly. Lady Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically. For Xiao Fan had audaciously unveiled her true identity. Shen An is a victim of your hand. Hon Shiming was also discovered by you, she remarked, her countenance darkening. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Is there not another in the court? The Deputy Minister of Personnel, Kai Yuanjing. You demons are quite formidable, having infiltrated the Heavenly Dragon Empire to such an extent. Kai Yuanjing's demise was also orchestrated by you, Lady Tianxiang exclaimed, her heart pounding with fear. Xiao, if you release me, I assure you I will not betray you, or I will leave Shengjing City without delay, Lady Tianxiang pleaded. In these years, I have not indiscriminately taken lives. To elevate my status, I have even aided many. The disciples of Yuning Pavilion are all benevolent. Should you end my life, perhaps His Majesty will seek retribution against you. Xiao Fan smirked enigmatically. You are a demon. If this were to be exposed, are you certain His Majesty would pursue me? Furthermore, do you believe I fear you? You, a demon, have concealed yourself among mortals. Was it truly to perform good deeds? He inquired further. What is it that you intend by coming to me? Lady Tianxiang responded, Xiao Daoyu, I merely wish to engage in an exchange of musical artistry with you. I harbor no ulterior motives. Such words might deceive a child, Xiao Fan retorted. Lady Tianxiang, you now reside within the refining demon cauldron. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect. As he spoke, he activated the cauldron's power, and a surge of crimson mist enveloped Lady Tianxiang. She cried out in agony, feeling an excruciating pain emanating not from her flesh, but from the depths of her soul. Stop, please cease this, she screamed in torment. Xiao Fan observed quietly as Lady Tianxiang swiftly transformed, morphing into a white cat the size of a leopard, resembling a ragdoll cat with eyes akin to sparkling sapphires. Yet, under the cauldron's refining process, her expression was one of profound suffering. Lady Tianxiang, I shall inquire once more, why have you come? Xiao Fan inquired, his tone unwavering. The white cat, in distress, replied, I wished for His Majesty to become enraged and execute you, or compel you to vacate Shengjing City. You have healed Zhong Qian, you must die. Xiao Fan's eyes glimmered with intensity. What is your connection to Hon Shiming and the others? I have no ties to them. They are members of the Demon Emperor Alliance. I have not yet joined their ranks. To slay you is a condition for my entry. Lady Tianxiang confessed, her pain overwhelming. The Demon Emperor Alliance, indeed, there are 5 Demon Emperors. They represent the mightiest demonic forces in Shengjing City. Even with the deaths of Hon Shiming and Kai Yuanjing, the alliance remains formidable. Xiao Fan pressed on. Who are the other 3 Demon Emperors? Lady Tianxiang replied, I do not know. Prior to Hon Shiming's incident, even their own members were unaware of each other's identities. Confidentiality is paramount. All I know is that one is named Blood Sovereign, possessing late martial emperor cultivation. The other 2 are called Haiming and Hujie. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with insight. He surmised that the formidable General Hu Biao was likely Haiming. What of the other demons? Are you aware of their identities? He inquired. I truly do not know. In recent years, I have endeavored to dissociate myself from the identity of a demon. I have had little interaction with them. Lady Tianxiang lamented, why the sudden desire to join the Demon Emperor Alliance? They have not recruited new members until recently, after the deaths of 2 demon emperors, indicating newfound interests. I have divulged all I can. If you release me, I can help you procure powerful treasures from His Majesty, Lady Tianxiang implored. As a martial emperor-level powerhouse, her capacity for pain was considerable, yet the refining demon cauldron was specifically designed to torment beings such as herself. You shall remain here, only when you have been thoroughly tamed will you be permitted to depart, Shao Fan stated calmly. With that, his ethereal silhouette dissipated from the cauldron. The existence of 5 demon emperors, even now reduced to 3, indicated formidable strength. Clearly, Shengjing City harbored additional demon emperors. In this vast city, it was likely that no fewer than 10 possessed the cultivation of demon emperors, with an even greater number at the emperor level. Shao Fan mused. As the evening descended at Yuning Pavilion, one of Lady Tianxiang's close aides expressed concern. Why has the pavilion master yet to return? They were aware that Lady Tianxiang had visited Shao Fan earlier that day, and it was well past the hour for her return. Shall we inquire at the prince's residence? Another suggested. Perhaps it is best not to. The pavilion master is a martial emperor-level expert. She is unlikely to encounter any difficulties. They agreed. Time swiftly passed into the following day, yet Lady Tianxiang still had not returned. Being a demon, she had not left a soul lamp at the sect, rendering her aides unable to ascertain her fate. Knock, knock, knock. That noon, 2 members of Yuning Pavilion arrived at Shao Fan's residence. They had both visited previously. Miss Shao Wu, we wish to inquire about Sa Shao, one of the women politely stated. Please wait a moment. Mu Rongwu promptly informed Shao Fan of the situation. Shao Fan approached the door. Greetings, Sa Shao. The 2 women bowed respectfully. You need not be so formal. Are you here on behalf of Lady Tianxiang? I fear I am unavailable today, as I have an appointment with General Hu Biao, Shao Fan replied. One of the women inquired, Sa Shao, our pavilion master has gone missing. Could you tell us when she departed yesterday? Shao Fan pondered briefly. Lady Tianxiang arrived just after the hour of Wei and stayed for approximately half an hour. Are you perhaps overthinking this? She is a martial emperor-level expert. It is improbable that she has encountered any mishap. The 2 women felt somewhat reassured. As long as Lady Tianxiang had left the prince's residence, they were relieved. They were concerned that she might have been forcibly taken by His Majesty. The prince's residence possessed formidable protective formations, making it difficult to detect incidents occurring within. Any attack elsewhere would likely attract attention, unless it involved a fully realized martial emperor. Should she indeed encounter a fully realized martial emperor, there would be little we could do. They lamented. Shortly after the 2 women departed Yuning Pavilion, General Hu Biao, Xie Wenzhong arrived, accompanied by several attendants. Though Xie Wenzhong was indeed a demon, he faced no repercussions for slaughtering humans on the battlefield. His apparent war-induced trauma was merely a facade. General Hu Biao, welcome. It is a pleasure to see you, Shao Fan greeted with a smile. Xie Wenzhong feigned displeasure. Shao, why must you always refer to me as General Hu Biao? You used to call me Uncle Xie, and that was quite fitting. Uncle Xie. Shao Fan quickly amended. That is indeed more appropriate. Xie Wenzhong chuckled. It seems you are quite popular, with many coming to seek your healing. Are you not weary? If so, let us forgo the music today and simply enjoy tea and conversation. It is not too taxing for me. I play a couple of pieces each day without issue. Shao Fan replied with a smile. Xie Wenzhong nodded. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Xie. Since you insist I call you that, it hardly seems polite for you to speak of troubling me, Shao Fan remarked lightly. Haha, indeed. This evening let us find a tavern and enjoy some drinks. I shall impose upon you for 3 cups, Xie Wenzhong declared jovially. Shao Fan's heart raced. If Xie Wenzhong were to turn against him during their outing, He would have to expend his Marshal Emperor experience card. Without it, future excursions would be quite inconvenient. Uncle Seer, why seek a tavern? My kitchen staff is quite skilled. You shall dine and drink here tonight. Should I become inebriated, I shall merely retire to rest. Xiao Fan laughed. That is agreeable. I shall not stand on ceremony. Xie Wenxiong exhibited not a trace of the demeanor one might expect from a seasoned general. Xiao Dai, Xiao Wu, do venture out together and procure a bountiful supply of provisions, along with some fine wines. It would be ideal if the vegetables are suitable for pairing with the drinks. Xiao Fan instructed. Understood, master, came the prompt reply from Murong Dai and her companion, who swiftly departed through the back door. The courtyard was soon left in the company of Xiao Fan and Xie Wenxiong, who had brought along several subordinates into the residence. Ding, Xiao Fan performed a couple of melodies for Xie Wenxiong, who appeared thoroughly engrossed, embodying the essence of one who had greatly benefited from the music. Xiao Xiao, in the past I sought the expertise of a grandmaster-level musician for healing, yet the effects were negligible. Your skill surpasses theirs by a considerable margin. No wonder you were able to heal Elder Jiang. Xie Wenxiong remarked with genuine admiration. Xiao Fan replied, Uncle Xie, I am merely fortunate to have inherited this musical legacy. By the way, aren't you looking to engage me in a few rounds of chess? Shall we give it a try? Xie Wenxiong chuckled. Very well, Elder Jiang has sung your praises to the heavens. I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess in the game. The two soon engaged in a spirited match. 3 hours elapsed, and Xie Wenxiong, having feasted and satisfied his thirst, took his leave. Xiao Fan made no effort to confine Xie Wenxiong within the demon-slaying vessel, for his circumstances differed greatly from those of Madame Tenxiang. He was a first-rank general. As a general, he would certainly inform others of his whereabouts should he need to step out, and his inexplicable disappearance for 2 months would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. Furthermore, with Madame Tenxiang having just vanished, it would raise suspicions if General Hu Biao were to similarly go missing under his roof. Nearby the prince's residence, Jiang Qiansong sighed with relief as he observed Xie Wenxiong and his entourage departing. The generals had all arranged their visit to Xiao Fan in advance, and Jiang was aware that Xie Wenxiong would be coming today. He had initially hoped to be present during Xie Wenxiong's meeting with Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan had declined his suggestion, fearing it would raise alarms. The attendants accompanying Xie Wenxiong were not demons. If he were to harm Xiao Fan, they would not remain so composed. Jiang Qiansong mused to himself. He contemplated entering the prince's residence to assess Xiao Fan's situation, but ultimately restrained himself, realizing that if trouble did arise, it would be futile to investigate at that moment. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking reverberated, prompting Murong Wu to hastily open the door. Outside stood Lu Ping. Xiao Shidu, someone from the palace has arrived. You must prepare at once. Lu Ping urged. A jolt of alarm surged through Xiao Fan. Following Madame Tenxiang's visit, the palace's arrival could indicate that Qin Zhentian had uncovered something amiss. Thank you, Lu Gu, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Lu Ping quickly interjected. Xiao Shidu, you need not refer to me as Lu Gu anymore. You are now a 5th-rank official, a figure of considerable importance. In the Tianlong Empire, a 5th-rank official is already quite esteemed. Lu Gu, though I have attained a 5th-rank position, I am still the same as before. Let us continue to interact casually as we always have. Lu Ping smiled in response. Very well, Xiao Shidu, you must prepare. The eunuchs from the palace will arrive shortly. 2 minutes later, 2 eunuchs arrived at Xiao Fan's residence. Xiao Shidu, the empress wishes to listen to the Qin, and His Majesty has issued an edict for you to enter the palace. Please take your Qin and accompany us, one of the eunuchs announced. Xiao Fan felt a flicker of unease. The empress happened to wish to hear the Qin. It felt too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. Nevertheless, it was an opportunity to sign in at the palace. He had not been able to do so for several days. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed eunuchs, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the palace being escorted to the imperial garden. I pay my respects to your majesty and to the empress. Xiao Fan bowed deeply. Qin Zhentian's voice resonated. Rise, Xiao Fan, the empress desires to hear the Qin. Please perform well and play 2 lively pieces. Understood. Xiao Fan began to play in the pavilion of the imperial garden. Qin Zhentian's consciousness infiltrated Xiao Fan's being as he discreetly examined his condition. Wary of any covert manipulation by Xie Wenzhong. He summoned Xiao Fan to the palace under the pretense of the empress's request, but his true concern lay in the potential issues surrounding Xiao Fan. He remained oblivious to the disappearance of Madame Tianxiang. Moreover, no matter how significant Madame Tianxiang's importance, it paled in comparison to the stability of the realm. After a thorough inspection, Qin Zhentian quietly exhaled. Relieved to find no issues, upon the conclusion of one melody, the empress clapped enthusiastically. Your Majesty, Xiao Shidu's performance was exquisite. I would like to invite some of my sisters from the harem to come listen as well. What do you think, Your Majesty? The empress proposed. Xiao Fan, initially prepared to sign in, paused at the empress's words. Qin Zhentian felt a twinge of concern. Could there be demons among his concubines? It is entirely your decision. Empress. Qin Zhentian replied after a moment of thought. If there were indeed demons among them, he could not afford to turn a blind eye. The empress turned to an older palace maid, instructing, please summon 2 esteemed concubines, 6 beauties, and 24 talented ladies to come and listen to the Qin. Within the harem there were over 200 of Qin Zhentian's concubines, yet only these held significant status. The highest rank naturally belonged to the empress, followed by 3 esteemed concubines, then 9 beauties and 27 talented ladies. Currently, among the 3 esteemed concubines, only 2 remained. Among the 9 beauties, 6 were present, and among the 27 talented ladies, only 24 were accounted for. The remaining positions would be filled by those concubines who performed commendably, facilitating the empress's management of the harem. As for the esteemed concubine role, it was commonly understood that it was reserved for Madame Tianxiang. Yet she had yet to agree to Qin Zhentian's proposition. Understood, Empress. The older palace maid quickly conveyed the instructions. Xiao Fan, please be attentive and gauge whether there are any concealed demons among the ladies in my court. Qin Zhentian transmitted to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan privately scoffed. Even if he did discover anything, he could not openly declare it without embarrassing the emperor. The notion of having shared a bed with a demon would be utterly scandalous. Some demons, like cat demons or fox demons, could be quite alluring in their transformed states, and while mingling with ordinary folk might pose little risk, the implications of the emperor consorting with a demon would be catastrophic. Should the emperor father a child that was neither human nor demon, it would be the height of absurdity. Xiao Shidu, I beg your assistance in this matter, Qin Zhentian said earnestly. Your Majesty, I shall take a stroll for a while and then join my sisters. The empress replied with a smile, aware that Qin Zhentian likely had matters to discuss with Xiao Fan. Shortly thereafter, the empress departed, and Qin Zhentian, releasing an invisible barrier, inquired, Xiao Fan, has Xie Wenzhong exhibited any suspicious behavior? Xiao Fan shook his head. Your Majesty, not at all. He visited merely for casual conversation and chess. He dined and drank with me last night. Qin Zhentian queried, how do you believe you presented yourself? Did you give him any cause for suspicion? Your Majesty, I believe not, Xiao Fan replied firmly. Qin Zhentian nodded slightly, satisfied with Xiao Fan's demeanor. Although lacking in strength, he did not display cowardice, even under the scrutiny of a figure like General Hu Biao. A typical prince's attendant could easily raise suspicions. Your Majesty, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. Xiao Fan began. Speak, Qin Zhentian urged. Princess Consort mentioned a bit about Madame Tianxiang. She visited me yesterday and has since gone missing. Those from Yuning Pavilion came looking for her yesterday, Xiao Fan explained. He felt it prudent to inform Qin Zhentian of this development proactively. How did she vanish? Qin Zhentian furrowed his brow. She bid us farewell and then vanished in an instant. She likely did not return to Yuning Pavilion after that. Xiao Fan clarified, that matter is of no concern to you. Do not pry into Madame Tenxiang's affairs, Qin Zhentian admonished sternly. For 30 years. He had never allowed Madame Tenxiang into the palace, and he found it an unseemly topic to discuss. Understood, Your Majesty, Xiao Fan replied respectfully, without keeping Xiao Fan waiting for long. 2 esteemed concubines, 6 beauties, and 24 talented ladies soon arrived in the imperial garden. Each one truly embodies the beauty of the realm, Xiao Fan thought to himself. He cast only a casual glance, aware that it was best to avoid gazing too intently at the emperor's women. Moreover, should he find himself entangled with Qin Xian in the future, these would be his elders, deserving of the utmost respect. Xiao Fan, you may begin, Qin Zhentian commanded. Very well, Xiao Fan acknowledged. He commenced his performance. While the empress and the ladies reveled in the exquisite melodies amidst the blooming flowers, upon the conclusion of one piece, the audience was enraptured. Even those unversed in music were captivated by the grandmaster-level artistry, which enveloped them in a delightful atmosphere. Applause erupted from the empress as she led the ovation system. Sign in, Xiao Fan mentally prompted. The imperial garden had not yet been signed into, and with the emperor, empress, and numerous ladies present, there were undoubtedly many skilled individuals concealed within. Signing in at such a moment promised fruitful rewards. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. System space has been upgraded, increasing by 10,000 cubic units. The voice of the system echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Elation surged within him. This reward was extraordinarily advantageous. Previously, his system space was a mere 1 cubic unit, which felt embarrassingly inadequate. A space of 10,000 cubic units was far more respectable, capable of accommodating a cubic structure measuring 50 meters on each side and 4 meters in height, potentially housing several thousand individuals. System, is it possible for me to sign in and acquire a formidable army? He inquired. Host, anything is possible. System, how many people can I recruit? The system replied. Host, there is no limit to the life forms obtained through signing in. As long as there is enough space, you can have as many as you desire. For other life forms, there is likewise no limit on numbers, but each individual can only enter the system space for a maximum of 1 hour each day. Xiao Fan was quite satisfied. The absence of restrictions on numbers was indeed favorable, forcibly accommodating them. At least 100,000 people could fit into a space of 1,000 cubic meters. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, he could make significant progress in just 1 hour. If applied to military strategy, it meant that he could lead an army of over 100,000 in a surprise attack over great distances within that time. The Tianlong Empire spans vast territories, making it no simple task to mobilize large armies from one location to another, especially when the soldiers possess at least the strength of the earthly level. Xiao Fan, your performance was most satisfying. What kind of reward do you desire? The empress inquired with a smile. Xiao Fan turned to Qin Zhentian, who, with a displeased expression, remarked, do not look at me. It is impossible for you to be promoted in the short term, Your Majesty. It was merely 2 pieces of music. I do not require any reward, Xiao Fan replied, cupping his hands in salute. The empress chuckled lightly. Xiao Fan, this is your first time, and I must offer you some form of reward. In the future there shall be none. Consider it carefully. After some contemplation, Xiao Fan spoke. Your Majesty, could you elevate the status of my 2 maidens? They are both quite exceptional. Just for 2 pieces of music, how much benefit could the empress bestow? It would be better to grant that benefit to Murong Dai and Murong Wu instead. Doing so could unlock more possibilities, although as their master he could command Murong Dai and Murong Wu. Xiao Fan hoped for their genuine affection. Your Majesty, it has been hundreds of years since the affairs of the Murong family. Is it permissible for me to elevate them? The empress inquired. Qin Zhentian slightly nodded. The empress declared, Xiao Fan, I shall promote them both to the rank of 9th grade female attendants. They shall no longer hold commoner status. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shao Fan quickly bowed in gratitude. Elevating Murong Dai and Murong Wu to the 9th grade represented a significant leap in their social standing, even if a 9th grade position is a minor official. It is still an official position, part of the ruling class. Previously, Shao Fan was merely a 9th grade prince's attendant. Sisters, let us depart. The empress smiled, beckoning the others to leave. Shao Fan, what do you think? Among my concubines, are there any demons? Qin Zhentian inquired, casting a protective barrier. Chapter 75. Feeling sad for the emperor, Shao Fan shook his head. Your Majesty, there are no demons among the esteemed ladies. He spoke truthfully. Within these concubines there were indeed no demons. Perhaps the powerful demons did not wish to be shot at without reason, or perhaps they simply found the palace to be a place of confinement. Much like Lady Tianxiang, who was reluctant to enter the palace, Qin Zhentian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You may leave the palace. It is permissible for you to stroll outside from time to time. When you depart the prince's residence, there will be strong protectors watching over you from the shadows. Qin Zhentian said solemnly, Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave, Shao Fan responded, quickly exiting with a eunuch guiding him out of the palace. Shortly thereafter they encountered someone approaching. At the forefront was a woman dressed simply, followed by 2 palace maids. I have seen Her Highness, the quiet princess, the servant announced as the woman and her maids drew nearer. The eunuch leading Shao Fan promptly bowed, and Shao Fan followed suit, offering a respectful gesture as the woman nodded and continued on her way. Eunuch, who was that quiet princess just now? Once the woman had walked far enough, Shao Fan quietly inquired.